2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for new forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online. Or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info. Or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Sons, brothers and sisters, it is a race day for GTR24H, the EEWC round number 3 here at Sebring. So one last practice session before the action really kicks off good and proper. My name's Chris Buxton, I'll be one of your commentators throughout today's race. We start in 25-ish minutes for 12 long hours, but I won't be doing this alone. Joining me in the commentary box at this point in time is the wonderful, the beautiful Kieran Miggin.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Buxton. Yeah, thank you very much. I knew that. No, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Welcome along to, well, what will be 12 hours of Sebring here on GTR24H for the third round of the EEWC. Looking forward to getting stuck into this one. Florida, Sebring, respect the bums. We've said it all weekend long. Today's the day, and we're less than half an hour away from getting this race started. I can't wait.
Indeed. So, let's have a look as a bit of a reminder of the championship standings before all the action kicks off. So, and now DPI are first of all.
Thank you.
Let us see who is ruling the roost as far as the top category is concerned, or the fastest category, I should say. Very much in the realm of Burst Esports Complexity. 2 wins to their name and almost all of the polls. They're going to get fed up with us saying that after a while, and I make no apology for saying it either, because I'm afraid it's a fact. And they didn't claim pole yesterday. As you can see, we now have a points column for Sebring, but still a commanding lead with 2 rounds done for the Burst squad number 18. Second is Maradnis E-Stars. The number 64 car, you can see they have had the last 2 pole positions, 2 seconds and 2 poles so far for the number 64 car. Then it is Unison Racing in the 17, and Team Adrenaline in the 33. Excuse me, this is starting well already. Sem 9 Axle in the 11 car, and then Viaductin. Not a great start for them in this season so far, but still plenty of points for them to pick up. So pole position will go to the Maradnis E-Stars car, as you can see on the board. LMP next. Let's see who is doing the business in the LMP2 category. A familiar name up top, it's Burst Esports again. The Burst Esports Good Old Sunglasses squad. The car number 94 is ruling the roost there, but not by quite such a commanding margin as the DPI squads. Just 3 points to the good for them, but they will have the pole. As you can see, 3 out of 3 for the LMP2 car. The number 94 squad starting yet again on the top spot. Then it is Sem 9 Axle, their biggest chasers throughout the season thus far, in the 21 car. Then a close battle for third at the moment. The 164 Satellite Racing Team in third. The 77 Iris squad, they struggled somewhat in qualifying yesterday. And the Juicy's Motorsport Club in the next position down, that's 5th. And then 6th, we see the Cyberlinks ready to come, but we did not see them so far in this event with the number 7 Iris car at the tail end. Sadly, we haven't seen the Ebrit car either, the number 68. GTE up next. Mr. McGinley, you want to have a go at that one?
I will indeed, and looking at it, it's going to be Juicy's Motorsport Club at the top of proceedings here today. Another pole position for them yesterday in GTE adds another point to their tally, 3 for 3 so far. Mugen Sim Racing in second place, looking to progress from their win at Monza last time. Now, third place then, Musta Pescara, the number 54 machine, is in third in the standings. Fourth place, the MCM Motorsport number 27. Fifth place, the 45 DIS Sim Racing Lab. Sixth place, the 717 Unison Racing Machine. Then it's the 264 Satellite Racing car. The 53 Musto Pescara machine there in 53, and the 166 ID SimSport making its return here to Sebring today at the foot of the GTE Championship standings. Looking then at the GT3 standings, it's a very, very shaken up championship standings, and the reason is because Mugen Sim Racing haven't won a race yet they find themselves sitting pretty at the top of GT3. Matsuzaki was third, Monza was second. If we're all a fan of patterns, let's have a guess what Sebring will be. They lead at the top of the table then. CKR, the number 13, looking to extend on their good momentum. They won last time out at Monza. B32 Racing is in third place in the standings. 5A Valente Racing by Aztec Simsport, winners at Matsusaka. Not such a great Monza. They'll be hoping to bounce back here at Sebring. DSR Gadget Husit DK in the treble 7. And then it's the 188 Telefoningen. Then the 404 Galam Racing Machine, both of them battling away, both of them on 20 points, which is very, very interesting to see. I'm looking forward to seeing how both Telefoningen and Glam Racing get on in today's race. And that, Mr. Buxton, is your GTs.
Excellent stuff. Thank you kindly, good sir. So this is just a last-minute practice session, the last opportunity our drivers have to just iron out those kinks, just maximise their track time. Now, all starting drivers must be in the car. They cannot swap driver at this point. So they must now lock in at least who's starting the race for each team. Now, again, with the might of Viaductin, we don't know who is in the car. We can see their camera, but I can't tell you who that actually is. On track. Oh, yellow flag. Who's that? No, disappeared too quickly. So at the moment, we have got 6 of our DPI cars in. So we have the entire lineup of our DPI teams in with us. We have 3 LMP2s, we have 6 GT3s and 7 GTEs. So we will have a few more coming along for the ride before the starting parade kicks in. When it is time to go through the grid order, we will do that when the grid is formed. Oh no, 7 DPIs, as I mentioned that. We just had a last minute joiner. Excellent. That's good to see. I'm trying to think who's just appeared. So Mike will figure that out as we go. That's Dennis. Oh, go on.
Yeah, I think it's the 2 Team Adrenaline cars. There's 2 of them there at the moment, which not quite sure how that's happened. But Sebastian Deville and Ronan Senior find themselves both in this session at the moment. So maybe just a last minute.
So it is.
They've got to decide who's starting this race because that's the only one that's allowed in this warm-up session. But
That's right,
you cannot have 2 cars. They could in practice. You're not scoring points twice, I'm afraid, team number 33. I get you want to try and make up some lost ground, but that's not the way you do it.
nice try. But I'm afraid that's not how it works.
Indeed. So,
clutch combination.
there's Richie Hoyer.
Oh, yes.
Team squad. almost flirting with the dirt there. Richie pressing on.
The new Mango.
See what he can do in the car now. Richie, I think, qualified the car second yesterday in the evening qualifying session, if memory serves. Now, as a reminder for the sessions we have had, so we had 2 official practice sessions 2 days ago, and then we had 2 qualifying sessions yesterday. So 1 in the day, 1 in the night, and the average of those 2 qualifying times were what was used to form the grid. So it's not just one session, it's not just whoever did well in one particular time event, it was the average of both. So not necessarily the same driver in both sessions. Some teams did, some teams kept the same person in the car throughout both sessions, some switched them around. Michi Hoyer was in for the evening stint for the number 18 car, and has vanished into the ether. Nice trick.
Meanwhile,
He'll reappear at some point. Hopefully for them, he'll reappear.
Oh, that's nothing special.
So, yes, Burst Esports in a good position. But of course, qualifying only goes so far.
It's time to run the starting grid.
We are now in the warm-up session. That's why we saw Mitchie disappear. Time to look at the starting grid then. So,
Only starting driver in warm-up.
Only starting pointing the cameras for us,
We
and
are
also
in
bringing up
warm-up
all
now,
of
so
our
only starting driver in warm-up. Thank you.
overlays. Right then, in the pole position, there it is, the number 64. It's the Maradnis E-Stars car. Starting that is going to be Jimmy Nusala.
Yes, and then in second place, the Burst Sport Simplexity machine, the number 18, and we believe that's going to be started by Michi Hoyer.
We believe so indeed. Number 17, it's Unison Racing, will take on the 3rd position, and that is going to be piloted by Denis Ashenko.
4th place here on the grid, Sem 9 Axel, and at the wheel of that, Alistair Young to start this one.
Our lead LMP2 car is the number 94, the Burst Esports Gooder car, and that's going to be started by Damien Scovron.
Second place in the LMP2 class. 6th place overall will be the Sem 9 Axel machine. No data as to who might start this one, but anyone between Nabil, Inigo or Mohammed.
Number 33, Team Adrenaline. We think that is a Roman Signor that is starting that one in P7.
The 8th overall is the LMP2 car, the Juices Motorsport Club, made up of Robert Paul, Sabakis and Stein Prince.
Number 1, Team Viaducten, so Mikael Sigard, Nicholas Morik and Jonas Steinberg. We believe it's Jonas that is starting that one. The number 1 starting in 9th.
B10, the 164 satellite racing machine, should be James Juba as the starting driver there.
Number 77, Team Iris, now a bit late to the party for qualifying. Not 100% sure who is starting that one, but it's going to be Tane Lauer, Marty Varga or Benzi Horvath.
P12 overall and leading the GTE Juices Motorsport Club, Wojciech Polesny, we believe, is starting this one.
Number 54, the MPE Musto Pescara ADG car. That, I think, might well be Deegan Fair Club starting that one. We'll be starting from 13th.
Group P40, then Mugen Sim Racing, we believe Roland Schutz is starting this one.
717, Unison Racing is going to be taking on the 15th position. Beautifully coloured car. Looking forward to seeing how they perform.
Then it's ID Sim Sport in the 166 in P16. I believe that's going to be Michael Pedersen starting.
Number 53 is the second of the MPE cars. And that is going to be started by Eros Michuli.
Pole for the GT3 class, P18 overall, is Mugen Sim Racing, the 82. Believe that's going to be piloted first by Christopher Kianek.
Number 45, the DIS Sim Racing Land Porsche. We're not sure who's starting that one. It could be Andy Kurtzen, Yannick Gotteshard, Mikkel Lundtoft.
P20 and second in GT3 is the Aztec Sim Sportsman by Volante Racing 585, Niels Hugeveen, Maciej Kasprick and Eliseo Neto.
The Satellite Racing number 264 is being started in 21st by Tom Capusta.
Then P22 overall is the MCM Motorsports machine, the number 27. No data as to who's starting that one just yet.
Number 13, the CKR team, the Brazilian blazing car. Again, not sure who's done on that one. It's either Pedro Delgado, Leandro or Lucas Vela.
Glam Racing in the 404 starting P24 overall. We believe Henrik Hoyer is going to be at the wheel first.
In P25 for the GT3s, it's the 32 beautiful McLaren of either Kara Helmer Hufgaard, Rasmus Borgqvist or Pelly Anderson.
Then it's the 777 of DSR Gadget.dk. We believe that is going to be driven by Stephen Salsgaard.
Number 188, the Teleforeningen BMW will be started by Gert Nielsen.
Then we have a P28, no qualifying times yesterday, but Cyber Links Racing would be starting P28 if they do take the start.
Likewise, the Team Iris number 7, if they are able to join us. Again, we don't know who will be taking part. They weren't in the qualifying session. The Sven Gielhud, Misha Rowe or Emily starting that car.
Looking forward to getting this one up and ready. We have 27 guaranteed starters. The LMP2 at the back. It's always going to be just tough if you miss qualifying and you were enter the race. You have to try and find your way through those gaps, through the order. And there is Michi Hoyer. So we definitely know he's starting first in the number 18 burst esports complexity. A couple of announcements from race control from about 15 minutes before warm-up, 30 minutes before warm-up, 45 minutes before warm-up. That it's very clear. It's only the starting drivers allowed in this session so that when we get to the start of the race, there's no need for any driver changes. We can just go straight into the 12 hours of Sebring.
Indeed, indeed. It all boils down to this. All the posturing, all the practicing leads to this moment in time. Well, will lead to the moment in 10.5 minutes, I should say, when we get to the grid and get this 12-hour race underway. We actually still have more people joining, I've just seen. A few more cars have appeared in the timing list. Again, more the merrier as far as I'm concerned. Very, very much looking forward to this. Yeah, broken record statement, and I don't apologise for making it. These events have always proven to be very, very action-packed. And yeah, looking forward to getting this one underway.
I don't know if production can just give us a look at the weather radar just to see what's been going on at Sebring. Of course, Florida is a very interesting place to go racing. We are looking at that. The threat of rain is very much southeast of the circuit and very much into the southeast of the map as well. So further south of Florida. So the threat of rain, not yet. But you see that little bit of rain, that little bit of activity down at the southwest starting to make its way northwards. Shouldn't be a problem for now, but as we all have seen in Florida, if you've ever been to Florida, if you've ever even heard of Florida, you'll know that later on in the day, in the afternoon, that's when you get to those storms. They just come out of nowhere and will surprise everybody. So we'll see how it all plays out. But for now, it's dry. That's all we can say for now.
I've heard the weather in Florida being described as bipolar in the past, so yeah, it can change very quickly. But at the moment, no immediate threat. And as we've also said throughout the course of the qualifying and practice sessions, yeah, the weather flirts with us sometimes. And also, oddly, we've had the threat of rain during practice and during qualifying, and mysteriously Sebring seems to be in some kind of weather vacuum where the rain just bypasses us. So we had a tiny bit of rain in one of the practice sessions that did cause a bit of slipperiness, but nothing more than that. Certainly not anything that would warrant any kind of tyre changing or anything like that. So either way, now starting to see the starting drivers get out there. Not everybody is out on track that's in session at the moment, I can see, but either way,
Car number 33, please enter warm-up now. Thank you.
Oh, race control there, just ordering the number 33. Get into the warm-up now, because of course we will be heading into the race. That's the Team Adrenaline car. Get in here and get on with it. Very much.
For the process of dry race.
You know, they were ordered into the session. They do have to be in, not necessarily right at the beginning of the practice session, but they do have to be in so that they can take their proper place on the grid. That's essentially what they're being told. Starting the CKR car, I noticed that we've got the Brazilian blazing McLaren. It's Lucas Bella that is taking on the McLaren. Oh, that's busy. Oh, there is the CKR car, actually, just as I mentioned it. Oh, wow. So that's Wojciech Bolesny having an argument with the 32 McLaren, and then, Lucas Bella flirting with the dust. Now isn't the race, but this is, you can expect plenty of this because the timings were really quite close. There goes, I think it was Jimmy Nusela that was disappearing out of shot there. Wojciech Bolesny, he's gotten past the McLaren, and now he's got another one of the LMP.
Please enter the server now, please.
Car number 77 is now being ordered into the session. So that's Team Iris, isn't it? So yes, that's one of the Team Iris cars. So I'm taking that to mean that we don't have the 241 and 7 cars. So we are going to miss. Oh dear! Mr. Kaspersky missed a corner there. He also missed the barrier, in fairness, although nearly collected one of the NAP cars coming past him. Oh, that's the same 9 axle car that nearly got collected. Well behaved. Now, all the drivers have been kind of told about track rejoins. We did see some less than ideal track rejoins in the course of the sessions leading up to now. They have been kind of informed to watch what they're doing.
77, if you're not on the server within a minute, you will be disclosed from the race.
Get underway with the 12 hours of Sebring very shortly. We'll go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, it's the start of the race. Don't go anywhere.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriots, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Welcome back to the GTR24H EEWC round number 3. It's race day here at Sebring, and the drivers are just partaking in a last session warm-up. 1.5 minutes of that remaining before we hit the grid. 12 hours here of this very bumpy, very testing, trying American classic. Chris Buxton and Kieran McGinley in the box at the moment. We will have our wonderful Yusuf Bitihile jumping in from time to time to give one of us a break at least. But for now, Kieran, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to rumble.
Me too. I'm looking forward to this one, seeing what can happen. We've seen the GTEs and the GT3s have been very, very close. The hypercars have been, well, I say Miranda's E-Stars have been really on form today. Can anybody stop them in the hyper class today, in the hypercar class, I should say, today? And with LMP2s, there's always something to look at in LMP2. They'll be battling away, and with traffic here at Sebring, should be very, very close to call here. Respect the bumps. We've already seen plenty of back ends falter this, well, over the past weekend or so. Many back ends being lost at turn 1 and going through Sunset Bend, where people ride just low enough so that the bumps have a huge effect. Let's see how they all plan out.
Respect the bumps. Copyright Kieran McGinley. Yes, anyone that isn't is going to be finding themselves facing the wrong way, and as Kieran said, we have seen plenty of that as time has gone on. So then, the warm-up session is just winding down now. And then we will be, it has indeed expired, so we are just waiting for the session then to form the grid. Oh, come on, let's go. This is where the adrenaline and the excitement is all bubbling over. It's all the nerves are going to be really raw at this point, aren't they? So just waiting then for the grid to be formed, and then formation lap done, and all the talking and posturing will be dealt with, and it is time to see the action live. But of course we have to wait for the server to do its thing, the drivers to get into position, and for business to get underway. I'm just looking at the timing screen. It looks like we're in the transition now. There we go. Safety car is ready to do its thing. Now, it will be a full lap behind the pace car, I believe, so we'll have a bit of a time to talk before we get this amazing race underway. Who is going to fall victim of the bumps? Who's going to be dislodging and their rear wings? We saw a few of them go to the marshals as souvenirs. We will see.
Will indeed, and wherever you're watching us in the world, welcome along. If you want to have a chat with us, make sure you're in the YouTube chat. Joao Barbosa is very excited in our YouTube chat as the pace lap does get underway here at Sebring. And of course, make sure hashtag GTR24H. If you want to tweet at the commentary box, you can indeed. We'd love to hear from you.
Absolutely, and of course the pace car is a Corvette. It just wouldn't be cricket, would it? If it was a non-American brand that's leading this field away. And look at that, everybody resplendent in their colours, and we are led through turn one. Of course, it's a GTR emblazoned Corvette. Again, it wouldn't be one of our broadcasts if it wasn't. We own that, of course, you know, but we commentators don't get to play with the toys. Only the management gets that. Through turn one, then, we saw quite a few rear wing deposited on the outside of that particular turn, and I suspect we're going to be seeing quite a bit of it again. Down towards turn two, this is where we saw a few questionable rejoins over the course of the week. There were several places, but there was particularly here in turn two. The bumps don't really relent anywhere. Again, just because of the twisty nature of the circuit, and it's bumpy everywhere. These drivers have got to really, really focus for probably more than they would usually like to in an endurance event. But again, you've got to respect the bumps, exactly as Kieran said. You've got to keep your eye. You've got to keep your focus the whole time. So particularly later on in the race, when fatigue is going to start kicking in, we're going to start seeing some mistakes. So whilst the likes of Burst Esports are controlling the roost at the moment, doesn't mean there will be by the end of the 12 hours.
Absolutely, and we'll just have to wait and see here. Yeah, you see the pace car starting to speed up now, so the rest of the field will have to follow. You'll see as well there's a little bit of a gap between the hypercars and the LMP2s and the GT cars, and that's just so that there is a little bit of buffer in towards turn one, because the last thing you want is someone to lose control in one of the higher classes and one of the GT cars to mop up. That's not necessarily what the drivers want, so they'll hang back just a little bit so that they can get through their own turn one in their own way. But coming in towards the halfway into the lap then, and well, the tensions are high. If you had a chance to grab your popcorn here in the halfway stage of the EEWC, that's where we'll be in around 12 hours time. Go do it now. In fact, get a popcorn, just get one every hour. That's how you'll know the progression of time in this race. One an hour, you should be fine.
Absolutely. We're just seeing on our own cameras, Mitchie Hoyer for the Burst Esports Complexity Squad suddenly gesticulated. So hopefully there's not trouble already for the number 18 cars. What quite he was gesticulating at, I'm not certain. But
I think it was because race control said we're going to speed up, and then the car in front of him didn't speed up. Something like that. That looked to be what that case was. But we've got a four-way split here, and hopefully we'll be picking up the lead-up of each class and seeing how they all pan out through turn one. Should be an excellent one. Mr. Buxton, take us through this race start.
Oh, I certainly shall. As the field then comes through Le Mans curve. Again, it's going to be an interesting area there. They're coming through there at a kind of medium-ish speed. I say medium because, of course, it depends on the car. So I can't say they come through this at 100 kph when some cars obviously won't be anywhere near that. But heading down towards the Ormond Straight into Sunset Bend, the bumpiest part of the circuit, and that's going to be where most cars are catapulted out of control. So into the big old camera, and as the field start to work their way through Sunset Bend, oh, that's getting fidgety already. Come on, calm down, we haven't even got underway. So pace car pulls in, green flag, green lights or lights out, according to the wheel. We are racing here in Sebring, and already lots and lots of side-by-sides, as you imagine, all four categories then getting the hammer down and starting to really mean business. Now, we did see side-by-side. Look at that, Burst Esports, he's already in the lead. Cars already heading towards us. I think that might have been Dennis Shashenko that was heading backwards towards the wall at turn one, but no one has deposited their rear wing there just yet. It did look like, indeed, Mitchie Hoyer has indeed gotten up into the lead. There's Nabil Aslan in the 721 car, as you can see, 79 axle squad, not car number 21, I should say. Lots and lots of cars to try and keep up with. I don't envy our production team for trying to keep up with everybody. Oh, that's getting very close. Now, yes, it's a 12-hour race. You don't gain too much by fighting so hard so early on. But let's face it, the racing instinct kicks in. You want to be getting into at least a rhythm, and to do so, you want to be as far at the field as you can get. There is the adrenaline car, Sebastian Deville. We saw him backwards into the wall, particularly coming out of Sunset Bend a few times. But it looks like so far so good.
So far, so good. Everyone just about made it through turn one. Everyone tiptoeing their way through as James Juba here in the 164 Satellite looking to try and get past Nabil Aslan in the 7-line Axel machine. And we go picture in picture at the moment. Manuel Yankalila we were following him at one point, but you see there James Juba just trying to put that pressure on and see what happens. There's the Glam Racing machine trying to go, what's that now, going up the inside. There's Chris. There's just simply too much going on for us to realise, as that was the viaducting car. I think that was moments ago, possibly hitting the wall. Yes, it was. Big time as well, very early on in this race. That's a very odd place to lose the back end, and then just for good measure, hitting the tyre wall too. That is a worst possible start of a team viaducting. Only minutes into this race, they're going to have to come back to the pits for major repairs.
That looks like a technical fault of some description, either as some kind of game freeze or steering wheel issue or something like that, because there was no steering going on as that car came to rest. But further up, there's Denis Yashenko on the back of, I think he's got some LMPs ahead of him, so that's not an ideal situation for him. So there's Jimmy Nusela for the Mirantis Us, still nailed to the back of Michi Hoyer, leading the way. There is James D'Souza now in fourth for the LMP2s. That's the adrenaline car that we're looking at, I think, or we did briefly. Again, was looking at so many side-by-sides going on. Yellow flag out there, sector 2, didn't see who that was. That's the lead battle. So the 18 car, Michi Hoyer, did manage to get a great start and got alongside and ahead of Jimmy Nusela before they even got through turn 1. That's on board with the number 64 Miradnis E-Stars car, working their way through the lap. Of course, we're right at the beginning of daylight hours. It's 25 degrees track temperature, so it's absolutely ideal racing conditions at the moment. Of course, proper time progression will descend us into darkness before the race concludes. So, and if the rain has its way, we may well be seeing rain in the dark hours as well. So that's going to be amusing. Good fun for us. That is, I suspect that is when for the overlay to update to tell us who's in that car. I thought it was Denis Yashenko in the fifth place DPI car. So he's got the 3 LMP2 cars directly ahead of him. So the pace difference between LMP and DPI is not colossal here. Oh, wow, that's getting lively. Oh, no, that's one of the Porsches off. That was running at Sukes. It's gone past, that's Max Bunovic, I think. No, a big pardon, it was Eros Misuli that's gone off the road. There was the 53 car that's gone for a wander. Whoa, Struth. We see Kaspersky in the Audi almost coming to grief with the aforementioned number 53 Porsche. Now the GTs and GT3s are, again, very, very similar pace between the two. That is the Unison Racing BMW. That is Max Bunovic in control of that one, right behind Ronan Sukes in the Mugen car. Almost going side by side. Oh no, as the 717 bounces off the inside wall, tries to get alongside. Oh, that's dicey. Considering how many oversteer moments we've seen, that's a fairly decent move then for Bunovic. He's now got the inside line again for turn 2, and that is third in the GTEs as Sukes tries to cut back underneath the 717 Unison Racing BMW. Can't quite do it at the moment. The picture, that's Darius Andre in the 15 Duties Motorsport car. Now he is in a great position, second place in the LMP2s. The car directly ahead is Denis Yashenko in the DPI class. But Daniel Skavron, there you can see the white 94 Burst Esports Scooter Sunglasses car a little bit up the road, so he hasn't got too far to challenge the top spot at the moment. We are looking a little bit further back in the GTEs. Michael Pedersen in the 166 in the 166 car. Now looking at Henrik. We were looking at Henrik Hoyer. There is the 6th place GTE car at the moment. That's actually Kasperkit already ahead. That's the Gadgethausen car.
Two things happening here at once.
There's too many things going on at once. The production is doing a great job trying to bring us action from absolutely everywhere. It makes it good fun to commentate on. Of course, we will settle into a rhythm and start to get into the usual endurance racing mode. But 10 minutes down, and the team viaducting car is they haven't made it back to the pits yet. The car is still moving, but it's or has it been through the? No, beg your pardon, it has been through the pits. So it's now back out on track, but it is of course stone dead last.
And I believe we're going to have a replay here of turn 1 very, very shortly and try and unpack and unravel what on earth happened through there. But at the moment, then, Burst Esports Simplexity, Michihoya leading the way. Radness E starts the wheel, Jimmy Nisela in second place in DPI. And look at this. That's contact there, further back. And that will be why we saw one of the DPI's, Denis Ischenko, further back because he was a little bit of contact made and then fall right behind the LMP2. So he's had to fight his way up through the order, which I think he has done now. And in the GTs as well, I mean, very much using, I mean, I guess that's what the outside of turn 1 is there for. But I mean, did we tell these drivers it was a 12-hour endurance or was it a 12-hour sprint? I do forget these things. But
12-hour sprint, love it. That's I'm game for that. Yeah, I believe that was Alex de Jong in the 79 Axel car that just had that big moment of understeer that sent him wide, and Denis Ischenko was the one that ultimately paid the price for that. However, plenty of time to recover from such things. As we now look at Alvaro Incusti in the 27 MCM Motorsport car. At the tail end of the GTs at the moment, but right on the back of Tom Kapusta in the Satellite Racing number 264, right ahead of him. There's the picture-in-picture of Jimmy Nisela. Well, that's actually Michihoya, but Jimmy Nisela is there. The lead battle. They've been glued together all season, let alone all session. So I suspect they're going to be glued together all race long. Of course, we will have driver swaps going on. No one is going to do all 12 hours all on their own. Wojciech Polesny towards the sharper end of the GTEs. He's chasing Manuel Biancalida. Busto Pescara, number 54, Porsche right ahead of him. And yeah, we're not going to be seeing any kind of letting anybody go this time. It's all going to be slipstreaming and pressure application. Getting up towards Sunset Bend. Porsche ahead of Aston. Who is going to come out on top of there? Well, there's no immediate challenge for the position at that point. Again, riding on board, bearing in mind the cars are very, very heavy at the moment. They're brimmed to maximum with fuel, and you can still see how they're chucked around by the bumps. The GTE cars do ride the bumps a little bit more comfortably than the LMP prototype cars do, but even still, they are thrown around something chronic as we've got a pass going on there. Oh, that is close. Very, very close indeed.
Replay.
Oh, Lucas Vela for CKR. That's gone horribly wrong at Sunset Bend. That's a replay going on there. So the tail's let go. Has he kept it out of the wall is the crucial part. Still rotating. No, he's off. He's actually exiting the circuit now, going in that direction. So that's a wonderful bit of parking. That's going to take a while to get out of. But, you know, bravo for artistic impression there.
Well, he managed to get out of it eventually, but yes, you're right. That is absolutely not ideal. You know, hitting the wall there and bouncing back would have been actually probably the worst fate. The fact that he's only clipped it and then gone right into a gap, there's probably less damage there, as we see then Juice's Motorsport Club trying to find a way through. Sorry, Satellite Racing trying to find a way through against Alvaro Incausti at the moment, but Incausti at the moment in the MCM has made his way through. So Tom Kapusta in the 264 Satellite dropping a position to MCM Motorsport. We have yellow flags in Sector 3. Can't find where they are, so that must have been a bit of a moment, but they're back underway. And as we see, picture in picture, battle for the lead of GTE in the main picture, and in the top right, battle for DPI. It's been really, really close at the moment. The only one who's fallen really afoul has been Vidukton. They've managed to, well, early on in the first lap of the race, lose control. Now, whether that was a technical fault, it did look very, very odd as a driver error. We're probably going to put it down as a technical fault. They have come back to the pits. They are still in this race, but we see then on the right-hand side, Wojciech Polesny trying to find his way past Manuel Biancolina for the lead of GTE. He might look for a move up the inside, but it's such a tricky place to get a move done unless you're side by side through turn 1. And then, of course, it's very wide. Then all of a sudden just narrows down in the blink of an eye up towards turn 2. And Polesny here, I think wisely thinking, maybe just keep the pressure up for now.
That's the thing, isn't it? It's very tempting to overdrive, push too hard in so early on in an endurance race to improve your position. Now, we're already seeing the leaders now causing the blue flag. Oh dear, that's not ideal. Michael Pedersen is in trouble in the 166 car. We kind of caught the end of that, so not quite sure what happened there. But that's not ideal. No, Tonka Buster was in there. Oh, he dropped it on his own.
Yeah,
Oh dear.
So he went up the inside, but then just carried a little bit too much speed through, and the rear end said, "You're having a laugh," and then made contact. Then just an innocent bystander with one of the Porsches there, I think. But yeah, just unfortunately, just a little bit too much speed through, and that sent the car around.
Now traffic management is going to be part of the game, and there we go, nicely done there by Lucas Vela in the CKR car. Now, as a reminder, as is usually the way in endurance racing, it is up to the faster car to figure their way past the slower ones. Slower cars are not obliged, and indeed are discouraged from jumping out of the way very suddenly of the faster cars coming past them. If they're being lapped by their own class, yes, they must make an effort to get out of the way, because of course the pace difference isn't so big in your own class. But the GT cars are not obliged, and like I said, they're discouraged from jumping out of the way, because the last thing that the faster classes want is for a GT car, or indeed an LMP, any car, to jump in their way, trying to be helpful, and actually going into the line they've just planned for. Voita Bolesny goes through, really hustling hard for the lead of the GTEs. That's actually saying that he's in the lead. He's not quite. He's side by side with Manuel Biancalila. That's allowing Max Bunovic right behind, side by side in turn one. Oh, that's determination from the man from the Czech Republic, and the man from Italy as well, in fairness, but neither of them giving any quarter. You can argue they can afford to battle this hard because they're in the lead of the class, but that's just allowing Max Bunovic in the Unison car to stay with them. There you go, you can see in that particular shot. Is it wise to battle this hard so early on? Take your pick, insert answer here. But in my opinion, they're not really going to work together, are they? So, Hyshenko! Oh dear, a tap on the side of the 404 Glam Racing Audi there. And both of them are a similar colour, but yeah, Dennis just locked up a little bit there, trying to work his way through the traffic. Oh, sideways. Here we go again. This is a three-way fight now for the top of the GTE class. Now, this gives us lots to shout about. I don't think we had a shortage of things to shout about. Oh, no! Oh, that's Biancalila that slams into the wall. I'm going to give second to Bunovic for Unison Racing. Oh, that Porsche is going to be horrible to steer now. That was a big hit off the wall.
Just how much suspension damage will there be as they tried to battle side by side, and all Max Bunovic did was just watch on. And you'll see here there might be a little bit of lock of wheels, and yeah, for the Musto car there's just already too much speed through there. Then the contact's made, it just sends him into the wall there. Yeah, how much suspension damage, how much damage to the car will there be, how much will that affect the steering? We then jump straight to the battle for the lead in hypercars at the moment. Michi Hoyer still at the 18 here. A Burst Esports Simplexity, a cry from production. This is so hectic. I agree. Here comes Jimmy Nisela trying to go round the outside in the Moradnes E-Stars car, round in towards Sunset Bend, but respect for the bumps there was wayward, and he's able to drop back in, but loses a bit of time. And this really now, traffic management. We didn't see a lot of this in qualifying. Everyone was generally well behaved, but now in the early stages of this race, they have to be so careful. And around goes Fernand Schutz at turn one, made the contact there. There'll be yellow flags. The rest of the field coming through has to be careful, and that's the DAS Sim Racing Lab car getting wayward as well, and well, just about recovered there was that BMW. My goodness, that was so close. And here comes Sebastian Deville trying to battle away here with Denis Eschenko. Now, Eschenko was on the outside of turn one and lost positions to LMP2 cars. He's now brought that car back up to fourth place in class. That's a fantastic start from Denis Eschenko, considering where he started turn one.
This is bonkers. I love it. This is great fun for us. The drivers must be having an absolute blooming mare, though. They're really... I suspect they're kind of really not wanting this much action, but it's great for us. We now look at Max Bunovic. You clearly tell that Biancalida is not able to keep pace with the GTEs now that he's got that. He's still in third, but he's now fallen really behind that lead battle for class. We look at Iris Mussolini in Mussolini? No, that's not right at all. Musili in the 53 car. Musili, what am I on about?
I'm worried about you, Chris.
Oh God, so am I.
You see, look on board with Eros Mashuli when it gets towards Le Mans and then up towards the Allman Straight. You watch on board. If we can get back on board, you'll see he's actually steering to counteract a little bit of damage in that 53 Mustang Pescara car. So there is damage to that Porsche. So that's going to have to be managed, and the DIS Sim Racing Lab machine right behind as well as they head their way up towards Sunset Bend. And there goes the CKR car up the inside and gets a little bit of grass just for good measure as Lucas Verla. We saw him really sideways and backwards. Oh, as there goes. No, that's the Telefonigen car. The 188 Gert Nielsen at the wheel of that one goes off track. Did he make contact with the wall? Couldn't quite tell. But Lucas Verla gets a position up here as we ride on board with, I believe this is Vojta Bolesny, who's leading the Juice's Motorsport Club car in the lead of GTE. But right behind him, Max Bunovic in the... Oh, that's the DIS Sim Racing Lab car. Around and so involved was the 53 of Eros Masciuli in the Mustang Pescara car. This has been absolutely mad, this start of the race.
This is absolutely insane. I can't believe how many incidents we've had, but Sebring giveth and Sebring takes it away. It is a very difficult... Whoa, look at that. That's the DIS Sim Racing car way too hard going into turn one. And of course, with the field so condensed, that was unfortunate. There was no way that the 53 car could have avoided that.
I mean, he did a superb job, Masciuli, there to try and avoid that. You know, I think there was a slight bit of contact there, but bear in mind that Sim Racing Lab car came straight back onto the track after spinning out. They did a phenomenal job to make sure that that was the lessened impact possible, especially with an already damaged car, as we see then, I think that's Spencer Horvat in the number 77 Team Iris trying to make its way through the field now, fifth in class, and that's the car directly ahead of it, the Juices Motorsport Club in the LMP2 class as well. I really feel for production. This has been a hectic start to this race. We did hear a cry from them in our ears. There's so much going on. You're doing a fine job, production. It's so mad, the start of this race. I don't think Matsusaka was this mad of a start. It generally calmed down after the first 10 minutes, but this could go on and on and on.
Yes, please. As far as I'm concerned, I'll have some of that. Back up to the top for the DPIs then. Jimmy Nusela still chasing Michi Hoyer. There's barely been more than half a second between those two cars. All right, barely more than a second, I should say, because as soon as I said that, the gap went up to about 0.8 of a second. But, you know, as so early in the race, that's fairly irrelevant. Whoa, but Maciej Kasperczyk is going for a bit of a bump through Sunset Bend. He's still nailed to the back of, that is not class leader, that is the DIS Sim Racing car that he was on. We're on board with now, the spinning Porsche. Now, the only car that I can see that's been through the pits is actually the Team Viaductum car. So, despite we've had spins and impacts as the DIS Sim Racing car does a bit of lawn mowing on the outside of turn one, no one's come in to repair their damage yet. And again, that makes sense. You've got a strategy you want to keep to. Of course, they know when certain drivers are going to be jumping into the car and things like that. So I can imagine that if the car is in a decent condition or a drivable condition, they're just going to live with it. But if they're going to lose so much time, then they may as well bring that in. There you go. You can see on the tower how much time that one impact, that one technical trouble had for Team Viaductum. 3 laps down so early on. That's not a huge amount in sim racing terms. Wrong phrase. That's habit for you. For endurance racing, 3 laps you can make up over the course of 12 hours. So in some instances, 3 laps is an impossible target to make back. But 3 laps you could make back if someone else has an issue or has a disconnect or whatever. 3 laps can disappear. Equally, that could become much worse. But the Viaductum car, all crucially, they haven't just had an issue early on and thrown in the towel, which is good to see. All of our runners are still going.
Yeah, it's great to see. And as you say, 3 laps is absolutely nothing when the space of 12 hours. And if you were going to get an issue, you'd rather it early on so you have all the rest of the race, all the rest of the 11.5 hours to close up and to get rid of that time lost. We ride on board with, I believe, the DIS Sim Racing Lab on the front bumper as it now makes its way through in towards this long straight up towards Sunset Bend. Chucking the car in and hoping it sticks, and That's a little bit of a moment there, but just about managed to gather it up, I think, as we now ride back on board with the battle for the hyperclass cars. Burst Esports Simplexity, Michi Hoyer still leading the way. Jimmy Nisela is chasing him all the way in the 64 Maradnes E-Stars, and these two have been pretty inseparable all race long so far, as that was Alvaro Incausti in the MCM Motorsport machine trying to find his way through the field, and this, I don't think, no, this is a GT3 car right ahead of it, so this isn't a battle for position, this is just a battle to try and get ahead. I think that's the Acetec Sim Sports by Volante Racing, and that is someone off the road. That's one of the SM9 Axle cars. Denis Yushchenko now has moved up into third place.
That would be Alistair Young then in the number 11 SM9 Axle car in the background of the shot, I believe. Oh, here we go again. Now, this is a bit of an awkward position essentially for Marcio Kaspersky in that GT3 car in the 585 Audi. Now, he could allow, strictly speaking, he should allow Alvaro Incausti through. But as you can quite clearly see, he's not that much slower than the chasing Corvette. So, they're not in the same class, but he's clearly not slower. So it is a bit of an oddity there. He's the GT3 leader is Cristian Chianek from Mugensen Racing. They are not that far ahead, but they are a distance down the road. As that is Kaspersky that's wandered a little bit too wide there, coming through Tower, now down towards Debian. That's cost him a little bit of time off the back of the DIS Sim Racing Porsche, and we're going to be seeing these two a lot, I dare say. Well, we're hopefully going to see everybody a lot over the course of the 12 hours, but these two in particular, I think, are going to hog the lion's share of the camera time, as just lap after lap after lap, corner after corner, they are just glued to each other. Oh, here we go. Is this an opportunity for Incausti to get past the Audi? No, and there you see that if there was such a big pace difference, the GTE Corvette would have just Aston, beg your pardon, I keep saying Corvette. The GTE Aston would have just blasted past the Audi, but very clearly didn't. Even in slipstream, when he jumped out of it, he just lost all his momentum. So Kaspersky isn't really obliged to jump to allow the 27 MCM car through, to allow Incausti through. Because again, if you did, Kaspersky could actually then legitimately overtake the number 27 Mac again. Now, a slower class car can, by that entire sentence again, a slower class car can overtake a faster class car, and equally, you're allowed to unlap yourself from a car ahead of you as long as you do not impede the car that you've just overtaken. And that's a perfect case that Kaspersky, whilst that is an on-track position, it's not a class position. So, but they're on the same lap. So it's a little bit of a strange situation for him so early on. But he's doing the right thing. He doesn't have to jump out of the way, and it would look like the Audi would just not breeze past the Aston, but certainly keep him honest as we see the DPI leaders come past the CKR McLaren again. They're back up to speed. I can see from their lap times they're looking to close in on the 32 McLaren. So a little distance up the road. But after an early spin for the Brazilian blazing car, they are still working their way through. It does look like, though, that the DPI leaders, the only thing that can stop them is themselves, because they are quite some distance. They're a good quarter of a lap now ahead of Denis Yushchenko in the 17 Unison car.
Yeah, and how far down the road do you say, let's work together? Let's not cost each other too much time here. Let's sort of work together, use the slipstream, and see how far we can get away from everybody else. That's a legitimate strategy. Or Michi Hoyer going up the inside of the Glam Racing car, then all the way through. Wow, that was brave. Well, brave. I'm going to go with brave, because he made that stick, and he had to make that one stick. And now coming up towards the 777 Gadget Husit machine, making his way through now up towards Sunset Bend. And moments like that, decisions like that, can make or break a race. And for Michi Hoyer right now, slightly defensive in towards Sunset Bend. He doesn't care that we're through with almost through with the first half an hour. He's going to keep pressing on, pushing on, because Jimmy Nisela is really pushing him to the edge.
You're absolutely right. There is an advantage to working with your competitors to build a gap, particularly early on. But again, they are competitors. Are they realistically going to do it? I mean, Michi Hoyer and Jimmy Nisela have crossed swords many, many times, so they're not unfamiliar with the art of endurance racing. They know exactly what their cars are capable of, yada, yada, yada. It could be that Jimmy is just quite happy to stay in the slipstream, stay nailed to the back of Mitty Hoyer. He's probably, if that's the case, then Jimmy will be happier about that than Mitty will be. And again, getting skitty coming through the hairpin there for, well, actually for both cars, but Jimmy in particular, as we were riding on board with him. It is one of these things that you don't really know, and I can't imagine they're communicating with one another. Of course, they're not on the same team. If they were teammates, we could understand them working together, but they're not, and they've crossed swords many a time. So, are they working together? Only they know. They could well do. That's Kaspersky coming past the Aston again. I've just realised. That's Encaustic. So that got lively. So yeah, the Aston did manage to get past him, but Kaspersky has thought, you know what, I don't fancy that. I'm going to jump back ahead of you again. That's actually cost them time. There's the DIS Sim Racing Porsche, well, along with an army of cars right behind them. Flash of the lights from Inkowski. Wasn't best pleased with it, but it was a fair move. There wasn't any bumping and barging going on. There's the fire ducting car, I believe, that's right ahead of them. So, yes, it is. So, that's another lap down for the number one, sadly. As they're now catching, that is Inkowski that we've just been looking at, that's coming past, or trying to come past Kaspersky. Now, here is where you're going to see a perfect opportunity of what on earth do I do here? The slower cars, of course, got to mind their own business and get on with whatever the battles they're in. But they do have to be mindful of the fact that they've got the DPI cars screaming up behind them. So they don't want to jump in their way, but they've got to remain predictable for the faster cars to come past them.
They do indeed, and whilst we try and unpackage and pretty much just take a step back from this opening half an hour, it's been absolutely crazy. We're going to go to a commercial break here. We'll leave you with the action of the battle for the lead, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriots, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper, It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry, NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Welcome back then, after the first half an hour of the 12 hours of Sebring here for the third round of the EEWC here at GTR24H. We saw Inkowski look like he got away with the one during that commercial break with the battle there with the 585 Acitec SimSports by Volante racing machine. We'd think he got away with it, and looking back at it, he did. A battle not really for position, just for pride, I guess, and well, to be fair to the Audi, the 585, it's doing a really, really good job out there. All that's doing is it's allowing Chris Mechanic to make its way. So here's the full screen version, if you like. Trying to get the way through, you see there the Audi sort of slows down. Inkowski tries to catch it, and I think he just about caught it there. And, well, since then, off screen, Inkowski has got back ahead of the Acitec SimSports by Volante racing machine. There you see they have swapped positions again, but this time it looks like Inkowski has laid down the marker and said, nope, you're not coming past this time. Driver and team into the pits. It is Maradnes E-Starts. Jimmy Nisula brings that car into the pits.
All right, he's had enough staying behind Michi Hoyer. I tell you who has had trouble. Number 67, the Mugen Sim racing car, has had a disconnect. Ronan Sukes has that car is now back in the garage. Now I've seen that Ronan Sukes has reconnected certainly to TeamSpeak that obviously we're operating with. Oh, that looked lively for Ashenko there. But yeah, trouble for 67 Mugens in Racing. They've had a disconnect. Hopefully their car will be back out on track soon. But that is that's not ideal because they were going great guns in the GTE class. Now finding themselves quite some distance back from the field. Hopefully Ronan will be able to get that car back on track as quickly as possible.
Yes, sorry Chris, we've had an update from Race Control that car 54 will be getting a drive-through penalty. So car 54, I believe, is one of the Mr. Pescara cars. It's third in class at the moment. That's for contact made with the number 67. That's the Mugen Sim Racing GTE car in turn 1. That's the latest from Race Control. So a drive-through penalty for the 54 that's currently third in class. Looking around, let's see. Yeah, we've seen the black and white unsportsmanlike flag. That means that the team has got themselves a penalty. And well, 12 seconds is their next car, their sister car, the 53 Mustang Pescara car. So it may be a swap of positions there. We haven't really talked much about drive-through penalties. They'll probably cost you about 20 seconds here at Sebring. There is Michi Hoyer, who's come into the pits a lap later than the 64 Maradnes E-Stars car. So the the Maradnes E-Stars car, where did they rejoin? They rejoined right in the midst of the LMP2s at the moment. So they're going to have to try and make their way through. Interesting to see what this sort of stop is. I believe we've got Denis Yushchenko in the 17 Unison Racing. We've got the 33 Team Adrenaline also due in for a stop soon as well.
From Kapusta for the 264 Satellite Racing Squad. So just looking at there, that is the Glam Racing 404. I'm Koya. Right behind them now, I just spotted, there it is, the CKR car. He's been doing really well. Lucas Vela has been really gaining quite well on his next in line. There is Denis Yushchenko now into the pits. Oh, beg your pardon, that's Michi Hoyer coming out of the pits. As we see James Tazuba coming past the camera. Where is Mr. Hoyer then? Where is he reappearing in relation to Jimmy Nusada? Well, there's Jimmy. And Michi's ahead of him. Michi is 2 cars ahead. So now, there they are. That is still Michi Hoyer and Jimmy Nusala. They've just now got Darius Andre for Jesus Motorsport in the way. Now, he's actually gotten out of the way there. Again, he wasn't obliged to per se, but he has opted to not sit in between the DPI cars, and it's straight back to business as usual for Burst and for Miranda Sea Stars.
That's the real surprise, really, because Nisela came into the pits. He's actually now rejoined and had now, so he's rejoined behind. What's the sort of gap? 7/10 at the moment, so there goes the DS Sim Racing Lab up the inside of one of the Musto machines. Eris Masciuli there trying to fend off that position. That's for 4th in class at the moment as they make their way, rounding their way through this snaking section again, trying to find the inside line, but Masciuli is not offering that door. The door's not open. It's been locked shut for now. Might need a little bit of negotiating to try and get that move done for the DS Sim Racing. And unfortunately, we don't know who's in the car. Whoever's in the car is trying to move them early on in towards this final couple of corners. Now in towards Le Mans we will go, and back onto the Ullman Straight. And again, maybe a move going in towards Sunset Bend. Just in the top right-hand corner, we see Alistair Young in the number 11 come into the pit lane. What's going to happen then for the DS Sim Racing Lab? It's going to go for a move up the inside of the 53 Musto Pescara car, up the inside in towards Sunset Bend. And is that the position going to be held? There might be a momentum change towards the 53, but it looks like then DS Sim Racing Lab up a position. Nice move there up the inside.
Goodness me, it is all kicking off here, isn't it? Lots of racing, lots of action going on, which is exactly what we love to see. There is Jimmy Nusela, or you saw briefly, that's the CKR car that is gaining on Enricoya. Lucas Vela then looking to try and improve their position. How far are they behind their next in line? So Enricoya is... they can actually see the B32 McLaren as well, and the Gadget House car is not that far ahead of them either. There's a great potential four-way scrap forming there for position as Nusela and Mitty Hoyer working their way through the traffic still. And that is Tonka Pusta in the 8th place Satellite Racing GTE car. Glad to see that Ronan Soups has managed to get the car back on track again following his disconnect, because he's now plumb last. So Viaducton have actually unlapped themselves from someone, because they were 3 laps down from the DPIs and having to really press on to try and make up for lost ground. There is the 32 car on the back of the Gadget Husit Treble 7. They've been running quite well actually. Steven Salsgaard is doing a quite good job for the Gadget Husit car. Look at that. So you've got quite a few battles going on here. That's the 7-9 Axel car. That will be Alistair Young. I think that's just gone past the back. Oh, that's trouble. That's 2. Oh, no. Oh, no. You saw just as he jinxed out from behind behind the car he was chasing there, the 32 car. You just instantly knew that he was going into and nearly collects somebody as he from the record track. So the picture then. So that's the CKR car that's chasing Enricoya. And there, as the Gadget Husit car was essentially minding his own business, as soon as that 32 car jinked out from behind it, you could just see. It's like if you play a shot in pool or golf or something, you know as soon as the shot's played if that's going to go well or not. It looked like the CKR car was going to go for a bit of a wander at that point. Oh no, I think we've lost Ronan Souks again for the 67 car. I think he's had another disconnect.
It's a huge shame then for Mugen Sim Racing. They might try and see if they can get another driver into the car. Meanwhile then, Enricoya is trying to fight back against Lucas Vela, who, Vela lost it at Sunset Bend very early on in this race. He's done a splendid job to get himself back up the order, but now, just going to have to try and negotiate his way through, as we see then Darius Andre in the Juices Motorsport Club car, 4th in the LMP2. There is Enricoya, now down to 5th place as our timing standings upgrade and update. So it's been a really topsy-turvy start for CKO at this point in time. They've in the hands of Lucas Vela, they lost it at Sunset Bend. They managed to get themselves and park themselves in that gap between 2 barriers, which was amazing in itself. And now they're fighting all the way back up to 4th place. I've had a little bit of everything for Lucas Vela.
Somewhat, but he's doing a great job to make up for lost time. Now 4th in the GT3 class. Another car that's in trouble is the 77. with the Team Iris car. Bense Horvath is that car's in the pit, so whether they've had a disconnect as well is uncertain, but that's parked in the garage. Not sure what's happened to them, but alas, trouble then for the late arriving number 77 car. We'll see how that transpires, or if that situation changes as the day goes on. As we look at Tom Kapusta for the Satellite Racing number 264, he is behind Michael Pedersen. There's Manuel Biancalida, so he was leading the GTE class early on. I wonder if I think he's serving his drive-throughs, because it's a bit early for the GTEs to be in. So that, I suspect, is, yes, I've just seen the penalty disappear from the timing chart. So that is Manuel Biancalida serving that penalty for the 54 Musto Pescara team. Back out on track they come then, but down into 5th position they will re-emerge. There we go. There is Biancalida now right on the tail of, that's Eros Masciuli that he's chasing. So Porsche, that's a Porsche parade going on there, because there's a DIS Sim Racing Lab car right ahead of them.
Porsche parade, I like that, Mr. Buxton. Meanwhile then, this is Viducton coming in for a stop. This is going to be hopefully their first scheduled stop. We'll have to wait and see how they get on. Looks like the same driver might be in the car, but now we've got the two Musto Pescara Porsches battling for position. Now, if you're a team owner, are you looking at this one with intent? As we see one of the LMP2 cars trying to fight its way through, as I think that was the Sem 9 Axle machine trying to find its way through. Really interesting to hear if the team are sort of going to be battling away, or if there's going to be slight team orders there. I would assume, if anything, the 54 is going to be allowed through with not really much of a battle. Yeah, Manuel Biancalida, after that drive-through, slightly now out of sync. So if I would assume, that's what's going to happen. But then again, Chris, I'm up here and those cars are out there.
Absolutely. That was Damien Scottron, the LMP2 leader, the Burst eSports Scooter car. Just looking at who's where on track, and that was the LMP2 leader coming through at a really inopportune time. So he was really, really fighting hard to not take anybody off. On board then with Jimmy Nusala, still staring at the back of Michi Hoyer. So number 18 still not so much fending off the advances, but certainly sharing the same proximity to one another, the 1864. A tiny bit more of a gap this time between Michi Hoyer and Jimmy Nusala. But still the battle for the LMP2 lead, no, wrong one, DPI lead, and of course overall race lead. And look at that, still very, very busy for Lucas Vela as he stares at the back of, that is Steven Salsgaard in the DSR Gadget Husa car. And there is Manuel Biancalida trying to make up for lost time following that drive-through penalty. So his next target will be the number 45, the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche, which is there. There you go. You can see it right ahead of him. As in the main picture, we can see who we're dancing around there. That is
B32.
The B32 car, yes.
I got one right, Chris. Yes. Get in. Get in. We love to see it.
You get many things right, Herr McGinley. You really do. You're the one keeping me on the straight and narrow.
Am I now? That's a bit scary. That's a scary prospect.
Not at all. Just something else. It's not so much I've only just noticed it, but I just want to highlight this really bright green part of the livery. Oh, this is interesting. So now Michi Hoyer is caught slightly behind the CKR car. It's doing nothing wrong, minding his own business. But that would have potentially cost him a bit of time, although Jimmy Nusala had to dance around Henrik Hoyer in the 404 Glam Racing car. There's the Gadget Husa car. It's blue on the left, right on the right. Makes making a spotter's guide a little interesting for that particular car. Don't oversteer. There we go. Jimmy Nusala has gotten through it. And Manuel Biancalida, as you can see in the picture-in-picture there, really looking like he's shaping up for a potential sort of application of pressure, you can argue, on the DIS car. Already ahead of them. Interestingly, the GT3 leader, Christopher Kianik, he's actually ahead of them. Mugen Sim Racing number 82. He's going great guns. It's actually, if you would, it's only got two of the GTEs ahead of them.
Yeah, absolutely. At the moment, then, we have a couple of teams not in the race so far, or at least parked in the garage with no driver in it. The 67 Mugen Sim Racing, the GTE car, is currently in the pits. Roland Schuss was the last driver behind that wheel. And also the 77 Team Iris LMP2 car. Benta Horvat was at the wheel of that car last time. That's currently in the garage as well with no driver in it. So unfortunately for them, obviously they need to get to a certain point in the race to actually score the points. You get a bonus point for just making the checker flag, regardless of where you finish. But you actually need to cover a bit of distance. Oh, that's one of the cars off there. That was the Burst Esports Simplexity car. I think in the LMP2, was it not? Correct me if I'm wrong.
It was it's the Goodyear Esports one. It's the LMP2 car. You're quite right. The 79 axle DPI car almost coming to grief with the LMP2 Burst Esports contingent. There is James Tsuba. That he's got a pack ahead of him. Who's caused a yellow flag? Don't know. Cleared too quickly. Yeah, I think that's the end of the road for the 67 Mugen Sim Racing car. Looking at who's connected and who isn't. Oh, that's close. That's James Tsuba in the 164. That's the lead of those two cars with the that is the Burst Esports car that is with the wave. Oh no, it's the 79 axle car. Excuse me. So that's not a battle for position, I don't think. Yes, it is. It's a battle for third. I was just thinking there can't be a lap apart already, and indeed they're not. Whoa, that was close. Oh dear. That could well be the Burst car. It is. No, beg your pardon. That's the 79 axle car. That's the liveries are similar at distance. That's Alistair Young that we just saw having a bit of a moment now on the dust on the inside line of turn 2. That is Manuel Biancalila. That is now right. Well, he's been on the case of the DIS Sim Racing Porsche for a while. And he's not yet made a move past. He left the 53 Musto Pescara, so the sister car, quite behind. Whoa, that's a mistake then from DIS that Biancalila was trying to capitalise on. Couldn't quite pull alongside. Gave it a go. It was not an ideal overtaking spot at that particular point of the circuit, but it didn't stop him having a go. On board then with the 45 car. Is he going to be able to hold off Manuel Biancalila? Manuel's got the inside line coming into the hairpin turn. No, that is third position then going the way of the Italian. The number 54 moves up a place.
Does indeed, and how we needed that one. So now order is restored after their drive-through penalty. As we were riding on the bumper then in this replay, you'll see along the right-hand side, there's the Musto car up the inside, trying to sneak its way up the inside, which it executes perfectly there in towards the hairpin turn, then towards the Fangio chicane. But a nice move there from Biancalila, and now puts himself up into third place. 12 seconds behind the next car for position, and once again now with all those shuffling of pit stops done, we now have that lead for the DPI class back underway. But I don't think the DIS Sim Racing Lab machine Porsche is looking to concede defeat to this one, because now they're going to try and move up the inside surely in towards Sunset Bend. Biancalila sees that one coming. It's almost like he's telepathic. He can hear me. He defends the inside line now, going in towards Sunset Bend and try and get close to that wall as possible, as there's a little bit of a nervous reaction from the Porsche underneath him, but he manages to manage that well. Where is that Sim Racing Lab car? Doesn't look like it to try to move around the outside. In fact, yes, it is still behind, but there's Jimmy Nisela then right behind the Burst Esports Simplexity machine. Of course, after one pit stop, they are again nothing separating them as we approach the end of the first hour.
Indeed, there is on board with Jimmy Nisela, catching the battle that we've just been seeing between Biancalila and the DIS car. So Biancalila still the lead Porsche. I couldn't believe they were side by side coming through Sunset Bend, and it didn't end in disaster, considering it's the most bumpiest part of the circuit. The DPIs, they threading the needle through the Porsches. Oh, that's not Jimmy Nisela. That's the 79 car. Oh no, that's the 79 axle car that's come to grief. I think that is, I thought that was RCR. I thought it was the DPI 79 car. Didn't see who he bounced off of. I think it was Damien Scovra. It was. Okay, just had it confirmed. Look at that. Threading the needle for Jimmy Nutella. And there you go. So it was the Burst Esports LMP2 car that is indeed Damien Scovron that bounced off the side of Alistair Young in the 79 axle DPI car. So that's not for position. They're in two different classes. It's a bit unfortunate they came together. That's Lucas Vela on the outside line of the Gadget Husic car, Steven Salgas. Oh, has he got it done? What a move for the McLaren. That was a stunning effort there from Lucas Vela. He's on a mission. I mean, bearing in mind that he was down towards the back of the GT3s at the beginning of the race. He's absolutely flying now under third.
He is indeed, and he was helped massively by the Gadget Husic car, just collecting a little bit of grass and really robbing from the momentum underneath the Corvette for Steven Salsgaard there. But take nothing away from Lucas Vela, who has turned this race around, and for CKR they are now back within the podium positions this early on. And considering the fact that they parked themselves between a gap in the walls, in the barriers at Sunset Bend, but 50 minutes ago, to see them now back into third place, really good stuff from Lucas Vela. He's managed to regain that composure. He's a cool head on those shoulders and able to get those positions back up into third. A great first hour so far from Lucas Vela, albeit as well a very eventful one. Riding on board with Jimmy Nisler, then heading now up towards the hairpin turn before we then get away towards the Fangio chicane. See, I am learning.
Absolutely. Learned away, sir. Learned away. Nutella still attached to the back of Michi Hoyer. Will that battle continue to be that exciting when they change drivers? More than likely. Those two teams and sets of drivers are absolutely fantastic. In the picture-in-picture, you can see the CKR car, the Brazilian blazoned McLaren, ahead of the 777 Gadget Husic Corvette. There is Steven Salsgaard, essentially just minding his own business. I think Steven kind of thought, I'm not really on your pace here. Because Gadget Husic, just essentially just minding their own business. They haven't been too hot on the as far as fastest laps were concerned. Just double check the qualifying results. Where did Gadget Husic qualify? It was, they were 6th of the 7 GTE cars. So for them to be running third for quite some time is obviously a great way to start the race. But I think that they kind of thought, I'm not quite on your pace. You do realistically know who you're really challenging. So when you've got a faster car coming up behind you, especially with so long left of the race, not really worth having an argument with them. To just slow yourselves down, so you just let him go, and on they went with the race. So then, as the first hour completes, there was a yellow flag there for, I think that was the 717 Unison Racing car, Max Bunivic. We've just seen him be passed by our two leaders. The Michi Hoyer and Jimmy Nutella leading the way in the DPIs for Burst and Maradness, respectively. Damien Scrovron for Burst leading the LMP2s. It's Wouter Pelesny for Juices leading the GTEs. And Christopher Kianek for Mugensen Racing leading the GT3s. First hour done, 11 more to go. We'll have a commercial break. I'll be right back with you after these messages.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Welcome back to the GTR24H EEWC round number 3, 12 hours of Sebring. What a start it's been. But truth alive, it has been absolutely action-packed. This is what happened to Damien Scovron earlier. So lead of the LMP1s, catching up with the Unison Racing, getting past the Unison Racing car, and then the tail just decides, I want to brake for a second. And nearly bounces off the side of the Sem 9 axle car. That would be Alistair Young that he nearly collected there. Now, we did see what looked like they did come together a few laps ago. That wasn't what put them in each other's proximity, but that certainly wouldn't have helped. There's Tom Kapusta in the 264 Satellite Racing car. Who's he on the back of? That's not Gerd. Oh, yes, it is. That's Gerd Nilsson in the GT3 188 Telefor-Indingen BMW.
Well done, Mr. Buxton.
Well, I didn't get shouted at from production, so I must have got it right. So there we go. So again, this isn't for position, but they're both actually at the tail end of their respective classes, so they may as well just have a fight and have some fun out there. Why the devil not? As we ride on board with the BMW. The highlights from the first hour, that's that's how the start looked. And this was why it was so frantic for production to try and keep up with. Just everybody so close together, as you always get, of course, at the beginning of a race. But it was so relentless, wasn't it, for absolutely ages, which was great fun for us as the main picture switches back to, Jimmy Nussler. Is he ahead of Mitchie? Where's Mitchie gone? Well,
there's a moment there for Jimmy Nussler, and we'll go to a replay now and see what happened to Jimmy Nussler then. So Michi Hoyer battling away. So Nussler was ahead as they then made their way up towards the hairpin turn. You see Nussler goes defensive going in there, and you see the rear locks on him. So he loses that back end, and Michi Hoyer says, "Thank you very much. I'll take that one away from you."
3.5 seconds the difference now between the top DPI cars. That's the biggest gap they've had all race long so far. So yeah, that's not ideal, but I think that kind of puts to bed the theory that they're working together, because Jimmy Nussler would probably quite enjoy the fact that he was actually finally ahead of Michi Hoyer, but then unfortunately that undid itself very shortly afterwards. Look at that great battle we had. That's the 717 Unison car that was side by side with someone heading into the car. Oh, DeVille! Oh, that's Sebastian DeVille trying to get past Nabil Aslan in the Sem 9 Axel LMP2. So again, that's not for class position. The 33 car had a terrible start. Now is at the back. Has worked its way through position-wise of the GT cars, and now is trying to figure a way past the LMPs, because there's not such a huge pace difference between the LMPs. The highlight you can see on the top right, that's where the CKR car decided to try and leave the circuit. I mean, it gave the barrier a fair clunk. As far as I know, he's not been in the pits with that, so he's done very, very well. Lucas Vela has done very, very well to get back up into third. He's got a bit of distance to catch up with Marseille Kaspersky in the number 585 Azatec Audi. But he's going absolutely great guns. Fair play to for that. He's on board with DeVille, trying to figure his way past Nabil Aslan. As again, as a reminder, they're not on different laps. That's the same racing lap they're on, so there's no kind of blue flag obligation for Nabil Aslan to have to obey. Yes, they're in different classes, but the racing rule allows them to do it. And DeVille should be able to power past the LMP2. Whilst the pace difference isn't huge, it should be enough along the straight here. And you can see he's grabbing all the slipstream he can. This should be the opportunity then. There he goes. But he needed all the slipstream of the entire back straight to actually get that one done. So DeVille then has dispatched one of the LMP2s. He's got another 3 to go. He's only got about 4-ish seconds to gain to the next one. The LMP2 class hasn't spread out too far, comparatively speaking. So Sebastian DeVille going great guns to try and get back up with his classmates, but still some distance to go. Michael Peterson is in the 166 ID Sim Sport car from 4th in the GTEs. I suspect it's a scheduled stop.
I have to say, Chris, I'm really surprised from production here because they put the highlights from the last hour in the top right. I'm just surprised they haven't just played back the last hour in full because that's how much action there was. Yeah, it's just absolutely non-stop in this first hour. It has calmed down slightly, thank goodness for production. They were working overtime to try and keep up with everything. Has calmed down slightly since then. We see one of the GT cars, I believe that's a Telefoningen racing machine, making its way out onto the circuit once again, the 188, and there is Alvaro Incausti, the 27 MCM motorsport car, into the pits.
Yep, so the GTEs, I suspect the GT3s probably won't be far behind them either. Looks like it's scheduled stop. There is trouble for our GT3 leader. The Mugen Racing number 82, Christopher Kianik, is in the garage. Whoa, no, what has happened to the 82 car? I'm just having a look to see if the 82 team is disconnected, and I don't see that they have. So that is trouble for our GT, and they were quite some distance in the lead of the class as well. They were in the top 3 of the GTEs, let alone leading the GT3s. So trouble for the 82 car. At this rate, we're going to have nobody left by the end of the race. We don't want to lose a third car from this event.
Well, no, absolutely. I mean, it's just a nightmare for them so far. Meanwhile, we've got the one of the Mustos into the pits. It's the 54, Manuel Biancolila, coming into the pits to serve a stop. And there is what is right now the GT3 leader, Maciej Kasprzyk, who comes in for the 585 Aztec Sim Sports by Volante Racing Machine. And now up onto the jacks, change of tyres here. So for the GTEs and the GT3s, they can run just over an hour, it looks like, roughly. So, but the DPIs, the hypercars, now they've got a smaller fuel tank and they go through fuel quite a bit quicker than the LMP2 counterparts. So that's something they have to really watch on and keep an eye on this race. I mean, 35-40 minutes was all that Michi Hoyo decided to run before he decided to come into the pits. Christopher Kanik is now back out on track, but not looking good so far as the CKR car now comes into the pits. Lucas Vela, it's been a whirlwind stint for him, but he's now in to serve his first, what should be, scheduled stop. And now, Chris, they'll be able to have a look at that damage and see how long it'll take to fix it.
We now have 2 windows in windows there. I just had a thought of there were that many highlights. We were going to get that many highlights from the last hour window all popping up over the stream there, but nope. We're just keeping an eye on what is, strictly speaking, now our GT3 leader. Well, actually, our GT3 leader, strictly speaking, is actually the Gadget Husa car. Steven Southgard hasn't brought his car in yet, so he does lead the way. But there is the 717 Unison racing car, lead of the GTE class. Most people, just kind of serving their stops now. Lucas Vela, are they back up? No, they're still in the pits at the moment. So there, I suspect they're going to be for a little while. This will be an opportunity for the Viaducton car to actually get past some of the GTEs or GT cars, but like you say, they'll have to pit again. They are thirsty creatures, the DPI cars. Out comes Lucas Vela. Is he still in third? Yeah, by quite some way, actually. So great effort there for CKR. So either the damage wasn't as bad as we thought it was, or they've opted not to repair the car at the moment. We will see. Out comes next few cars. So that is we've had a driver change for the 54. That's now Giordano Valeriano. I can't get that right. I will rehearse that a few times. Valeriano in the 54 car, being chased out by Henri Koya in the 404 Glam Racing. There's Max Binovic still in charge of the 717. So they are, where are they now? They're slightly further down the field. There he is, the name I can't pronounce properly, Giordano Valeriano. I'm sure I'm making every Italian wince with that.
You're getting good at that, Giordano Valeriano.
There's a lot of syllables in that.
There's quite a few syllables, but then again, there's a lot of syllables in my name, so I can't really say anything. So there you go. That's that then. Production shouting at our ear, who apparently fluent in Italian, shouting us there. But we've seen then the Unison Racing machine come into the pits and rejoin in second place. Now, this is not a battle for position. This is a battle to put a lap on the ID SimSport 166 machine, but they've also got behind them a production car making its way through, which it does. Here comes the Unison car, again looking up the inside, no obligation for the ID SimSport car to come in, and here comes Team Adrenaline, I believe. No, sorry, Jimmy Nisela is into the pits for the Miranda Sea Stars.
Indeed. It was a bit earlier than I was expecting, but again, they don't last too long at absolute full crank. So they'll be seeing the pit lane many times over the course of the race. As we ride on board with... This was Jimmy's spin. That's what it looked like from his perspective. Yeah, just locked up just at the crucial moment there as he was committing to the inside line at Tower, and then a lag moment sees his car try and bury itself into the grass.
To be honest, I think his car was trying to bury his head in the sand. I think he was as well, to be honest. But yeah, it's still a long way to go. And just leaving that braking just slightly too late locks the rear, and unfortunately around the car went. But nothing major, and kind of looks like a scheduled stop. Timings, yeah, it probably is a scheduled stop there, because there it goes. There it leaves the pit lane. Denis Eschenko, and he's had a very eventful race as well, having been behind 2 and 3 LMP2 cars at the very start of the race, having been on the outside of turn 1 thanks to a 7.9 axle car. But here comes the treble 7 into the pit lane to serve its first pit stop of the race, and it comes in leading the class, but everybody else behind has stopped already. Christopher Kianek, I believe, is now back into the race. Yes, they are lapping and they are recording those lap times again. So they've rejoined and they're in 7th place in class. So that's going to be hugely frustrating for Kianek, because, as you said, they looked comfortable out there, and here comes Michi Hoyer into the pits.
Excellent stuff. So who is going to come out on top then for the DPIs? Well, there was a 3-second gap, or 3.5 second gap between the two following Jimmy Nisela's spin. We'll see if that is the case after this particular stop. As we look at one of the chasing Astons there. Which one is that? As ID SimSports, I think it is.
I'm just going to report there's a penalty going out here to Christopher Kianek and the Mugen Sim Racing team, a stop and go 60-second penalty for not announcing the rejoin. Now, in the rules and regulations, if you disconnect and rejoin, you have to alert race control that you are rejoining the circuit. If you don't, you are subject to that very draconian penalty of a stop and go 60-second penalty. So just to add salt into the wounds, if you don't let race control you know you're rejoining the track, rejoining the race, even bigger penalty to shoulder as well. So that's going to send them way down the field and way behind the B32 racing car ahead of it. But that's a nice battle going on. It might be for different classes, but still, let's watch on.
Absolutely, they're not shy to give it plenty. It's the Gadget Husin car on the inside line, and now going to tuck behind the Porsche. Is he going to stay there, or is the Porsche going to run off into the distance? We will see. I'm also keeping an eye on progress of our DPI top 2. What's the gap between them? As the Gadget Husin car now settling into its rhythm. Michi Hoyer still ahead. That gap's now about 4 seconds, give or take, between Michi Hoyer and Jimmy Nisela. So that gap's extended very slightly. James D'Souza in the Satellite Racing number 164 LMP2 is working his way past the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche. Is our now GT3 leader Marcel Kaspesic in the 585 Audi, the Aztec SimSports by Volante racing car. That is basically sandwiched in a very awkward position there, because right ahead of him is Alvaro Incusti, And behind him, well, on track, is actually now up to second, is Lucas Verla, but that's about 30 seconds behind as far as position is concerned. So, I'm not sure which car was actually directly behind our GT3 leader. That's the 32 car, isn't it?
B32 racing,
yeah. That's the B32.
And Glam Racing is that Glam Racing?
No,
sorry.
that's
Kianik, is it? Possibly.
That is Kianik. Yes, well spotted. That looked like a lag moment there. Is Alvaro in Kiusti has had a bit of a moment there, and the Audi's shot through. Are we going to see a replay of what happened to him? Oh, what's happened to Michael Ciccolini, who's now taken over the Gadget Husick car? So Steven Sausgaard has handed that over. Has he had a bit of a moment through Sunset Bend, no wonder? Yep, he's introduced his car to the wall. So Michael Ciccolini, having just taken over the car, has already bounced it off the tyres. That's very close between Deuces and Satellite. That's never comfortable being side by side through Sunset Bend, let's be honest. Was that for position? It was. Yes, that is for second, I believe. Yes, second place in the LMPs.
Yeah, and Juba down the inside there, making that look easy. It is not easy whatsoever. But yeah, getting down the inside, getting second place and making that position his. And I do wonder if we can just have a look at the weather radar, because I have some good news for these drivers. It's looking good. You see in the bottom left-hand corner, bone dry. Absolutely bone dry. No rain to be seen for the foreseeable. So that's going to be a huge encouragement for these drivers as the temperature will start rising and rising. The rising temperatures, track temperature is 25 degrees now, air temperature is 22, so things are going to get stepped up a little bit, so tyre wear might be a little bit of a concern later on as we head towards this sort of midday sun. But for now, looking good for the drivers, looking dry so far as we see here. That's Sebastian Deville in the Team Adrenaline machine into the pit lane.
It is indeed. Now bouncing his way out. So he's still trying to make up time. Oh no, trouble for the 82 car. That's caused a yellow flag. Christian Kianik in the 82 Mugensen Racing car is out there some way stationary, according to my timing screen. So he's had an incident, or has he had another? Yeah, it's another disconnect for the 82. Oh no, that's terrible news for them. Our initial GT3 leaders having terrible luck then at this stage of the race. Oh dear, oh dear. We've still got 10 3/4 hours to go, and sadly that may well be not necessarily the end of the road, but it is not looking good for the 82 car. We've already lost the Team Iris number 77 and the other Mugen Sim Racing car, the GTE car, that was in charge, being piloted by Roland Sukes at the time. So might we see the other Mugen car disappear from the session? We will see. There is Henri Coyer on the back of the Gadget Husick car. It has got Michael Ciccolini on board. So that's a battle for third in the GT3 class, of which 6 cars remain in that particular class now. The Audi is pretty much... Henri Coyer has been... That's kind of getting on with it, really. He's been really quite quick and consistent. And of course, the consistency being king in an endurance race, outright pace does help, obviously, but it's no good if you're chucking it off the road every few seconds. Not that I've been known to do that. There's no evidence of it.
It's weird you bring that up, Mr. Buxton. Very weird indeed.
Yes, I don't know why I made that comment. Also, keeping an eye on the DPI gap, that lead gap is 2.1 seconds now between the two DPIs. This is Kianik on his disconnect, so we're going to see his car start to misbehave in a minute. There he goes, and stop. Yeah, that's what happens when... That's the only way to get your car back to the pits in a hurry, but it's such a long-winded way to do it that we wouldn't recommend it as a viable option. As we now look at the CKR car that Lucas Vela is still piloting up into second now in the GT3s. Darius Andre in the 15 Producers Motorsport LMP2. That's Sebastian Deville in the 33 DPI car directly ahead of him. There's Henri Coyer again. That's the last podium step battle for the GT3, still raging on. So we're over, well over an hour now into the race, and we've still got really, really close on-track position battles going on.
Great to see, isn't it? Really, really good to see one team that has got their heads down and really trying to push on. Aztec Sim Sports by Volante, Maciej Kasperczyk at the moment just putting in the good lap times so far, but take nothing away from Lucas Vela, who started his second stint in the CKR, the Brazilian flagged embedded McLaren. A really tough start to the race, but my goodness, has he bounced back. He's within 16 seconds roughly of the leader in the class, and considering where that car was about 5 minutes into this race, a really splendid job there. There's Henri Goya just giving way to, I believe that was one of the satellite cars there, to make his way through. But of course, Henri Goya is in this battle now, because there goes Denis Shevchenko in the Unison racing machine up the inside. Henri Goya obviously wants to try and close into the Gadget who sit right up ahead. He knows he's trying to get onto that pace. He knows he can try and close into Michael Ciccolini. But the problem is that now when you come to traffic, yes, there's traffic for the production cars and the hypercars where you're trying to negotiate your way through. But as a GT car, you've got traffic just emerging and trying to get the move past you and possibly interrupting your flow, possibly interrupting your battles. So on both sides of the coin, it's a challenge, these lap scenarios. It's a huge challenge, and it's a huge mental challenge, especially when you're already fatigued, when you've gone quite a way into your stint. And we have seen fatigue really does affect decision making, and one wrong decision and 1 split second of the wrong decision or a bit of hesitancy could end in tears.
Very, very true, and it's not always your own mistake you may well be caught up in. If somebody else falls victim to all of the above and you just happen to be in the way, that could be all your team's hard work absolutely panned. But that is the nature of endurance racing, isn't it? That is part of the appeal, is driver against not just the machine but also the clock and generally other people's machinery and mistakes as well. So that's what we love about endurance racing, as we ride on board with our GT3 leader 585 Aztec Sim Sports Audi, currently being piloted by Maciej Kasperczyk. And Henri Goya is still attached to the back of the DSR Gadget Huset car. Michael Ciccolini is in charge of the Corvettes, so doing what he can to fend off the advances of that gorgeous purple and black Audi. Again, we'll make no apologies, or I make no apologies for liking certain liveries more than others. Oh, I wondered if he was going to have a look there. It's certainly doable at that particular point in the circuit, but opted not to go for it. That's the satellite racing. Which one of the satellite racing cars is that? That's Tom Kapusta in the 264 car. Now 5th in the GTEs, as that's the Burst car that's just gone past him. Oh, there's still the GT3 fight going on, and again, that's not showing any signs of slowing down whatsoever. The DPI gap's now gone up to 4 seconds, so again, that's just traffic playing its part in making that gap rise and fall. So Jimmy Nussler is 2nd in the DPIs now, as we are looking at... That's one of the Burst cars, I think, we are looking at. I suspect that's the LMP2 Burst car. Oh, there's the Teleforeningen 188 BMW just being passed. Again, minding his own business. And into the pits comes... That's also an LMP2 car. I suspect that is the SEM9 car. Is it? Nope, that's not the SEM9 car whatsoever. That... yes, it was. I doubted myself. I actually got that one right and then called myself out. That's a talent. That's the 21 car. That's Nabil Aslan from SEM9 Axel, bringing the LMP2 lead car into the pits.
Yep, and that's, I believe, yes, this is Rasmus Andreasen in the 94 Burst Esports Gooder Sunglasses, 3rd in class at the moment. Satellite racing about 15 seconds up the road at the moment. And trying to close in then. So we've got Nabil Aslan taking over from the SEM9 Axel car. But still going to be out there, so Schubert should be taking the lead of the class on this lap as he makes his way through. But at this point in the race there. You can see we've got the DPI standings at the moment. So Michi Hoyer in Burst Esports Complexity at the top of the order. Jimmy Nussela in the Miranda's E-Stars is in second place. The 17 Unison Racing Denis Oshchenko at the wheel there in third place. 7-9 Axel, Alistair Young at the wheel in fourth place. Team Adrenaline with Sebastian Deville at the wheel in fifth place. And sixth place Team Viductin after their really troubled start. Still in this race, 6 laps down on Michi Hoyer. To look at LMP2 then and see how this all unfolds for the moment. And if not, I can absolutely take you through some of these standings at the moment. We've just seen Rasmus Andreasen and Darius Andrade bring the car into it, so too Nabil Aslan. So with James Huber in the 164 Satellite currently slightly out of sync, but still leading the way. I wonder, Mr. Buxton, if we're going to get the same with GTE and GT3. It just looks like the standings here just don't want to play ball, unfortunately. That's a shame, because I was looking forward to running through, but hey ho, it is what it is.
How dare they?
How dare they? How dare they? Oh, to us as well, Mr. Buxton. To us. I
know.
Can't believe that.
It's just, do these standings not know who they're dealing with?
The standings are very rude. That's all I can say. That's all I can say.
Well, James D'Souza in the 164 Satellite Racing car leads the way in MP2. We're now looking at the 94 car, now in the hands of Erasmus Andreasen, taking over the number 94. Damien Scovron handing that one over. And this point, third in LMP2 is Darius Andre for Duties Motorsports, and fourth is Nabil Aslan for 7-9 Axel. GTE leader at the moment is Wojciech Polesny in the Duties of Motorsport number 74. Leads the way by about 15 seconds, give or take, from the 717 Unison Racing car that is currently being driven by Max Bunovic. And then another 32 seconds back is the... never mind about that. That's Rasmus Andreasen getting that slightly wrong.
Well, no, that was a bit of contact there, I believe, with that Team Adrenaline car in towards turn one. Both of them somehow facing the right way still, but not great at all between the two of them. Maybe a slight lack of communication. You'll see here the Team Adrenaline car launching in towards turn one. And then is there just a little bit of understeer here because the Berskota Esports Sunglasses car, a little bit of contact made, and that just says to Sebastian Deville, just hold back a little bit, make sure there's a much clearer opportunity to make that move stick. And here he goes then. Will he try another move up the inside in towards the hairpin here? Not quite this time.
No, well spotted. Yeah, that was indeed not the fault of Rasmus Andreasen, as I initially thought. There was a bit of an understeer moment there from Sebastian Deville in the 33 Team Adrenaline car. So where did I get up to? The DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche in third in the GTEs. Then it is Eros Masiuli in the 53 Pescara car in fourth. Tom Capusta for the 264 Satellite Racing Squad in fifth. Alvaro Inkiausti in the 27 MCM Motorsport car in sixth in GTEs. And the 54 Misto Pescara car, Giordano Valeriano, now has that one at the tail end, in seventh in the GTEs. Tail end of the GTEs at the moment is the ID Sim Sport number 166, currently being driven by Magnus Bergry. GT3s, it is still Marce Kaspersky in the 505 Azatec Sim Sports car. They've just set their race best lap, or not too long ago. So they're pressing on pretty well at the front of the GT3s. In second, it is the number 13 CKR car, currently being driven by Lucas Vela. Third is the 777 DSR Goethe Huset car, Michael Ciccolini on board with that one. 404 is the Glam Racing Audi, Ulrich Hoyer currently driving that. Then fifth is Thomas Reinegard in the 188 Teleforeningen BMW, and at the tail end of the GT3s at the moment is the B32 racing car. They may well have had a driver change, but as unfortunately we don't know who is driving that at any one given time. We've lost 3 cars so far in this session, both of the Mugen Sim Racing cars, the 67 GTE car that was being driven by Ronan Sukes, and the 82 GT3 car that was leading the class at the time. Christopher Kianek has not returned in the Mugen Sim Racing number 82. And sadly, we lost the Team Iris number 77 LMP2 car So Ben's Horvath, the victim of that particular one. We've yet to lose a DPI car, but one of each other class has fallen by the wayside so far. Tom Kapusta for Satellite Racing has brought the 264 car into the pits.
As indeed, and whilst he takes a pit stop, we'll take a pit stop too with a couple of commercial messages. So we'll be back after these.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Welcome back to the GTR24H EEWC round number 3 here, 12 hours of Sebring. I thought Henri Coyer was going to go exploring there, right behind the Gadget Hilton car, but no, managed to keep that one on the straight and narrow. 1.5 hours down and plenty of racing action still to come. Now, 3 cars may well have fallen by the wayside, but one of them is not. The 188 Teleforeningen, which I still can't pronounce correctly, BMW. But one driver from that particular team is happy to come and have a chat with us. That will be Gert Nielsen. Now, see if I can move Gert up with us so we can have a chat. Let's see, can I do this? Probably not, but we'll give it a go. Somebody did it for me. Oh no, I've moved him. I've moved him twice. Production, help! I put him in the wrong place. Production will help me. Technology working very, very well. I've put him in completely the wrong place. Hang on, let me try and move him again.
Whilst we do that, we have Henri Goya still on the back of the Gazi-Husen machine. Glam Racing trying to find their way up into third place. It's been a battle that's been going on for quite some time here, and it's Michael Ciccolini who's trying to defend that position. And has it worked? I think it has worked. We might be able to be joined by Gert Nielsen. Gert, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Excellent.
Yeah, fantastic to hear from you, Gert. I noticed you wanted to speak to us yesterday in qualifying, and it wasn't that we were rude and ignored you. It's just we couldn't have time. There was just so much going on. But a very, very hectic opening 90 minutes. How's it looking at your team, Telefonica?
Yeah, it's looking fine. I started the car this race, and a new experience for me. But I think it's good. We are get going, and we are not the fastest car, but hopefully we can stay on the black stuff and avoid accidents, and then see where we end.
Yeah, and it's been a bit of a full tale with the weather. We've been promised this weather, but being in Florida, it's not always easy to tell. But it's looking like it's dry running for now. How sort of on edge are you about any possible rain on the way? Is that something you're prepared for?
Yeah, we have been on the GTR24H rain server, but I think it's difficult to say how it will do under the race, because I don't think it will rain as much as it do on the rain server. That's very tricky to drive on when it's very, very wet. And I hope if there come rain here, it's more normal, and when there are more cars on the track, there will be a little of a track round through the water, and so it's not so slippery.
And
but we will see that.
Yourselves and of course yourselves and Glam Racing are tied coming in towards Sebring today. I mean, it's going to be a great battle between the two of you, swapping positions at Matsusaka and Monza. How do you feel the season's gone so far then for Telefon?
We think it's going okay. We have, I think the reason we are fighting with the Glam Racing is that in the first race they were unlucky and got a disconnect. And in the second race, we have the same problem, and so that's why we are changed. It's hard to, in these two races, before we get the 3 laps penalty, and that's impossible to unless you get the disconnect in the first 30 minutes or so you have a good time to pick it up again. But we enjoyed the races, and we hope we can continue to have fun and do a good job.
Will we see you back in the car after a while, Gert, or is that your stint done?
No, we have to this race we have 4 drivers, because some of the drivers can do only a little time, and then they have to go, and others can come in a later time at the race. So we have one driver who is leaving us here at 6 o'clock, and another new driver coming in around 20 o'clock. So we are changed, but I'm coming in the cars later.
Excellent stuff. We very much look forward to seeing you back out there. Magnetak, Gert.
You're welcome, and have a nice race and a good commentary.
Oh, thank you very much. Very kind of you, sir. We've had a great time up here in the commentary box so far, and we look forward to the rest of the race. Pavel, Gert, and we will see you later. Thank you very much for your time,
bye-bye.
sir. For anyone wondering what I said, I tried to say thank you very much and farewell. Hopefully I didn't actually get that one incorrect.
Oh, absolutely. And if any of the other drivers are wanting to have a chat to us, I believe we've got the green room in TeamSpeak. So if you hop into there, we can drag you in to have a chat with you if you so wish. So there you go. But it's great to hear from Gert, one of the starting a race for the first time this season, that can't be a very, very... that must be a nerve-wracking process, starting one of these endurance races, because it's up to you to make sure the car gets through the first kilometres at least. Oh, there's the 7-yard axle car going very, very wide there. Just interrupted myself there, Chris, just casually.
Again, it's a talent we commentators have, and you did it expertly well. But yeah, it's absolutely terrifying being... some drivers really relish in it, and I'm sure that these drivers are very, very experienced in their own machinery and what have you. They're used to having to deal with the pack being that closely condensed. But of course, in endurance racing, you practice for, as the names would suggest, endurance, going a long way, pacing yourself over the course of 3, 6, 10, 12, 24 hours, whatever length of race you're doing. Obviously, we're doing 12 hours in this particular round. So that's what you mainly practice for. So sometimes it gets forgotten about to practice the start or when the pack is very, very heavily condensed. So, they did a great job just keeping out of trouble. As Gert said, they may not be the quickest out there. They were actually at the back of the GT3 field, so that actually may well have played into their hands a little bit because they were at the tail end of the field. They avoided the early carnage whilst no one barreled into the wall. Well, the viaducting car had that technical issue slightly later in the lap, but they may well have been in a great position to avoid issues going on, and they've got the B32 car behind them now, but they're looking to just carry on going, just keeping that level of consistency up. They've got Thomas Brenegard in there at the moment, who's setting some pretty decent times again, a couple of tenths apart, lap on lap, so doing exactly what he needs to do. The Teleforeningen car is doing very, very well.
Your Danish is really coming along, Mr. Buck. Well,
all 5 words of it. Yeah.
All 5 words. It's 5 more words that I can speak of it. That's for sure. Again,
production didn't shout at me, so and Gert responded in the way that would be correct. So Magnetak means thank you very much. Is what that means.
At least as well, he didn't storm out, because if you'd have said that and he stormed out, then maybe you got your Danish wrong.
Yeah,
so that's a good sign.
I've accidentally insulted his mother or something.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's always the thing I'm worried about when I look up. I don't know these few phrases off the top of my head. Well, some of them I know off the top of my head, but I generally look up what they mean. So sometimes I just think, I really hope that I've been given the correct translation from Google Translate on that one. But Magnetak I knew from my previous travels in Denmark many, many years ago. So that one I was pretty confident on, but that doesn't mean I say them correctly.
Well, yes, I was taught Tusentak, so yeah, pretty much the same thing, really. Many thanks, 1,000 thanks.
Thank you. So.
1,000 thanks, yeah, and a lot of thanks. There you go. Ooh, that was close.
That was
that was close, wasn't it?
That was the DIS car. That was very closely. I think that was Sebastian de Ville, wasn't it? That just absolutely flew past. It looked like the adrenaline car. Might not have been, but that was very, very close. Whoever that was that flew past, that could have gone horribly wrong.
There is your leader then in the LMP2 classes, 164 Satellite Racing, James Zuber, then leading by around 14.5 seconds at the moment. Ahead of this battle here, we've got Darius Andre in the Juices Motorsport Club car, trying to find a way past the 94 Burst Esports Gooder Sunglasses car as they now make their way in towards turn 1. And well, they have to be careful as well, because Nabil Aslan is not too far behind, about 6 seconds back, so that's something they're going to have to really watch out for. Are we going to get a replay here? I think we are. James trying to replay. It's trugging along, and we'll see what the replay is going to be. The replay might be slightly napping at the
Yep,
which is a shame, but
that doesn't look very happy.
No, it doesn't look like a very happy replay.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off there, Kieran. Another car in trouble is the 53. The Musto Pescara was fourth in the GTE class, has come to a halt. Heros Mussolini now did it again. Miscili, I won't get that right. Is disconnected. There's another one that's fallen by the wayside. Now, it looked like it was somewhere around turn 1 where that yellow flag was brought out, but that car is now back in the garage. Oh dear, oh dear. So that's another of the GTE cars in trouble.
Good at all at the moment. Yeah, Eros Mashuli in the 53 Musto Pescara machine. Currently disconnected. That's why we've got the yellow flags out there in Sector 1. Let's say he's back in the garage, but it's faded at the moment, meaning that the car, well, it might be in the garage, but there's not a driver in it. So that's a big concern for 53 Musto Pescara, because they were really looking to try and build on the last couple of rounds. Standings to be, it's not been a great time. They got 12 points at Monza, but they didn't finish at Matsusaka. They got 2 points on the board at least, but yeah, that's not ideal for the 53 Musto Pescara team. They would have been wanting and hoping for more than that, for sure.
Very, very true. And oh, look at this pack going on there. So we're looking at Henri Coya on the back of the Gadget Hooten car that he has been for a while. Oh, that looked a little bit close. Oh, no, it was too close. That's the Adrenaline car that's made contact with someone.
Oh, there's more.
Oh, no, it was the Viaducting car that was involved in the initial impact. That's Henri Coya that's been sent into the wall now. Oh my goodness me, that got very lively very quickly. So the Viaducting car is up and running again. That was the DPI car that we saw at the top of the shot. And then, unfortunately, Henri Coya got a little bit caught up there. Oh dear. As, that's the Teleforeningen car that's being chased by the 32 McLaren, as we're riding on board with the 6th place GT3 car, chasing off after Brennegaard. We heard from Gerd Nielsen earlier on. Oh, and there's one of the burst cars coming past us.
That's what I love about riding aboard with a GT car, because you're never quite sure, they'll slightly miss an apex. You think, oh, slightly missed the apex. No, there comes an LMP, there comes a hypercar right up the inside. And even coming in towards some of these braking zones, there's just, there's the pop of the nose of a production car.
Surprise!
Surprise! I think it's their corner now, they're claiming it.
Very much so. I was wondering, that's Michi Hoyer that's just gone past us. I'm wondering where Jimmy Nusler was. He's in the pits is where he is, but that's a scheduled stop for the 64 car, or what it would appear to be, because he's still in the car. So not a problem for the 64 car just yet. Oh, that looked very close in that camera angle between the 32 McLaren and the 188 Teleforeningen BMW. And we've got a 7-9 car coming up behind them now. That's going to be very, very busy. That's the DPI car that's come up. Here we are. So we're on board with Jimmy Nusler now. So still second in the DPI class, having served his stop. Tyres changed, fuel, whatever they're going to do. That's Henri Coya recovering from that spin that we just jumped past in the Audi. Bit of clean air for Jimmy Nusler to deal with. Now, is Michi Hoyer going to bring his car into the pit? So keeping an eye on the timing screen, which you spectators can also do, timing.gtr24h.org. You can have a look at the timing screen, see who is where and who's lapping in what kind of pace. Yep, Michi Hoyer is brought in the number 18 Versi Sports Simplexity car. So again, it's going to be a charge for Jimmy Nusler to try and capitalise on that. There is the Gadget Husic car that Jimmy has just gone past. I'm keeping an eye on. Well, every time I look at Michi Hoyer's camera, it's almost like he's looking at us. I'm sure he's keeping an eye on his own chat or what have you, but you've got that kind of quite stern look from Michi Hoyer from time to time. It's sometimes why we say, we're behaving ourselves as well. Oh, something else I've just noticed, something that we can see on our cameras is Arturus Masitis.
I was just about to bring this up.
He's in VR. Yes.
Not only is it VR, but it's a sort of, if you have force feedback on a wheel, this is it in the chair. It moves about. I wonder once he gets up and running, we can get a shot of it in the car. That's going to be the 33 Team Adrenaline car. So that's probably going to be Sebastian Deville ready to bring that car in the next couple of laps or so. But I mean, speaking to Arturus after Matsusaka, it takes a lot out of you. If you think you're driving the car with force feedback, you can feel everything in the wheel. This you can feel it through every fibre of your body, though. The arms, the legs, the chest, everything. It's just fantastic to watch it go. And yeah, we spoke to him last time. He absolutely loved it. He looked exhausted, rightfully so, but he absolutely loved it.
There's been a change in this GT3 order. It looks like that Thomas Brennegaard has fallen to the B32 McLaren, so we're not sure who is piloting the McLaren, but he's staying in the slipstream of the black and orange McLaren nonetheless, so he's going to gain a bit of slipstream there. Lap times last time around, yeah, 202, 203s for the BMW, similar for the McLaren, but the McLaren has showed a little bit more pace. Oh, that is tight. Darius Andre in the Juicy's Motorsport NP2, getting very, very, very tightly compacted there with, who is he around? Let's have a quick look on the chart. So Darius is third, and he is chasing, and that's Rasmus Andreasen in the Burst Esports, beg your pardon, Burst Esports Good as Sunglasses car. So that's for second in class. He's going to have the inside line. Sebastian Deville is in trouble. The 33 car is stationary. They're about to find it, I think. No, replay of what's happened to Sebastian Deville. The 33 car is stationary. Nope, doesn't want to play ball either. But he's had to come into the pits. So the 33 car was in trouble at the... Oh, we have got it. So what happened to Sebastian Deville? And tail's gone. Oh, wow, he found the outside wall. Ouch. So, yeah, the tail properly let go, then spat him out into the tyres.
Not great at all for Sebastian Deville. And yeah, that's a very hefty hit. Very, very hefty hit. That might need some repair work at the next stop, and I wouldn't be surprised if he would have brought that car in straight away after that, limped it in, just to make sure the team can get the repairs underway. Hopefully you are enjoying the action so far. Don't forget, if you're in the YouTube chat, give us a hello if you want. It would be great to hear from you. Failing that, if you're on Twitter, hashtag GTR24H. You can tweet at us in the commentary box. Let us know what you're thinking of this racing. Maybe you have a question. Chris and I will do our damned best to give it an answer.
Whether it's the answer you're after or a sensible one is another matter entirely. But we do what
your
we can.
words, not mine.
I'll take full responsibility for that one as well. As we continue to look at Darius Andre all over the back. As I say, that's the battle for second in the LMP2s at the moment. Oh, has there been another notification? Drive-through for car number one. That's the Viaducting car for hitting the number 33 at the turn 7 hairpin. Oh dear, that's not a damn. I mean, a drive-through is not an insurmountable amount of time, but bearing in mind that the day's not gone well for that team already, that's certainly not going to help them. So that's the Team Adrenaline car. So was there damage already that caused the Adrenaline car to be spat out into the wall? That could be an interesting thing. Oh, there goes Andre on the inside line. Oh, wow, from that angle, that looked very, very close. It may not have been, but it looked pretty close. The Burst Esports Good as Sunglasses team, the number 94, Rasmus Andreasen, is having to work very, very hard. Oh, no, he gets a punch in the face from the Unison car. Oh, that could have gone horribly wrong there, but there was a bit of a twitch then from the Unison car that's kind of caught Rasmus a bit unawares there. Here it is again. So Darius is the back of this particular three-car train, has a look at the inside line at turn 2, but can't make it stick. And that's where the BMW just caught that apex there on the run towards the third corner. And that's, a little bit of a chain effect. I mean, no huge harm done, but that did give second place to the 15 Juices Motorsport car being driven by Darius Andre.
Yeah, I mean, there was not a lot Rasmus Andreasen could do about that one. That was just wrong place, wrong time, and the fact that the BMW hit the curb there, unsettled the car and brought it straight into his path, just slightly unlucky. Hopefully he'll have got away with minimal damage, but as you say, what that has done is it allows Darius Andre in the 15 Juices Motorsports Club car to find his way through. Now, we often say, Mr. Buxton, if you're leading a class, if you're leading a race and we don't see a lot of you, that's normally a good sign. That's been the case for the 585 Aztec Sim Sports by Volante Racing. Maciej Kasperczyk has been doing a fine job out there, just keeping himself to himself, building up an 18-second lead. We haven't seen a lot of him, but that's the reason why. There's not a lot to see. He's doing a fine job.
Absolutely. If you're not caught up in incidents, then we don't see a lot of you. So doing a fantastic job as we now look at Giordano Valeriano chasing the CKR car. So that won't be for position because the CKR is in GT3. That's the 717 Max Bunovic we just saw being tangled up in that particular issue. So still minding their own business though, still turning the wheels. And and still second in the GTE class. Only 20 seconds though, 21 seconds between themselves and Wojciech Polesny is another guy we haven't seen a lot of for a while. The number 74 GTE leader. Slightly further back though, as you can see, is Giordano Valeriano in the 54 Pescara Porsche. On the, well, as they sharing the track with the CKR car, but not on the same lap, but not in the same class. I'll get the right words out in the right order in a minute. But again, coming back to the incredible progress of that CKR car, they are the only car that's quicker than them in class is, unsurprisingly, the class leader, which is Kaspersky, who, like I said earlier, Kieran, has done a superb job just turning the miles in the 585 car. But as we've seen, you know, fortune can change in a blink of an eye. That 53 car, the Musto Pescara, second of the Porsches, Eros Masciuli, has not returned to track, so that could be the fourth victim of this race. We will see if that car reappears. At the moment, it is not looking good for them. That's the SEM 9 Axle LMP2 car that we are now looking at. Currently in the hands of Nabil Aslam. Fourth in class, but right on the tail of Rasmus Andreasen. Oh, wow, as they nearly collect the 32 McLaren. Darius Andre, oh, has he gone into the pits? Because he was right there, and I think he's, yes, the 15 Deuces Motorsport car, having made that move for second in class, is now in the pit lane. So a pit stop going on for the number 15. The 33 car I can see is coming out of, or has come out of the pits. That's the adrenaline car, having had that spin. So now Arturas Masaitis in VR is dealing with. Yeah, I'm actually watching his camera, and that's like exactly as you said, that a whole full motion setup going on. I mean, that looks a lot of fun, but a number of hours in there, and that's that's going to hurt.
Yeah, I mean, VR as well, on top of that, is, really gets yourself immersed in there, but exactly that. It is a very, very exhausting way to do it, and riding on board now with Arturas Masaitis in the Team 33 Adrenaline. This is what we're talking about. You think we're going mad. That chair's not moving. No, there you go. There's proof. That chair is moving, and it's moving quite substantially as well. I mean, that just looks so much fun to drive. I mean, I couldn't drive for, the 2 hour, 3 hour stints that these drivers have to go through, but I'd love to give it a try.
Absolutely, I'm a big fan of VR. I use VR myself. Not that I'm any good with it, but I use it. My youngsters use it, but I do not have a full motion rig. That I would love to give it a go. And plus, just as we're watching his progress, that's the satellite LMP2 car got very, very loose then, but that could have been nasty. But that does look a lot of fun. Those straps on the seat are not for show. There's a reason why he needs strapping into the seat, and if he gets chucked around, he does not want to be thrown out of the seat.
Well, that's it, isn't it? It's the same as if you have a little bit of a collision, you're knocked forward. Well, that's exactly what's going to happen here. So that it needs those seat belts in place. As you say, they are not just for show. But, Mr. Buxton, we're approaching a top of another hour. The end of the second hour is upon us.
It is indeed. So there's going to be a slight change in the commentary lineup. Sadly, we won't be joined by Yusuf Bin Sahel. He's not going to be available for this broadcast. So it's just going to be me and Kieran. He's very kindly given me the option of the first break, which I'm going to take. So Kieran McGinley will take you through the next couple of hours. But as for right now, we'll head to a commercial break. Don't go anywhere, because this race is still going to be just as hot.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Welcome back then to the EEWC, the third round, which takes us to the 12 hours of Sebring. It's hour number 3, and we have, well, a lot has happened already in the past 2 hours. Welcome along and welcome back to the action here at Sebring. My name's Kieran McGinley. We've got Chris Buxton, who is just taking his break, so unfortunately you're going to have to for the next couple of hours. I do apologise. Anyway, we've got action out on track here. We've got Giordano Valeriano in the Musto Pescara number 54 machine. The sister car, the 53 machine, has gone through a bit of turmoil, disconnections and whatnot. Having a look here, it's still disconnected, so 4 teams are not running at this moment in time due to those disconnections, one of them being who was the leader of the GT3 classes, the Christopher Kanek and the 82 Mugen Sim Racing. Unfortunately, we have lost them, and they turned since. There's Alistair Young in the Sem 9 Axle machine, currently 4th in class, and I wonder if the standings are going to behave themselves. If not, we'll just run through the leader of each class. But in DPI at the moment, Michi Hoya is at the top of the order in the number 18 Burst Esports Simplexity machine. Fastest lap so far, 44.6. Jimmy Nisela in the 64 Moranis E-Stars car, there you see him, is in 2nd place and very, very much closing in. Best lap of a 44.1. And the gap between them has come down by a second on that last lap alone. So Nisela is really pressing on. Rounding off the top 3 in DPI is Denis Eschenko in the number 17 Unison Racing car. Top 3 in LMP2 at the moment. It's the 164 Satellite leading the way. James Juba at the wheel. Juices Motorsport, the number 15 car, is in 2nd place. At the wheel of the machine is Darius Andre. And the number 94 Burst Esport Gooder Sunglasses car, Rasmus Andreasen, behind the wheel, is currently rounding off the top 3 in LMP2. In GTE, it's Juices Motorsports Club, the number 74 Wojciech Polesny at the wheel, with Max Benovic in the 717 Unison Racing car in 2nd. 3rd place is the 45 DIS Sim Racing Lab machine. Don't know who's behind that wheel at the moment, but in a short while. In GT3, however, Lucas Vela in the CKR machine, the number 13, the Brazilian flag laden McLaren. You can see it just in the midst there. That's your GT3 leader at this moment in time. The 404 Glam Racing, Andre Goya, is currently in 2nd place. And then it's the 777 of the DSR Gadget Husit car, Michael Ciccolini at the wheel behind there. And that takes us through the top 3 of each class at the moment. And we were talking about traffic management, weren't we, earlier on? And Michi Hoya and Jimmy Nisela are trying to do just that, making their way through the sea of GTEs and GT3s and maybe even an LMP2 just to throw into the mix. At the head of that field is the Unison Racing car there. There's the DIS Sim Racing Lab car in GTE. 3rd place in GTE moment. The Porsche then trying to make its way around the track. watch on the battle for the hypercars into the third hour here of the 12 hours of sea. Don't forget as well, if you want to get in touch, make sure you use the YouTube chat. Give us a hello. Nick Newcomb, I can see in the chat there. Definitely supporting Juices. I don't know who else he'd support if there wasn't Juices. Kind of goes without saying that it's a welcome along. Great to have you with us. Hopefully you're having a great time in what should be some glorious sunshine to enjoy. Racecar Legend as well in the chat then, supporting Glam Racing, the 404 machine. Great to have you along with us. And if you can't access YouTube, well, you on Twitter, hashtag GTR24H if you want to tweet at us and in the commentary box. And if it's clean, we'll use it. Same as the drivers. If it's clean, it'll be fine. Jimmy Nisler then still trying to put Hoyer under that little bit of pressure coming through turn 1. Short run up towards turn 2 with the B32 Racing McLaren up ahead as Michi Hoyer looked for a move down the inside there. Not quite sure if it was going to stick. We've got a replay here. I see the Unison car is in the picture with the 54 Pescara. Pescara. Now, what happens through here in towards the corner? Oh, that's a meeting you don't want to have. Into the wall on the outside, so that might be a little bit of damage for the 54 car. Again, we've seen cars get away with that sort of damage and able to run a little bit longer, but the sister car, the 53, which is no longer in this race, did have a little bit of suspension damage, so they had to just constantly drive as a correction to keep the car in a straight line. You see in the top right hand corner, I don't know if I'm pointing that way, top right hand corner you see the highlights from the last hour, just in case you have missed anything at all. If you have just joined us, a very good welcome to you here at Sebring. Weather still dry and the radar looks very clear. In fact, it's the clearest it's looked all weekend. Very clear indeed. You'll just see maybe towards the southeast of the circuit, but pretty much beyond the land at the moment is that weather front at the moment. So it's been really kind to us, this weather. We were expecting quite a bit of rain. Expecting as well Jimmy Nisler, see what he can do, trying to get his way past Michi Hoyer as they make their way on towards the start finish straight once again with the Aston Martin to make their way past. Down in towards turn 1 they go once again. I mean, he's been quick. They grabbed the pole position for the race and Michi Hoyer just got the better start, and it's been this way ever since. And even so, we saw Jimmy Nisler have a little bit of a mistake at the hairpin turn, locking the rear brakes and going for a bit of a half spin. He's gained all that time back, so it's very clear Jimmy Nisler is absolutely on it. It's a rocket at the moment as he's looking for a move up the inside, perhaps in towards the hairpin bend. Not this time around, but now making his way then on towards the Fangio chicane. Long run up towards Cunningham Corner. Again, Nisler just wanting to see if he can try and make this move stick. Up towards Cunningham they go. Keeping him honest, that's all he needs to do at the moment. Now through Collier Curve, or they make their way up towards Power Turn. 90-degree right-hander. Back onto the power they go, on towards the Flying Fortress Straight. Way through Bishop Bend. Then, or they make their way on towards Gendembian Bend. Rising up now for Le Mans Curve. And then on towards the Allman Straight. And again, Jimmy Nisler losing a bit of time on Michi Hoyer through that section. But I don't think he'll be too concerned because on the whole, he's got the pace to really keep Michi honest, which is a very thing to do. Now that didn't see that. I didn't see that in the last hour anyway, just to the top right. That was a very interesting one. As we see then Thomas Redegaard in Telefoinigan 188, just a little bit off circuit then, perhaps letting some of the cars through behind. Either way, just making sure. Honest Jimmy Nisler looking up the inside now. Is there going to be contact? Yes, there is. And Jimmy Nisler goes for another half spin. Now, was there contact between them? That looked like there looked to be a little bit of contact between them going in towards the early stages of the lap. Let's have another replay. Let's have another look at that as we saw to the Telefoinigan car. So this is coming up towards turn 2. Nisler up the inside. And yeah, there is a bit of contact between the two of them. Jimmy Nisler goes for that half spin, able to get back going again. But this time, well, we've already seen Nisler side through a gap before, and don't be surprised to see him side through the gap again. Watch on to Angel Benegas. Oh no, Tom Kapusta. My apologies. In the Satellite Racing 264 machine, currently 6th in GTE, and they're riding on board now with Jimmy Nisler. He looks to once again get back onto, regain the composure. I'm sure there'll be radio communications there. Don't think it's going to be a very happy Jimmy Nisler on the other end of those radio waves. Meantime, though, we've seen him cut through a deficit like that before, and don't be surprised to see him cut through the deficit again. Looking at the best laps of the race so far, well, we can say Burst Esports Complexity, and we could say Maradnas E-Stars, but Mitchie and Jimmy have been behind the wheel since the start of the race. So Jimmy set the fastest lap of the race with a 44.125. Mitchie Hoyer's best lap, 44.6. So, half a second between the best laps so far. Not fair to compare this lap time because, of course, there was that contact and Nisler had the half spin. But this is going to be an important lap for Jimmy Nisler. Way through turn 2, just in the top right hand corner, you can see the Gadget Houston car make its way through, trying to be chased down by Tom Kapusta there, I think, in the Satellite Racing machine. Sorry, no, that's not right, I don't think. But anyway, Jimmy Nisler then down the inside. I was right. I mean, time production, I was right. Michelini is ahead, and then it's Kapusta behind. Unless we ride on board with Jimmy Nisler, then just making it look easy, really, going through these ET cars. Really, really easy. And then closing in on Mitchie Hoyer up ahead. I mean, that's the car ahead. That Burst Esports Complexity car, that's the car ahead. And this is just, Jimmy Nisler is making this look so easy right now. Tremendously easy. And I can guarantee you it's not. Sebring is a very physical circuit. You don't get a lot of respite. Don't get a lot of time to breathe around this track. Just to then trying to reel in the GT3 car. From Kapusta trying to find his way past the GT3 car, I should say, of the Gadget Houston. Then they've got, I think that's the LMP2 Burst Esports Gooder Sunglasses car making its way through, which it was. There is Jimmy Nisler once again closing in. And look at this pace. Let's have a look at the last lap times then, as they come across the line. Mitchie Hoyer on the last lap, 46.3. And Jimmy Nisler, 45.2, 9/10 of a second. He's closed in on that last lap. Phenomenal pace from Jimmy Nisler at the moment. Oh, that was someone looking for an inside move. That was the Team Adrenaline car down the inside. But taking that position away. And, well, I'd rather be up here than in Tom Kapusta's shoes, that's for sure, because that looked a little bit dicey. But they all made it through, so I guess at the end of the day, that's all that is that everybody makes it through. There is one of the LMP2 cars at the moment. Following him, that is second in LMP2 at the moment. Liam Rance in the Satellite Racing machine. So Satellite running a 164 and a 264, the 264 being the GTE entrant, and there is Tom Kapusta using that little bit of slipstream from the Gadget Houston car up ahead as they now make their way up towards the hairpin turn. Again, the battle for the lead continues. Jimmy Nisler right onto the back of Mitchie Hoyer. These two have been really battling since this race started. Towards Gendembian Bend. Towards long curve back onto the Ullman Straight. Their way through for Jimmy Nisler. He tried last time on the inside of turn 2, but did not end well for him. Wonder how he's going to approach this time around. Through the final corner. I'm sure the radio waves will be very busy for Jimmy Nisler right now. Back onto the start for the straight and onwards towards turn 1. A little bit of slipstream as well. Make way towards turn 1 once again. Now, if I'm Jimmy Nisler, I'm not looking for a move down towards turn 2 because it didn't end well last time out. Okay. Turn 2 they go. No, not this time. really trying to gather the car up through these bends before we make our way through the long right-hander at Gurney Bend. Bit of slipstream as well, maybe sizing up a move towards the hairpin turn, might be slightly too far back for a dive up the inside, but definitely he knows he's there. Oh, Michi Hoyo locking up under braking, and that's just going to allow Jimmy Nisler to really apply that pressure even more right now. Wow, that was a big lock-up from Michi Hoyo. Locked up the rears, just about managed to get himself up and running once again. But yeah, bit of a heart-in-mouth moment made for Michi Hoyo. It's hard to say with Michi because he's got a very calm demeanour about him. But Jimmy Nisler again looking up the inside, no way through there. They're coming up to a couple of GT cars at the moment. I think that's going to be the Glam Racing Audi, which they managed to dispatch. Here they go then through Jen Debian Bend.
One lap further, and Nello will be ahead of us. Then
up towards Le Mans curve, back onto the power. Jimmy Nisler will be just applying, just putting on more and more pressure. Michi is feeling that pressure right now, looking up the inside in towards Sunset Bend, and with GT cars ahead, that might be a good idea. Oh, there's contact with Michi Hoyo and the GT car to their left-hand side as they make their way out of Sunset Bend onto the start-finish straight, as I'm sure Michi will be on the radio too, filling those radio airwaves. In towards turn 1 we go, still running on board with Jimmy Nisler. And up towards turn 2, yeah, Nisler looks just a little bit too far back to try and move this time around, but these two have been keeping us honest the whole time. It has been absolutely fantastic to watch, and it's a treat to watch these two drivers. Back onto the power we go then, and through Gurney Bend. And there is going to be, we just had a report from race control that there's going to be a drive-through penalty for the number 18, and that is Michi Hoyo. So Michi Hoyo gets himself a drive-through penalty. That will shake up the order somewhat, and that's for not giving space for the car 64 for Jimmy Nisler behind at turn 3. So that's huge then. That is a huge thing for Michi Hoyo with that drive-through penalty. He'll be told that very shortly, if not already. And that's going to just allow Jimmy Nisler the position, which is the last thing Michi Hoyo wanted, because Jimmy Nisler is the driver and the car with the pace right now as they get their way past the LMP2 Juices Motorsport. I'm sure as well Miranda's E-Stars have got to be on the tail of Jimmy Nisler. They've got to be on his radio waves and say to him, look, just keep the pressure up because the car ahead's got the drive-through. You'll have that position soon. But I don't think soon is good enough for Jimmy Nisler. He wants it now. Looking round the outside, in towards Sunset Bend. Round the outside he will go. Respect the bumps. Back onto the power. Is that going to be Nisler who takes over the lead? It will be Nisler who takes over the lead as we see Michi Hoyo come into the pits, no doubt to serve his drive-through penalty. Nisler takes the lead around the outside of Sunset Bend, and it will be Miranda's E-Stars leading the way, and that's going to be a long 20 seconds there for Michi Hoyo. And there we saw Arturas Baitis trying to go up the inside of one of the GT cars.
5 minutes ago.
Thank you.
Michi obviously questioning the drive-through there, asking when the last time he was that got it. But nevertheless, he rejoins the circuit. And what's that going to do to the time behind? It's about 22.5 seconds at the moment. But that's how much it costs you for a drive-through penalty. About 22.5 seconds if you're in the hypercars. There is Baitis in the 33 Team Adrenaline car, with that motion rig in full flow at the moment. Of course, we'll be hearing from the teams and the drivers throughout as you see the radio wave come up. And apologies if I do speak over them, but otherwise we'll be spent all day listening to them, which actually maybe for everybody else is a good idea. I don't know. Anyway, what's happened to the Telefoinigan car? Michael Slot, wheel of the BMW. What did happen? Go on, replay, go on. You know you want to. This is coming out of the hairpin bend. See what happened there, but anyway. We're back on with the GTR car. Currently second place in class. Lucas Verla. It's been a whirlwind for him so far. He's done a really good job so far. It'd be great to have a chat with Lucas after he's finished his stint, if we can pull him to one side, because he's had a little bit of everything. There's Jimmy Nisela into the pits there. Now, this is going to be for a scheduled stop, and no doubt Michi Hoyer is going to have his scheduled stop, if not on this lap, maybe the lap after. In fact, on my timing screen, he is on an in-lap. Quite clearly see, that's not the case. He'll be on the in-lap now, but heading now up his way towards turn 1. So Michi Hoyer will take over the lead again, but he's still got to make a pit stop. Drive-through penalty will have shaken up the order here in hypercar class, I should say. Going to mean then that still Burst Esports Complexity will lead the way, but they will have to take another stop. They are out of sync with the Mirandus E-Stars car. We are on board now with Jimmy Nisela in the pits, and I wonder if there's going to be a change of driver this time around. Doesn't look like it. No, Jimmy is still in the car. Long stints then for Jimmy Nisela. I mean, if he's in the groove, if he's in the zone, then the team want to keep him out there as long as possible. There will be the fair share ideology, so they'll have to have the rest of the drivers take the car at some point in this race. Oh, they did change driver. It is Nello Pastorino now in the car. So, Nello Pastorino jumps in, takes over, and it's his turn now to have a go at the reins of the Mirandus E-Stars car. Hoyer, meanwhile, will be looking to try and extend that gap as much as possible. See if I can actually try and grab. This is the thing now, I get to annoy people, which is, I love annoying people. It's do. Let me see if I can have the Jimmy Nisela, from Finland is Jimmy. Problem now with only one person in the box. Got to make sure. Have a chat to some of these drivers. Oh, I've not done that right. I've just done it in the broadcast studio. It's all gone wrong. It's all going wrong. Meanwhile, then, Scientist trying to make his way up the order. Production are laughing at me. That's not fair. Production say they're busy enough. Yeah, that's fair enough. That's what I wanted to do. Open the text chat with Jimmy and see if he wants to have a chat with us. That's it. Right, we've got it now. It's all under control. Michi Hoyer into the pit lane. Let's see if there's going to be a change of driver or whether Michi's going to stay in the car. Not just yet, but normally when they start pulling away, that's when they get We'll be putting Jesper Pedersen into the car, but we'll wait for the timing screens to update to tell us that. Yep, that's exactly right, production are on point today. Yes, Jesper Pedersen now jumps in. He'll take over, and that's going to mean that Nello Pastorino will go back into the lead of the race with the 64 Mirandus E-Stars car. There's Denis Eschenko in the 17 Unison Racing. They were 70 seconds back from the leaders before those pit stops, and whoa, there's the Team Adrenaline car. Arturus Ascitis, that can't be comfortable riding those curves like that with the rig he's got set up. That cannot be comfortable, but running okay at the moment. Try and find his way through again. See if we can have a chat to Michi Hoyer. Great to have that with him as well. Was leading for a very good portion of the race before that drive-through penalty. We're watching on with Masitis, trying to make his way past. This is forward with him. He makes that pass. Oh, that was close from Rasmus Andreasen. Very much got to the back end there. We saw that rear wing up close and personal right there. So no more room for detail there. We can see that diffuser. It's very good up close, apparently. Maybe I didn't want to see it that close. Very close up. Speaking of Rasmus Andreasen, 94 Burst Esports Gooder Sunglasses team, they are currently running in 3rd place. Keeping themselves to themselves at the moment. They're kind of in a race of their own. It seems to be a common theme for our 4 LMP2 drivers and teams. They seem to be just spaced out among the track at the moment, which is never necessarily a bad thing because it means that they can just keep themselves to themselves, get on with their pace and just show the teams and stick to the strategy as best as possible. So now that Pastorino takes over around the C-Stars car, Jesper Pedersen now into the 18 Burst Esports Simplexity car. Has slipped under the radar. Yes, João Barbosa is now at the 74 Juices Motorsports Club machine in GTE. Still behind the car, or behind the wheel, Angel Benegas in the MCM Motorsports. Jakub Kowalski in Glam Racing now, taking over as we're going 3 wide up towards Sunset Bend. Not normally you see that between 3 different classes, but that was Gadget who said up the inside of Californigan. And that's a battle between 2 different classes. Californigan do yield there. Got 585 Acetec have come out of the pits. They've rejoined 6th in class. I think through everything. It looks like all the driver changes we have spotted. Alistair Young is in the Sem 9 axle car now. 4th place in Hypercar. Stands then. Quite a shuffle of the grid with that drive-through penalty. What it does mean is we're going to take a little bit of a break. But at the moment, though, Nella Pastorino takes over. Denis Eschenko, after that pit stop for our 2 leaders, now finds himself in 2nd place. So we are expecting him to stop soon. So too the Sem 9 axle car will probably be pitting shortly, but Darius Andre in the 15 Juices Motorsport Club car, leading in the LMP2 class. Leading GTE is Juices Motorsports Club. In the 74, João Barbosa, taking over that very recently. And leader of GT3 is Lucas Verla, the CKR car, now leading the field ahead of the 404 Glam Racing machine, recently taken over by Jakub Kowalski. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more after this.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the digital snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Welcome back to the third round of the EEWC here at the 12 hours of Sebring. We're 3.5 hours into this one. My name is Kieran McGinley, and let's just get straight back into it, because during the break, a drive-through penalty was awarded to the 74 car. Juice's Motorsports Club have got themselves a drive-through penalty for a dive bomb on 54, so that would have been the Musto Pescara machine. Turn 3. Now, this was some time ago, but the incident was only recently submitted, and so that will be a drive-through penalty for the 74 car. But that's what you missed during the advert break. Another thing I'm delighted to say is we might have a driver ready to join us here in our pokey little commentary box. Hopefully we can have a chat to Michi. Hiya, Michi, can you hear us? Talk power. Production will do that for
now
me. Michi, welcome along. That was an impressive stint you've just completed, leading for a lot of that. How do you feel out there? How was the car?
The car is good. I mean, we're running a total different setup, or a total different philosophy of setup compared to the Moratness guys. They are a lot quicker on the straights than we are. But, I mean, getting into the lead right on the start and then trying to defend on the straights as much as possible surely got us ahead on the strategy. We're expecting some rain, so we believe our car to be much better in those conditions then. So let's see what's going to happen. But the car is alright, like the guys have done a good job on the setup. And yeah, we're now just maximizing the pace.
Yeah, and yourself and Dewey Nisler were going through a bit of a side-by-side battle, a bit of contact here and there, but you got yourself the drive-through, has put you back a little bit, but are we expecting you back in the car very soon?
No, I'm going to take over the car probably after midnight again. I just got to say, like, we heavily disagree with that drive-through penalty. Like, obviously now the damage is done, but there was enough space, and I quite don't, like, you know, personally, I think Nisula has run into us, and if not for us there, he would have not made the corner. But either way, it is what it is. We now got a 70.5 second gap to Moratness, and now, well, we're trying to be on the verge, trying to hang in and get back that gap and eventually do an overtake.
And Sebring here, Florida, is very famous for its sort of storms that happen late on in the afternoon. Is that something you're prepared for?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was mentioning, like with a different car configuration. Like obviously we've prepared for a kind of hybrid setup. I guess we lack some performance here in the dry, but we expect Moratness to lack a big chunk of performance later on in the wet. I mean, we might be surprised in the end after all, but for the moment, like we're running a lot more downforce than what you would do in the dry. But we hope to have our benefits from that later on when the rain comes. So yeah, we're definitely I think we're expecting a thunderstorm in roughly 2.5 hours from now. So the majority of the race should be in wet condition, and then we believe to have a better kart on our end.
And obviously, Burst Esports Complexity, 2 wins back-to-back so far, Matsusaka and Monza. I'm guessing you're going to try and make it 3 out of 3, but I mean, that would be obvious, wouldn't it, for me to say that? But yourselves and Moratness have clearly got that rivalry. Are we expecting that to continue to the end of the season?
I mean, Moratness is certainly our most strong competitor. Like, I'm not sure what happened to the Axel car today. They were quite quick in the second race around Monza. Yeah, surely Moratnas are the ones to watch out for. I wouldn't just count off this race already. Like, yes, we're a little bit on the downside, but I can see that Jesper is pulling down the gap. And, well, just as you say, they are surely our strongest competitors, but we're just thinking from race to race and see what's going to happen. Of course, we appreciate the competition around here, and so it's not just a 12-hour boring drive to the finish line. But yeah, of course, we try to maximize everything so that we got the better result on our end in the end.
Well, Mitchie, thank you so much for joining us. We'll let you get back to your team and whatnot, but thank you so much for having a chat with us. It's been great to chat.
Yeah, thank you for having me. See you later.
Very much to Mitchie Hoyer, part of the Burst Esports Simplexity lineup here. Currently second place in the race. So great to hear from him now. Production have brought up the weather map, which normally means it's a bit of news happening. There is that. It's really brewing from the bottom. We heard Mitchie say they're expecting rain and a thunderstorm in around 2.5 hours' time, and so they've got that hybrid setup, which makes it they're slightly slower on the straights, but they're prepared for the rain if and when it hits. So that might be the rain that Mitchie's talking about there. 2.5 hours away. Interested to hear from teams as well when they think the rain is going to hit, because of course all that data is there. It's all to be interpreted by different teams, and that's going to be something that they're going to have to watch out for. But as Mitchie also pointed out, the Burst Esports Simplexity car is closing in on Varadnis E-Stars. Last lap time for Pastorino 46.3, last lap time for Pedersen 45.7. So really running well at the moment. The Nabil Aslan, M9 axle number 21 machine. Currently fourth out of 4 at the moment. And all that has flown under my radar. No, I didn't think so. So only the 4 LMP2 cars here today. Does mean as the race you've got yourself a good haul of points on your way. There is Nella Pastorino then in the Varadnis E-Stars car, currently leading the way, being reeled in by Burst Esports Simplexity. Then we have Peter Vagapov as well. Just as we were talking there have been a couple of driver changes here, there and everywhere, whichever team you look at. Peter Vagapov has taken over in the number 17 Unison Racing car. Josh Pervine in the 7.9 Axel, number 11 hypercar, is now at the wheel. Down at Juice's Motorsports Club, the number 15 is now being driven by Robert Pohl. Still got Nabo Aslan in that 7.9 machine. Looking down the order, have we got any? No, that's your lot then. Joao Barbosa also took that drive-through penalty for 74 Juice's Motorsports Club that they were awarded. That's put them now behind the 717 Unison Racing, trying to close in. Bit of traffic out there because the last lap time for Max Binovic in the Unison Racing, 59.4 compared to Joao Barbosa's 201.5. There is Nabil Aslan then, 4th place so far, trying to close in actually to Robert Pohl. Last lap times there go in the favour of Robert Pohl there. Long out of the pits, that's why they are close to each other out on track. There we see Tom Kapusta then in the 264 Satellite Racing, using Max Pernovic as a little bit of a slipstream down towards turn 1, a lap between them. But that is not going to stop Kapusta from trying to find his way past and get in front. There's Nabil Aslan once again making his way through Sunset Bend. Then makes his way on towards the start-finish straight. Things have calmed down a bit, but what hasn't calmed down is the air temperature and the track temperature, going up and up still. Air temperature 27 degrees, track temperature 25. So getting a bit warmer at the moment. Clouds have gathered over Sebring here, and that is a sign of things to come. From Mitchie, they reckon 2.5 hours down at Burst. Sports Simplexity. That rain to hit. That's what they have set themselves up for that rain. We heard from them. We heard from Mitchie saying that hybrid setup the difference now at the moment, especially with the straight line speed. There's Tom Kapusta then. The 166 ID Simsort Marcus Stair is now behind the wheel. Track temperature has gone up, the air temperature has gone up. So tyres are going to be a little handle than they were at the start of the race. I think, as far as I remember, track temperature's gone up 3 degrees since the start of the race, maybe more than that. So, and those 3 degrees do have a profound effect on tyres. Careful not to overheat them. That good stuff. Way towards the final corner, Sunset Bend. To the start-finish straight. We might have Liam Rance into the pits very soon. So too Nabil Aslan. Robert Palm out. In the pits, right? I think so. There's a lot of drivers that have just emerged from the pits. Some drivers just making their way out of the pits as well. Here is Kapusta then. 264 satellite racing car. About the odd seconds between the 264 satellite racing and the ID Sim Sport car. There is Mercedes. In that rig, if you haven't seen it before, it's a very, very advanced rig, that's for sure. Motion throughout. A motion seat. So every bump, every turn, he'll lean this way and that. I'm very jealous of his rig. Very jealous of it indeed. I wouldn't be able to do much with it. Would love to put a lap or two in it before I hit the wall. The problem with that though is that if you hit the wall, you know it. Whereas here, it's just sort of, oh, you press escape. If you've got a wheel in front of you, oh, just press escape. No big loss, unless you're on a direct drive wheel. Hands might come off. But virtuous. Actually trying to say someone might be of I heard the word interview and then my ears didn't hear anything before it. I'm sure they will call someone in. Further down the line. Then make his way to the final corner. There's the Glam Racing machine as well. Racing currently second in class. Jakub Kowalski is behind the wheel, but there is Tom Kapusta. Different classes, these two, but that might not stop them battling in towards turn one. And you see then Kowalski just deciding this isn't his fight. He knows that. Or he keeps that car in one piece. That was the 7.9 axle LMP2 making its way through. I think now the last wheel of that car. No, it's Mohamed Alif is now behind the wheel. Reno still losing time to Jesper Pedersen at the moment. The gap is just under 15 seconds at the top of the hypercars. Jakub Kowalski is some way behind Lucas Verla at the moment. I mean, Verla's put in a massive stint in this one. Really, really has. Yeah, would love to have a chat with him once his stint is complete. Gone a long way into this race. I think he did start this race, so he's been in there ever since as we approach the end of the third hour. Done a mega stint so far. This might be his only stint of the race. That's why he's out there for so long. 12 hours. Got 3 drivers. Got 4 hours in the car. That's it. So those some leeway here and there. Generally how it goes. Jakub Kowalski then trying to close in on that gap. There is your leader in hypercars then, Nella Pastorina, Moradnis E-Stars in the 64, making their way up towards the hairpin turn. Through the Fangio chicane. Well, are in the YouTube chat. It'd be lovely to hear from you. So too on Twitter, hashtag GTR24H if you want to get involved. Love to hear from you. See, maybe you're a driver and you want to tweet to us. Hey, by all means. You might even want to say how bad the commentary is. By all means, go for it. At the moment, though, Reno leading the way. Just having a look at the latest lap times. 45.8 from Nella Pastorino last time out. 46.1 from Jesper Pedersen. See here, Pastorino's got a little bit of traffic here. I think that's the MCM Motorsport. And Martin. Reno's now past, and that's the DIS Sim Racing Lab machine as well now. Nella Pastorio has to try and find a way round. That way around, and now he'll be on the outside. Brave Nello, but it's paid off. That's the main thing. It has paid off. We head our way now down in towards turn 1. Spoken myself and Chris a lot, especially in practice qualifying, how the back ends of these machines can be very nervous, especially through turns 1 and through the sunset bend. A very nervous car that just doesn't want to play ball through these high-speed corners, and you will have a tough time. Sun just trying to poke through above the skies here, through the clouds. Enough to get some sort of light through. Rain, I mean, I feel like we're going to be saying that a lot. The rain, where is it? Where's it? Well, yeah, it's Florida. It's still brewing to the south, I'm told by production. Then again, it is Florida, as I think production told me last night. It's a very fair point. It is Florida. Who knows? Who knows if it's going to rain? Who knows? So, still chasing and still setting fast lap times out there. Jesper Pedersen 45.9 compared to Miranda Seastar's Nella Pastorino 47.6. Gap's now down to just under 12.5 seconds. I suppose it's worth an idea of class, as we see here Nella Pastorino leading the way. Jesper Pedersen in the Burst Esports Complexity car in second in class. Peter Vagapov in the 17 Unison Racing car, rounding off the top 3 in Hypercar. There's Jesper Pedersen there through Sunset Bend. Looking through LMP2, the top 3 so far, there's only 4 cars there, but Liam Rance in the Satellite Racing car is in the lead. There you saw just in the background the BIS Sim Racing Lab car into the pits. So Liam Rance in Satellite Racing 164 leads in LMP2. Robert Pone in the number 15 Juices Motorsports Club LMP2 car is in second place, and a change of driver at the number 94 base, 94 Burst Esports Good of Sunglasses. Tom Aldermenger has taken over and is currently third in class. The GTE then, it's the 717 Unison Racing. Max Bunovic is at the head of the GTE field. Then it's Juices Motorsports Club 74, Joao Barbosa in second place. Then it's the just recently pitted DIS Sim Racing Lab car in place. Then in GT3, it's Lucas Verla in CKR leading the way. Jakub Kowalski in second place in the 404 Glam Racing car. Then in third place, it's the B32 Racing car. Back wheels of that car. That car is in third place. Air temperature up to 27 degrees, track temperature up to 25. As we watch on with Jesper Pedersen try and make his way past that B32 Racing McLaren, which he does very well. Coleman straight. Apparently, there's a problem with production. Right? A wasp over there, and they got rid of it. That was a very small emergency. It made that sound a bit more urgent than it was. Oh, apparently production didn't tell me until it was out. I guess the pilot treatment was. This is Adrenaline and Viaducton. Now, that looks very interesting. Once the replay gets going, we'll be able to see what's going on between the two of them. Titus. No, replay's not playing ball, unfortunately, but there we go. Yeah, so production only told me about that wasp until the wasp was gone. I guess they were hiding. That's the way it is. Play production. Angel Venegas then in the MCM Motorsport car. His way through. There is the Denis Shchenko. Oh, sorry, no, it's Peter Vakapov now in the Unison Racing car. They're dispatching some of the GT cars, currently third in class in the hypercars. I always say hyperclass. I don't know why. Maybe it's just a clever portmanteau of the two words, hypercar class. I don't think it's going to catch. Maybe if we give it a try. Doubt it though. I very much doubt it. It's not going to catch on. That was very hard. But you know what? I needed it. There is the 17 car. Way through Sunset Bend. Oh, very nervously through Sunset Bend, I might add. But Vakapov able to keep that all under wraps. Last lap time there, 46.5. 36.5 from the last time around. Bumps through the final corner. Can be very, very tricky. Indeed. And he plans out. Still leading in DPI. The gap is now down to 10.9. Battle for the lead. There, I believe, is Jesper Pedersen we're riding on board with in the Burst Esports Complexity car. This way now on through Banjo Chicane and up towards Cunningham Corner. .90 right with that sleeping policeman on the inside. There's an Aston Martin, it's a white front, it's Juices Motorsports. They are currently second in class in GTE, Joao Barbosa at the wheel. And having a look at GTE, currently, the gap is 13 seconds. Juices close the gap, the last lap time 2:01.5, last lap time for Unison, 3:09.8. Unison hyperclass, it's 11 seconds. Juices Motorsport Club have just pitted out and they are about 5.7 behind Satellite Racing in LMP2. Budovic in Unison we've spoken about, who's just started a brand new lap. Lucas Verla, well, he's ahead of 3 GTE cars at the moment. Lucas Verla is having a ball out there. He's enjoying himself. He really, really is. He's putting in a fantastic stint. He's had a best lap time of 2 minutes 0.4 in this race. His last lap time was a 2:02, but bear in mind that what he's lapping, what his best lap time is pretty much matching the last lap times of the GTE. So he's doing a phenomenal job out there, right? And he has been in the car since the very start of the race, so no doubt there might be a bit of fatigue on that side, but no doubt about it, he's doing a fine job out there. The pole then in the Juices Motorsport Club number 15. Making their way now in towards turn 1. It's always great to see standings are now Juices. They had, I believe, a 5th and a 4th at Matsusaka and Monza, respectively, in LMP2. They currently are in 2nd. They'll be hoping for their first podium of the season. Still quite a way to go before that, but they haven't had a podium in LMP2 so far. They'd love to that voodoo off their back for the season. Completed half distance in the championship by the end of tonight, by roughly 2 a.m. Central European summertime. Wherever you're watching in the world, a very warm welcome to you here. GTR24H, third round of the EEWC. And then laps next. Gap is now 4.9, so it's still coming down. So we might get ourselves a battle in the near future. LMP2. Already seen some battles out here. It just seems like everybody's now into their own race, their own groove right now. In fact, that's your class leader up there, just up the road, not very far away at all. There's Angel Benegas. DKR car ahead. Now this is two different classes at the moment, but Angel Benegas is looking to try and find his way through the picture at the moment. Benegas on the right hand side, I believe that is the Juices Motorsport Club car on the left, as it tries to chase down the class leader. Now for Benegas then, it's all about trying to get past Lucas Verla. Verla is in he's under no obligation to let the car through. Not only because they're on the same lap, but also they may be in different classes, but that's still nothing. There's no obligation for the McLaren to make way. McLaren is quick enough, it will want to stay ahead. Then just trying to hide through that gap, and then we have one of the upper cars. I think that's the Team Adrenaline 33 car up the inside, one of the hypercars. Its way through. Always tricky when you've got two GT cars up ahead who want to try and battle away. But on the left hand side, Juices are trying to get past one of the Musto cars, which is the 54. We lost the 53 earlier on, but manages to get past. 4 seconds now. Our class leaders might have gone up slightly with that little bit of battling. Nevertheless, Robert Pone, who is eager to get himself going. Now we've got someone in the pits. It's Pedersen coming into the pits then, on the lead of the race. So Burst Esports Simplexity into the pits. Now, I didn't think it was that long ago we spoke to Michi. I suppose actually Michi had a breather. He did say he wanted to take a break before he had a chat to us. But that's probably going to say that's a scheduled stop then for Pedersen. Marino also came into the pits as well. Laps ago. Closing now in. Then they can retake the lead. I mean, it was around 11 seconds the gap for the pit stops between the two of them. Going to be close again. There it is. There goes Burst Esports Simplexity rejoining into the lead. Fantastic stuff. It's going to mean that they're going to battle once again. Jesper Pedersen then in the Burst Esports Simplexity car takes over the lead in hypercars. Nella Pastorino in the Miranda C-Starts car right behind him as they make their way now through Gurney Bend and up towards Hairpin Bend. You see then Pedersen goes defensive in towards the right-hander here, and Pastorino is going to try and find his way through. The radio waves will be absolutely busy right now, and Pastorino will be asking, how on earth has this happened? But look at this now, the run he's got up towards Cunningham Corner and trying to get that car steering in as we make our way through Collier Curve up towards Tower Turn, the 90 right. Still no way through for Pastorino right now. Back onto the power we go, and on towards the Flying Fortress straight towards Bishop Bend. They've got a GT car up ahead. That's one of the Musto cars. As you see there, the Burst Esports Simplexity car finds a way through, but the Musto car can't do anything about Pastorino behind. Nervous twitch then from Pastorino. Might have lost a little bit of time to Pedersen up ahead, and with this battle ongoing, we are going to take a quick commercial break. We'll keep this battle on your screen so you don't miss a thing, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Welcome back then to the GTR24H EEWC 12 hours of Sebring, and Jesper Pedersen still in the lead ahead of Nello Pastorino in the battle for the hypercars as they make their way through turn one. These two have been a little bit of what if door banging really existed for hypercars. This is what these guys would be doing, but Pastorino could not find a way past and stays in second place. But once again, these two cars cannot be separated. There's even a drive-through penalty that was handed out to Jesper Pedersen, to Michi Hoyer in the Burst Esports Simplexi car. We did hear him say he didn't agree with it. Nello Pastorino going this way and that to try and find his way past. No way through for Pastorino as we are at the top of yet another hour. Hour number 4 here of the 12 hours of Sebring, and we see here Pastorino still trying to find his way past. No way through for him right now. Great battle between these two as they now find their way through the midsection of the track and I believe up towards Tower Turn before they then make their way onto the Flying Fortress Straight up towards Bishop Bend. Again, Pastorino just applying that pressure. He's basically taken over from what Jimmy Dissler was doing about an hour ago, putting the pressure on the car ahead. They then make their way through in towards Jen Debian, through Le Mans and on towards the Allman Straight, closing as they head their way up towards Sunset Bend. They have got a GT car up ahead of them. Pedersen goes defensive and they are going to run side by side through Sunset Bend. Around the outside goes Nella Pastorino. Can he make that one stick onto the power? But he's got a GT car in the way, has to swerve to avoid it. He gets the position. Nella Pastorino gets past Jesper Pedersen with a move around the outside, and he takes back the lead for Maradnes E-Stars in the 64. That was a brave move with the GT car involved, but Nella Pastorino did not blink twice. He made that look easy. Let's have another look at that one. You saw then Pedersen go defensive. They were side by side on the entry in towards Sunset Bend, but then the GT car here, Nella Pastorino has to swerve to avoid, and there is a bit of contact there. I'm not quite sure what else he can do there. He has to try and avoid the GT car. What it does is it allows him to get past and ahead of Burst Esports Simplexity. So our new race leaders are now from one battle for the lead to another. It looks like Robert Poen, under this sort of guise of the hypercar battle, has very much closed into the back of Liam Rance here in the satellite racing machine. As you see, you've still got the battle for the hyperclass lead in the top right of your screen, but at the moment Pastorino is doing a fine job. We've got yellow flags out there, and Giordano Valeriano is the reason why. This is a replay of what happened, and that's a failure of some sort. That has to be a failure of some sort. That car's gone straight on. That's a definite failure. Hard into the wall as well. Yeah, and that's no steering foot, definitely so, because that car just went straight on. There it is, full speed. Definite failure of hardware for Giordano Valeriano. That's such a shame, because that Musto car was running so well, and Musto this weekend have not had any luck fall their way, and it doesn't look like that's going to change anytime soon. There's your leader then of hypercars, Nella Pastorino, building now the gap between himself and Jesper Pedersen. Meanwhile then, we do have this battle for LMP2. Robert Poen then trying to find his way past Liam Rance. Up towards the hairpin bend they go as Robert Poen moves to the right hand side, but no way through for him at the moment. Trying to apply that pressure once again. They now make their way through the Fangio chicane up towards Cunningham Curve very shortly. Great battle for the lead. Here they come then up towards Cunningham Curve. Poen here is quicker than the car ahead. Last lap time 48.2 for Robert Poen. Last lap time for Liam Rance 49.5. So the pace is with Robert Poen right now. Yellow flags out in sector 3, which were quickly cleared. A slight off track, or possibly involving lapped cars there. Away now in towards Le Mans Curve. The battle, sorry, not Le Mans Curve, towards Gendembian Bend now. And now in towards Le Mans Curve. Back onto the power, and onwards then towards Sunset Bend down the Allman Straight. What this battle can bring to us. There goes the number 17 of Unison Racing, as whoa, that's a bit of traffic coming through Sunset Bend then. Everyone on high alert after that one. Back onto the power goes Robert Poen. Maybe could use a little bit of the Unison Racing slipstream there, but as soon as it was there, it's now gone. Turn 1. Liam Rance here again, try to hypercar go through. Bit of a lock up from somebody up ahead. That's that's the CKR McLaren that is now just trying to get off the racing line, then comes back on it. A little bit of confusion there, but everybody makes their way through. Using that slipstream of Liam Rance up ahead, up towards the hairpin turn they go. No move yet down the inside for Robert Poen. I think he feels he's just slightly too far back to try and move just yet. We head through the Fangio chicane, then onwards towards Cunningham Curve. I'll move on here for Poen. He will go. Onwards then through Collier Curve and towards Tower Turn. With Sebring being such a very flowing circuit, there's not many heavy braking areas. You've got the hairpin turn, you've got Cunningham Corner, you've got the move in towards turn 1, but you really have to get Sunset Bend right. So it does make overtaking tricky, but not impossible. previous 3.5 hours, it is possible. But I think that's one of the high. Well, he's one of the high. In fact, it's our overall race leader that's coming through to a lap on. And then final corner onto the start through straight. Might be able to use a little bit of slipstream from Nello Pastorino here. The straights are really where you want to try and let the leaders through, because you lose the least amount of time. It's never ever that easy. Twisting section now before they head the Burnley Bend. Then a little bit of slipstream here to be used, as we see then. From race control is that number 1, that's Varducton, will have a 30-second stop-go penalty for not respecting the 188. So that's Teleforningen. That's going to be an issue with lapping cars and a hypercar trying to get past a GT3 car, and race control have deemed that not enough respect was given, and so the number 1 will have that 30-second stop-go penalty. Then still on the back of Liam Rance. They also have the Burst Esports Simplexity car, second place in the hypercars, trying to find its way through, which it does. Not a conventional place, but a place nonetheless. Out of Le Mans Bend, Sunset Bend then, as we see then Nello Pastorino trying to make his way through. A flash of the lights from Robert Polm then, as again drivers do have to be careful. There are regulations about the flashing of lights. You have to be careful not to do it too much. I think that is the Varducton car, and Robert Polm is in. Robert Polm is into the pits from second place, perhaps maybe to try an undercut, but that position, or whether he stays in the car after that one. Benegas then trying to fight his way through. Oh yes, Tom Capusta, I'm told by production, getting past Angel Benegas then for 5th place in class. Right behind them is the Gadget who's in GT3, so that's not really a battle for position, but GT3 car. On the back of both of them, right? I think it's Steve Salsgaard who's in the Gadget who's car. El Benegas, back of Capusta then in the Satellite car. Radio from Satellite in the background as well. Hopefully we'll hear a bit of light radio. Through Debian Bend and then on towards Le Mans Curve. Dolman Straight. Again up towards Sunset Bend, and is there a way back past for Benegas, because he is within range, but he's going to have to be brave on the brakes if he wants it, which he's not going to have. Wise decision. Oh, Lucas Verla, yellow flag. Lucas Verla.
I won't say anything, you're in a big battle, you're on TV.
Yellow flag for Lucas Verla, but meanwhile Capusta then still trying to battle away with Angel Benegas. Capusta's got the inside line, but there goes Angel Benegas round the outside, taking away 5th place, but he gets onto the outside and can't get off it. Capusta then slides back through and takes back 5th place. There are the yellow flags in Sector 2. I wonder if that was Lucas Verla. I do wonder, but meanwhile then, still this battle rages on. Angel Benegas wants this position. He might have a move then up towards the hairpin turn, then up the inside he will go.
Nice.
Inside for 5th place, still battling away door to door, and that is another position then for Benegas. He gets it back. Buster then down to 6th place in class, and then here comes, I believe that's the Unison car coming through, the number 17, and says, I'll leave you to it now.
Exactly. It's very annoying when the traffic gets in the way.
Trying to go back past, trying to find his way back through, but
10,
starting to fall back from Benegas now. So good move from Angel Benegas. Gets himself up a position. He will be very, very appreciative of that as we've got a car running through. I think that's a hyperclass leader, hypercar class leader, I should say, which it is. Nello Pastorino making his way through. Just seems whenever we find a new battle out on track, towards the middle or the end of that battle, there goes Nello Pastorino. It's a common theme right now. He then, not only does Pastorino have to negotiate his way through the traffic, but so too does Jesper Pedersen. Always a challenge to try and thread the eye of a needle through. Then power. So there's the 94 Burst Esports Good Sunglasses 94 car. That's Tom Aldermenger. Right now through towards on towards the Flying Fortress Straight. Trying to negotiate these questions through forms, I should say. Questions came from. You have a question for me? In through Jademian Bend. There's Le Mans curve, back onto the Ullman Straight. Away up towards that bend once again. Team Adrenaline have been into the pits recently. They changed driver. Now Roman Senor, who's behind the wheel. Line is back behind the wheel of the number 11 Sem9 axle machine. In hypercars, got there's still in the 166. We do have the 54 Mascara car back. That's a good sign at least. Manuel Biancalula is lapping out there, probably the first sector. But yeah, he's back out there. A couple of laps now, but that's understandable considering a little bit of Musto luck wouldn't go amiss, would it, for them? Both cars suffered today. And the leading GTE car, 6 laps. Meanwhile, Pescara 54 has 91. Brief yellow flag for a Ducton then. 1. Air temperature up to 28 degrees. Track temperature staying at 25 for now. But the air temperature rises, the more the track temperature rises too. I wonder if production is losing track of time. So 2.5 hours they hit. I don't know how long this is. There is Liam Rance in the 164. Aaron was under pressure then for the get on. It's not long ago. Olden Menger into the pits for a pit stop. Or burst with a sunglasses car. Jesper Pedersen set a faster lap last time than Nello Pastorino by about 0.4 of a second. They're coming across the line now. Is that going to be the same again? Yes, it is. Mr. Pedersen, 46.2 compared to Miranda Seastars, Nello Pastorino, 46.6. So the gap is closing of hypercars. Run through top 3 of each class, as we've already seen. A great battle for hyperclass leaders. Morality starts 64, lead the way ahead of 18 Burst Eastwood Complexity. Then we have the 17 Racing rounding off the top. In LMP2, there's our weather radar, there it is. You see there is rain gathering from the south. Oh, it is approaching. It is on its way, isn't it? I suppose this is going to be a Monza 2021 scenario here in the WC, where it's probably just going to perfectly part around the circuit. What happened last year when we were hyping up that? That does look like the rain is on its way. Hit the circuit there, maybe that. Yes, but Pedersen then still out there. I was going through the top 3, wasn't I? I got lifted the weather radar. LMP2 then, Liam Branson, the 164 Satellite Racing currently leading the class. The 15 Juice Smoke Club. Second place, Robert Horn behind the wheel there. And third place, the 7-9 Axel car, Mohammed Alif is behind the wheel. In GTE, Unison Racing, the 717 do lead the way. Max Pirek the wheel. 74 Juices Motorsports in second place, the 74 car driven by Joao Barbosa, and third place the DIS Sim Racing Lab car 55 Porsche rounding off the top 3. In GT3 it is Lucas Verla way in GT3 ahead, but they are having the pit stop. It's for over 100 seconds. That to me indicates they did have a yellow flag next to their name earlier on. There's Liam Ranson into the pits, there's the CKR McLaren into the pits. Ranson into the pits then, so who could... but just to round off GT3 then, it's Lucas Verla and CKR currently leading. Glam Racing, the 404 Jakob Kowalski at the wheel is in second place, and B32 Racing 32 McLaren in third place. Right hand corner you can see Liam Rance Satellite Racing in the LMP2 in the pits, so too is the CKR car. CKR. Now, who is that leaving the pit? Leaving the pits is Liam Rance. Where does he rejoin them in the midst of all of that? Yet he rejoins behind Robert Poland. As predicted, really? Robert Poland, the Juices Motorsport Club, takes over the lead in the number 15. Satellite Racing are now in second place. France really does have a look of steely determination. We'll say that right now. Us commentators, we get a chance to have a drivers with their cameras. Whoever wants to show us off with the camera gives us a nice insight as to what drivers are feeling and how it's going. But yeah, for Liam Rance, that is a steely look of determination. Now, this is a replay of Level 7. Stephen Salsgaard. What's Stephen been up to? Bit of flames out of the side of that Corvette then. Oh, that's the B32 McLaren. Wow, how on earth did that happen? B32 on the inside. Trying to figure out where the B32 is. That was for, yeah, B32 have since come back to the garage and disconnected as well. So, what's that? Oh, that was very odd. Caught out Gadget Hussain there. I'm not surprised it caught them out, to be honest, but... well, they're up now into third place with the disconnection of B32, so it's gone from bad to worse for B32 Racing. Well, here we go again. I hope you filled up that popcorn, because we've got a battle for hypercars in it. Jesper Pedersen has closed in on Nello Pastorino by 10th of a second per lap. It's about 3-4 tenths a lap. Had one which was back in the favour of Nello Pastorino. These two are these two teams, I should say, no matter which driver they throw in, they just seem to be inseparable at the moment. Wait for us, as that's when the Musto cars that's now back into the race, and it would be the 54 if it's a Musto car. Haven't seen the 54 for a long time. Pastorino makes his way past Upwards and upwards. And goes Jesper Pedersen up the inside. Much more Route 1 approach for Pedersen to get up the inside, get the position. Pastorino was a little bit more tentative there to wait for the gap to emerge, to wait for the gap to come to him. So, riding aboard now with Jesper Pedersen. Of course, a little bit of radio waves from the Burst Esports Simplexity team. Again, I do apologise if I speak over them, but they are there for background. Always very nice to have that background. Pedersen looks to keep pressing on, put the pressure on once again on Magnus. They go into the bend and on their way now towards the long curve. Straight to the sunset bend. Again, Pedersen trying to close in that gap. Hopefully you are enjoying the action so far, and great to hear on YouTube. Very warm welcome to you, and wherever you're watching us. Very
what is it?
watching on, and if you're on Twitter, hashtag GTR24. Love to yeah. More than happy to have you. Meanwhile then, Jesper Pedersen still coming in towards turn 2. Back onto the power through this twisting, snaking. Doesn't have, as far as I know, it's just this twisting section. On towards Gurney Bend. Up ahead as well, just to add to the mix. Why not? I think that's the Gadget Husit car. It is. Jesper Pedersen goes down the inside. Continue to go.
Thank you.
Lucas Vera has handed over to Leandro there. Look all right out there. There have been a couple of moments here and there, but we'd love to get to them. Getting on, and I'll tell you what. How about this? Whilst I have a look and see what's going on, see if I can grab one of the veilers. That. Why don't we leave you with a couple? We'll be back after.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriots, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN. Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back then to the GTR24H EEWC round number 3 here at the 12 Hours of Sebring. Tony, in the YouTube chat, we hear you, and here we go. Here it is, the GTE battle for the lead then, as they now make their way in towards the next couple of corners then. Joao Barbosa in the 74 Juices Motorsports Club machine trying to get his way past the 717 of Nikolai Bezrikov, who's just emerged from the pit lane very recently. They've also got one of the, I think that's the 79 axle LMP2 car to negotiate their way through the traffic as well as they do that. The GTE class heating up once again here for the battle for the lead. Juice is here, want to make sure they keep this momentum up through the season. Meanwhile, Unison have done a fantastic job of keeping their cool this season as they now make their way up towards Sunset Bend. We have got a car in the pit lane in the top right hand corner. If I'm not mistaken, that's a Burst car, and it is the Burst Esports Simplexity car. There is Joao Barbosa, still looking for an inside line, going through Sunset Bend, respect the bumps, back onto the power and onto the start-finish straight. He has lined himself up perfectly to try for a move against Bezrikov then. Down the start-finish straight they go. He goes one way, he switches to the other, trying to go around the outside. Joao Barbosa through turn 1, not quite there yet, but Bezrikov then hanging on well as they head their way now up towards turn 2. No way through this time for Joao Barbosa, but a great attempt to try and make his way through, but Bezrikov does well enough to defend the position for now as they make their way through Gurney Bend and on towards Hairpin Turn. Is there a way through for Joao Barbosa? Well, there's a way through here for Maradlis E-Stars as they fly past them down the inside, and of course a bit of radio action from Juices Motorsport as well, just to boot as well, as they still try to find their way past Unison Racing. Onwards they go then up towards Cunningham Curve, and here we go then. Bezrikov goes defensive and Joao Barbosa will try and find his way through. I wonder how that move got on, because they were side by side. They were side by side through that one, and it is Bezrikov who wins that battle just there. And Joao Barbosa will need another way past as they make their way down the short stretch towards Bishop Bend. Bezrikov doing enough then to hang on to the lead of GTE. Of course, Bezrikov has just really exited the pit lane. They make their way now through Gendebian Bend, on through Le Mans Curve, back onto the Ullman Straight, and again a bit of slipstream for Joao Barbosa, but they've also got Van Ducton who's making their way through. There might be a move on here for Joao Barbosa if he fancies it up the inside. And he thought about it. He really did think about it, but he's now got the inside line up through Sunset Bend. Bezrikov will have the power and be able to put it down earlier. Down the start-finish straight they go then, and towards that start-finish line. Bezrikov doing enough to hang on to the lead, but Joao Barbosa, second place, is not going to take that lying down, going through turn 1, and still Unison Racing hanging on to the lead of GTE, but Bezrikov is placing that car perfectly. Joao Barbosa, there's just no way past for him right now as they head their way through in towards this infield section before they head their way towards Gurney Bend. And again, a bit of slipstream for Joao Barbosa as he now makes his way up towards the next heavy braking zone at the hairpin turn. Is there a move down the inside? Not this time. Bezrikov holds on to the position and doing well to defend as well. It's straight out of the pit lane, straight into this battle too. That's not an easy feat. They head their way now up towards Cunningham Corner. Riding on board then with Liam Rance as he is doing well to keep that one on. There's your picture in picture, as was there's the other Unison car, the 17 hypercar, making its way through and trying not to disrupt the sister car, the 717 Unison Racing in GT. Trying not to disrupt that one too much as we ride on board a left-hand side then with second place in class Juices Motorsports in GTE. The left-hand side and on the right-hand side we've got an inboard on the left. Inboard? Onboard, Kill. Onboard, it's called. Liam Rance will follow him all the way through. Meanwhile, Joao Barbosa on the right will be looking again to try and find his way past Bezrikov. Still no way through right now, but I mean, it's very clear Barbosa is making it clear to Bezrikov that he's there. He's ready to try and take that move again, trying to take a tighter line through Sunset Bend. Back onto the power and onto the start finish straight. In fact, these two battles we're watching are going to overlap at some point as they make their way down towards turn 1. Liam Rance here in LMP2 is onto the back of Robert Bone. And remember, these two were battling the way they had the pit stops as well. So there's two class league battles going on right now. One for GTE, one for LMP2. As Joao Barbosa is trying to chase down Nikolai Bezrikov. Behind them, and soon to be in front of them, Liam Rance is trying to chase down Robert Pone for position as the two battles overlap up towards the hairpin turn. It is absolutely crazy, but trying to keep you cool amongst all of that. Liam Rance trying to get the better exit out of hairpin turn. Can't quite do that, but Joao Barbosa now onto the back of Bezrikov. As we follow them through, Liam Rance meanwhile still trying to find the way past. He might have to go round the outside, going in towards Cunningham Curve. Back onto the power he goes. And Liam Rance then does take over that position. And now he's got a GT car. He's got the Musto car ahead. Manages to find the gap. And the Juices car, Robert Pone, in second place. So now down to second place. So both the Juices cars in two different classes, now both in second place. But for Joao Barbosa, he's trying to make the inroads to change that. One Juices lead has been lost, but Joao Barbosa is committed to having that back up to one Juices Motorsport lead again. Back onto the power. Up towards Sunset Bend we go once again. Joao Barbosa with that little bit of slipstream here. Is he going to look for a move in the Aston Martin against the BMW? You're just filling those mirrors, then looking to go to the outside. Surely not around the outside here. On through Sunset Bend then. Around the outside. Did he get that move stuck there? He's still on the outside. No, not quite this time. Bezrikov having the inside line, hanging on to the position then as we make our way now once again down towards turn 1. There's just no way past for Joao Barbosa. Everything he throws at Bezrikov, Bezrikov has the answer for. That's going to be frustrating for Barbosa because what other aces does he have up his sleeve, I wonder? He'll be saving those aces. He'll be saving that Royal Flush for the very last thing he needs to attempt to do. The very last thing he has to attempt to do. Really pull everything out of the pockets then. So, they now make their way, the GTE battle. Still towards the hairpin turn. Joao Barbosa losing a slight bit of time through the first sector, but look at that, able to gain it all back in the braking zone. Now, that's, I think, one of the Musto cars. And it will be Manuel Biancolila, who's a few laps down, had the issues, but has now rejoined and setting laps in the car, which is great to see. They've now got the Sem9 axle machine. I think that's the hypercar. I could be wrong on that one. We're trying to make its way through, which it does so. And again, just any opportunity for Joao Barbosa here to try and find his way through, even if that means there's a hypercar or a Le Mans production car trying to make its way through. But that's exactly what they'll try and use. Any advantage is a good advantage. Heading now in towards the final part of this lap through Gendebian Bend, then in towards Le Mans Curve. Once again, back onto the power for Joao Barbosa in the slipstream as they make their way on towards Sunset Bend once again. Seeing what can happen here then.
Here's another
Joao Barbosa not quite close enough. Oh, that was a little bit of a hesitation from Bezrikov's car, and look how close Barbosa gets then to the back end of the BMW. Well, they're talking over the radio. They're saying to Joao Barbosa, and he's saying back, look, Bezrikov is weak through the Sunset Bend. Let's get him there. That's the message. But that's why he's trying to get so close into Le Mans Curve so that he can have the best possible attack in towards Sunset Bend. And we see it's all go here as we see then that's Biancolina just getting well out of the way onto the grass even. Just putting the laps up there. Still a chance to get a couple of positions up the field, but it's going to have to be a bit of work over the next couple of hours for that to happen. But Barbosa loses a bit of time here up towards the hairpin bed, and up through the gears they go as they put the power down once again.
Yeah, I know.
Absolutely flying by, isn't it? We've just got over 8 hours left of this race. We're almost a third of the way through this race. It's unbelievable how quickly it's flown by. Down in towards, oh, that's slightly missing the apex then, in through Tower Turn, through Cunningham Corner that is, now through Collier Curve from Joao Barbosa. Now they're heading in towards Tower Turn, trying to pick up the apex then, back onto the power, and they'll make their way now up towards the Bishop Bend before they get their way towards Gendebian Bend. Here they go through Gendebian. And on as they go through in towards the long curve, and of course this is where Barbosa's trying to reel in Bezrikov as much as possible through that last sector. He's not close enough this time around, but this could be an opening to see if he can try and close in up towards the first two turns here. But you see Bezrikov has really opened up that gap down the back stretch. Back onto the power they go then, both cars back onto the power, onto the start finish straight. And maybe a little bit of slipstream here for Joao Barbosa to pick up. Another lap completed for both teams here. And Bezrikov on that last lap, well, just having a look at those last lap times, we'll be able to see a 2 minute 6 from Unison Racing, a 2 minute 5. Yeah, so Barbosa's complaining here that they're not going quick enough, so he knows they have to get by. Joao Barbosa knows they have to find their way past Bezrikov as they're being held up down in towards the hairpin bend once again. Just not quite close enough for Barbosa. And this is going to be frustrating because it's they say they're lapping in the 201s. It's more like the mid 2 minutes at the moment, or 2 minute flats at the moment, but it is getting towards the 201s. They know they're capable of quicker, and the only way they can do that is by getting past Bezrikov, filling those mirrors then as they head their way up towards Cunningham Corner. Then through the left-hander of Collier Curve, going towards Tower Turn. They will be absolutely unrelenting. They know they need to get their way past. They have identified where they think that Bezrikov is weakest, and that's going through the final bend, Sunset Bend. In towards the Lillian Bend, once again in towards Le Mans Curve, and then back onto the back stretch then, up towards Sunset Bend. There goes a production car. That's the LMP2 entry of Burst Esports. That's the Burst Esports Good Sunglasses entry. As the GTE battle makes its way up towards Sunset Bend, and again two different lines being taken by two different drivers. Back onto the power, Joao Barbosa goes. He reels in once again as both drivers make their way up towards the start-finish line. Barbosa is closing and closing as they head their way up towards turn 1 here. He's right on his tail now, heading through turn 1, now up towards turn 2, and looking at the rear wing now of Nikolai Bezrikov. Just look how close Barbosa is now. Almost, you can almost say he's pushing him through. There's another production car making its way through. It could be actually a hypercar here. I think that might be the Team Adrenaline car. Oh no, it might be the Unison car. Apologies, it is the Unison car making its way through. And so Joao Barbosa, again, once he gets into that rhythm and once he finds himself close enough, that's when someone else comes through to put a lap on them both. And that way he has to give way and lose possible time. So it's a frustrating cockpit to be in for Joao Barbosa, but the pace is there. They've just got to make the move, which is much easier said than done. On as they go in, through Collier Curve, and sizing up Tower Turn. Barbosa here, again, just making sure he keeps that pressure up. But I tell you what, Bezrikov is doing a fine job at the moment of keeping that pressure on and, you know, resisting that pressure. By the way, behind them, that's the DIS Sim Racing Lab machine. He's a lap down on the lead pair at the moment, but he is catching them, and it means he might try to unlap himself and get himself onto the same lap, but you never know. That's an important move that might, you know, turn out to be a great one later on in the race. In the meantime, though, Barbosa again through Sunset Bend. Can't find his way through yet. Both drivers really lapping in the low 2 minutes. They make their way onto the start finish straight once again. Through turn 1. Have been seeing a lot of GTE in the past couple of minutes, that is for sure. These two have stolen the show. So just to bring you up to speed about top threes elsewhere, Jesper Pedersen leading in the Burst Esports and Complexity number 18. Then it's Henry Cynic is now behind the 64 Magnus E-Starts car. Third place Unison Racing, Peter Vagapov at the wheel. LMP2, Liam Rance Satellite Racing leading the way in the 164. Robert Pole in the 15 Juices Motorsports Club car in second place, and then the number 94 of Tom Oldermeyer is rounding off the top 3 for GTE. As we can see, the battle for the lead, Nikolai Bezrikov and Joao Barbosa. They are having their very good battle. And then in that same picture is the DIS Sim Racing Lab. They were lap down on these two battling away for the lead, but that is your top 3 in the same picture for GTE. Then in GT3, it's CKR, Leandro Verla at the wheel, Glam Racing 404 in second place, and Alexander Secha in the Azatec Sim Sports by Volante Racing. The 585 is rounding off the top 3 in GT3. And now that's caught up with all classes, the top 3s. Firmly, attention is back onto the GTE battles, and that's the leaders there trying to make their way through as trying to find the gaps, trying to find their way through as well. Always a difficult one. You see there the DIS Sim Racing Lab just latching onto just latching onto the back of some of that slipstream as well. Any slipstream helps for sure. As Bezrikov makes his way through the final corner. That's one of the Sem 9 Axle cars making its way around the outside. Thinks about threading the needle, thinks against it. But now they make their way up towards turn 1, and I think that's one Sem 9 car passing another Sem 9 car, both in different classes. Bezrikov, he will be feeling the pressure from Joao Barbosa behind, but I mean, for the past few laps, for the past 10 or so minutes, he's been putting on a very good defensive show. We saw this at Matsusaka as well. Bezrikov knows where to place the car. He knows how to defend. We saw it through the S's at Matsusaka at the very beginning of the lap. We're seeing it here at Sebring for certain parts. You see there, he tries to take a defensive line. Yeah, here is Joao Barbosa up the inside in towards the hairpin turn. Back onto the power they go, but he has a tighter line and he can't quite get the power down. No move available there for Joao Barbosa in the Juices Motorsports Club car. Cannot find that way through right now. Braking now as we're heading towards Cunningham Corner. And Bezrikov once again just knows where to place the car. He knows how to defend. He knows how this defensive work goes, and really he knows what Joao Barbosa might try to do. So in this case, what's the ace up Barbosa's sleeve? How will he try and find his way past what looks like a very defensive Bezrikov, who's trying to defend the lead of the class, and rightfully so at this stage. Doesn't want to concede the position to Joao Barbosa, who we've been hearing over the radio, is capable, he feels, of lapping under 2 minutes, and this is costing time. The problem is, even if you're a second quicker, it's not that easy to make your way past and find your way past. Here at Sebring, in towards Sunset Bend, once again looking for a move up the inside, and Bezrikov sees that one coming. Now there's the Viducton car in hypercars trying to make its way through. And again, that's just something that Joao Barbosa has to be aware of, as Viducton swerving through the traffic then as Bezrikov tries to take a defensive line in towards one, which he did. It's just your top three really in the same picture. The only thing is that the DIS Sim Racing Lab machine is a lap down, so it won't be battling for position, but it will be battling to get back onto the lead lap. So that's another thing as well. Does Joao Barbosa defend that position? Because that's something that could come back and bite them if he does let them through. Or would he prefer to keep them a lap down? But there goes the Sim Racing Lab car trying to go up the inside. And Joao Barbosa won't be too appreciative of that one. But it's very clear the DIS Sim Racing Lab car wants to get past. It's fully entitled to get past. Will he look for a move up the inside of Cunningham curve? Not this time. It stays back this time. But Joao Barbosa, will not be a huge fan of that one. But, again, DIS Sim Racing are totally within their totally within their right to unlap themselves. So, there's an LMP2 car. Having seen GTEs for the past 10 minutes, Tom Olderberger is out there, 94 Esports Gooder sunglasses. Is currently around 22 seconds back from the next guy, Robert Pole. Hope you enjoyed that LMP2, because we're back firmly into a GTE battle once again. It is the closest battle out on track, so it makes sense that we are invested in this one as they make their way up towards Sunset Bend once again, with the clouds still lurking in the sky. Bit of radio on the right hand side for DIS Sim Racing. Probably that they, would love to get past, but don't do anything silly, would probably be the message I would give. And let them battle ahead, see what happens. And the production has just told me they're probably going to be speaking in Danish, so I've got absolutely no chance of understanding, but I'm sure production will translate whatever is said over the radio. He'll try, says production. But they've got the front row seat for this GTE battle for the lead of the race, as Bezrikov versus Barbosa, Unison versus Juices, as they head their way through Gurney Bend. They're not very talkative, is what production is saying, which, do you know what, I have to say fair play. Some drivers just don't want to talk, they're happy to just be left alone to get on with the job. And whoever's in that Sim Racing Lab car, it could be Andy Kurtzen, but I'm not quite sure, because we haven't seen either driver within our sort of setup at the moment, so unfortunately we can't say who it is. Or we can say that driver is in DIS Sim Racing Lab. They're riding on the rear wing of Nikolai Bezrikov. Looks back at Joao Barbosa. Pulling our way through in towards Tower Turn. Down the Flying Fortress straight in towards Bishop Bend. Keeping it nice and tidy, and again back on board with that Sim Racing Lab car. Front row seats. Do you get involved? Oh, there's the satellite car. Hello. How you doing? There goes the satellite LMP2 car. That's Lynn Rance behind the wheel of that one. And again, just picking up slipstream here, there and everywhere, just to make sure keeps that top speed up. Towards the final corner once again. We'll start another lap, and another lap where Nikolai Bezrikov has been leading GTE. Wow, it was close from the DIS Sim Racing Lab car, getting nice up close and personal with the outside wall at Sunset Bend. Any closer and he'd be giving it a kiss at that point. Barbosa, though, still, he seems to have levelled off at the moment. He can't quite have the same power he had against Bezrikov a couple of laps ago. So that could be tyre wear. It could be that the team is saying, look, it's not the worst position to be in the world. Let's just keep it at this. But Joao Barbosa, he'll be wanting to get past no matter what. In fact, he's got a good run here, coming down towards the hairpin turn then. Again, Bezrikov has to go defensive. And this is the DSM Racing Lab machine, who will try and find its way through, but couldn't quite. There's still no way through just yet. There you can see in the top right-hand corner, it has some of the highlights from the past hour. As we are well within this hour, approaching hour number 5, which it's absolutely flown by. Absolutely flown by. But at the moment then, Joao Barbosa still cannot find his way past Bezrikov. It's going to be a concern for Juices at the moment. Still narrow pass, but still very, very close. That's the main thing. And hill we go. We've had half an hour of this battle coming up to. That's how long these two have been locking horns. Pretty much spent the whole time watching them. I haven't had a chance to watch anybody else. It's just been this is the closest battle out on track. This is it. ETE, battle for the lead. Now, why wouldn't we watch it? On to the start-finish straight once again. And Joao Barbosa still trying to close in and close in. Still no way through though for Joao Barbosa, no matter how close he gets. No matter how close he gets. There just doesn't seem to be that way through for now. Let's see how close and personal Joao Barbosa wants to get. That is for sure. Right up close and personal. But is there a move this time? Coming towards the hairpin bend. This is going to be Barbosa, has to go around the outside, bit of door-to-door there. And Juices Motorsport going for a four-wheel drift. DSM Racing Lab now know they want to try and unlap themselves now. This is the perfect opportunity. Juices on the right-hand side, I think, have backed out of it. And, well, that's a huge moment replay there for the 777 DSR Gadget Huset. Michael Ciccolini has gone big time. That's a big-time loss of control for Ciccolini then.
Well, I chose a right moment to come back. Truth alive, that's not the ideal way of taking corners.
Not ideal in the slightest. I mean, Chris, we're gonna have to go to a quick commercial break, but when we come back, more action, I'm sure, from this battle for GTE, the battle for the lead, and everything else when we come back after these messages.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry, NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the GTR24H EEWC round number 3 here at Sebring. Kieran has gone for his well-deserved break, so it's myself back in the chair, back in the box to offend the ears of anybody still listening. So glad to have you along. Hope you're enjoying this race as much as we are, and straight, what an incredible amount of action we have seen thus far. Good to hear from our drivers as well. We've heard from Gerd Nielsen, we've heard from Mitchie Hoyer. I'm sure we will hear from a few more as time goes on. Damien Scovron, there he is in 4th in the LMP2s in the 94 car for the Burst Esports Good Sunglasses squad. He's just come out of the pit lane. Oh, he's having an argument with the 404. We recognise that Audi. Who's in command of the 404 Audi at the moment? That is Jacob Kowalski. So a lot of the drivers would have probably changed seats. Damien Scovron isn't one of them. Joao Barbosa is in command of the 74 Motorsport. Oh, we have a dramatic replay coming up. It's been queued up. Does the Gadget Housing number 777? This will be the one that I saw just as I was returning to the chair. Michael Ciuccolini. Oh wow, that's got to be hardware failure or some kind of lockup or something. Just didn't turn. And still isn't turning. And there we go. Now he's finding the steering wheel reminding itself what it's for. Oh dear. The 777 Gadget House Corvette. Well, it's still running. It hasn't retired as a result of the almighty gravy impact. Joao Barbosa in the 74 Deuces Motorsport Club car. Good to see he's out there. He's having an argument with the 717 Unison racing car. That is a Nikolai Betrikov. That's a... Well, is it? It is. That's a battle for the GTE lead, which has been going on for a little while. Wow, the Deuces car is dancing all over the place. Well. So we're several hours in now. We've got just under 8 hours remaining, 4 hours down, and we still have lead battles going on. The lead DPI battle may well have diluted ever so slightly, but this one is looking very, very hot at the moment. Betrikov in the 717 BMW being chased by Barbosa in the 74. Deuces Aston Martin, and third on the same lap is the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche, and that's a little way back. So we can talk about those shortly. Let's have a bit of a summary then on our positions, assuming that our GTEs are going to allow us to, assuming they don't have a coming together. Let's have a look at our DPIs first, as we tend to do. So it is the number 18, the Burst Esports Complexity car, started in second and is running off at the moment now with about 50-second lead because the 64 has come in. So that's Jesper Peterson that is in charge of the Esports Burst Esports Complexity car. On Cynic. I'm hearing production getting excited, so we might... that's why! I had a feeling as soon as we cut away from the GTE lead, something would happen. So they're side by side is Deuces and Unison at the moment. Who's going to win out on this one? Oops, there's a slight yellow flag there I just saw. Oh dear! They're still side by side, and Joao Barbosa is one out on that one. God, wow, that was a was a bit of a tense moment there for those two, but I don't think Unison are done just yet with that particular exchange. We're not even halfway through the race, and they are having a great old scrap out there. They're not interested in... there's no one for them to gain on. Of course, this is the GTE lead. They're not having to work together or slipstream or anything like that. They're a decent lead ahead of the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche, although it's not a lap or any amount of laps behind the Porsche is, but there's plenty of time back. Oh, the Unison car made a bit of a mistake there. It's just suddenly fallen back from Joao Barbosa. There's only half a second between the two. Could be the Aston's a little bit stronger in the squiggly bits, and the BMW's got the legs along the straight. Let's have a look. Oh wow, look how early Barbosa went to that defensive line, even though that Bezrikov wasn't in a position to immediately attack. You saw how early the Juice's Aston Martin went right over to that defensive line. Now coming through the Sunset Bend, and that's not going to necessitate any movement there. No, they're absolutely fine. And it looks like Joao Barbosa has gone into a little bit of breathing space then over the 717 Unity car for the time being. So let's try again. Let's try and have a look at our position, our positions overall. If we can bring that up, please, production. There we go. Excellent stuff. So, well, let's jump to LMP2 as we did look at the top of DPI before the GTEs decided to resume their fight. So Liam Rods in the 164 Satellite Racing LMP2 car at the moment, so that's changed from when I was here before. They lead by about 25 seconds, so not a great deal, over Robert Powell in the 15 Deuces Motorsport car. In third is Damien Scovron for the Burst Esports Good Sunglasses squad. He's been in the pits, I think, fairly recently, so the 94 car now back on its merry way. But again, there's not a lap actually between any of the top running LMP cars, so there's certainly a gap that could change at a moment's notice. And fourth is the Sem 9 Axel car, the number 21, currently being driven by Mohammed Alif. In the GTEs, as we were just seeing rather dramatically, it is the 74 Deuces Motorsports car, Joao Barbosa, currently in command of the Aston Martin, and then it's the 717 Unison Racing BMW, Nikolai Bezrikov, currently piloting that one. Then it is the 45, the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche. I think they're about to be lapped, but even still, one lap in endurance racing terms is not a huge amount. Then it is the 27, the MCM Motorsport car, Ricky Jimenez in control of that at the moment. And then it's the 166, the ID Simsport car, Magnus Berggren has got that one, only 5 seconds behind the 27 car at the moment. Then in sixth is the 264 Satellite Racing car, and then Juan Amaya has got that one in seventh. Manuel Biancalillo, as we were hearing, hardware failure for the 54 car saw them tumble down the order, but they're still going, which is good to see, and I'm sure they'll be eager to push on and regain some lost ground. Their sister car, the 53, did not return from a couple of hours ago when sadly that car had retired. Our GT3s, let's have a look at them. Ciccolini's just caught another yellow flag, I noticed, but that seems to have resolved itself pretty quickly. So the GT3 is being led by the CKR car. Leandro Vela, we had his brother in the car, Lucas Vela, in the car not too long ago. So it's now Leandro Vela that has command of that beautiful Brazil emblazoned McLaren. But again, less than 20 seconds behind is that 404 Glam Racing Audi. So a shaky start for the 404, but they just gradually made their way through the field, kept out of trouble, and now find themselves in second. Fantastic. So Jakub Kowalski currently in command of the 404. Then it's the 585, the Azatec Sim Sports car. Alexander Sesha has that one. Is a minute-ish behind Jakub at the moment. And then in fourth is the 188 Teleforeningen BMW. Thomas Brainegard has that one. And then the 777 Gadget Hosted Corvette, Michael Ciccolini, doing some interesting acrobatics with it earlier on, but still running, which is great to see. And then the 32 car that's had trouble earlier on, but is still running. That's lovely McLaren. Still running in 6th position at the tail end of the field. Sadly, we lost the 82, a good 3 hours ago now. The Mugen Sim Racing number 82 was a victim earlier on. All 6 of our DPIs are still running. We've lost 1 GT3, 1 NB2, and 2 of our GT field thus far. The GT field being led by an increasing gap now by Joao Barbosa in the 74 car. Very good effort there for Juices Motorsport. They are looking to continue that charge. Leandro Vela continuing where his brother left off in the CKR car, leading the GT3 field. Just going to remind myself where they started, actually. CKR started 3rd in the GT3 field. And there is the Vela brother, one of them obviously. It commands the lovely McLaren. A face of focus. It's a very barren room as well. There's nothing behind it. Usually you have some kind of... I mean, that's a bed that's in the background, but it does actually look like there's nothing there. It's like a prison cell almost. But well, it could well be. Who am I to judge? You know, it's just, but wow, again, now we talk about the bumpiness of this circuit, but just watching him going through the Sunset Bend there, and the car looked glued to the ground. You saw kind of repetitive steering motions going on there, but there really wasn't much in the way of kind of bounciness or fighting with the car. So that McLaren is really, really doing well for the CKR team. And on he goes, just going through the motions. I know this is a bit of a side point, but he's got the headphones with the lights on the side. They look cool from a spectator standpoint, but I find them odd. You don't get to enjoy the lights yourself. You can't see. Unless he has a magical ability to see out of his ears, but you can't see them. Oh well. By that logic, why do you wear clothes on your back, says our production. Well, usually clothes on your back is shared with the clothes on your front, in fairness, unless you have something on your back that's usually a bag that's for utilitarian purposes. Thank you, Mr. Monkholm. By that same standard, why do people have tattoos on places they can't see, such as their back? Who am I to judge? We've derailed completely from the race going on. You'll find that I will do that. Quite a few times. You have been warned. So let's have a look. As Juice's Motorsport car comes past. That's Jakub Kowalski. In the 2nd place GT3, the 404 Glam Racing Audi. Now that's only 20 seconds back. Let's have a look at their lap times as well. Nearly identical lap times last time around between the Audi and the McLaren. I mean, we're talking within a couple of hundredths of each other. 201.637 from CKR and 201.614 from Glam Racing. So very, very similar times. You can see at the bottom of the screen there, the L is the last lap they did, and the B is best. So their best lap that team has done so far. That's what that stands for. And again, very, very close to the outright pace of the team is what Jakub Kowalski is currently doing as he bounces his way through Sunset. That camera made it look like the tail was letting go there, unless of course it was, and if it was, he caught it very, very well. I wonder. Shall we see if we can have a chat to a driver? Now, what you can't see on the streams, we do have a number of drivers that are in a Google meeting in the background, so they can either listen to us commentators or ignore us. But it does give us an opportunity to be able to chat to them, or we can pester them in a TeamSpeak server that everybody joins. So I'm going to see if there's anybody that wishes to have a chat to us, because there'll be some people that are in the call that are not yet, that aren't in the car. So it'd be good to have a chat with a few people. One I would like to have a chat with is the starting driver for Team Adrenaline. Speaking of, the Team Adrenaline car has gone backwards somewhere. As I just saw their speed go into the negative numbers. What's happened to Alexander Sesha as well in the 585 car? What have you done? What's he done? All right, Allman straight. Oh, has he just been booted up the tail? Oh dear. That's not ideal. Car integration going on there. So that's what happened to the 33. That's what happened to Roman Signal. He had an argument with the 585 car. Now, yes, someone I would like to have a chat with, actually, would be Sebastian Deville. If Sebastian is on board with us, I would love to have a chat with Sebastian, which is the starting driver for the 33. I just want to have a catch up with him because he was the qualifying driver, if memory serves, for that car yesterday. So I would very much like to have a chat if Sebastian is game. And I'm looking at our camera, and that's he's a VR racer. Excellent. I would love to have a chat with him, but I can see he's actually putting his gloves on. So he might be getting ready to get back in the car. So now would not be an opportune time to have a chat with him. And yeah, the 33 car is in. So now is not a time to chat to Sebastian Deville. Fair enough. We will catch up with them later on if that is the case. Who is... So it's Jesper Peterson in the number 18 car. See if we can have a natter with one of the other 18. I wonder, we did chat to Miji Hoyer, didn't we? Let's see if another one of the 18, the best Eastwatch Simplexity drivers is available. Might want to have a chat with one of them at some point later in the race. Damien Scovron, we can see in the now third place number 94 car. And there he is once again. Still with that very steely, determined look upon his face. I'm assuming at some point he's been out of the car because he's the only name I've seen in that vehicle so far. I'm guessing that he handed that over at some stage. Otherwise, that's a really, really, really long stint that he's been through. What about the 64 team? What about the Marathon Stars? Who might we have a chat with there? Is Jimmy Nusela around? I'm going to have a look on our records here. The 79 axle car has changed hands. Josh Pervian has now got hold of that one. And I can see from our cameras that it looks like, yes, Mr. DeVille did indeed jump into the number 33. So I picked completely the wrong time to mention that particular squad. So let's see. Who was I talking about? I was talking about the BPI number 64 team, the Radness. I'm going to have an ask if Jimmy Musela is available to chat to us. So it'd be good to have an idea on how they're feeling. Only Sinik is in the car at the moment. That's the burst car, isn't it? No, that's the 79 axle car. Beg your pardon. That's why it's only 5 seconds between Ahmed Hamdalif, who was one of the qualifying drivers in that car yesterday, particularly for the night session, if memory serves. Sem 9 with a pole team for LMP2. So their initial stint hasn't gone as well as they would like, but they are pressing on nonetheless. You'll have to forgive me if I get interrupted in my flow, because of course, just me in the box, I'm having to keep up with all the messages. Car number 33 has received a stop-go penalty for hitting the 585 car. 30-second stop-go penalty being applied. That is the Team Adrenaline car. So yeah, having a chat with them, probably not ideal. Sebastian Deville is the one who's going to have to serve that. He's just jumped in the car. So they've hit the 585 car, which is the Azatec Sim Sports car. Oh dear, oh dear. But that is the nature of the beast. We'll carry on and we will catch up with them in a little bit. So I'm just going to pester Jimmy Musela to see if he's available to have a chat now. Report back if he is able to. Bear with me a second. There we go. I've sent a message to Mr. Musela, so he's the starting driver in the pole-sitting Maradnes E-Stars car. I'll report back on what he says, and we'll get him up in here if he chooses to come and have a chat. Who else can we talk about? Well, as I said, the 33 car does have to serve its drive-through penalty. I'll keep an eye on when they come through the pit lane. What's the GTE lead looking like? Well, that's completely changed now. So it was a very, very close battle for the GTE lead. That's now changed as Nikolai Betrikov has got about a minute to himself as Walter Polesny has taken over the 74 car. So he's back in the Duties Motorsport car, so that's why there's a gap there. But of course the 717 car will have to come in at some stage. Now that we're some way into the race, you'll notice the pit stop strategies now will vary quite wildly. You're not going to have so much of the kind of clumps of cars coming in at any one time. No response from Regina Musula, unfortunately. Hey-ho, we'll see who else we can get hold of. Let's see. Let's have a look for the 7-9 Axel team. Like I say, they were our pole squad for LMP2. And that is who the 94 squad are chasing. So Damien Skowron is going to be coming under pressure at this rate. It'll take a few laps, but slowly but surely, Mohammed Alif is closing in on Damien Skowron. Let's see the lap times last time around. 1:48.179 for Damien. Of course, that'll ebb and flow as time goes on. Speaking of, that is the Burst Esports squad you can see up on screen. So you've got Rasmus Andreasen, Tom Olmeninger, Damien Skowron, who's in the car at the moment, Joao Pite, and Cameron Roger are the competitors, the gladiators in the number 94 car, or who due to take part in the car. They are being caught, wow, actually relatively quickly, by the 7-9 Axel squad. There is Mohammed Ali. Only 3 drivers are registered to take part in the number 29 car. So Josh Pervian, who was in the car earlier on, Inigo Anton and Mohammed Alif. As we mentioned yesterday, it was going to be Keelan Butler also in that car, but only 3 drivers are registered to take part in this event. So it could be that Keelan was not available for this race. But Mohammed Alif, as I was one of the qualifying drivers yesterday, so later on in the broadcast I would very much like to have a chat with him, because he really did work well to get that 7-9 Axel car onto the pole spot for LMP2 as he dances around one of the GT3s. Can't quite see, I think that's the B32 car that he's just gone past. And we should be able to see from this camera angle, should be able to see Damien Skowron. There he is. So that is his prey, that is his quarry. Lap times again, 1:48.954 for Skowron, 1:47.751 for that, I think. Yes, that was fastest car in class last time around. So it's going on. He's shifting. Is the number 21 car. Who have we got here? Is that the Gadget House car? Yes, it is! Oh, that got a little bit well reacted there from Mohammed Alif. Again, no, they didn't do anything wrong. Michael Ciccolini didn't do anything wrong. They were just minding his own business, but it did look like, just the way the car bounced at that particular moment, that the Corvette was going to go to the right. So Mohammed Alif looked like he was going to commit to the outside end, but then the Corvette just wandered over to the left. Again, not suddenly, it's just the way that the direction and momentum of the car went. So well reacted by the 21 car, because that could have gone horribly, horribly wrong. Weather reports. Are we going to see anything? Well, there's rain. There's rain somewhere in Florida. Are we going to see any of the kind of pop-up rain, as it's referred to? The spontaneous appearing and disappearing of showers? Well, not really, according to that. However, still many hours to go, so Who knows what the weather is going to do? But the common thought is that it's going to be this evening. Because in this evening in broadcast terms, and adjust to your own local time zone. Through Sunset Bend for the number 21. And over the line. What is the gap this time around? It's less than 3 seconds. 47.702 for David Scottrod. So he's getting on with it. He was briefly the fastest LMP2 car last time around, but a 47.158 from Muhammad Ali. So he's absolutely pushing that car hard. Oh, and so much so you saw the tail just try and let go there. Coming through turn 2 as we dance around. That's one of the satellite cars we've just gone past. I suspect that was Juan Amaya in the GTE, in the 5th place 264 car. That is the target. It always kind of motivates you a little bit if you can see the person you are directly chasing. I mean, they know their deltas, they know the actual time gaps, but when you can see the car ahead of you, when you've got eyes on the car you're chasing, that's when it just gives you that little bit of a boost, that little bit of extra motivation to get out there and get on with it. Come to think about it, actually, both of the 79 axle cars are fastest in their class. So the LMP2 car, as we've been riding on board with for a while, Muhammad Ali, was quickest by almost over half a second, actually. So really getting on with it. Oh, who's caused a yellow? Don't know, disappeared. And the DPI 79 axle car, Josh Pervian, was last time around quickest in the DPI class, and that crown's just been taken, or in the next lap's just been claimed by the 17 Unison car. But both of the 79 axle cars are really getting on with it. And so we're not even halfway through this race. We are nearly at the bottom of the hour, so we'll have a commercial break very, very shortly. Well, I guess now is as good a time as any to cue that up. So another half hour gone, 7.5 remain here at Sebring. And again, you've just got looming action no matter where you look, which is great for us to see. Don't go anywhere. We'll come back after these short messages for more from Sebring.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengol, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN. Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for new forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to the GTR24H EEWC round number 3, 12 hours of Sebring. Well, the LMP2 competitors are getting close. They were a bit closer than they now are. However, Mohammed Alif got a little bit caught out on traffic on the start-finish line. Even still, that gap is only 2 seconds now. So there is going to be a challenge for that second spot in the LMP2 class. Liam Rance, the 164 Satellite Racing LMP2, is a good minute up the road, so the lead is not going to be challenged for yet. But anything can happen in the remaining 7.5 hours here of Sebring. Plenty to talk about. Sadly, I didn't get a response back from Mr. Nusala, so hopefully we'll catch up with him a little bit later on. In which case, let's have a look whilst our LMP2 competitors are having an argument for their spots. I'm just looking through the timings. We don't have an immediate challenge for position yet. We did spot a yellow flag briefly for the ID Sim Sport car. 166 Michael Peterson had gone for a bit of an explore somewhere, but nothing more major than that. Again, I always wince when you're watching Damien Scotland and Mohammed Alif coming through that last part of Sunset Bend, just where the wall recesses a bit. It was probably once straight. It's just been hit that many times and it's dug a hole in the wall essentially, so it gives you that alcove. Every time they go through that, I wince, but you've got to do it. You've got to maximize your exit from Sunset Bend in order to get a decent rate of knots coming down the start-finish straight. Sounds obvious, yes. You need to maximize your exit from every corner, granted, but when you've got a straight, even a straight as long as the start-finish straight, it's not particularly long, but it's good enough. You can get a decent amount of speed down there. Who else can we potentially pester to have a chat with? Well, Peter Vagapov is in the 17 Unison car. Who started that? Sashenko, I think. Yes, it was Denis Sashenko that started the number 17 car, and they started in... Where did they start? Third is where they started, and that's where we find them at the moment. So I will see. Do we have a representative from team number 17 Unison? No, they are muted, so we shan't pester them because they won't be able to respond. If that is the case, fair enough. They may well be very busy doing their thing. Here's Damien Scovron again. So we've seen his steely determination several times. And there is his pursuer, Mohammed Alif, right behind them. I'm sure if we were to speak to them now, we probably would get well, for one, we'd probably be told where to go, and it wouldn't be particularly broadcast friendly. But I think it's fair to say that Damien Scovron is really feeling the need, although he does pick up the pace when he can. He keeps ending up with faces full of traffic, which is part of the challenge for these LMP cars. Look at the Sem 9 car dancing through every turn. It looks a lively beast. Only half a tenth separating their lap times last time around. The 94-21 cars, 147.9, both of them, which was 2 seconds quicker, well, 1 and a bit seconds quicker than Liam Rance in the 164, but he's somewhere down the road. The fastest one was actually the Deuces motorsport car, the Robert Pound 147.3 last time around. Who's quickest in each class? Let's have a look at that for a little while. Fastest in DPI last time around was the 17 Unison car, Peter Vagapov, who was one of the qualifying drivers for that car yesterday. LMP2, as we said, it was the 15 Deuces motorsport car, so 17 and 15. Fastest in the GTEs last time was the 54 car, Manuel Biancalila, doing everything he can to make up for last time. Still got through the GT3s to work his way through before he will then join his classmates. But bear in mind they lost a huge amount of time with that hardware failure for the 54 car. And fastest GT3 was Alexander Sesha in the 585 Azatec Sim Sports car. He's got 46 seconds to close in to find the 404. That's now in the hands of Jeff Van Eylen. That car has changed hands once again. Lovely stationary camera. I love these stationary cars. Oh, except when people do that. We don't want dust being kicked up, thank you very much. I'm not sure which one of the Audis that was. But again, that just shows you just how long that straight is. And Damien Skowron is in. So now, Mohammed Alif, the 7-9 car, didn't follow him in. So he's chosen to continue. He's got a great opportunity now to try and leapfrog the number 94. Does Damien Skowron hand that car over? That is, if he does hand it over, I will try and get a word with Damien before he disappears. Because it would be great to have a chat with him. I think you saw he was one of the qualifying drivers for that car. I think, judging by his camera, he's still in it. Yep, he is indeed still in there. So Robert Powell, who is really flying in the 15-2 car. Wow, a 47.2 for Mohammed Alif last time around, as was Robert Pound. Only 100th of a second difference. Not even that, actually. 8,000ths of a second difference last lap between the 21 and the 15 cars. There's Manuel Biancalila. Where is he on track? He's coming around to... That's the hairpin. So... He's got, like I said, he's got some distance to recover to try and get back up with his classmates. He's a good few laps down, but I mean, Manuel is, like I said before, he's an incredible driver in a variety of disciplines. Other than Wojtek Polesny, he was the fastest GTE car by quite some distance. Wojtek Polesny actually was the fastest by only 2/10 over Manuel Biancalila, and it was those two early on that were having a great scrap for the GTE lead at the beginning of the race. There is the 54 squad. So that consists of Giordano Valeriano, which I still can't pronounce correctly, Deegan Fairclough, Giuseppe De Fuoco, Alessandro Quintali, and Manuel Biancalila. That's the 54 squad. They lost the sister car, the 53 car retired. He was Mattioli, sadly having to bring that car in and has not been seen since. So just one representative from the Musto Pescara squad on track at the moment. And we'll look at our cameras, see who is doing what. And Cynic is just coming over the line. Let's have a look at our DPI leads. So for a while it was the 18 and 64 cars really arguing very, very closely for track position. There's our GTE leader, Wojtek Polesny for Dutus Motorsport. Now they've been in command of the GTE category for a while, but it's not a huge gap back to the 717, the Unison racing car. There's the 7.9 Axel LMP2 car, Mohammed Alif. Is he going to come in this time? No, from that line, no. So he's looking to really press on now and just build up his advantage. And he's taken over the lead because Liam Rance for Satellite Racing is in. So going from 4th to 1st in a couple of laps, due to pit stops, of course, but he's just set a 46.9. So again, Mohammed Alif showing why he is an absolutely blinding driver. Fastest lap of the LMP2s by a way. Yes, of course, pit stops did aggravate those lap times. Jesper Pedersen has come in for Burst Esports Simplexity, the number 18 car coming to a halt. Where is James D'Zuba going? That's an unusual. Someone else following that very wide line. But now the third place, 164, the Satellite Racing LMP2 entry. You are right on the tail. There is Robert Powell, the Dutus Motorsport LMP2 car. So we have a battle now for second, as we did before, just with different people in it now. It was 21 and 94. It's now the other two, 15 and 164. Arguing for second place, riding on board now with this is James D'Zuba we're on board with. This is the 164 Satellite Racing car, the one directly ahead of us. That's what a second looks like in these cars on this circuit. That is Robert Pound for Dutus Motorsport with a face full of GTE. Who's he got a face full of? Can't quite tell at this moment. Ooh, that was close. That's the Glam Racing car. It's the purple and black Audi. Now it's the Gadget Husick car that is in the way. Nicely done for James Tsuzuba. Oh, coming through Debian. He's going to just wander wide. He could have banzaied on the inside of Debian corner, but opted not to. And what it would have cost him a second or so, but it was most certainly the safest way to do it. There's no point making really, really risky moves like that with 7 and a bit hours to go. If we were in the final few laps, yeah, you'd start to push for those moves. No point with so long to go, and James has certainly got the pace to really push on and make a difference in the LMP2 category. On with Cynic for Moradnis E-Stars in the number 64 car. They were hustling for the lead. They were our pole sitters for the race. Where does he find himself? 5 seconds, give or take, behind Peter Vagapov in the 17 Unison car. There's the 717 Unison car. That's the GTE entry that is being driven by Nikolai Bezrukov. And should be an easy dance around there. Nicely done. With one of the satellite cars just behind. That's James Tsuzuba, who we've just been watching, also getting around the 717. Now you'll see again the performance difference between the LMP2 and the DPI cars. Now, fastest lap time is only about 2 seconds, give or take, which on a circuit like Sebring is not a huge amount. So there's not a huge pace difference, unlike the prototype cars to the GT cars. Obviously, a very, very big difference there. The cornering efficiency is much, much higher in the LMP cars, but they can't go as long. The GTE and GT3 cars have very, very much bigger fuel tanks. They're easier to drive in the sense that they handle a bunch a bit better. Oh, nice move on Cynic on the outside line of Debian to get ahead of the Deuce's car without holding him or number 15 up. Nicely done. Oh, there's the DIS Sim Racing Porsche. Third place in the GTEs. They're going to dance around fairly easily. There we go. There's the performance difference between a DPI and an LMP2, and then conversely to a GTE. Again, that's no disrespect to anyone being passed. That's just the performance difference of the cars. Oh, look at that! Wow, that was actually quite brave there from James Tsuzuba in the what is now second place satellite racing car, because Mohammed Alif has brought the number 21 car in. So now Robert Pound leads the category again for Jesus Motorsport, but he's got a lot of company behind. Back camera here from the number 15. Great shot there. Thank you very much, Peter Muncon, in charge of the cameras. So we've got a great shot here looking back towards James Tsuzuba. And James was the fastest LMP2 car last time around. Now that lap time comparison, I make it just to kind of show who's closing in on who, as opposed to a kind of overall performance indicator, because people are going to hit traffic, people are going to have different life in the tyres, fuel amounts, etc., etc. So it's not necessarily an indication on how a team is doing. It's just this gap is either getting smaller or bigger. That's the only reason I make that comparison. Especially when the gap is as small as you can clearly see. That's why I wonder why Robert Pound was sticking to that line. It was the Teleforeningen. I still can't get it right. Teleforeningen. I got it right in the second go. I can get it right, I promise you. Gert Nielsen in the Teleforeningen BMW. It's a Danish telecoms company, am I right? Production? Yes, I am. I know some things, I promise you. Picture in picture, you can see James Tsuzuba in the LMP2 with the second place LMP2 car, now just shy of 2 seconds behind Robert Pound in the 15 Deuces Motorsports car that we're riding on board with, looking backwards. Again, you really get an idea of how the car just bounces around. Even on a straight, you've got to keep the car under control. If you chuck that in too hard, even if you think you're hitting the same braking point you have done time and again, if you lock up a brake or snatter in onto the grass, this circuit won't forgive you. And we've seen numerous times in the practices and the qualifying and in this race, where that little bit of lapse of concentration or that tiny mistake has had dire consequences. Third place in DPI, there's the Miranda T-Stars car. Only Cynic chasing Peter Vagapov in the 17 Unison car. 5.5 seconds separates second and third at the moment. 46.5 for Peter Vagapov, 46.7 for Only Cynic. So that gap is kind of ebbing and flowing a little bit. Oh, wow. New race fastest lap for the number 18 car, the Best Esports Complexity DPI 144.453. Jesper Peterson is pressing on, not wanting to let that lead disappear. Great effort there, well done. Lovely fastest lap there. We continue to look at Onsinik. Just about not in that camera angle. Oh, there you go. That's his quarry. That's who he's chasing. So you just about see who the 64 car is chasing. There's the number 17, mentioned, Peter Vagapov. Through the bouncing through. Oh, wow. Bouncing through is the right phrase. A sunset bend. Right. Let's have a look at lap times again. 45.678 for Unison and 46.045, so 0.4 of a second to Peter Vagapov's advantage there. We see Omniscient nearly run onto the grass, keeping everything nice and contained. What about our LMP2 battle? That's shrinking again. So again, it ebbs and flows lap on lap through traffic and driver performances and what have you. But James D'Zuba is closing in on Robert Pound, or closed in that last time around on Robert Pound. But as mentioned, our remaining LMP2 cars, of which there are 4 of them, we started with 5, we lost the 77 very early on, are not very far apart in endurance racing terms. So shall we have a look at who's where overall? We tend to start with our DPI category, so we can do that once again. Let's have a look at our standings. If the technology will allow. Yes, there we go. Thank you. So Jesper Peterson in the 18-bus Esports Complexity squad, leading the way, 48-ish seconds over Peter Vagapov in the 17. Third place is Omni Cynic in the 64 Miranda T-Stars car. Fourth is Josh Pervian in the 11 Sen9 Axel squad. Fifth is Sebastian Deville, not long taking the number 33 Team Adrenaline car back over. And finally, it's the Viaducting car who had that huge incident at the beginning of the race and is doing their best to try and make up for lost time. They've just had a pit stop, not 100% sure who's in the Viaducting car. They are pressing on nonetheless. They haven't given up and are still doing what they can. In LMP2, as mentioned, it's the 15 Robert Pound, Deuces Motorsport, in the lead of the class, but not by much. That is slowly getting smaller, that particular gap, although that time Robert Pound got the fastest class lap by 0.3 of a second. Third is Mohammed Alif in the Sen9 Axel car. That car's not long been through the pits, bit of about 35 seconds or so between second and third. And Damien Scarborough in the 94 Burst Esports Good Sunglasses team presses on in fourth position. These teams are bouncing around fourth to first and what have you all race long, so that will change in the blink of an eye. GTE then, that is very much belonging to Deuces Motorsport. Wojciech Polesny has been really taking command of the class, leads it by 20 seconds over the 717 Unison car. Nikolai Bezrikov currently in the driver's seat. Then nearly a lap behind is the DAS Sim Racing Lab Porsche. We're not sure who is in the driver's seat for that. In fourth is Ricky Jimenez in the 27 MCM Motorsport car. Then it's Michael Peterson in the 166 ID Sim Sport car. In sixth is the 264 Satellite Racing Juan Amaya. And seventh is Manuel Biancalila, the surviving Musto Pescara car. As mentioned, we lost the 53 earlier on. It was good 2 hours ago now that we lost that one. In the GT3s, it is Leandro Vela in the CKR car. now leading the way. Second is Jeff Van Nielen, so that car changing hands not too long ago. The 404 Audi in second. In third is the 585 Azatec Synsports Audi. Alexander Sasha in command of that at the moment. In fourth is the 188 Teleforeningen BMW. Gerd Nielsen back in command of the car for now. And 777 in fifth position, Michael Ciccolini in the DSR Gadget Huset car, and still pressing on and doing what they can to make up for lost time. The number 32, the B32 Racing McLaren. And earlier on, we lost the number 82, the Mugensim Racing car, from the lead of the class, indeed, Christy Koenig having a trouble that sadly they could not recover from. And that is how our race currently sits. We are nearly at the top of another hour straight. That is absolutely flying by. We do hope you lovely people watching along are enjoying it as much as we are. As we look at Dazuba, there you can see just going through the shot is who he's chasing, which is Robert Pound for Deuces. That gap's just gone up to a couple of seconds. Like I say, it does ebb and flow with, obviously with traffic and mistakes and what have you. But James Dazuba has been really pressing on. Heavy may be your right foot, and he's certainly exercising that. I do hold esports drivers as well. Endurance drivers is what I was trying to say. I do hold endurance drivers in real special esteem, because I can't last more than about 45 minutes in the saddle. It doesn't go well for me. Oh, have we had trouble for the 33 car? Oh no, they're in the pits again. I just suddenly saw Sebastian Deville take his gloves off. I was thinking, oh no, they're in trouble. But no, he's in the pits, is what has happened there. It's not too long since he took over that car, but either way, he's back in the pits. I'm guessing that one is scheduled. Oh, is there trouble for the 17? The 17 car has stopped. That's Peter Vagapov. That's the second place DPI car. Oh dear! Oh, that's a highlight from earlier. So I was just looking up and seeing the Gadget Husen car going for a wander. Well, there is Peter Vagapov. That's why he's stationary. He's in the pit stop. Yeah, goodness me, Chris, keep up. So, I mean, he has every right to be stationary in a pit stop. It's a good idea as well. It's a good time to be stationary. You'll upset your pit crew if you don't. So, schedule stop then for Peter Vagapov. We're assuming it's a schedule stop. And see, the car looks in the correct shape, so we're assuming he hasn't hit anything. Like I said earlier, because we're now approaching halfway in the race, the kind of, you don't see blocks of the same category coming in now, as everyone's pit stop strategies are fairly spread apart. As we now look at Manuel Biancalida, still pressing on, using all of his skill to try and work his way through the GT3 field. He's about 4 seconds behind the next car in line, which is the 585 Aztec Synchros Audi of Alexander Sasha. That's who he's got to get past as far as on-track position is concerned. As I say, he's several laps down from the 264 Satellite Racing car, currently in the hands of Juan Amaya. Right behind is one of our DPIs. That will be Sebastian Deville, who's back out on track following the pit stop. Lights coming on. You can see the actual light being cast upon the ground. So the light is starting to dim a little bit as the nighttime hours doth loom in Sebring. As a reminder, as the drivers would have practiced, they certainly qualified in day and night hours. And so we see Manuel Biancalida on the back of, that is, I think that's Ricky Jimenez that he is closing in on. Lovely stationary camera shot here. That's the Burst Esports car. So they are starting to get a bit close again, aren't they? LMP2 cars. Oh, that might have been Damien Scotland, actually, we just saw. Oh, no, it was the same 9 car. It was right. It was Mohammed Ali who just saw go through the shot. And with the B32 car. There's the CKR. That's the GT3 leader that's just gone through the shot. So that camera's looking straight down the back straight. Straight down the back straight. There's a great sentence. That's well, it's grammatically, technically correct, this wasn't very grammatical. Pressing on then. Oh, don't go too wide. There's Jesper Peterson. In the lead car, there's Onni Sinek in the second of the DPI cars. Nearly a minute now separating the top two of the DPI class. And like I say, in endurance terms, that's not a huge amount. So that can change in the blink of an eye. Yellow flag sector 3. That is the treble 7. That's the DSI Gatu Husik car again. Oh dear, they've had a spin somewhere, because looking at their speed, they had come down to nearly nothing. So trouble again for Michael Ciccolini. As Onni Sinek kicks up a bit of dust on the exit of turn 1. There's several people who have done that. But turn 1 has bitten several people who have done exactly that. By the way, we are at the top of another hour. 5 down, 7 to go. So we will have a commercial break at this stage. Don't go anywhere. Still plenty of racing action to come here in Sebring. Nope, commercial break doesn't want to happen. Fair enough. We'll carry on until it does. Oh, Onni Sinek getting a bit squiggly. 64. Oh, again. Well, the tail just letting go there. Now the track temperature will have dropped a little bit, but well, it's down to 25 degrees in fairness, so it is starting to fall, but not catastrophically so. It's just Onni Sinek really giving that car plenty of beans. Our production had food delivered. We can forgive you, sir. We'll try that again. We'll cue up the commercial break again. So, we'll try that again. 5 done, 7 to go here in Sebring. Racing action, still plenty to come. Don't go anywhere.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN. Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon-neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to the GTR24H EEWC round number 3 here at Sebring. 12 hours of this magical race, and look skywards. There's no sun to be found up there, and I'm being told we have got a potential for rain. Let's have a look at the weather map. Oh, hello. Well, we talked about the kind of pop-up weather, and it's yeah, there's a real, and that's a nasty one too. So that could well cause a few headaches for the track. Now it hasn't hit the track yet, so there's no rain falling, etc., etc. But if that passes over, and it looked very much destined to, it could still duck south. We have said before that Sebring does seem to have this amazing weather vacuum that prevents it from having any kind of wet weather going on. As we're riding on board with Juan Amaya in the 264 satellite racing car. But that kind of level of intensity, you aren't doing that on slicks. There's no chance. You have to switch to wets, and that is going to completely juggle everyone's tyre strategies. So we will see, but the rain has flirted with us many times, so let's not get too excited until we actually see it fall. That's Manuel Biancalida, who has caught the back of the 585 car. That's Alexander Sesha in the Azatec Simsports car. So the Audi doesn't, as we said before, the Audi does not have to jump out of the way just because they are in different categories. Oh, Manuel's determined to do it quickly, though. Ooh, wow. There's not a big enough performance difference in the GTE to GT3s to make a move like that. Manuel is very quick and has been really pressing on, but his last lap was slower than the Audis, so that could be because he's been behind the Audi for a while. But the GTE doesn't have a huge performance advantage over the GT3s. It's a little bit, but not huge. So he's going to have to really make the move. And strictly speaking, this is for position. It might not be for class position, but it is race position. And, oh, he's overdone on it. Manuel Biancalida was determined to try and make the move done, and sadly is overcooked that. And look how much time that's cost him. That's a good second at least. That's the 54 car now sits behind the 585. That's the Azatec squad you can see on screen. Niels Hugavinen, then Marcek Kaspersky, who started the car, Alicia Neto, Alexander Sasha, who currently drives it, and Daniel Krasnai is how you say that, I think. That's how I'm saying it. Do we just have a message? We've got someone ready to have a chat. Ooh. Speaking of, Mr. Kaspersky, he's the starting driver for that particular car. There's the 264 squad you can see on screen. Now I'm having a fly bothering me. We saw briefly on screen, yes, there's the satellite racing squad. Juan Amaya, Tom Kapsuda, who started the car, Sebastian Lukasik, Jan Granqvist, and Adam State, who will pilot the 264. Now, can we get Mr. Kaspersky on the blower? Let's have a look. Where is he? Let's see if we can find Mr. Kaspersky. It would be great to have a chat with him. Bear with me. Where will he be? Where will he be? He will be somewhere on Teamspeak. Yes, he will be. Let me find him, because it'd be great to have an idea on how they are doing. The 585 team. He's not in there, so I can't grab hold of him in TeamSpeak. Production telling me rain is coming. Oh, are we actually having some rainfall? Well. Rain has a habit of being very, very moist, Mr. Moncombe, but it does depend on how much of it falls. Let's not be too sarcastic, Mr. Buxton. Pit stop going on for number 15, the Deuces Motorsport LMP2 car. Robert Pound has brought that one in. So, will he hand that over, or is there just a scheduled stop? We will see. So we continue to look at the 585 Alexander Sesha, now behind the GTE car of Manuel Biancalida, so the Porsche has managed to regroup and get past the Audi. It could be that Sesha felt no need to keep the Porsche behind. Again, that's not for class position. It won't serve them if it's just going to hold both of them up to stay there. Who's caused a yellow flag? No idea, because that disappeared too quickly for me to find out who it was. So I suspect Alexander Sesha just let Biancalida go. Manuel is, like I say, probably is the quicker of the two drivers. Oh, that's someone coming into the pit. Several people have come in by the look of it. I think that was a Gadget Huset car of Michael Ciccolini that's just come in. Well, that won't be for tyres. That would be awkward, actually, because if we do have a sudden deluge of rain and you've just pitted, you're going to have to come in again to deal with tyres. Oh, Alexander Sesha getting the apexes a little bit wrong there. Oh, the rain's gone. See, it's flirting with us. I told you. The rain is flirting with us. Am I here or am I not? It's disappeared again. Goodness me. Never mind. So, let's have a look at who is doing what. Oh! Is my tiny screen correct? We've got a very close battle for third in the DPIs. Car 11 and 17 look like they're very, very close together. That's Josh Pervian and Denis Ishenko for 7-9 Axel and Unison respectively. We'll hope to get the cameras pointing at them. Ooh, that's close. Nicely done, Satellite Racing. That's James Tsuba, who now leads the class with, and there is Denis Ishenko. That's who he's chasing. With a 7-9 Axle car mixed in for good measure. So both of the 7-9 cars are close together. So that's Mohammed Alif that is now second in class. That's who is at the front of that particular train. So we've got Josh Pervian right ahead of Denis Ishenko. So that's a battle for third in the DPI class. And that's only a couple of seconds apart, although Schenker was a bit closer than that. If the time screen is to be believed, that's what's confusing. I was just thinking, hang on, that's not 2 seconds. That's because the inverted commas wrong 7-9 car is right in front of him. That's the LMP2 car that's right in his nose. So they were very close together, but Pervian managed to get ahead of the sister car of Mohammed Alif. You could play a bit of a tactical game there and try and keep the DPI car behind. There's quite a difference in lap time between those two categories, about 3 seconds. So it would be quite an ask for the 7-9 Axle LMP2 car to keep the Unison Racing DPI car at bay as we look at Juan Amaya and the other Satellite Racing car. Another message come in. What's the message that's come in? That's about rain again. Not a lot of it is basically what that message said. Rain slightly incoming, says Race Control. Yeah, I can't really get too excited about slightly incoming, I'm afraid. It's flirting again, I think is fair to say. There's Wanamaya, still on the back of... Who's that he's chasing? That is... that's a battle for position. That is the ID Simsport cars, Michael Peterson. So we still have battles going on. That is a battle for fifth then in GTE. This is essentially who Manuel Biancalida is chasing, so he will be quite happy if these two cars really, tangle up or snarl each other up, because Manuel's got a lap at least to try and close in. Actually, Manuel's just looking at the tracker. Manuel's just ahead of them. I think he's too far ahead to be able to see it unless they're about to go onto the Ormond Straight. You can't quite see Manuel Biancalida. There he is. He's just gone through Sunset Bend. So that's how much time Manuel Biancalida has to gain back to get into battles with his own class. That's how badly it's gone. Or that's how much time their technical issues cost them earlier on, I should say. But this is exactly what Manuel Biancalida would like, is for his main competitors, i.e. these two, to be tangling up and slowing each other down. We'll see. They may play the long game. Easier said than done. We've seen plenty of jostling for positions going on already in this race between classmates. So we'll see if they choose to continue to do so. Juan Amaya has been... again, I was about to say he's been the quicker car, but he has been, not by huge amounts. Only a couple of tenths last time around. Ricky Jimenez was just at a pretty decent lap, 1:59.6. In the fourth place MCM Motorsport number 27, but he's at least a lap behind the BIS car, so a lot of time to gain fourth to third. But either way, you never give up. At a moment's notice, someone could have a technical issue that could drop them completely out of the race. You never ever give up in endurance racing. You don't really give up in sprint racing either, but especially not in endurance racing. When we look at the time gaps elsewhere. The DS. So I mentioned earlier that the Gadget Husick car came in. Yes, they had. Steven Sarsgaard is back in the car. So that's what that pit stop was for. That puts them about 10 seconds ahead of the B32 car, or B32 Racing McLaren, I should say, the number 32 car. Still lights are blazing, so we're not seeing. Still no sign of this rain. Oh, that's the tail getting twitchy on the 264 car. Getting rather lively. It's a stylish way. It's not the fastest way of coming around the corner. And still getting on with the job. Let's look at how it's getting darker out there, but I think that's more weather related than time of day. Into Sunset Bend once again. And one not yet in a position to be able to attack. Let's have a look at the weather report again. Well, there's that band of rain that I was getting a little excited about. It literally just circumvents the track. I told you that Sebring seems to have this magical weather vacuum. It just seems to completely dissipate when it gets to Sebring. But as we say, rain showers do appear and disappear. That's not that uncommon in Florida. Ooh, and Amaya getting a little bit bouncy there, coming through the curbs, coming out of turn 2. Still pressing on though, not losing a huge amount of time over his prey. I wonder if we might see if we can have a chat with somebody again. Who might we be able to grab? The number 94 car, has that changed hands again? No, still Damien Scovron in that one. However, I can see on our... I was just about to say, I can see on our cameras that Tom Holmendinger is ready to go, so he might be ready to take the car over. If so, we'll grab Damien when he comes out of the car to grab a word or two. Well, I thought that was Juan Amaya then in trouble, but no, he's just surrounded by lots of cars. At the moment, that's the closest battle as far as on-track position is concerned. Mohammed Alif in the 79 axle number 21. He's now 6-ish seconds ahead of Damien Scovron in the number 94, but their lap times are near as identical, so that gap isn't changing. Denis Shenko was on the back, as we saw, of the 79 axle DPI. That gap's around about 3 seconds now. What's going on here? Oh, there was someone right by you at that particular moment. Was that Jesper Pedersen? Yep, I do believe it was. I just saw what looked like Jesper Peterson coming in. Yellow flag. Who was that? Don't know. Didn't see because it disappeared too quickly. Here's Shenko. Trying to regain the time he lost earlier on the 11 car to restart that battle for third place in the DPIs. And you just saw go out of the shot Josh Pervian, who is the SEM 9 axle pilot at the moment. I think it's fair to say that the wet weather we thought was coming has decided it doesn't want to play ball with us, so the track will remain dry for now. I'm sure it will be a big relief to the drivers. I've just realised something, that Henri Cynic in the 64 car is very close. Oh, Shenko! Not ideal at all, getting that all wrong. What did he do? I think he just locked up, so that's cost him a lot of time. I was just about to say that second, third and fourth in DPRs are getting very, very close. Second and third are. Shenko, with that mistake, has just cost himself over 10 seconds with that particular issue. Yeah, he won't see his prey now, but Josh Pervian is potentially staring at the back of Henri Cynic, as the 64 car has been through the pits, and Josh Pervian was 1:45.8, so set a cracking lap last time around. Replay. Let's have a look at. I'm assuming this is Denis Shenko. Yes. What did he do? Well, he's dancing around Manuel Biancalina. Oh, a tap between the two. Well, that'll do it. Tried to stay on the. Utilise the runoff area perfectly well. Oh dear, oh dear. That was Manuel Biancalina in the Mustang Pescara car. Just having a bit of an impact. And there it is from, that's Manuel then having to regain that spot from Alexander Sesha. So now they're on track arguing for that same bit of track again, side by side, coming into tower. And there we go. So Manuel back up ahead of the Audi. Is he going to stay there, or is he going to be challenged? We will see. In fairness to Alexander Sesha, and like I said before, that is strictly speaking a race position. That was a hairpin turn, beg your pardon, not tower. Alexander Sesha is perfectly allowed to challenge for that spot. It is an on-track position. It's not a class position, so it may not be worth his while to do it, but he's strictly speaking allowed to do it. That is an on-track position he is challenging for. Janko then has got some work to do to close back in on his classmates up front. Like I said, that's about 10 seconds or so that one mistake cost him. 11 seconds looking at the lap time changes. But Josh Pervian is pressing on. Fastest DPI car again. 1.5 seconds separates himself. 1.7, 1.8 seconds separates second to third. And there is Josh Pervian. And there, you just saw go out of the shot, is Henri Cynic. So lots of potential changing going on here. I'm looking at the LMP2s. There's been a change around there due to pit stops. Mohamed Alif in the 21 SEM 9 axle car now leads the way. Nicely done. That's the SEM 9 axle number 11 team you're looking at there. So Nakib Aslan, who had that one earlier. Nabil Aslan, I thought it was the same name twice there, not meaning to be rude, I just read that as the same name twice. So Nakib and Nabil Aslan, along with Alistair Young, have the number 11 car, with Nakib Aslan in the car at the moment, as we look at Josh Pervian, who is a recent addition to the number 11 car. Message. What was the message? Car 54 has a 30-second stop-go penalty for hitting car number 17. Well, that was rather coming, wasn't it? That was Manuel Biancalina tripping up over the 17 car. So, yeah, that was Denis Shenko's spin that cost him all that time in that potential battle for second. A shame, but that's endurance racing. It's not an insurmountable amount, though. So we have another 6.5 hours as we are fast approaching the halfway stage in this race. Aston really hasn't relented a great deal whatsoever. Great stuff to see. Great stuff for us to be able to shout about as well. We look at Josh Pervian continuing to try and chase off after Henri Sinning now. Henri Sinning back up into his rhythm. Oh, and there is a Aston Martin in the way. Which Aston is that? That I believe is Ricky Jimenez. Yep, that's Ricky Jimenez in the 27 car. They have danced around rather nicely. So that's going to cost Josh Pervian a little bit of time. Look at that! What a great shot there of this kind of sunset effect as they're heading down towards towards hairpin rather. You just get this face full of sunset, and that is actually quite blinding, especially in VR. I can promise you that in VR terms, that gets really, really bright. It probably gets fairly uncomfortable in flat screen as well, but in VR particularly, that can get very, very bright. Wow, fastest DPI 145.2 is Henri Sinning. He's really getting out there and getting on with it now. Trying to rebuild that gap to Josh Pervian in the 11.79 axle squad. And we are looking at the moment that tail getting lively again on the DPI car. Insane amount of horsepower in these cars. They are really, really tricky to keep hold of. Now, I myself do tend to prefer GT style cars from a sim racing perspective. They all look amazing. I love how they all look and sound and what have you. But we don't like the Ford GT, which we don't have any of here. The thing of Ford GT sounds like an asthmatic horse. But other than that, they all sound absolutely amazing. But the DPI really does have that beautiful growl. Really, really do enjoy the sound of that particular car. And again, a 45.6 for Henri Sinning. He's pressing on. Oh, that's the Unison 717 car that has found itself in the midst of the DPI front runners. And there we go. So Josh being stuck behind the BMW. That again is just part of the. That's part of multi-class racing. And the traffic taketh and the traffic taketh away. I see the number 74 GT car has changed hands. The Deuces Motorsport car, Walter Polesny, has jumped out of that one and is now in the hands of Tony Jansen. But it might be an idea to try and grab a word with Walter Polesny and see if we can do that at some stage. I will chuck Walter Polesny a message to see if he is willing to have a chat. Walter, where are you? Where are you? Let's see. Team 74, which is the Deuces team. This is great, trying to scroll through the list and keep an eye on the rating, and I can't find him. There he is. There he is. Let me just chuck him a quick message. Oh, if I can spell properly. Now, Walter Polesny, I've actually, one of the few drivers I've actually commentated on in other areas as well, so I can absolutely promise you I know how quick he is. I've seen it many, many times. Obviously, Josh Pervian nicely navigate around the CKR and DIS Sim Racing Lab cars. Very nicely done. Whoops, someone kicking up a bit of dust there. It was probably Henri Sinning. Let's carry on nonetheless. I'll report back if Walter Polesny comes back to me from the Czech Republic. That's the Gadget Houston car we've just seen go out of shot. Who's Steven Salsgaard has got them. Oh no, trouble for Manuel Biancalila. That is in the garage. No. Now, there wasn't a very big hit, so that I'm assuming is a technical trouble then for Biancalila. He's going to grab some Walter Polesny, he's going to grab some food and come back to us in about half an hour. That's absolutely fine. Aha! We do have someone that... Jesper Peterson has said he's offering an interview. That would be great to have a chat with him. And Walter Polesny, I'll just send him a message. It would be great to chat to him as well. Let's see. Yes, trying to look at too many messages at the same time. Into the green room when you are ready. Still can't spell. Right. Enough chatting. Let's have a look at the race then. Wanamayer still doing what he can in the 264 satellite racing car. I'm gutted. I'm really hoping Manuel Biancalida was able to return, but I do see that he was dropped out of TeamSpeak as well, so that may well be a complete, the end of the number 24. That would be a huge shame. Message. What was the message? Let's see. That's the wrong window. Let's go the correct one. 54 is out. Both Musto cars are gone. No, that was such a shame. Manuel Biancalida doing what he could to recover from earlier issues, but alas, the 54 and the 53 are both gone. So that's the third GTE car that has fallen by the wayside. 6 remain. 6 GT3s, 6 GTEs, 4 NMP2s, and all 6 of our UPIs still in the race. Jesper Pedersen is in the green room, but we will have a commercial break before we have a chat to Jesper. So, plenty of action still to go. Fast approaching the halfway stage here in Sebring. Stay with us. Plenty to come.
2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN. Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to the GTR24H EEWC round number 3, 12 hours of Sebring as the sun begins to set. What a great camera shot that is. The clouds moving across the face of the sun, and you can really see the effect of the lights now on the ground. So darkness is looming. And we do have a driver ready to come and have a quick chat with us. Jesper Peterson, are you here?
I'm here.
Well, your guys are doing rather well up front, aren't they? David Mrocek in the car at the moment. The feeling amongst the team's got to be quite good right now.
Yeah, we are doing a good job right now. We kept the lead in the first stint somehow, even though we are running a setup that's better for the rain. So we are awaiting that. So our top speed was really compromised, and we just had to defend a bit, but now we are back in the lead after a drive-through and stuff like that. So yeah, right now we're just turning laps until the rain arrives, and that's where the real battle starts.
Yeah, the rain has been threatening for quite a while, and we've been commenting several times that it's flirting with us a few times. Are you certain it's going to arrive at any given time, or are you just ready for it for if it does?
We actually thought at first the rain already would have arrived at the end of my stint, but yeah, we put on another set of legs and the rain haven't come yet, so now it's just a waiting game.
Now, something we've always talked about in the commentary box for Sebring in particular is how bumpy it is and how hard it is to keep these cars under control. Now, of course, the number 18 Burst Esports Complexity car has been up the front all race long. The only thing the number 64 did beat you to the pole just, but you very soon dispatched them, and you've led ever since. How hard is it, how challenging is it to keep the car under control here at Sebring?
It was a bit unlucky with the qualifying yesterday. We were definitely quicker, but when you lose connection to the server, then how should you get pole? But yeah, the track is actually suiting our setup on the high. Because we are running more wing than the other guys, then we are sort of safe in the turns. So yeah, for us right now, the car is really on rails, and the only thing we are fighting is more understeer than oversteer, and that's uncommon for this car. So yeah, I think it's good.
Awesome stuff. Now, when will you be back in the car, Jesper?
I'm an old guy, so I'm not going to be back in the car. I already done 3 hours, so that's enough.
That's enough for you two. It's David Mrocek in the car at the moment. He was certainly one of your qualifiers yesterday. I guess you're just kind of looking to maintain this incredible pace up front. Is it going to be 3 wins from 3? It's probably a little bit too early to say. That's obviously the target. Are you worried at all that the 64 car is going to be coming back at you, or are you just concentrating on your own race? Oh dear, just before you answer that, that's one of the satellite cars that's decided to park it on the inside line. Well, he probably didn't decide to. I suspect he span out there. But are you concerned at all that the Miranda C-Stars car is going to be coming back at you? They're, of course, your closest competitor. Are you thinking they're going to be anywhere near your pace, or are you not really worried about them at all?
As you can see with the satellite car, anything can happen really quick. So I think we can't really be sure yet. Right now, they had the pace in the dry. They were a bit faster than us because of the rear. But I think if we can manage the gap and just keep it as it is now, then we can be a bit more safe in the rain, and especially our rear wing will help. If they need to change the rear wing settings when they start raining, which I guess they will, otherwise it's going to be difficult, then they will lose a bit more time in pits doing that. So yeah, right now we're just trying to turn the laps and stay safe.
Excellent stuff. Well, best of luck for the remainder of the race. Thank you very much for your time, Jesper Peterson.
Thank you.
That's 2 of the Burst Esports drivers we've had a chat with, and I'm very grateful for Jesper Peterson to give us some time to have a chat. And there we see Devon Mrocek just bouncing his way through Sunset Bend. So their car nice and settled. There was James Tsuzuba, who I think was the 164 car that was going for an exploratory route earlier on, but now darkness very, very much descending, and that's really that really does change things up. All your visual references completely change. So where you've been kind of comfortable, I mean, there's a fair amount of muscle memory obviously that goes on, but all your visual references, all those little subconscious clues that you use for braking and turning and what have you, all completely change in the dark. Yeah, these drivers would have done a fair amount of practice in the daylight, but vast majority of it will be in they would have done a fair amount in the darkness, but all of their practice, or vast majority of their practice I should say, will have been in the day. So these little subtle differences will be what makes or breaks any team's performances, I would imagine, as we hit the darkness for the remaining half of this race. This is James Tsuzuba in the 164 car, working his way narrowly through the traffic. There's a DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche. How far there? So only a couple of seconds off the back of LMP2 leader Darius Andre. Bearing in mind the LMP2 class, because of the way their pit stop strategies are toing and froing, the lead of that class is changing almost every stint. So whilst at the moment James is only a couple of seconds off the back of LMP2 leader, and there it is, Darius Andre for deuces, that could change in the matter of 20 minutes. So it's likely to change, I should say. So it's very, very closely fought in the LMP2 class, even though if you were to look just at the gaps, obviously there's a minute gap back to Muhammad Alif in the Sam 9 Ascot, but he was the fastest LMP2 car last time around, and of course he's just pitted. So it's very to and from, very backwards and forwards for the LMP2 class at the moment. There's Darius Andre. It was interesting hearing from Jesper Peterson. They're not discounting a challenge from the 64 car. I mean, there's over a minute between themselves and Henri Sinek that is in the Miranda T-Stars car, and Devon Mrocek is unbelievably fast at the moment. The fastest lap of the race is still with the fastest lap of Burst was 1:45.926. That was their last lap. 1:45.453 was Mrocek's fastest. Now, the fastest lap, I think, of the race is in the hands of the 64 team. 1:44.125 is their best. So there's pace in the team, but it comes down to setup difference, as Jesper was saying. The 18 car is very much on rails, very much behaving itself over the bumps. It even looks like they're being absolutely chucked around. But it would seem that they're quite happy with how things are going. Well, they have every reason to be quite happy with how things are going. They're over a minute in the lead. But, as we've seen repeatedly, we've very regularly found cars off into the distance, off into the grass, rather, at various intervals. So we'll see how the race continues as we now descend into darkness. Odd flashing light on the back of the Deuces Motorsport. He's not, Darius Andre is not just tapping his brakes. That is a flashing light on the back of the car. That's a bit of a strange one. What's going on in GTEs? The 717, Nikolai Betrikov is in the pits. That's what's going on there. So the 74, Sonny Janssen, will take that over. There's the Glam Racing GT3. That's Jeff Van Eylen, who took that over a little while ago from Henri Coyer. Leandro Vale is still in the CKR car. That's leading the GT3 class by about 53 seconds or so. So that's not an unassailable gap at all. But Jeff looks very lonely out there. It doesn't look like there's anyone anywhere near him. He's got quite a nice amount of free air going on there. Glad to have you lovely people along for the ride in chat, or whether you're seeing us live or post-event, you're always very, very welcome here at GTR24H. Go Volante we see in the chat as well. Azatec, that's Azatec Synthwars by Volante, so that's who that is cheering as well. Glam Racing as well, getting some cheering as well. And so yeah, we've seen some DPI laps as well, so Just keeping an eye on the chat there. If you have any questions, by all means, fire away. We'll do our best to answer it. As very soon we'll be at the top of yet another hour. So halfway is only 20 minutes away. As Dazuba has got a bit of traffic there. That was a little close. It's true. That would have gotten a little ID. That was the ID Simsport car that nearly got integrated with an LMP there. As they are chasing, I think that's the Teleforeningen car. No, that's not Michael. That's Michael Slot now in the Teleforeningen car. It's not him because he's halfway around the lap. Now it's going to be more difficult to visually identify cars now that we are in darkness. There's Darren Morocek with that's the 404. That's the Glam Racing Audi. And we'll just dance around that one. You get an idea of just the raw pace difference between the DPI and the GT3. Of course, the fastest and slowest categories in this race, or in this series, I should say. Now I'm watching the kind of driver cam. If we can get the side-by-side production of with David Murch's camera, you can see how much he's having to fight his steering wheel. Even though Jesper Peterson was saying that their car feels pretty well planted, it certainly doesn't. If you were just to look at David Murch's own camera, it looks like he's really hustling the car hard. And there you go, you can actually see in the camera, there we go, you get a great idea of just how much movement there is. There's a fair amount of vibration going on. It's actually shaking his camera. It's truth alive. That's giving you almost a feeling of like a motion rig that Mercedes is using. Where are we at the moment? So, he's got time to reach across, grab a mug. Well, he's on the Ormond Straight, and there's a prime opportunity to grab a drink. It's the only opportunity that a driver is going to have, actually, to just let the mind untense a little bit, and then straight back onto business. But yeah, I see what Jesper means. You see, as they were coming through Sunset Bend, which is one of the bumpiest parts of the circuit, there wasn't a lot of shaking going on. There's certainly a lot of focus. As Darren Mocek then gets on the inside line of the Gadget Husic car, nicely done. That is Steven Salsgaard that is driving that one at the moment. So he's focused, but he's relaxed, he's in the groove, he's in the rhythm. As you can quite clearly see, just as I say that, then he fights the car to keep it from going onto the grass. He may well be relaxed and in the groove, but he's still driving that at the absolute limit. But yeah, I see what Jesper is saying. Compared to some other cars, it's not fighting him as hard. But we've seen a lot of sort of soaring of the wheel from certain other drivers who may not be quite at ease with their machinery as the number 18 team seem to be with theirs. That's Mohammed Alif going for a sudden change of direction there as he gets around the CKR and the B32 cars. Well, that's the first and last in the GT3 cars, actually. Yes, I just realised. So Leander Vela, that's still in control of the number 13, the Brazilian blazing McLaren, along with the B32 car. So that's the tail end of the GT3s. But still going, and still going pretty well. Ricky Jimenez in the pink accented Aston Martin. That's the MCM Motorsport number 27. Fourth in class. Where are they? They are, well, pretty much on their own as far as on-track position is concerned. They're about 2/3 of a lap-ish behind the BIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche, and half a lap, give or take, ahead of Jan Amaya in the Satellite Racing car. There's our race leader. That's Darius Andre, now fourth in the LMP2 class. Strictly speaking, that is last in the LMP2 class, but like we said before, the performance difference top to bottom in the LMP2 is really, really minor. The timings are often quite, not skewed, but they don't always give an impression, as I was saying earlier, on how close that class is, just because of the pit stop strategy difference. It looks like that James Suzuka's got a massive lead, which 54 seconds is a fairly decent lead. That's give or take about half a lap. But one pit stop later, and he's at the back of the class, because they're all operating to a very, very similar kind of lap time pace. So it's great to see that we've got some great consistency and potential battles, particularly towards the end of the race, for our LMP2 class. Deuce is doing a pretty good job of just keeping consistent. So we've lost the 77 car fairly early in the race. It's the only LMP2 victim we've had thus far. There's Gadget Houston, Steven Salsgaard in control of the treble 7 car. Fifth in class, they're ahead of the 32 McLaren by about a minute, which is 2/3 of a lap, give or take. 20 seconds-ish behind Michael Slot in the Taylor for Endingen number 188 BMW. So we could well see a challenge for fourth position later on. Lap time wise, not a lot of difference, about 2/10 or so. But only 18.5 seconds separates the Corvette to the BMW. So there could well be a challenge for fourth later on. Keep an eye on that one. In our GTEs, who was fastest last time around? Well, by a couple of tenths, it was actually the DIS Sim Racing Man Porsche. That is the treble 7 squad. Karl Liekegaard and Michael Ciccolini, who was in the car earlier on, Steven Salsgaard, Matthias Harvik, and Matt Hedegaard. I believe Hedegaard was one of the qualifiers for that car yesterday. Michael Ciccolini certainly was. Because it took me a few attempts to get his name right. That looked very close from the off-board shot there. I think that was the number 1. It might have been that was the adrenaline car, beg your pardon. It was the number 33 that just came past. And looked quite close from the off-board, but it may not have been the case. That is the DIS Sim Racing Man Porsche. We don't know who's in control of that one, but the drivers that have that one are Andy Kurtzen, Yannick Gotthard, and Mika Lundtoft. Those are the 3 competitors registered to take part in that car, so we don't know who is in that vehicle at the moment. I'm just going to have a look at who is in the core and see if I can get an idea of who is in there, and I don't reckon I'm going to be able to. I'll have a look anyway. No, that didn't yield me anything, because none of them are in the core with us at the moment, but on the go nonetheless. Third in class. Let's have a look at the lap times again. Fastest in class as far as overall laps concerned is the number 74, which is the class leader. They have the fastest class lap of 1:58.032. But I mean, the fastest class lap, of course, can be set by any one of the drivers, and isn't always very indicative, because at the point that we're looking at a car, they may well be quite heavy on fuel, fresh or worn tyres, etc., etc. You'd never know under what circumstances the fastest lap has been set, or even who set it. So it's not a particularly comprehensive way to look at a team's performance. Drone camera. It managed to fly through one of the advertising hoardings. That's a pretty strong. There's another one. That's an indestructible drone camera. James Yazuba in the 164 Satellite Racing LMP2 car, still leading the way, about 52 seconds to the good, but the fastest LMP2 car is, unsurprisingly, Amr Mohamed Alif, who has been really so strong in that car. That's for 79 Axel, the 21 car, about half a lap each behind. That's the Satellite Racing 164 squad. So that is Liam Rance, who we saw in there earlier. Ryan Nash, look forward to seeing him in the car. He's a cracking driver in anything we see him in. Marcus Slancy, and of course at the moment it is James Yazuba. I love the picture he's used there. It's quite a transformation. Maybe if he stubs his toe, he kind of, like the Hulk, he transforms into the other version of himself. Yeah, who knows? Great drone flying there. They've managed to keep very consistent position to the car. It's great stuff. I love those drone cam pictures you see of, like, you know, endurance racing or drift racing, where you see the drone fly through the smoke. Oh dear, there's a bit of a tap on the tail there on Juan Amaya. That's one of the burst cars that's just gone past. That is, I think it's one of the burst cars. Yes, it's Tom Allmendinger in the 94 Esports Gooder Sunglasses car. It was a tiny tap on the back of the 264 car, so it wouldn't have caused any damage or disrupted the flow particularly. It's just probably a tiny mistake from Tom Allmendinger there, but no harm done. Oni Cynic is in the pits, as is David Mocek actually, so our first and third DPI cars are in the pits at the moment. So it looks like the 18 and 64 cars are running a very similar pit stop strategy, or at least have opted to come in at the same time at the moment. That's probably going to allow Denis Sashenko to gain a spot for the time being. Josh Pervian is now up into second for Senline Axel. That is Denis Sashenko, number 17 Unison car. His darkness now very much doth descend in Sebring. Magnus Berggren in the he's in the ID Simsport car with a very errant burst LMP2 car that's wandering around. Where is Tom Olmaninger going? I think that's he made a mistake there. He didn't want to just jump back on the track, so it was actually quite wisely done. That is the team for ID Simsport. So Marcus Berggren in the car at the moment, Michael Peterson we saw earlier on, and Thomas Bredegard. That he was going to be part. Thomas Bredegard was going to be in the Tenor for Endingen, or he was registered for both cars, but there was a change of personnel at some point. At the moment, that's a moot point because it's Bregan is Marcus Berggren in the car right now.
66,02.
Wojtek Polesny, has he reappeared yet? No. I was hoping to catch up with our lead driver. You can see there on the... He's having a chat with his engineer there, or with whoever's spotting for the 166 car.
Så det burde se fint ud. Jeg har været på 3.11 og 3.10 et par gange, og ellers er det 3.07. Ja. That's an indication on fuel. I see. It's certainly not the gap back to Juan Amaya. That's only about 3.5 seconds back to the 264 satellite car. I was trying to figure out what they were referring to. That's 5th in the GTEs. That's the class that suffered the most losses. 3 GTE cars gone in the first half of this race. The ID Simsport car continuing along its merry way. Of course, they are keeping a keen eye on what's going on. Well, there is their challenger. You just saw in that shot there. The next car right behind them is the Satellite Racing Wanamaya. They are not going to be too keen to lose too much pace. We'll see as the race goes on if they are going to be challenged or not. Let's see what the lap times were last time around. 2:02.6 for Magnus Berggren, 2 minutes 0.3 for Wanamaya. So the Satellite Racing car is starting to get some pace there. You can see his quarry and is really pushing on to close in that gap. 2.5 seconds between the two. Now riding on board with the 264. There is the car he's chasing. You can actually see in the tower on the left-hand side the lap time difference. So that's 2.3 seconds to the good for Wanamaya over Magnus Berggren. That is at that rate, that's going to take maybe another lap if Magnus doesn't find a few more seconds, unless of course the 166 decides to just mind their own business, which at this stage in the race is still going to be a possibility. Where did 166 start? So the 166 car started in 6th, and the 264 car started 8th. Yeah, Satellite Racing car struggled a bit in qualifying, so that could well be an indication that Magnus Berggren is not just going to let him dance past him. We will see, as half-time is looming in this race. There's another potential battle forming. I'm looking at the timings now, and Tom Wongmeninger is in. So I was just thinking there might be a challenge in the LMP2s. Not quite, because the Burst Esports Good Sunglasses car is in. However, third and fourth in the DPIs are getting pretty close. Nella Pastorino now has the Mirandis E-Stars car. There is Denis Zhenko, who's chasing him. Interesting to see, actually, the Unison Racing number 17 really is doing well, because Denis Yashenko we saw backwards and spinning several times in the course of practice and qualifying, but they are really pressing on. And there is Juan Amaya, who is now 1.5 seconds behind, again, having taken almost another second out of Marcus Berggren, or out of the gap between himself and Marcus Berggren, I should say. So two potential battles forming. There we go, side by side. DPI on the left, GTE on the right. So third for DPI, or the battle for third of DPI, and the battle for fifth. Oh no, Viaducton had trouble. Yep, they've not just parked, they have disconnected. So the number one car, their day has just gone from bad to disastrous. Is that our first DPI casualty? What has happened to number one? Well, they just found themselves on the wall. So yeah, that's a fairly conclusive way to bring their car to a stop. I mean, the wall is there to stop them. Oh dear. Might this be our first DPI casualty? We will see. But as half-time doth arrive here in the darkness of Sebring, it is time for us to head to another break. 6 down, 6 to go. Plenty more action to come here in Sebring. Don't go away.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN. Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, everybody, to the GTR24H EEWC. This is round number 3, the 12 hours of Sebring, where we are just past the halfway mark of the race. My name is Kieran McGinley. Chris has gone off for a little bit of a break, so I'm afraid you're stuck with me for the next couple of hours. Oh, aren't you lucky? Well, since you're away, it started raining. Very slightly, by the scientific measurement of 0.03 millimeters per hour. What it does mean is the track is getting damp. It's getting more and more damp in certain parts of the circuit. Now, it could be nothing to worry about for now. Chris and I were talking yesterday about this psychological rain, but yeah, I think it might be something for the drivers to have a look at and try and stay on top of. At the moment, we're watching Denis Eschenko makes his way around. I did hear production might have had a video or replay ready of the Viaductum crash, which happened just before the advert break, and here's what happened then. But as they turn in, oh, that's a hardware failure. Yeah, their car just kept turning right. That's unfortunate. They've been plagued by issues all day and even rolled back towards the circuit. Luckily, they got it back to the pit lane, but that's a huge shame for Viaductum. They aren't back into the race though, so they would have had to take the relevant penalties to get back into the race. But at the end of the day, that's not good news for Viaductum whatsoever. Yes, I think we could call it drizzle around the circuit. What this drizzle is doing is making the track a little bit damp. Air temperature 31 degrees, track temperature 25. It's the highest it's been so far, even up the night sky. There you can see at the top there, the rainfall is happening. Damp. It's getting damp out there. That's main things to be talking about at the moment. So certain lines, certain points of the track, the drivers are going to have to be careful of. We'll see how that plays out. Here comes Denis Eschenko into the pits, and you can see on the bonnet there, you can see the drops of water on the front. But it definitely is raining out there. Drivers, and for the teams, how long do they have to leave it before they have to think about getting some... Maybe even think about doing anything to react to the rain. They might not have to do anything yet. It might be dry enough to keep them out there for the time being. I did see Chris say we might be speaking to Wojtek Polesny. We heard we were going for an advert break and decided to run away. So Wojtek, if you're happy to have a chat with me, I know with me, but the offer is there. To come on back. James Juba then in the 164 satellite racing car, currently third in the LMP2s. We see Denis Eschenko in the top right hand corner, pull away from his pit box and stay. Is that Denis Eschenko staying in the car? It is Denis Eschenko still in the car, so no driver change for 17 of Unison Racing. I suppose we should probably give you a quick rundown of how the top three look in each class, and just as soon as the rain started, it stopped again. Might be worth keeping an eye on though. DPI at the moment is the number 18 Burst Esports Simplicity. The standings are here. Oh, lovely. First place then, David Morezek in the Burst Esports Simplicity machine. Second place, 64 Maradness E-Stars. Nello Pastorino is behind the wheel. Third place, Sem9 Axel, Josh Perline in the car. Then in fourth place, we just saw him leave the pit lane. Unison Racing, number 17, Denis Eschenko behind the wheel. Arturas Masaitis in the number 33 team. Adrenaline is currently fifth, and Team Viaductum are rounding off our 6 hypercars. Taking us through the LMP2 class. Top of that one at the moment, it's Sem9 Axel who lead the way with Mohammed Alif at the wheel. Then it's Juicy's Motorsports Club in the number 15, Darius Andre behind the wheel. Third place, the 164, James Juba in 164. Then it's the 94 Burst Esports Gooder Sunglasses, 94 of Tom Oldenmenger, and rounding off our 5 is Benza Horvat at the number 77, who we haven't seen for quite some time. GTE then. Well, when I last left you, there was a great battle going on for the lead of the race. And at the moment, it's the 74 Juices Motorsport Club of Tony Janssen. And that's why he wanted to see the GTE, because he's part of it. Oh, it makes sense now. 717, Nikolai Bezrikov in the Unison Racing car, second place. Third place, the number 45 DS Sim Racing Lab in that podium spot. MCM Motorsports in the number 27 in fourth place. Then it's the 264 Satellite Racing, Juan Amaya at the wheel in fifth place. ID Simsport in sixth place in the 166, Magnus Bergrun at the moment at the wheel. Seventh place, Darren Woods are currently not running, but they are 54 Musto Pescara, the 53 Musto Pescara, and the 67 Mugen Sim Racing not currently lapping the circuit as it stands. A huge shame for both Musto cars. There we look at the GT3 running at the moment, and CKR are leading the way in that Brazilian liveried McLaren. Leandro Verla at the wheel. 404 Glam Racing, Jeff Van Eylen. I do apologise, Jeff. I hope I got that right. Second place at the moment. Daniel Krasnai in the 585 Acetec Sim Sports by Volante Racing, rounding off the top three. Telefoinigan is in fourth place. Michael Slott in the 188 behind the wheel. The 777 of the DSR Gadget Husik machine, Steven Salsgaard is coming in fifth place. Then in sixth place, it's the B32 racing car, and then not running at the moment, the 82 Christopher Kianek, both in Mugen Sim Racing, both in GTE and GT3, currently not running. Also, not a good day for Mugen Sim Racing. And that covers our order at the moment. It has stopped raining, but that doesn't mean the moisture or any part of the water has gone anywhere. And I believe if we drag Wojtek Polesny from the green room into our little commentary box, we can have a chat with one of the GTE drivers in Juices Motorsport Club. Wojtek, can you hear us?
Yes, of course. Hello.
Wojtek, great to have you in the box. I have no wonder the GTE has been so great. One of your drivers was asking to actually watch it, Tony Janssen. Now I see why. How's it going for you? You've got nearly a 40-second lead at the moment. How's it been so far at the halfway point?
Yes, of course, we have some 40-second gap to second, but the guys are on the other strategy, so they will be close to the finish.
And we did see it starting to rain out there. It's since stopped raining, but it might be damp in places. Obviously, we're in Florida, so that rain could sort of appear from anywhere. How are you equipped to cope for this changeable weather as we head into the night time?
Honestly, we are waiting for more rain, but they're falling few drops, so it's up to slicks right now, and nothing changed in the strategy.
Nothing yet, but at what point would you sort of start to think about it? Because we just saw a bit there, it stopped raining now, but what would sort of push you towards saying maybe we should think about changing tyres?
It must be raining for some 5 or 6 minutes with a huge thunderstorm, but yeah, it seems to be not on the forecast.
Not on the forecast. I mean, when Chris and I were joking about it when it was Monza 2021. It was the weather just sort of conveniently went around the circuit, so we never actually got to see some rain. But I mean, talk to us about Juices so far this season, because it's been a pretty good season in GTE for you.
Yeah, we are preparing so much for each race, and it's a shame I wasn't there in Monza. We were close to win as well. It's in Matsuzaka, but yeah, so far it's a good season, but we are thinking all about races, and we want to win everyone.
And I'll leave you with one more question. You've got the pole here. How confident are you? Can you convert that to the win? Is there anyone in particular you're looking at this time around?
For primary, we are setting the car for the races, and quali mode is up to me. So when I have so much time to spend quali training, it's maybe a little advantage over the others, but I think the qualification is not important.
Well, you say you put all those hours in, and it's enough to get you all 3 pole positions so far. So that must be doing a good job for you so far. But Wojtek, thank you so much for having a chat to us. Good luck to you and your team for the rest of the race.
Thank you. Enjoy the race.
Very much forward to Polesny of Juice's Motorsport Club in GTE. Their car currently being driven by Tony Jansen, who was in the chat earlier, wanting to have a look at that battle. Yes, it was so close. Now I understand why, because he's part of that. That would have made sense, wouldn't it, at the time, had I not connected the dots. Anyway, they are currently leading the championship by 11 points ahead of Mugen Sim Racing, the 67, currently not running in the race, which would be a big advantage for them. Their closest rival so far in this race is Unison Racing. They had a podium at Matsusaka. They finished third place there. They are currently running second place right now, but their Monza to raid, they didn't finish the race. They only scored 4 points, so they put themselves a little bit further down the order. So Juices have a really good chance here to further extend their lead. But of course, we've only just got past the halfway mark. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. We've still got a long way to go. There's James Huber then, who's trying to find his way through. Oh, we got the Gadget Husic car in the middle of the track. I think one of the cars behind clipped it. Was that the Team Adrenaline car that clipped the Gadget Husic car? It was nose first into the final corner here, and we might be able to get a better look at what happened to Steven Salsgaard in that 777 DSR Gadget Husic. Give the replay a bit of time to buffer here so that we can have a look back and see what happened. But somewhere in Sunset Bend, this car went around. Let's see if the replay will behave itself. Doesn't look likely at the moment, but we'll leave that for now. But yes, a huge moment for the 777 Gadget Husic car. Steven Salsgaard didn't quite see how he ended up facing the wall on the inside. Well, we can sure as much say that the Team Adrenaline car got caught up in that one. As we ride now, or we watch on with James Juba once again, second place in the LMP2 class as it stands, and trying to chase down Darius Andre in the Juices Motorsports Club car. Looking at the gaps between them at the moment, it's apparently James Huber is 2.4 away from the next car, and that next car, that does look like a Juices livery in the night time. That definitely does look like a Juices livery in the night time. So Huber's not very far away from battling for the leader. I think we have the 777 replay of what happened at Sunset Bend. Production just lining that one up. So here we are then from a top-down view. Let's have a look and see what happened through Sunset Bend. But what happened here then, going in towards the final corner? Runs wide, loses the back end completely. Oh, that's good driving from the first car. Then the Armada comes through, and I think Team Adrenaline did clip the 777. So it was a loss at the back end then from the 777. Steven Salsgaard managed to reverse it and get back underway again, but how much damage is there to that car, and how much damage would there be to the Team Adrenaline car? They just completely had nowhere to go. By the time they knew there was a car spun around like that, they just could not react in time. Well, Juba managed to make his way through, and he's closing in on the car ahead. And that car ahead, Darius Andre in the Juices Motorsports Club machine, heading their way now in towards the hairpin turn. Or they get back on the throttle once again. And we've got another, I think we've got another angle of that 777 spin through the final corner. There it is. There's the spin. One of the LMP cars. I think that was the Juices car. The LMP2 leader did a fantastic job in avoiding that one, Darius Andre, because that happened so quickly. But there you see, 777, Steven Salsgaard did get moving again. I wonder who's in that Team Adrenaline car. It would have been Arturas Mercedes. Oh, only the one who's got a full motion rig would have felt that one, of course. Of course. It's just the way it runs, isn't it? Absolutely unbelievable how your luck is. But anyway, James Juba then closing in to the lead of this class, as there is the Team Adrenaline machine, Mercedes, right behind. The eye flags somewhere in Sector 1, which have been very quickly cleared, so possibly just a driver getting out of the way to let a faster car through. But we have another battle on our hands, and this time it's the battle for the lead of LMP2. As James Juba closes in. Last lap times then, 46.7 from Darius Andre, 47.2 from James Juba. So Jesus Motorsport has... oh no, I've read the wrong one. My apologies. 48.4 from Satellite Racing compared to a 49.2 from Jesus Motorsport. That makes more sense because I was reading the best lap times rather than the last lap times. So Juba is closing, and he's closing by quite a rate of knots so far. Nearly 0.8 of a second pulled out. Closed in on the gap on that last lap alone. And I think Team Adrenaline car, there must be some damage because at the moment it is struggling to find its way past. Even so, it's just sort of staying back at the moment. Juba managing to get past one of the GT cars. I believe that's going to be the MCM Motorsport car. Alvaro Incausti at the moment at the wheel. But Juba here just trying to keep himself to himself at the moment. And just putting in the laps, try and closing in under the night sky. Air temperature has dropped a degree to 30 degrees. You know, every degree matters, every bit of track and air temperature matters. It will be in the favour of the engine to run a little bit cooler. We ride on board, looking back from the number 15 Juices Motorsports car, Darius Andre, the lead of LMP2 for now. And Sebastian Deville is in the chat. Hello, Sebastian. He says Arturus managed to avoid the crash. It was very near, but there wasn't any contact. Oh, okay, and doesn't have any damage. Well, thank you very much, Sebastian, because it very much looked like you did make contact, but I'll take your word for it. So they did manage to get away with that. I was going to say, Arturus in that motion rig would have really felt that one. You'd have thought he'd know if he made contact. Team Viducton have put out a yellow flag in Sector 2, which has been cleared again, so maybe just a slight off-track excursion from them. Thank you for the information, by the way, Sebastian. If you want to, like Sebastian, let us know. We've got the YouTube chat. We've also got Twitter as well, if that's more your thing. Hashtag GTR24H. And if you do tweet us with that hashtag, we'll try and pick it up. And if it's clean, we'll use it. It's a bit like the drivers. As long as it's clean, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Darius Andre then looking back, and the Team Adrenaline car has managed to find its way through. Obviously being the hypercar, I don't think James Juba would have been too much battling on that one, allowing Titus through. And that in itself has allowed Andre to just build a little bit more of a gap behind, which I think Darius would absolutely take at that point. I'd be loving that one. Fine though. Just keeping his head down, keeping the pace up. There's the 264 Satellite Racing car. There's its, I would call it the sister car, James Juba at the moment. The 164 Satellite Racing machine, who is chasing down the lead of the class. It's only a couple of seconds up the road. Because we have seen a little bit of rain. I wonder what the weather forecast, the radar is showing us at the moment, because as we know with Florida, very, very difficult to predict any rainfall, as the weather fronts can just appear out of nowhere during the spring and summer months, this storm season. And there's the B32 racing machine, the McLaren there. I can tell you there is rain pretty much all around the circuit at the moment, everywhere but the circuit itself, which take that as you will, with a pinch of salt if you really want to. Yellow flags out in Sector 2. Didn't quite catch who that was, but they've got going again. So yes, the weather radar shows it's clear for now and clear for the next 10 minutes at least. But again, very difficult to say because this is Florida, of course. And Florida loves to just throw in a little bit of a curveball every now and again, especially with the weather. Uber is now right onto the back of Darius Andre, in for the battle for the class lead as they make their way through the section of the track. Beyond that now, here they go through, I believe this is Tower Turn, which it is, down the Flying Fortress Straight, and once again we're treated to a great battle for the lead in the class. Heading our way now through Gendevian Bend before they get onto the power, on towards the quick run towards Le Mans Curve. Then now on towards the Ullman Straight, and there's the CKR machine, the McLaren there, the GT3 leader. Just making sure he doesn't get too involved. And Juba, where will he go? He'll try the inside line, but that's a block there from Andre. He wants him to go all the way around the outside here. James Juba has to oblige there, trying to steer in the side by side here, almost pushing each other through the corner. They just about make it through, but momentum is on Juba's side here as they head down the start-finish straight. Juba will have the inside line in towards turn 1, and he does get the move. Juba puts Satellite Racing into the lead of LMP2. My goodness, did he need guts for that one. You see here, full lock to the right, as you see Juices try to squeeze there. But James Juba was having absolutely none of it. Stuck it in there, made it stick. The bravery, the guts on full show. And that, from James Juba, is the move for the lead of the race. Very nicely done from Juba there. There's Alvaro Incausti, who's following on behind. And I think that's the Viductin car trying to find its way through. But that's the DIS Sim Racing Lab car up ahead. Now, there's a lap between these two cars, but as I left it last time around, about 2 and a bit hours ago, the DIS Racing Lab was trying to find its way past the likes of the Juices and Unison cars to try and get onto the same lap. And now, this is a case of DIS Sim Racing Lab. It's going to be the shoes on the other foot now, as Enkowski will try and get the MCM car back onto the same lap as Sim Racing Lab, as they make their way through in towards the final corner here. Still damp in places, in not many places, mind. It is starting to dry up again, but it will still be damp in places. Heading on to the start-finish straight for Inkowski. Down towards turn 1. What the lap times are between the two of them, and I'm going to say, oh, actually they're very closely matched. 59.4 from DIS Sim Racing Lab, 59.5 from Inkowski, and there behind is the 17 Unison car in hypercars. That's going to be 4th place Denis Eschenko, who finds his way through, breezing past the GT cars. But I've got an update from production. They've been working very, very hard behind the scenes, and they're able to give us an as it stands, if it were to finish like this, for Hypercar and LMP2. So let's give it a look. So if it were to finish like this, this is how the championship standings would look past the halfway stage. Burst Esports Complexity would take an even further lead, 20 points ahead they would be of Maradnes Esports. Then it would be Unison Racing in 3rd place, Team Adrenaline in 4th, with Sem9 Axel 5th with those 33, and Team Viductin in 6th place with 19 points. Of course, that doesn't take into account of the to the checkered flag bonus points, so all 6 of them are running at the moment. All 6 of them at this point would have an extra point on, but the gaps would still be the same, so nothing changes there. And we've got a battle on our hands, so we're going to interrupt ourselves to watch onto that battle, as in Kowsey, this is a chance to get back onto the same lap as they now make their way in towards final corner. As in Kowsey goes up the inside. I don't think DIS Sim Racing Lab are going to make too much of a battle out of that. And Kowsey then makes his way past, an important move, because now that's going to put them a lap closer and they can really get the hammer down. Also, an update for you, James Juba is receiving a stop-go 60-second penalty for making contact with the number 1 Viductin car in between turns 4 and 5. So we just saw that great battle for the lead for James Juba, but now he's got himself a 60-second stop-go penalty. Wow, that is a huge penalty to slap down there, and Juba is going to have to serve it, whether he likes it or not. And the question is, when does he serve it? What was the gap he managed to build up? Because not long after that, Juices came into the pits. Anyway, here is how it would look for LMP2. Sem9 Axel would be top of the standings, but only just. And their podium at Sebring is the reason why. Burst Esports Good Sunglasses have a win, a 2nd place and a 4th place, whereas Sem9 Axel have a win, a 2nd place and a 3rd place right now. So that's the reason Sem9 Axel would be top if it were to finish like this. Then it would be the 164 Satellite Racing car in 3rd place. Juices Motorsports Club would be in 4th. Team Iris would be 5th, with Cyberlinks Racing Team Iris number 7 not this race at the moment. They would still leave with those 17 and 6 points. Again, doesn't take into account the bonus points scored for making it to the checkered flag. Oh, that's very nice, production. You treat us too well, production. You really, really do. I wonder if we get the same for GTE and GT3 later on. Oh, they're working on it. Oh, you stars. You stars. We don't deserve you, production. Anyway, in Cowsty then, it's got a bit of traffic up ahead as well. And we'll try and use a little bit of slipstream from the satellite machine up ahead. As one of them, a satellite LMP car, making its way past the satellite GTE car, which is it's only happened a couple of times this race, but we are expecting Juba into the pits, as race control have awarded him that 60-second stop-go penalty. All the time. As there's the Telefornigan car trying to make its way through. Telefornigan, sorry, production. He didn't actually shout at me, to be fair. They didn't even get the joke because they're too busy punching in the numbers. You know what? Totally understandable. I'll leave them to it. In Cowsty then, now trying to set focus on Juan Amaya, because this is going to be the battle for position, for 4th place right now. And let's see what they can do. In Cowsty's got a lot of pace on him. Looking to the inside, then down in towards the hairpin turn. Does he have the room? No, he doesn't. The door is slammed shut. And Juan Amaya manages to hold on to 4th place for now. But in Cowsty here has got a good turn of pace on him for the time being. He's all over the back of that satellite racing car. Juan Amaya is going to have to do quite a bit to make sure he keeps that MCM Motorsport car behind him. And again, look at it, filling the mirrors here. Does in Cowsty on the satellite racing machine of Juan Amaya. Just filling the mirrors with a little bit of MCM, a little bit of headlights as well, because here comes the DIS Sim Racing Lab machine. Now, they're not racing for position. They're a couple of laps ahead. It's very, very close between them, but they make it stick. And in Cowsty here, maybe thinking, you know what, that's not the battle I want. If I let you go, you could help me try and get Juan Amaya. And so what your thoughts instantly go to is, how can you benefit me? Actually, yes, you can. You can help me hunt down Juan Amaya. You can help me with a little bit of tow. And if Juan Amaya lets you through, chances are he's going to leave the space for me too. In towards Sunset Bend as we make our way through. And Juan Amaya here in the Corvette. The car now making its way on towards the start-finish line. It is the Corvette. I shouldn't have doubted myself. It is the Corvette. The Porsche of the DIS Sim Racing Lab making its way, or trying to make its way through. In Cowsty then has dropped off a little bit there, not being in the slipstream perhaps, but he'll be hoping now he can draw into the satellite racing car again. Look how much more confident in Cowsty is on the brakes. It really is something there. He's able to brake later. Able to have more confidence in the car once it's slowing down. And well, it might be a chance here to go in towards Hairpin Bend. There you can see Juan Amaya's trying to go defensive against Incalsti, but Incalsti later on the brakes around the outside. He might have run a bit too deep, mind. He'll try and grab the apex, but no way through. Juan Amaya stays firmly ahead right now. And Incalsti is going to have to come up with something else if he wants to get past this satellite racing car. Here they go then, heading their way up. Are they side by side? They might have been for a brief second in towards Cunningham Corner. Now through Collier Curve and then towards Tower Turn. You can see Incalsti here all over the back of Juan Amaya. Now he's looking for a move up the inside at Tower Turn. No way through there. And a little bit of a poor exit from Juan Amaya. And here comes Incalsti then. He'll be on the outside as they head in towards the long left-hander of Bishop Bend. Still Incalsti puts his foot in and takes over the position then. Going in towards Gembendian Bend and now on towards Le Mans Curve. And that is Incalsti who moves himself and his team up into 4th place. The pace was there. He just needed a move and he's made the move stick. Brilliant stuff from Incalsti there. And with that move, I think it's time to rest my voice for a little bit. Shall we go to a commercial break? When we come back, more of this, please. We'll be back in a few minutes.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot. Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN. Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back then, and you rejoin us here as Juicy's Motorsport Club with Darius Andre is right onto the back of Burst Esports Good as Sunglasses. Tom Aldermenger at the moment trying to break away. Juices have just, well, in the last couple of laps, have been into the pit lane. They are trying to battle their way through, and there goes the Burst Esports Simplexity machine making its way through. It might be Aldermenger coming into the pits in this lap, but nevertheless, it's going to mean that Juices will try and use a little bit of slipstream from the Burst Esports Simplexity car up towards Sunset Bend and on towards the start-finish straight. Track has dried significantly over the last half an hour or so since it did start to rain, but still there's the damp patches out on track. There is Nello Pastorino in the 64 Maradness E-Stars car, currently second now, with Semyon Axel into the pits. And I think production did have a chance to have a... let me just check the LMP2 of... Yes, Tom Aldermeyer did come into the pits. So I think production had prepared for us during that commercial break provisional GTE and GT3 standings, and then they were holding off until that battle was decided, which it was. And now we can give you an as it stands. If it were to finish like this, Juice's Motorsport Club would be top of the standings. And, well, best case scenario is that Unison are the ones who would win the race. If they can't win it, they'd rather Unison do, because it would extend their lead at the top of the table. It would put Unison in second this win. With Mugen Sim Racing, they would not get the points so far, and only 2 points would put them down to third place. The 54 Musto would be in fourth place. Fifth place would be the DIS Sim Racing Lab car. Sixth place would be the MCM27 motorsport car. Then it would be the 264 satellite racing machine, the 53 Musto Pescara car, and then the ID Sim Sport car, the 166, rounding off our teams. And having a look at GT3 on the other hand, we would look at something like this. CKR would go 10 points clear at the top, ahead of the 585 of Volante Racing by Acetec Sim Sports. Then it would be Mugen Sim Racing in third, only behind Volante by 3 points. B32 would then be fourth, again on 42, mighty close once you get into the midfield. Fifth place would be the 404 Glam Racing car. Sixth place the DSR GadgetWhosit.dk car, and then Telephone Mugen would be at the bottom of the table, 32 points, but not too far away from their rivals up above. And those are your provisional standings if it were to finish like this. Of course, we've still got 5.5 hours, maybe just less than 5.5 hours left to go. Something crazy's happening in Say Production. The 777 car has run into a bit of trouble, as I'm hearing. We'll bring you what happened to the 777. That's Michael Ciccolini, who we saw just before my break, so about 2.5 hours ago, have the big off earlier on. And what has Michael Ciccolini, what's happened to him in the 777? Production are working hard to get us that replay so we can have a watch and have a look at what happened. In the meantime, we're watching on Denis Eschenko, who's trying to chase down Anello Pastorino, and that will be the battle for position. Although we are expecting Eschenko to come into the pits, so this might be a short-lived battle here between Magnus E-Stars and Unison Racing. In the meantime, I don't think they will mind one bit riding into the cockpit then of DS Sim Racing Lab, and I think we do have the 777 replay ready to go. Let's have a look and see what happened to Ciccolini then. So we're coming through the fast right-hander, coming down towards, I think this is Bishop Bend here, and we make our way up towards the right. Oh, yeah, bit too much speed through there. And they try and rejoin. Oh, straight into the path of the 79 axle car. Not good from Ciccolini then. He had the spin, but then tried to spin the car around, and there was absolutely nowhere for the LMP car to go there. I think that was the 79 axle car, which would have been the class leaders, but from the top there, the livery, some liveries are all white at the top, so it's always hard to tell. However, I'm led to believe, I believe myself, that it was one of the 79 axle machines. But there's Josh Perry at the moment, third place now, once Denis Eschenko has been into the pits. Air temperature has dropped to 28 degrees. It's dropped 4 degrees since I took over. 3 degrees since I took over. All but half an hour ago. So the track and air temperature will be dropping. I'm sure the track temperature will be dropping quite soon as well. But there's Juan Amaya, who's in the 264 right now, heading up towards what I believe would be coming curve. Have the left-hander of Collier. You see, I'm getting there. We've got top right-hand corner there. James Juba is into the pits. Of course, they had to serve a 60-second stop-go penalty, which is going to put them and catapult them down. That's them serving their penalty, and that will be them leaving the pit lane, having served their stop-go 60-second penalty. A huge penalty to have. But in the meantime, they've just got to now make sure they keep pressing on with it. So Juan Amaya then is 5th place in class in the 264 satellite racing car, and about 5 seconds back, is that right, from the next car? Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, about 5.5 seconds away from Alvaro Incausti. The Team Viducting car are back into the pits again. great form moments, but they can keep pressing on, at least get a bonus point for finishing. But it has been such a tough day for Viducton so far. It really has. There's Alvaro Incausti then, who's putting in the laps, and not far behind him is Juan Amaya doing the 264. Of course, these two were having a great battle there, and is the gap in Juan Amaya's favour. Looking at the last lap times, well, MCM 201.170, then Satellite Racing 264, 201, 289. So it's just in Encausti's favour at the moment, only just, but just is fine. Just is fine. Some people will be okay with just, I'd be okay with just, but then that's why I'm up here. There's the Team Adrenaline car trying to make its way through. I believe Lewis is still behind. Well, yes, he is. Arturus Mercedes is still behind that wheel in that motion rig. That would make you sort of think about second guessing moving towards a turn up the inside, because if there's contact, you're going to feel it, aren't you? That would keep me second guessing, I would say. But yeah, looks a lot of fun. Looks so much fun. Juan Amaya lets the Semi car, the LMP car, make its way through, driven by Al Mohamed Alif. 47.8 from him. Next car would be the Juices Motorsports Club car, Darius Andrei, and there you can see the highlights from the last hour. There's been so much going on that we have a chance to show you that. Of course, the Viducton car hitting the wall, that was a technical fault, it looked like, because the car just stays steering right. There was no, seemed like there was no attempt to correct the turn there, and of course the 777 spinning around, and although it doesn't look like it, that was not a collision, according to Team Adrenaline, who were right into that one, and well, they said no contact was made. Arturus made it through fine, so there we go. There's Pedro Delgado, who's now making his way out of the pit lane. There is a driver change for CKR. The Brazilian liveried McLaren makes its way back onto track. CKR have really been phenomenal, and especially today. It didn't start off on the right foot, but they're on the right foot now, just under a minute ahead of Glam Racing. But never watched endurance racing before, sure you'll know that minute and 40 seconds is nothing at all. Absolutely nothing at all. That's a Corvette. That's going to be the Satellite Racing 264 trying to make its way through. There's different classes here, but Delgado now takes over. He'll be looking to put in those laps, see what he can do to try and extend that lead. And Enricoya starting to catch up to those timing loops now, so it's actually fallen from a minute. That's why it has fallen from a minute, trying to level out after those pit stops. So yeah, the 404 Glam Racing car could be a lot closer than it first seemed. That's very much a lot closer. Very much indeed. In any case, they're still at the top. Viducton again back the garage as that's why the time is going down, because that was relative to makes sense, that was relative to Viducton. So yes, they are still over a minute ahead. But that makes sense, see? That makes sense. I'm getting, you would think I'd have know what I'm doing after 4 years, but sometimes the rookie areas still slip through. It's fine. I'm fine. Don't know about it. I'm Enricoya then. The production said I'm okay. Okay, we'll see about that. Glam Racing then just about 68 seconds behind the CKR machine of Pedro Delgado, and looking to try and sieve through that gap. And both drivers have been into the pit lane recently, so they will just try and what happens here as Juan Amaya looks to try and get his way past Pedro Delgado in that CKR car, leading GT3 at the moment. And at the moment, we see Juan Amaya still trying to find that way past. Of course, the GT3, Pedro Delgado, is under no obligation to let Juan Amaya through. Absolutely none. It's up to Juan to get the move done. and make the right move as well. Pedro could move out of the way, but I think he realises he's just going to lose time. He doesn't want to lose time right now. He's more than happy at just keeping to his own line and doing what he needs to do out there. Which is absolutely fine. It's not a problem. 5 hours and 14 minutes left of the race. We are well and truly into hour number 7. Meyer is well and truly trying to find his way past. Can't quite do it at the moment, but he's looking to try and find his way through. There are some other battles like Liam Rance after the stop-go penalty, trying to chase down the number 94. Now there is a stop-and-go penalty being awarded to the treble 7, which is the Gadget Husit car, for unsafe release and rejoining onto the track, blocking the number 11 line. So it was a 7/9 axle car that was involved in that one. We saw that about 10 minutes ago, but it wasn't the LMP2 car, it was the prototype car, it was the hypercar of Josh Purwine they would have collected. So that's why, I was kind of expecting that to happen with the unsafe rejoin. So that's going to be stop and go 60-second penalty for the treble 7 Gadget Husit machine. That's pretty much, once that happens, that's pretty much, you know where that's going in the steward's office. You just know how that's all going to fold out and play out. As the B32 McLaren, B32 Racing, unfortunately no information on who's behind the wheel right now, but nevertheless they will be trying to get the laps in. Currently 5th in GT3. They'll be trying to close in as much as possible. Now I wonder if I can try and find out who's part of that B32. As there's the 717 Unison racing car into the pits. Now it could be Kara Holmer Herbgaard, as my Danish is absolutely abysmal. Rasmus Borgvist, Pelle Andersen, those are the 3 that are listed there. They finished 9th in GT3 in the previous season, so one of those 3. Unfortunately, we just don't know who at the moment. Bit unfortunate, but there we go. There's Mohamed Alif in the 7/9 axle number 21, making its way down the pit lane and rejoining to the circuit. And hopefully you are enjoying the coverage so far. It has been great to have you along, watching along with us. Of course, in the YouTube chat, feel free to ask any questions. I'll try and fumble through them as much as possible. Failing that, we've got Twitter as well, hashtag GTR24H. Get involved. As long as it's clean, we can use it. Same for the drivers. Liam Rance, though, riding aboard with him as he's trying to close in on the Burst Esports Gooder sunglasses. Number 94, Rasmus Andreasen up ahead. That's going to be a battle for 3rd place. And let's see how they go through Sunset Bend. And it's just full commitment, full faith in the car to make it round. And onto the start-finish straight once again, up towards turn 1. The battle will rage on, I'm sure, for a battle. Got podium written all over it. Liam Rance taking a bit of grass and sand on the right-hand side. It's not fair to call it sand, but it's grass that's not been watered for a long time. Let's just say that. I mean, in Florida, that's going to happen with a lot of sunshine. And seeing how they make their way through Bernie Bend up towards the hairpin turn. A bit too far for Liam Rance to try and move down the inside. Oh, but that was a bit of a knock then from Andreasen. Might have hit the curb slightly wrong. And Liam Rance now, that's going to be all the invitation he needs to try and go down the inside here. They've got a satellite racing machine up ahead. Maybe it's going to benefit Liam Rance here. If anything, it might hinder him. The 2 teams coming together at the wrong time on track, maybe. And yes, that's the case. Oh, so unfortunate for satellite racing. But that is how motorsport goes sometimes. Liam Rance not able to get his way past, and Andreasen will be thanking his stars and thanking the GTE that it couldn't find the way past. That was Liam Rance trying to find his way through. And I almost thought here that the satellite race car might have just helped or put in a helping hand. But no, he did the right thing, tried to stick to its line and tried to get out of the way as much as possible. but no way through this time around. And Andreasen still has Liam Rance down the inside, and there goes even more to the inside. One of the hypercars down towards the final turn. It's the other Burst Esport car, the Simplexity one, that's trying to find its way through. Both teams meeting each other on the same parts of the track in totally different cars. I could not have called that whatsoever. And somehow they've all made it through. Liam Rance moves ahead of Rasmus Andreasen, and in all of that as well, the Burst Esports, a sigh of relief from production as well that it all ended as it did. But the Burst Esports Simplexity also not helping the Good as Sunglasses sister car. It's just a case of every team is out there for themselves. They might be sharing a day, but that's about it. My goodness. Well, Rasmus Andreasen here will now have to work hard to try and find his way past. Oof. That was close, wasn't it? That was very, very close. But Andreasen still not going to let this go. He's still onto the back of Liam Rance here, so time will tell if he can try and catch up and see if he can make the move past again. Andreasen here still trying to close in on Liam Rance, but you see Rance here is managing to extend that gap now. So Satellite Racing in the 164 able to now move further clear and try and just get further and further up the road. And for the Burst Esports Good as Sunglasses, they might be due a stop pretty soon. Let's have a look. No, apparently they've just come out of the pits. I'm not sure I believe that one. However, they are out there at the moment, going through Sunset Bend and onto the start from the straight once again, as we are fast approaching hour number 8. And very, very soon it will be 2/3 race distance. The satellite, the weather radar in the bottom left hand of your screen, that shows you to the southwest of the second. You see those pockets of weather just emerging out of seemingly nowhere. That's what could happen. That's what we're in for here in Florida. And that rain is getting quite close to the circuit. It looks like it's just a bit of light rain at the moment, but knowing Florida, that could get worse. I'm just having a view of it on my own. Yes, a bit of light rain and rain weather front sweeping in from the southeast towards the circuit. So that's going to be on the driver's mind for sure. We saw a little bit of rain at the top of the hour, but it's been drying ever since. It was only about a 5-minute shower, and it's been pretty much not raining ever since. The track has been drying. There will still be very, very small places where the track is still damp, but not very many. There's Daniel Krasnay in the 585 Aztec Sim Sports by Volante Racing Team. They're currently 3rd in class, about 13 seconds behind Glam Racing at the moment. They're all to play for. As you can see, the 5-member team at the moment racing out there. So they're now up towards the final corner. What has been a very dramatic last hour, I have to say. A lot's happened. A lot has happened. We've had Team Verdukton, things not go their way. We've also had the 777 Gadget Husen not once but twice spinning around. And we've also had a penalty for Liam Rance as well, for a 60-second penalty for contact made with Verdukton. That's put them down to 3rd place. And a 60-second stop go meant that they had to concede the lead, as we see Liam Rance now right on the money to try and find his way back through the order on the track that's just shy of 6 kilometres. It's a long lap here. You know, in the GT cars, in the GTE cars, you're lapping under 2 minutes. In the GT3s, if you're lapping under 2 minutes, you're doing a splendid job. So, there's Rasmus Andreasen, who's slowly losing touch with Liam Rance in that satellite racing car. Gap is now around roughly 2 seconds at the moment. Still, anything could happen. I mean, we saw those penalties being dished out as well. That's always a possibility coming into this. always a possibility. You know, these gaps really mean a lot, grand scheme of things, as we see GTEs and GT3s, and there's even a hypercar in there. Oh, that's Andreasen who has to take to the cross. Oh, that's close. The satellite racing car gets a knock there. And the Team Adrenaline car just manages to get away with that one, as Andreasen is trying to find his way past the GTE satellite racing car. And back onto the power, just about made it through with everybody intact. Just about. No one had their head in their, or heart in their lungs, or heart on their mouth, did they? Oh, that was a close one. It all started here when the Unison racing car was trying to get the move through. And, well, there's a lot going on there. There was a lot going on there. But the satellite racing car was very lucky. It didn't pitch itself or anybody else around. Yellow flags out for the 717 Unison Racing somewhere out in Sector 3. And they haven't moved for a while. That's going to be concerning. So, they haven't moved just yet. We do have a replay coming up. See what's happening here, what we're going to see. So this is Rasmus Andreasen, who was finding his way through. Now in towards the final corner. What happens here? Oh my goodness, that's why the 717 wasn't moving anymore. And Andreasen and the Unison racing car make contact. Now that Unison car has not moved since then. It's not moved since then. But that's going to be a huge concern at the moment. And have they made their way to the pits, I wonder. Let's hope so, because a bit of contact, a substantial amount of contact between the two. And I wonder how much damage there will be to the 94. Yeah, I think they're very hard to judge. Going to leave that to the stewards. It's their job. I shout in the box. That's all I do. But we'll see what they make of that one as and when they will come to that decision. As there goes, I think that was the Maradnes E-Stars car. Yes, it was the Maradnes E-Stars car making its way through. So that's the hypercar making its way through. And Max Bunovic, according to my time sheet, still has not moved. Is he still there? Is that car still there? Well, let's have a look and see what happens here from Max Bunovic's point of view. As we'll see then, the Burst Esports Gooder sunglasses now behind. So Max Bunovic here is thinking about trying to pass the car ahead. Oh, that's not as straightforward as it looks. That's a technical fault, I think, because the car was going straight on. And as you see, it stayed there. It would have moved on by now. That's a technical fault for Max Bunovic. That will be why the car has not moved. And since then, the car's now back into the garage. So, yeah, so for Rasmus Andreasen, because he went around the outside and he had no idea the Unison racing car was going to go straight on. Yeah, you see, it's trying to start. Max Bunovic is trying to make that car go. It's just not going. Some sort of issue on his end in the cockpit has gone wrong just as he was approaching Sunset Bend. Oh, that's one of the worst places. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, that didn't turn out so bad for Unison Racing, because if they had the hardware failure and they went straight on, there would be a lot more damage to that car than there is right now. So almost that contact has saved them from any big damage. Well, whilst we try and get to the bottom of what's happening with Unison Racing, it is time for a commercial break. And when we come back, more action than you can possibly imagine as we approach the 8th hour. Don't go anywhere.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Welcome back to GTR24H, and this is the third round of the EEWC. It's the 12 hours of Sebring, and we are into hour number 8. I'm looking forward to getting into yet another hour's worth of racing. In about an hour's time, Chris will be taking over from me for his 2-hour stint on his own. So you've got us two for the rest of the night. I do apologise, but stick with us. We'll give you all the action. Nello Pastorino will watch you on here as we get to the top of another hour. I suppose we should have a little bit of a run through of how it stands across all 4 classes. Hopefully we can do that. So here's how it looks then in the hypercars. At the moment then, number 18 Burst Esports Simplexity leading the way. David Rozek in the car at the moment. 79 Axel in second place in the number 11 car. Josh Perrin in the car at the moment. Then it's the 17 Unison Racing car. Denis Eschenko in the number 17. Fourth place, the 64 Moradnes E-Stars car. Nello Pastorino is behind the wheel. 33 Team Adrenaline are in fifth place. Arturas Masaitis at the wheel. And Team Viductum, the number 1 car, 6th in class. But they are currently in the pit lane and haven't moved for quite some time. In LMP2, it's 79 Axel leading the way. Mohamed Alif at the wheel. Behind them, it's the number 15 Juices Motorsports Club car. Darius Andre at the wheel of the 15 machine. Then it's the 164 Liam Rance Satellite Racing. Fourth place, Rasmus Andreasen in the number 94 Burst Esports Scooter Sunglasses. And fifth place, we haven't seen them in a while, Team Iris, the number 77. Benson Horvath was at the last time behind the wheel, but we have not seen them in 206 laps. Then moving on to GTE, where we saw a great battle earlier on. And we did speak to this driver who's currently in the car in Juice's Motorsports Club. Wojtek Bolesny is leading in the 74. DS Sim Racing Lab, the number 45 in second place with the number 27 Alvaro Inkowski rounding off the top 3 of the MCM Motorsport car. Fourth place, the 166 ID Sim Sport. Marcus Stair is at the wheel. The 264 Satellite Racing car, Tom Kapusta, rounds off the top 5. Sixth place, the 717 Max Abunovic, but that's currently in the pit lane at the moment. We did see some issues with it. Also not running at the moment, the 54 and the 53 Mr. Pescara in those orders. And then the 67 Mugen Sim Racing car. As you can see, the gap is how long since we've seen them? Roughly 54 laps for Björn Kolila and 158 and 191 laps for the 53 and the 67 respectively. And finally, last but not least, GT3. CKR in the number 13 lead the way. Pedro Delgado at the wheel. Second place, the 404 Glam Racing car, Henrik Hoyer at the wheel of the 404. Then it's Daniel Krasnay in the 585 Aztec Sim Sports by Volante Racing, rounding off the podium positions. In fourth place, the 188 Telefoninigan, the Jan Birdsgaard is at the wheel of the car. And fifth place, the B32 Racing car. Unfortunately, we don't know who's in that one. And last of the runners in GT3, sixth place, the treble 7 of Michael Ciccolini. Christopher Kianek we have not seen in the 82 Mugen Sim Racing. We haven't seen Mugen Sim Racing at all for 170 laps. Both cars, as it stands, are out of this race. And there is the 188 Telefoninigan Jan Birdsgaard making his way through in towards turn 1. And fourth place so far, the 3-driver team, Gert Nielsen, Jan Birdsgaard Jensen and Thomas Brendgaard Madsen. And again, Danish is up there with my Portuguese. Absolutely terrible. But it's Birdsgaard, fourth place at the moment, at the wheel of the BMW. And, well, we were speaking to Gert Nielsen earlier on in the race. In fact, towards the start of the race, within the first 2 hours. And they were sort of saying how they and Glam Racing had struggled off the start, so too Gadget Huset. But they were sort of telling us, or Gert was telling us, that they're doing this for fun. So wherever they finish, they're pretty happy with, as long as they make it to the finishes. And that's a good team spirit about it. So Telefoninigan, fourth place so far, a lap behind Aztec Sim Sports by Volante. But for the most part, they've kept their heads down, they've kept out of trouble for the most part, and find themselves fourth place in class. Having a look at the weather radar, which, well, it's been very, very predictably. I'm calling this the Kieran curse, because whether you think it's a good thing or a bad thing, this is what the weather radar is showing us. Now, you see those green patches are light rain, the blue patches are sort of heavier rain, then you've got the pinks and the reds being the storms. Well, there seems to be some sort of vacuum around Sebring at the moment, and it's keeping all the rain away. Now, if you've got a slightly more balanced setup, like Michi Hoyer and his team have in the Burst Esports Complexity car, you might be cursing your luck just a little bit because it hasn't quite worked just yet. But it's interesting. Again, we've said it before, we'll say it again. Just as much as we say respect the bumps, this is Florida. These rain pockets can just appear out of nowhere and cause havoc wherever they come. So we'll have to wait and see how it all plays out. But in the meantime, it's dry. That's all we can say. That's all I will say at the moment. Hopefully you are enjoying the coverage wherever you are watching, and hopefully your favourite team is doing well. Let us know who your favourite team is as well, either in the YouTube chat, and make sure you give your teams plenty of support on Twitter, hashtag GTR24H. So David Mrozek in the Burst Esports and Complexity car leading the way. There's Nello Pastorino, who's fourth place in the Radness E-Stars car. Under the night sky at the moment, 27 degrees is the air temperature right now. Track temperature has stayed roughly the same since I took over from a Mr. Chris Buxton about an hour and a bit ago. But in that hour and a bit, we've dropped 4 degrees in air temperature. So it's hard to see the track temperature staying at 25 degrees for much longer. I'm expecting it to fall away in temperature within the next few minutes. Or possibly next, sort of, by the end of my stint here, you should have a track temperature that's starting to fall. Then again, this is me predicting that, and if there's a Kieran curse lurking, don't know. Track apparently is completely dry. Completely dry after that little bit of a shower 40 minutes ago. Oh, Nello Pastorino's gone into the back of the treble 7. Pastorino into the back of the treble 7, coming in towards turn 2. And I don't know whether that was just a lapse in concentration, a bit of miscommunication. It's hard to tell, but turn 1 seemed to go okay. And then towards turn 2, perhaps a bit of a lock-up from Pastorino. That's all I can really think of, because those front brakes were pretty much on fire when that happened. They were running that hot. So I think we were trying to load a replay, but the replay on that time is just not playing ball. Jan Birdsgaard 4th place right now in that Teleforinagad car. And now, is that 19 seconds behind Azatec? Is that right? Am I reading that right? Have a quick check on my timing screens. No? Yes, they're about 20. They're 20 seconds behind Max Brinovic, who has rejoined the race. So the 717 is back on track, lapping. And that's the thing now, because we don't know how far Brinovic is behind Krasnow in the 585 Azatec. So it's a little bit out of sorts at the moment. But once Brinovic completes this lap, the timing or the gaps there should come back to normal. Because at the moment it's just a gap of 0, which doesn't really help anybody there. Not particularly. In the meantime, we're watching one of the Sem 9 cars. It's the hypercar entry. Currently lapping out there. The number 11, currently behind the wheel, Nakib Aslan, who's now making his way up towards the final corner. There is Nello Pestorino, who's goes in and try and get these gaps down. He's now into 3rd place. And it's about 7.5 seconds back from Denis Eschenko. So he'll be looking to try and push on and close that gap down as much as he possibly can. Do that as well down the inside of the LMP2 Sem9 axle car. He does get past. Onwards and upwards for Nello Pastorino as he looks to try and close in on the Unison car ahead, the number 17. We did see a great battle between Muradnis and Burst Esports Complexity early on in the race. A bit apart now, about a lap and a bit apart at the moment, but a lap and a bit is pretty much nothing when it comes to endurance racing. It doesn't mean anything. You know, a slight problem is going to be a lap and a half, 2 laps. I mean, we've seen the 717 Unison racing car. And, I see. Someone giving me a poke. It's Tom Aldermere, who wants to have a chat. I suppose we can have a chat with Tom Aldermere. Go on then. Go on then. He is in the green room. He's very it's because he poked me, production, that's why. Poked me to say, hello, I'm here. Let's have a chat with him then. He poked me. He's eager to have a chat. Tom Aldermere. Tom, how are you this evening?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. How are you? How's your team getting on?
Excellent. Not our best race this season, to be honest. I don't know, we're trying our best, but it seems, apart from some issues, that we're missing some pace today. I guess in the preparations we were hoping for a bit more rain. That actually happened. And that's costing us a bit.
Yeah, and speaking of that rain, is this a case where you've set up for the rain and it hasn't come, or is this a case of, well, you're just waiting on that rain to shake up the order a little bit?
A bit of both, I guess. So basically, setup-wise, we went for a bit of a higher downforce car, so that if the rain came, we would be better equipped. And basically our lap times seemed okay in practice, but they seem to be a bit down in pace now. So if it were to rain, we were hoping for a setup advantage, and at this point we need the rain to shake things up a bit, so we have a good chance to get back onto the podium.
Yeah, I think you'll be cursing me, Tom, because every circuit I come to, when it comes to EEWC, the rain just seems to stay away. There just seems to be some sort of vacuum around the track. I've been telling all these drivers, so maybe I'm the problem, Tom. Maybe, but blame it on me, Tom. It's all right. Don't worry about it. But I mean, other than that, I mean, it's obviously we've seen a couple of incidents here and there, a couple of penalties been handing out. But what's the feeling down at your camp at the moment?
Well, yeah, like we're just doing our best, trying to keep it clean, and yeah. I guess we need some luck to really get back into it, but we still have a little over half a race left, so all we can do is just keep pushing and get it done.
And Tom, do you wear those sunglasses when you're driving? Please say yes.
So they are the Gooder sunglasses. Oh, I think it's just out of shot, so
Makes sense now. I'm putting 2 and 2 together now, Tom. Very nice, very nice.
So yeah, I tried it in practice, but well, these are sunglasses, so it gets a bit too dark. So I thought, well, this might cost me a bit of performance, and well, we're happy with the partnership. I'd rather be fast on track.
Pretty good answer. One more question for you then, Tom. Which is your favourite guitar behind you?
Sorry, can you repeat it?
Of course I can. Which is your favourite guitar behind you?
Oh, that's a difficult one. They all have a bit of a story. So, you know, there's the first guitar, so that's always special, and then the one I played the most, and then there's another guitar that I bought with my first paycheck, so difficult to choose.
Choose all 3. There you go. There's your answer.
All right, I'll go with that.
It's the cop-out answer, but it's the cop-out answer I'm familiar with, Tom. Don't worry about it. Well, Tom, thank you so much for having a chat to us. We'll see if that rain arrives. If it does, we'll be looking towards the Burst Esports Good Sunglasses machine. Thank you so much for talking to us, Tom.
All right, thanks.
Tom Alderman, they're part of the Burst Esports, but part of the Good Sunglasses team this time around. They were hoping for a little bit more rain than they have seen so far. They saw some at the top of the last hour, but haven't really seen any since. And as we were talking about, the vacuum that exists apparently around the circuit, it's very convenient, but hey ho, it is what it is. The rain radar is still very much trying to say there is rain in the area, and you know, this is Florida. It's a broken record time. It's Florida. These little bit of weather fronts can just appear out of nowhere and completely catch you unawares. And Michi Hoyer was talking to me quite a while ago, saying they expect rain in 2.5 hours. Well, this is the sort of time period they were expecting this rain to hit, and it hasn't yet. And they will be hoping that they both burst cars will have a little bit of rain, because it seems to be a little bit of they've compromised a little bit on setup to prepare for the rain so that they're quick through there, but hasn't come yet. Still 4 hours 40 on the clock, so still time to shake things up. At the moment then, we're watching Brødsgaard as there goes El Pastorino in the Maradnes E-Stars car, flying through second place at the moment in hypercars. Brødsgaard in the Teleforeningen number 188, fourth place right now. He can do from this position. But as I said before, the track is bone dry. Now that's a problem again for Alexander Zakharov, who's just gone into the car at Unison Racing. It's back into the pits and actually in the garage about 30 seconds ago. So not good news. They were running second about 15 minutes ago, and they had that incident with one of the burst cars there, and they've had problems ever since, which is a real shame. Just looked like there's some sort of disconnection, not in sense of internet, but in sense of the actual rig. It kept going straight, which is never what you want. Yellow flags briefly out in Sector 2 before they were, just as soon as they were deployed, they were quickly withdrawn. So that to me seems like it's going to be maybe a car just getting out of the way, or just a car running slightly too wide to trigger those yellow flags. Looking at battles up and down the order, we do have, who's our closest battle out there? It probably is the battle for fourth place in GTE at the moment, which is roughly 6.5 seconds. It's the battle between ID SimSport and the 264 Satellite Racing. There's Tom Kapusta, who's about 6.5 seconds back from ID SimSport. This is probably your closest battle on the track at the moment, being at 6.5 seconds. See how it plays out there. There is also actually, it's for different classes, but it is for overall position. It is the battle for 8th overall, Rasmus Andreasen in that Burst Esports Good Sunglasses car, and the Team Adrenaline hypercar, Arturas Masaitis. But that might be a short-lived battle because they are due into the pit lane this lap, I believe, so might be short-lived there. But Arturas in that motion rig, I wonder if we can get that motion rig up there, because it's amazing, this thing. I'm totally in awe of it, and the jealousy is on every fibre of my being is just so jealous of Arturus at the moment that he has that set up. But jealousy quickly fades if there's a crash, or if the gate takes a curb, too much curb, bit of contact. Then my jealousy just doesn't, it no longer exists. It's fine, I'm fine. But Arturus here, quickly making his way into the pit lane this time around, and being his way through in towards the final corner. Does he come into the pit lane? Looks like he's staying tight. Yes, he is into the pits. From 5th place in Hypercar. We haven't seen Viducton car since their last off. So I don't know whether they're calling it a day at this point, which would be a shame because we'd only have 21 cars running around the circuit at the moment. So as far as we know then, we're going to count that as the 6th retirement of the race. Our first, well, our only retirement in hypercars at the moment in Team Viducton. Project then, first eSports Complexity car, leading the way in hypercars. Miranda Seastars in 2nd place, and then the 7.9 axle Naqib Aslan at the wheel, currently in 3rd place. In LMP2s, the top 3, 7.9 axle, are Mohammed Alif leading the way ahead of the number 15 Juices Motorsports Club, Darius Andrew at the wheel, and Satellite Racing, the 164, about 98 seconds back from 2nd place. Then top 3 of GTE, we have Voita Perez doing the 74 Juices Motorsports, 45 DRS Sim Racing Lab, and 3rd place MCM Motorsport, Alvaro Kaustu behind the wheel. BT3 is CKR leading the way in the number 13 car, the 404 Glam Racing on the Goya is at the wheel there, that's 2nd place, and then Daniel Krasnai in the 585 Acetec Sim Sports by Volante Racing rounds off the top 3 in GT3. There is Mohammed Alif, and the gap between himself and Juices Motorsport car is 13 seconds at the moment, but having a look at last lap times. Oh, yellow flag, Sebastian Deville in Team Adrenaline, briefly bringing the yellow flag out in Sector 1, but that looks like it's all cleared up again, so maybe a slight mistake from Deville, or he was slightly off track, whatever the case may be, but it looks like he's back onto it once again. Now running as the final running hypercar at the moment, Sebastian Deville in Team Adrenaline, as they're now approaching a couple of cars further up the order, a GT3 and a GTE. One of them is the Satellite Racing car, and the other is the, I believe that's the 585, it is Acetec Sim Sports car in its way through. 3 different classes across the picture there, and they all make it look really easy to find their way through. It's never that easy, I guarantee you that, it is never that easy. Make it look easier. We have Blue Banana Cake in our YouTube chat saying it's Cara in the B32 car. This and next stint, Rasmus drove the 2 before that. Well, thank you very much, Blue Banana Cake. We will bear that in mind. So that's going to be Cara in the car. We did see our very own Alex Goldschmidt in the qualifying. Was it the qualifying chat yesterday? So you'll never guess what Cara's had to drink recently. And very much a lot of drink. But I don't think that was a fair reflection on Cara there. Not at all. So that would be Cara Holmer Herdgaard, currently in that machine. Putting in the laps then. So this and next stint will be Cara. Go through the final portion of the lap, making his way up towards your long curve. Back onto the Holman Straight. Yeah, I remember back in Matsusaka, part of our sort of pre-season build-up, Yusuf and I, well, to be fair, Alex and Yusuf also went through, and they really ripped teams apart. I was nowhere near that nasty. But the B32 car in GT3, I really am a fan. I'm a sucker for anything orange and black livery. That's the key to winning my heart, and the B32 car has that in abundance. It looks great out there. Now we're now through in towards turn 2. Yeah, I mean, I actually got the story wrong of the bribery of the lemon cake, as I was told by Alex Goldschmidt, because it was Alex who was bribed with the cake, not Yusuf. Yusuf was bribed with the promise of cake. I got that wrong. I'd like to clear that up now, clear the name, and I do apologise to Yusuf. Yusuf, if you are watching along, hope everything's okay, and hope to see you back soon. B32 Racing then, still pounding the laps out then towards second turn, down towards the Fangio chicane. GT3 slightly spread out, but Azatec are starting to close in to Glam Racing. About 7 seconds is the gap. Having a look at the gaps and last laps. I'm a poet. I'll make those words rhyme somehow. Have a look at the where? Glam Racing last lap 2:02.5. Azatec last lap 2:01.7. So that's nearly 8/10 out of that gap then. So watch out for that battle then for second in class. My apologies, second in class for Henri Coya and Daniel Krajne. Gap is starting to fall tremendously. All into Krajne's favour. We're watching Halfguard in the B32 machine. This way through the final corner, Sunset Bend. And just so bumpy through there. On towards the start-finish straight. Complete another lap of this circuit. But under the night sky, we are very much approaching our mark of the mark and there. But whilst Daniel Krajna is trying to close in on the 404 Glam Racing, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll see how this GT3 battle is shaping up. Don't go anywhere.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Welcome back then, and we rejoin with Daniel Kreshne, dropping that gap to about 5.7 seconds then. That's Tech Sim Sports trying to close in on the 404 Glam racing car. And I heard production tell me that there was a little bit of the car that ran into trouble. So here's that car running into trouble. So we're watching Nello Pastorino then coming through Sunset Bend. What happened to Pastorino? The back end. Whoa, that was close. The CKR car had left a rear wing there as well. So that kind of looked like Pastorino was reacting there to the CKR car. Now, is that the CKR car that lost the rear wing there? Yes, it is. Look, here it is. That's the CKR car as well involved in that. So Pedro Delgado currently into the pits without a rear wing whatsoever. They'll have to come back and get that fixed. Wow. All sorts of crazy happening now, because that's the GT3 leaders in CKR. And so that means then that Henry Coya in Glam Racing is going to take over the lead of this race. And that's going to put the 585 Aztec Sim Sport car we're watching on up into second place. And so what we were watching on for a battle closing in, or a battle for second place, is going to actually turn into the battle for the lead of GT3. And the gap between them, just around 5 seconds at the moment. It's just a tad over 5 seconds at the moment. 5.1 as it stands. But yeah, Henry Coya into the lead of this race in the Glam racing car, looking to notch up their first win of the season. Of course, still just under 4.5 hours left of this race to run. And Pedro Delgado, how far is he? He's still in the pit lane, or still in his stop at the moment, and might be there for some time, because the rear wing came off that car. So that's a lengthy repair they have to go through there in order to get that car back up to working order, to get the rear wing on and then send it away. But that's not good at all. Let's have a look at a replay. So this is Pedro Delgado, the GT3 car, that's found itself into a bit of a spin. Now I see it's getting very close to the grass there. That's not the issue. Running now in towards Sunset Bend. Oh, the car snapped on him. Oh, the car snapped on him there, going through the bumps. He then tries to rejoin. And Pastorino has to brake to avoid him. He might. Yeah, and then... right, okay, so that seems to me Pedro Delgado didn't realise he didn't have a rear wing. That sort of reminds me... that kind of reminds me of Ralph Furman, I think it was, back in the early 2000s. His rear wing failed. He had absolutely no idea. And then went to turn into a corner. And yeah, you see there, I think he's starting to realise there's something wrong with the car now. Because he might not have that view. He might think everything's okay. But he now makes his way through turn 2. Hopefully he'll have realised by now that he's got much less rear downforce than he had. The car's such a handful to keep a handle of. And then we head our way through the long right-hander. Oh, there it goes, and catching a Sem 9 racing car, and then, well, just tips it back the right way as well. That was a lot to unpack there, but it looked like Pedro Delgado was losing the back end. The Sem 9 active car got caught up in it, and then Pedro Delgado just accidentally sort of tipping that 7-9 axle car back the right way. Sorry to bother you. Here you go, back again. And production is still running this replay, so that means there was still even more that happened. There's more that happened here. And Pedro here, surely he knows at this point there's no rear wing on the car. Starting to brake now in towards the right hand here, gets onto the curve. So this is coming through in towards Collier curve now. Again, you're coming towards a very high speed part of the circuit, heading in towards Tower Turn. And another car behind. Whoa, that was close. That was close. I'm just hearing the 188 is into the pits. Telefor has disconnected, so they're going to have to come back in as soon as possible. Pedro Delgado. Oh, that's so close. I mean, he has to go a full lap without a rear wing, and having to go through so many laps with the rear wing intact, everything working perfectly. Suddenly you don't have that rear downforce, and the car is a totally different beast without the rear wing on. It's absolutely unstable. He does realise at this point to move to the right hand side, and we just watch this replay as following through Sunset Bend to see what happened here through the final corner. And he stays tight to the inside. And the back end goes again. Yeah, with no rear wing. Does he keep it out of the wall this time? Yes, he does. Just about. But that would have been the lap from hell for Pedro Delgado. But he finally made it back to the pits. And I'm sure he breathed a sigh of relief. Since then, he has rejoined back to the circuit. He is in third place with CKR. But yeah, I can't imagine. That would have been a lap from hell for Pedro Delgado. The most important thing is, though, he made it back to the pit. The car is fixed. It's got a rear wing on, and he's back underway again. The 188 Telefor car did briefly disconnect. It has rejoined. It's rejoined onto the track, and we'll now try and put in the laps once again. And Nikib Aslan as well up into second place, 7-9 axle. Trying to get his way, negotiate his way through the field. Hopefully you are enjoying the action so far, and there is absolutely more to come. Now, looked at that weather radar again. I'm captivated by this weather radar. I think this is one of the closest weather radars we've come to having rain close to the circuit, towards the southeast of the circuit. You see in the bottom left-hand corner, there are patches of rain approaching the circuit from the southeast. It's probably the closest we've come to just that little bit of rain. There's Rojek then, in the Burst Esports Simplexity car, leading the way by just under 2 minutes. Darius Andre leading the LMP2 class at the moment for Juice's Motorsports Club. GTE, the leader at the moment, is Wojta Polesny in the other Juice's Motorsports entry, the number 74, and leading GT3 is Enricoya in the 404 Glam racing car. There's Liam Rance then in the 164 satellite racing machine, trying to close in on Inigo Anton. Close in again. Approaching just another hour complete here. We have 4 hours and 20 minutes on the clock. The air temperature's actually gone up to 30 degrees again. Track temperature is still at 25 degrees, but yeah, just that weather radar. Keeping an eye on that one. It's the final 2 frames that's the forecast. So we'll get 2 frames, then it stops, and then we'll go back in time. There, you can see, that's the forecast. That rain is coming from the southeast. Whether it hits the circuit or not is a completely different question, but the rain is coming from the southeast. Enricoya then is currently leading the GT3 class with Glam Racing, and they have Daniel Krasnai looking on and trying to close this gap as well. We'll have a bit of radio, see if they're chatting to each other at all. Go on in the background. I do apologise if I do speak over them. At the moment, Daniel Krasnai is trying to close in on this gap. Not the car behind is the car behind that, so they are on the same straight, they're sharing that same straight. So we're now to the final corner, Sunset Bend, back onto the start finish straight. We start yet another lap here at Sebring. Well, I have to say, leaders in DPI have just broken through 250 laps. They've completed 251 so far here in Sebring.
I think they're coming in now.
That's the Burst Esports Complexity car. LMP2. So, oh god, I think it's the 585 will pit this lap. Is that going to be right? Well, yes, apparently so. He's into the pits. So he got that absolutely spot on. Yellow flags in Sector 1, which have been cleared. So, Unrecoya, yeah, this is what I was talking about. I've said before how sim racers have to be the most complete drivers. They have to be thinking on their feet with strategy. They have all that data in front of them as well in terms of gaps. So they have to think on their feet as well. And that's clear from Unrecoya. He's clearly thinking about the car behind and the team behind in order to see what they can do. But the Audi so far doing really well. 404 Glam Racing could do with a result like this. Have had a tough start to the season, but getting a race win here would certainly change things around very, very slightly. So, DPI still being led by David Nojak, 107 seconds at the moment. But that we were building up for GT3. Got a ruin with that pit stop really, but what can you do? It is what it is. LMP2, just having a look at gaps between each car. Liam Rance is now within 5 seconds of Robert Powell. So that might be one to keep an eye on. Last lap from Satellite Racing 147.7. Juices last lap 155. Now that might be that they just came into the pit stops and their pit boxes before the start finish line, so that's probably why they've got a 155. It looks a little odd, but that would be why. They're here about 75 seconds ahead of Asatec, but as we heard from Henrik, he predicted right that the team behind were going to pit in very soon. In fact, pretty much as he said it, the team behind pitted in. Different race it could have been for CKR. Still not out of the equation, but that rear wing flying off the car from Pedro Delgado after making contact with the wall at Sunset Bend. You might look back at that with a bit of regret, but it is what it is, and Pedro had to go through a real lap of hell in order to get that car back to the pit lane so that they could get the car repaired and back out there again. But in the meantime, he's out there. There's the Maradnis E-Stars car just trying to make its way through the traffic. Try and find a little gap out there. Sector 3 is on the yellow flags. That's quickly cleared. Again, maybe just a driver running a little bit too deep or just giving way to cars behind. That is the, I believe that's the Unison car making its way through now. Be followed shortly behind by the Burst Esports car. That's the Good of Sunglasses entrant towards the final corner, and there is the Unison Racing car, Peter Vagapov, behind the wheel and looking to try and close in on Maradnis E-Stars. Ahead, 2.3 seconds is the gap as they cross the line in towards turn 1. Unison Racing, we'll see, having a bit of a chat then, and won't be in English, so if there's any translators out there, that's not what they're chatting about. But of course, Vagapov just trying to close in on Nello Pastorino. I'm sure the words will be, you're closing, and you're closing fast on Nello Pastorino. coming out and onto Fangio chicane, on towards Cunningham corner. Trying to close that gap even further for Peter Vagapov. There is the number 60. I will get this number right. Number 64. Thank you, production. I've only been talking about them for the last 8 hours, but yes, the number 64 trying to break away at the moment, back for third place, developing nicely into our hands, and now making their way now through in towards Le Mans, now on towards the Ulman Straight. And yes, there you can see Peter Vagapov is closing up towards the final corner. We will go. And seeing what Vagapov can do round the final corner. He's within a second now. As Sem9 Axel into the pits. There goes Naki Baslan. Now he'll rejoin behind this battle, but he'll be on fresh tyres, maybe a heavier car. As Vagapov, look at this now, putting on the pressure on Nello Pastorino through turn 1. Onwards they go towards turn 2. No way through there. The CKR car is planted there as we watch on and see how Pastorino will try and defend this one. He's got to dispatch of the GT3 car first, which he does, but that's going to open him up now to Peter Vagapov right into the slipstream. Where will the Unison car go? He'll go down the inside, late on the brakes in towards the hairpin turn, but he runs too deep, and Nello Pastorino finds his way back through. Vagapov tried down the inside, left the braking slightly too late, overrun the corner, and Nello Pastorino was able to take that position back. But Vagapov right now is just trying to hound and harry the car ahead of Nello Pastorino. Pastorino not phased in towards the hairpin there. Hoyer, meanwhile, has lost a position to Daniel Krajnai, the 585 Aztec Simsports by Volante. Now, Hoyer has come back into the pits, and Krajnai and et al. Have done the undercut. They've got themselves back ahead under those pit stops there. So, all starting to come alive now. So, great call from Aztec to bring the car in a lap or two earlier. And Hoyer now is down to second place. And making their way now through in towards the final corner. Just wondering here, Vagapov is still hounding the back of Nello Pastorino, but he's due in for a pit stop, and actually Hoyer is coming back into the pits, so he hadn't stopped. Well, I'm going to have to get my calculator out and work out how on earth that's possible, but Liam Rance now, we're watching on the number 164 Satellite Racing, and we're riding on board then. Is this Daniel Krajnai we're watching on here? It's Henrik Hoyer we're watching on. So this is him leaving the pit lane, coming out of turn 1. And he's trying to give way to cars on the left. Then making his way now up towards turn 2. You see the Aztec car goes down the inside, swoops down the inside, and takes it. And, well, it didn't look like he put up much of a fight there. Now, they have since been back to the pits, not long after that. I wonder if there was a problem in the pit lane for Glam Racing there, because they had to come back into the pit lane, and they're now 20 seconds back. So, yeah, I'm trying to work that one out at the moment, but in the meantime, we'll focus then on that battle. Peter Vagapov, meanwhile, did come into the pit lane, so no more battle against Nello Pastorino, but it was a great short-lived battle whilst we had it. And, well, it's been fantastic so far under the night sky here at Sebring. Henrik Hoyer, 20.8 back now from Aztec Simsports, and Daniel Krajnai with Pedro Delgado in third place. 332 Racing fourth. ESR Gadget Husum in fifth. Erfel Willigan in sixth, and Nugensen Racing rounding off the 7 teams in GT3 that are still running in this race. Well, Hoyer now not quite sure what happened during those pit stops, but what we do know is that they have rejoined nearly 21 seconds behind after that tirade, and a bit of team radio in the, so obviously get the team radio in the background as well. as they try and figure out a way back. They find their way back past. They've got 20 seconds up the road at the moment.
Maybe Kuba and Lee can recover that. It's only 20 seconds or something.
He might be able to.
It's only
Here's
20
turn one we
seconds.
go.
Yeah, exactly.
There'll be a discussion about how to bring themselves back in.
It's still possible.
Anakoya suggesting maybe Lee Russell's the man for the job to get this 20 seconds down, but the thing about that is that they can't just put Lee Russell in the car right now. Hoyer's got to do another stint, but maybe a suggestion there from Hoyer to get Lee Russell ready for the next stint, which will be in around about an hour's time. That's the message from Hoyer. He wants Lee Russell in the car, but he's still got to complete that stint first and foremost. So, having a look at the top three so far. I've just noticed this has flown under the radar. Team Adrenaline are back into the pits in the garage, and they're not currently clocking up any laps whatsoever. Sebastian Deville was in the car last. Has anybody else slipped under my radar? Very possibly. We know about Zakharov, who's under the garage, which is only 5 GTE cars running in this race at the moment. GT3 trying to I clicked the wrong button as I would. We know about Christopher Kanek, so no one else has slipped under my radar just yet. And Andre Koya, well, the job for him right now is to close that gap as much as possible before they throw Lee Russell in. That's going to be the target, that's going to be the aim. David Mrozek still leading in the DPIs in the Burst Esports Simplexity car. Moravna Seastar in second with Nello Pastorino at the wheel. Sem 9 Axel in third with Nekib Aslan in the number 11. Looking at the LMP2s, Inigo Anton in the Sem 9 Axel car leads in the number 21 in LMP2. Second place, number 15 Juices Motorsports Club at the wheel, Robert Palm. And the 164 Satellite Racing, Liam Rance behind the wheel, currently rounding off the top 3 in LMP2. For the top 3 in GTE, Wojtek Polesny in the 74 Juices Motorsports Club, here leading the field. Second place in GTE, the DIS Sim Racing Lab number 45 Porsche, and third place the 27 Aston Martin, the MCM Motorsport, as driven by Alvaro Incausti. And GT3, it's Azatec Sim Sports by Volante Racing. They lead the way with Daniel Krasnov behind the wheel. The Audi of the 404 Glam Racing car is in second place, and third place is Pedro Delgado in the CKR Brazilian laden McLaren. There is Sebastian Deville parked up in the Team Adrenaline car, and they have been there for at least 3 minutes for sure, but hard to tell what's gone wrong there. They will start dropping down the order. Hopefully they will return, put in more laps around the circuit, and there they are in the top right hand corner. Hopefully we do see them come back into the race. There's still points up for grabs at the very least, but Hoyer has, well, he's made a start at closing down this gap to himself and Daniel Krasna. It's just over 19 seconds at the moment, and well, for Hoyer being negative of himself, saying no, Lee Russell's the man for the job, well, he's doing a good job so far. He's trying to cut down, scythe the gap down as much as possible. See what he can do to try and make up that time through the final corner.
I can confirm that Sebastian Deville has put his VR headset back on, and he's coming back out. So the 33 Adrenaline cars returning to circuit.
So maybe a disconnect. Very welcome back, Mr. Chris Butson. I thought you were going to wait till the ad break, but you've jumped in.
I can't keep away from you for any longer, Mr. McGinley. That's what the truth is.
Stop it.
So I get the beautiful face and dulcet tones of the McGinley, and also the alluring tones of production Mr. Monkholm in the background as well. So I'm flirting outrageously with everybody, and I make no apology for doing so. Look at that weather. The rain's flirting with us again.
The great thing is, Chris, is just see right over to the west side of Florida. The entirety west of Florida is under rain.
It's getting a bit busy over there.
It's getting a bit busy. And I don't know, some drivers might be celebrating and other drivers might not be. I mean, we were talking to Tom earlier from Burst Esports Good as Sunglasses, saying that they ran a little bit of a compromised setup, hoping for the rain, and that rain just hasn't really arrived. We had some rain at the top of the last hour, Mr. Buxton. It rained for about 5 minutes and then has dried up since, so that's all you've missed there. No panic from any teams to get themselves onto any wet weather tyres, no panic whatsoever, everyone kept their cool. Another thing you've missed, Mr. Buxton, is that CKR were leading and Pedro Delgado had quite the lap and a bit. He lost his rear wing coming through Sunset Corner, final corner, lost the back end, went rearwards into the wall, lost his rear wing, didn't realise he'd lost his rear wing until he was spinning out of control in towards the pit lane entrance, and then had to complete a full lap with no rear wing, spinning about 3 times, tangling with the 7/9-axle LMP2 machine as well, for good measure, whilst doing that. Finally made it back, repaired the rear wing, they're back in 3rd place, about a lap and a half down on the leader. Quite astonishing 2 laps, the replay just kept going on and on and on.
That's quite an adventure. They were leading comparatively comfortably when I left them a couple of hours ago, so oh dear. But still 4 hours to go though.
Still 4 hours to go, and at the top of each order, well, it's been very, very difficult to say and tell which way is going which. I mean, Koya still haven't got to the bottom of why they need to pit in twice, but they are now reeling that gap down. It's just over 18 seconds now as we ride on board. And I believe this is Naki Baslan making his way up towards the first corner, about 3 seconds away from Nello Pastorino, and there was a great battle, well, between Pastorino and Vagapov, but 5 minutes ago, and Vagapov had to come into the pits for a scheduled stop, which took that battle away from us. Meanwhile, Naki Baslan is closing, and closing fast, on Nello Pastorino. And whilst they're trying to close in Naki Baslan, we're going to go to a commercial break. When we come back, we'll see how Naki Baslan gets on and how close he can get to the Miradnes E-Stars car. Don't go away.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry, NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Welcome back to the GTR24H EEWC round number 3 here. 12 hours of Sebring. 8 down, 4 to go. As Kieran McGinley has gone for a very well break. You've got me to contend with this time. And second place has changed hands in the DPI class whilst we're away. So you can see in the top left picture of Nikita Aslan in the 79 ASO car. And that's where it went slightly wrong for Nella Pastorino in the 64 Morales E-Stars car. Has wandered a little bit too deep at turn 1 and off to do some lawn mowing and giving second position to the 79 Axel number 11. So not ideal for them. I think that has diffused the closest battle we had as far as on track is concerned. Well, Nikita Aslan is absolutely going for it. He's flying along quite nicely as Nella Pastorino has caught the back of the CKR car following their rather unusual excursions, or shall I say Pedro Delgado's excursions earlier on, missing. Oh no! Onikoya! Second in the GT3s, the 404 Audi is facing the wall and gotten back underway again. Well spotted production. That's not ideal. Now, from that angle, he hadn't hit the wall, but unless we kind of saw post-impact, so to speak, hopefully we're going to replay of that and see what on earth he has done. Already, see, production's on it. Let's see what he did. So, screaming down the Ullman straight. Bounce, 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 and round she goes. And did keep it out of the ball. Nicely done, Henri Koya. Kept the 404 out of the wall. We think that's going to happen a little bit more often now as fatigue is kicking in. Obviously, the vast majority of drivers have been in the car at least once or twice. So, because the yellow flag, so he's been off again, so I'm just being told. So, has he done it there? Nope. So, whilst that replay was loading up, he's caused another round. Now, we're still in the replay here. Now we're into turn 2. Well, he seems to be behaving himself there. So has he gone? This is Gurney Bend. It's probably going to be hairpin. I wouldn't be surprised if he's pushed a little bit too hard to make up lost time and just flown off the road at hairpin, which is now coming up. Now, was my hypothesis correct? No, it was not. It's the answer. He was fine there. So he has had another issue somewhere, but he seems to be behaving himself at that moment. Still staying with him. So now into Cunningham. Looking all right there. Collier. No, that's all right. Come off the road. No, of course we don't. We don't wish anybody to come off the road. No, of course we don't. Now a turn. No, he's fine there. Down the straight. Bishop Bend. Well, I'd be surprised if he's had an issue there. It's flat out left-hander. Chindebian. It's here. Well, all looking good so far. Then into Le Mans. Unless he's had an issue at exactly the same point a lap later. Has he just repeated the same issue, I wonder? Well, it'll be amusing for us. It'll be exceedingly frustrating for the 404 Glam Racing team if he has. Let's see. Answers on the postcard. No, he's behaved himself. So if he did cause a yellow flag, we didn't really see for why, because that next lap was absolutely fine. That
that's live. That's so that's actually where he now is. He's being chased by the 79 Axel car. That I think is the DPI one. That's Naki Baslan. No, it isn't. That's Nigo Anton. That's the LMP2 car that's just gone past him. Oh, it is the DPI one. I beg your pardon. Oh, that's Darren Murchek then. That's the Burst Esports Complexity car. My mistake. See, the Burst Esport and 79 Axel squads liveries are very, very, very similar. And of course, in the dark, that's the excuse I'm using, and I am sticking to it. I make no apology for it. But David Mrocek is flying another fastest lap of the race fairly recently. Well, fairly recently, last time around, 1:44.953 for that particular team. Or fairly recently, I think. Oh no, beg your pardon. I thought they did it last time around, but they were exactly half a second behind it last time. They were the fastest of the DPI class. I know what I'm doing, I promise you. The LMP2s are still with... That's raindrops that's fallen. Are we finally... Oh, is that... was it the Gadget-Hausen car taking a very weirdly tight line coming through turn 1? Yes, it was them. What on earth were they doing at that particular point? That's who's in that one? Steven Salsgaard has got that boy. Roy, that's getting a bit close. There is rain, ladies and gentlemen. It is a very, very tiny amount of rain at the moment, but Florida is very unpredictable when it comes to its weather. We've been talking about this all night long, but it could well be that this is the start of a storm. It could well just be the start of a flutter of rain. This is the most it's rained all night, so it's now up to 3mm an hour, which is still not very much. But if it starts to get a bit persistent, then drivers are going to have to really think about altering their pit stop strategy, and that is not so ideal. If you're going to do that, you want to do it several hours ago. You don't want to be doing it in kind of the last third of the race. So, this could start to stir things up a little bit. Now, when we were speaking to the Burst Esports squad, or Burst Esports Simplexity team, they said they set their car up for rain, and they've been leading the class all night long. So, are they going to get even quicker when the rain falls down? We will see. We will see. Tom Capusto, we haven't seen you for a while in the 264 GTE car, currently 5th in class. That's the last remaining GTEs. 4 of them have fallen by the wayside as the race has continued. So very much the most heavily affected class. We've lost 1 DPI, 1 GT3, 1 LMP2, and 4 GTEs. There's Tom Capusto staying... Whoa, nearly turned into the sister car there. Or it looked like it from that particular shot. That would be Leon Rance in the 164 car. I think to drive through. Because I thought on our timing screen it was coming up that they had a penalty. But we will see if that was the case. But there they go, just out. It looked like his headlights were off. That's brave. I doubt that it was. I think it was just how the camera looked. There we go. He's got his lights back on. I'd be surprised. I know there's some track lighting out there, but I don't think there's enough. Who is that in the pits? It is that an Ego Anton? That's the 21 car. So yes, that's an Ego Anton springing. Oh, and there is the Burst Esports Simplexity. That's Darren Murchek that is in the pits at the moment for those 2 particular cars. Robert Pound for the Deuces and Motorsport Club retaking the lead again in the LMP2s. So, up until sort of really fairly recently, all the LMPs have been on the same lap. They've now spread out a little bit, but if there is going to be rain, it's almost certainly going to shake up the order a bit. You can't see any rainfall from that particular camera shot, but you can see at the very top of the screen what the rainfall is. 3mm an hour is very, very little, but like you said, it's very unpredictable what the Florida weather is going to do. And of course, it's now dark, so the track temperature is 25 degrees. It's not warm enough, but it's not going to be causing too much of an issue yet. We're obviously not going to see standing water, but what we are going to see is some slipperier conditions out there, and this track is hard enough in the dry and in the day. There we go. We're starting to see a little bit more rainfall now, just starting to come on the camera, so it's starting to creep up a bit more now.
and windscreen wipers are going. So yeah, the rain looks much heavier in the pit lane than we saw on the previous camera. Now I think we may well see people deciding to get in and not take the risk, but it's going to be difficult because you need enough standing water to keep the rain tyres cool, and it's 25 degrees out there as mentioned, so it's still warm enough to boil off some of the water. It very much depends on is Nella Pastorino on slick tyres? Because if they are, that DPI is going to be horrendously hard to keep under control. We will see. It's the Marana C-Sports car. What's Tom Kabuski done? Yeah, the track is going to start to become slippery now. So again, the drivers are going to have to kind of deal with it for a while until the track is wet enough to keep the wet tyres under control. You can visibly see he's not attacking the apexes, he's not sliding the car willingly. Yeah, there's slipperiness out there going on. Well, is the rain starting to actually cause a difference? Jano Simoncic in the 18 bus Esports Simplexity car. Now they've been having a good night all night long. They've been, other than at the very start when they had to wrestle the top spot from the number 64 Miraculous E-Stars car, they've been untouched. They've been absolutely untouched all race long. Simoncic was for a brief moment there driving one-handed. Just seeing on his camera, he's reached down for something to his left whilst bouncing around. So that's confidence in the car. But it has been absolutely glued to the road all night. So I'm not really surprised that he is confident enough to keep that car under control, even with one hand on the wheel. Jano Simoncic then in the number 18, leading the way by not far off a lap. You won't quite see Nakib Aslan. He's about 20-ish seconds up the road, give or take. No, not quite that far. He's about 10 seconds up the road, but near enough a lap down. But either way, that's purely because the 18 team have done so well.
Unless it's delayed by 20 minutes. There was a cloud over the track, as I said before, like just at the track 20 minutes ago, maybe 30 minutes ago, and then it went kind of away. But if it's a new cloud coming, then it would be nice to know how long to expect the rain for.
Is it open weather?
Yes.
Mysterious source of rain. That's Florida.
All good.
Whoa! That's getting lively.
Sorry for a heart attack if you watch the stream.
Yeah, what happened?
Basically, my H pattern shifter is. Wait, I cannot talk because I constantly hear my echo in your mic. So. Okay. Yeah, my H pattern shifter is like I can rotate it for 90 degrees, the shifter knob, and then it becomes like plus minus shifter, and I have brake bias on it. And I forgot to put it from H pattern to plus minus. So I moved it and it went to neutral. So I apologize.
Less than ideal, having gear shift troubles, and now with the wet weather.
Yeah, that's strange. Your mic sounds like it's your headset mic, not some far away mic.
Yes, it is it.
Wow, it's getting really tricky now. Is Simoncic going to bring that car in? He's confident with it at the moment, but he's had to. There, you're seeing a sheen now on the tarmac, so it's getting really, really tricky. It's now 6 millimeters an hour, which doesn't sound a lot, but when you were riding on board with Simoncic, you can really see how heavy that is. Out comes Tom Capus. No, that's not Tom Capus. I beg your pardon. That's the Deuces number 74 that has just come out. So that is Joao Barbosa now that has the Deuces car. Did they time their pit stop right and switch to the right tyres, we wonder? Team radio?
Increase the traction control to 4.
4 is my normal. I put it to 8. And then we'll see how it works.
Now it's working yet. Now it's working. You can drive normally. But take a brakes a little bit easy. On the first line here.
And it depends what the number 2 does, because when it's much slower.
I'm still up too soft. Huge mistake.
Was 4 seconds, first sector.
And if it's possible, you can make a double stint with wet tires.
Okay.
We are working up to 50%, which is not normal to make this usage before the end of the race.
So many cars in the pits at the moment as Barbosa. If that is still soft shod, he's doing a great job not to fling that off into the gravel. There you go. Look how many cars are in, getting onto wet tyres as that rainfall is getting heavy. It's now up to 8 millimeters an hour, which is certainly enough for our drivers to have to worry about it. Yellow sector 1, who is that? That was the Gadget Huset car. Steven Salsgaard's probably wandered off the road somewhere. So a big flurry of activity then. Well, this is a great opportunity. There you go. You can see on the camera just how heavy that rain's now falling. Oh, lovely. Well, the rain has flirted with us all night. Now, finally, is paying us a visit. And we knew when it arrived it was going to be heavy. Oh, my. It's not disappointing. Well, it's not disappointing us. The drivers may have something else to think about it. And it is, it's really making the drivers think about it. This is going to be a wonderful opportunity to wake everybody up. I mean, you can kind of get into a bit of a rut of just kind of regular running, just hitting your marks and what have you. But when you've got this kind of issue going on, when you've got really Henrik Hoyer is on the move. Yeah, he has. With the pit stops going on, that's really close. There is Henrik Hoyer in the 404 Glamour. Bear in mind, he was facing the wall not that long ago. He's only 1.7 seconds behind GT3 lead, which is the 585 car. Now Alessio Neto has got on. There they are. So it's the Audis leading the way in GT3. And only 37 seconds down the road is actually the CKR McLaren, so they could well get involved here.
How much does it cost to driver swap though? Does it cost anything?
No, not really.
Okay. Yeah, because they need 50 seconds to change the tires. For refuel, especially here. Okay. So that's not an issue then. You can just switch as you want. I thought that we add like 10 seconds or so, you know?
There's a leader.
Yeah, why is he there? Oh, he's one lap in front now. Get slicks or what?
No, I think we're leading right now. No.
No?
No, we're 1.8 behind.
Oh.
Ah, okay, here he is. Yeah. There's a delay on there. Well, anyway, I would like still a bit of quiet now because it is getting a little bit icy.
Okay. Yeah. TC up if you like, you know, have fun.
you can't blame him wanting radio silence, because that's getting really, really difficult to deal with. And that's rather bolstering what I was saying earlier, is that now you can't just rely on your muscle memory and just going through the numbers. You really have got to focus, and these track conditions are going to change every single lap, especially if the rain fluctuates with how much is falling. Who's that in the pits? That's Vagapov for Unison Racing in the pit lane. Yellow sector 2, that is Pedro Delgado in the CKR car. I think he's had a spin, he's going again. But that's going to give the 32 car an opportunity to unlap itself from the CKR car, looking at the tracker. But the 32 car's got quite some distance to go. Message, what's going on? Car number 11, stop and go for hitting car 30. So there's a few penalties here. So car 11 has got to stop and go for hitting car 13. That's what Delgado did. With all the what looks like smoke billowing out the back. That's just the way that the spray looks in the dark. Oh, and he hit the wall. I mean, the rear wing's still on, but that was quite a clunk on the wall. That's not going to help. Oh, truth, that looked like a bit of a sudden rejoin. So let me do this again. Car 11 gets a stop-go penalty. Try that again. Stop-go 30 for hitting car 13 at lap 245. And gets another 30-second penalty for hitting car number 164. Oh dear. So that's two separate, not just one 60-second one. That's two separate penalties that car 11 has earned for itself. Oh dear, oh dear. And car 11 is Nakib Aslan in the Sem 9 axle car. So Nakib's been in there a while, so that's two separate incidents that he may well, of course, and that may well be two very recent incidents down to the weather. But that car's got to come in for two separate stop and go penalties now. Oh dear, that's going to drop them quite some considerable distance from that top spot. What's the rain up to? Well, it's wet. Is what it's doing. As Peter Vagapov for Unison Racing can testify. Only a couple of seconds behind Day, those set of headlights you saw. Update on the weather. The rain will stop in the next 15 to 20 minutes. The rain will stop. So again, that's going to cause everybody to come in and ditch those wet weather tyres. They just will not last. There's Vagapov coming past the Tether Evening and BMW, but fairly close behind, only 3 seconds back. There he is, well spotted drone pilot. Is the 64 Morales E-Stars car, Jimmy Nusela back in control of it. And the drone pilot now avoiding the advertising hoardings he was determined to fly through earlier on. I love the fact, and the drone pilot's so experienced, it's mimicking the bouncing of the car. That's amazing drone piloting skills. Through turn 1, and there you can just say it's kind of difficult to see from this angle, but there you can see the moving headlights up front is the car that Jimmy Nusler is chasing. As Peter Vagapov in the Unison Racing number 17. So with Sem 9 Axel now having to serve two separate stop and go penalties, that's going to lose them not just the 60 seconds they'll serve stood still, but the pit in and pit out overall loss. That's going to drop them to the back of the DPI class by certainly down to 5th. By a bit of a distance, so we'll see how they're able to overcome that, because time is not so much on the driver's side now. When they have 9 hours to recover from an issue, that's fine. You can recover a minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, a lap's worth of time, but we've only got 3.5 hours remaining of what's been an incredible race here at Sebring. So they don't have masses of time to claw back that kind of gap, and that's a huge gap that the number 11 has got to deal with. So I think they've dealt with one of them. Looking at the trackers, I think they've been through the pits now, so they've got to do that again, and they won't have long to serve those penalties. They can't just carry on going and serve them at the end of the race. You've got to do it within a certain allotted time of when the penalty is issued. Hopefully you lovely people watching along, either live or post-event, are enjoying this as much as we are. That's the ID Simsport car by the look of that roof. That's Marcus Steyer that is coming out of the pit lane, 5th in the GTE class.
He was about 14-ish seconds behind Tom Capristo in the satellite car, and yeah, he's not actually too far behind him. So there could well be a battle forming for fourth in the GTEs, as we are still watching Jimmy Musela, who's now within 1.5 seconds of Peter Vagapov. So Jimmy Musela is really keeping the car very well under control in these slippery conditions. That is one of the burst cars, I think. That's Yerno Semichis. That's actually the race leader that they are just catching up with. And are they going to unlap themselves? Well, they're allowed to. This is a bit of an odd situation here, because that's race leader right ahead, being overtaken by third place and potentially by fourth. I mean, one, that shows you how well the number 18 team has done. But it is a little bit unusual when you have situations like this. Oh, we've got a bit more team radio coming in. Jimmy Nuttler is interested in getting on with it. What's the number 64 team up to saying? Let's have a listen.
What was your fuel consumption last lap?
3:1:23.
Why is he flashing lights? He's on front tires.
Yep, he's happy to see us.
Happy flashes.
Bless him. We're happy to see you too, Jimmy. Okay. Update on the number 11. Nakib Aslan has served what I believe is both penalties. And he's actually remained in second. Oh. Nope, no more radio from Jimmy Nuttler in the 64 car. Or have they? Now, I certainly saw them come through the pits what I thought was twice. It could be that the number 11 hasn't served its second penalty, because I was wondering how on earth they've managed that. They've done one of them. I don't think they've actually done the other one. They still have a penalty to serve. But look at this. Jimmy Nuttler all over the back of Peter Vagapov. Rain is still falling. It's falling at a bit of a lighter rate now than it was earlier on. And wow. Oh, can he hold it? No. Well, sort of. Fair effort, Jimmy, but didn't quite go your way. You didn't lose too much time as a result. Well, that was wonderful drifting. We saw quite a bit of that actually yesterday in qualifying. On board then with Jimmy Nuttler as he's unlapping himself. Now this was the kind of teeth drawing moment I had earlier with that sharp intake of air. Look how squiggly the 18 car is, and Jimmy's like, yeah, fine, hang on, I'm here. Let me through, and which of course he did, and you can't say that he's impeding the number 18 car. As I think Yanni Simic is just biding his time. They're losing quite a bit of time, but they've got a lot of time in hand at the moment. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Oh no! Punch in the face for the CKR car! Oh no, as then wanders off the road, goes Peter Vagapov. Oh no, did they keep it out of the wall? Well, I mean, let's get a replay of that, because that was... Oh dear, Peter Vagapov may well earn himself a penalty for that. Well, that's the spin from Pedro Delgado, which of course he was pitched into. Detonates the braking board, and oh, nearly goes through the tyres. Oh dear, that's going to hurt. Big time for the Sikayaki. Yeah, that is all over the place. Yeah, just hugging the inside line. Coming through Sunset Bend, that's destined to the pit lane, and that could well be in there for a while. Yellow flag out there for... That's such a shame, because they were doing really well to recover the last time from previously. The 164 car, I think Liam Ross for Satellite Racing caused a yellow flag earlier. Oh dear, will the number 17 team face a penalty for that? It was a little bit difficult to tell from that camera angle as to who was at fault for that particular incident, but it has caused the CKR cars to come in, and for what I suspect will be quite a while. Oh, that's a lot of traffic for the number 17 to have to deal with. Whoa! Lots of sliding still going on. There's Gadget Hoosen, keeping out of the way. Nicely done. And then right ahead of them. Let's have a replay then of the Pedro Delgado incident. So that's the two DPIs behind. So Unison and Jim Nisler. And there. It was quite a light touch, but of course, because it's so slippery and at that kind of pace, that's kind of who hit who. That's the thing. Who turned into who at that particular point? Such a shame for the CKR squad. It was such a heavy hit. That's going to be in the pits for a while. The yellow flag again for the 164 Satellite Racing car. They've had a spin somewhere. They're not having a good time in the slippery conditions. Rain is still falling, so it's not going to dry up in a hurry. But like I say, we think it's another kind of 10-ish minutes at least before the rain stops. If anything else, rain's actually. Yeah, the rain's actually getting heavier, so the lap times, of course, will be affected by that genuine slipperiness. So anybody that's kind of chancing their arm still on slicks, surely they're going to have to come in now. 11 mil an hour is what it's now raised up to. As that's Nakib Aslan that's brought that car in. That's almost visited the pit lane every single time it's been past the line for the last few laps to serve its penalties, but also now what I suspect is going to be a tyre change. That's on board with Peter Vagapov sliding the number 17 Unison, staying on the back, in fairness, of the Muradnis car, Jimmy Nusela, in the second place DPR car. So he's doing a fairly decent job of actually staying in contention with that, but it's so treacherous. The bumps throw these cars around as it is, but when you've got much less traction, when you do hit terra firma, a big amount of opposite lock, turning left into a right-hander is never ideal. But Peter Vagapov catching the slide very nicely on the 17 car. It would seem that this car is really set up for dry. If it had that bit more downforce on it, it wouldn't be sliding this much. Huge amount of understeer before the tail then loses a bit of traction. So understeer, oversteer, every steer, just not clean steering going on for the number 17. He's losing time on. That's the satellite. That's one of the satellite cars. And Yene Simoncic as well has caused a yellow flag briefly. So loads of people are having trouble out there. That was Liam Rance again. For the Satellite Racing number 164, so really struggling. So Yele Simoncic, what's he done? I suspect he's just had a big sliding moment coming out of Sunset Bend. Yeah, there you go. He head-butted the wall really quite hard. That's on the way in to Sunset Bend. That was quite a clunk. So yes, into the pit lane. Well spotted production. So the lead car, Yene Simoncic, has brought that in. Now, we don't know whether that was planned, but I suspect by the fact that he head-butted the wall quite hard, that wasn't planned in the slightest. But he's going again. It's still Yene in the car, so that may well have just been a bit of damage repair, because they had a lap in hand, which they now technically no longer do, because Jimmy Nusela has unlapped himself from that lead car. But as we just saw, the 18 is underway, and that CKR car still stationary in the pits. Yellow flag for someone, don't know who, because everybody's moving, I think. Oh no, the only one that isn't moving is the one in the pits, which is the CKR car. Oh, goodness me. Such a shame. 3 minutes they've been in there for. But they're still here. That's the thing. They could have just parked the car and called it a night. They haven't done that. They are still looking to score. I mean, they'll score some decent points anyway, because of the fact that they're still on for a decent result. Even if they lose the next position, which will be to the 32 car, they're still a few laps ahead of the Gadget Huset and Teleforeningen car. So hopefully they'll be able to get underway soon. And with how heavy that impact was, I'm not surprised that they're in there for several minutes. But we come back to Vagabov, who's back up into third again. Oh, that's why, because of course Nika Baslan had just been in the pits, hasn't he? So the 79 Axel car is back on track. That was Liam Rance in the 164 Satellite Racing car. As we now look, there is the 32 car claiming the third position in GT3s. Oh, team radio, let's have a listen. Wow. Glad to see the CKR car coming back out on track. Again, amazingly steady drone piloting going on in the picture-in-picture. Now, as the rain is getting even heavier, that's absolutely unreal. Yeah, it's absolutely chucking it down. Whoa, Liam Rance, again, just every time he's going near a corner, all four wheels are just looking at him and smiling. There's just so little traction out there. To put it in perspective, the DPI cars are setting lap times that oh, that's Vagapov, and then Liam Rance follows him. Side to side impact, that won't be too bad. There's the other satellite racing car coming up right behind them. Oh my goodness me, expect a bit more of that whilst this rain is continuing to fall this heavily. This is Peter Vagapov again, so this is the turn one incident we've just seen. As he's turned in, the tyres have said, "Oh, you're having a laugh, sir." And Liam Rance has had a sympathy spin right behind him. Door-to-door nudge, that won't really... They actually keep each other steady. They prevent each other from spinning. So a bit of a nice friendly camaraderie going on. There's Henri Coyer in the Audi. What's the Gadgethausen car done? That's the spin at Sunset Bend. Yeah, there's going to be plenty of them. And a spit of fire whilst it's at it. I'm assuming that Steven Salsgaard didn't save it. No, a bit of a nudge to the wall. Not too heavily, but it will be enough to agitate the steering a bit, which is the last thing you need in these wet conditions. Did they bring that car in? Oh, he's still going. Someone's been through the pits. Is the Californian car, Gert Nielsen, in control of that one now. As we look at, that is our second place car, Jimmy Nielsen, I believe. Oh, there's Peter Vagapov with the burst car coming past him. That was the NP. That's the race leader that's just gone past him. So now the burst squad on the correct tyres, which means they go even quicker. I mean, they're not losing massive amount of time per lap, and by the fact that he's just flown past the Unison car would back up the fact that they are now on the correct tyres. We've completely missed our usual advertising spot, I've just realised, with everything going on. Absolutely fine. We'll carry on until the top of the hour, and then we'll run the adverts again. More yellow flags. Don't know who that was. It's disappeared off the timing screen, so... Well, this is what the weather map's looking like. So it's... Yeah, there you go. It's that bit of weather that has appeared and is agitated. So there we go. He's a weather front that just appeared out of nowhere and is finally then moisturising the track. It doesn't look like he's going to linger for too long. That's why the prediction kind of 15 to 20 minutes came from earlier. Now up to 20 mile an hour, which is absolutely bucketing it down. More yellow flags going on. Again, we don't know who, because it's not on my timing screen. Yone Simic, again, even though they're on the right tyre, look how cautious he's having to be. Goodness me, that's very much monsoon kind of conditions going on out there, which is it's difficult to tell in the dark. I mean, you can see how much rain is falling, but it's difficult to understand how heavy that actually is and how much it's just moisturising the track beyond belief. Ooh, if it gets much heavier than that, we may well see the storm in the sky, so that'll be amusing. It'll be great for us. I don't think it'll do the drivers any favours. But Yone Simic then doing what he can on the correct tyres now. Wow, he's not shy of chucking it into Le Mans. Oh, steady! That's close. Very, very close. That's Roman Signal in the adrenaline car being being unlapped, I think, by was it Skavron? Yeah, that's not a happy looking number 33. If that's not on rain tyres, how on earth is he staying on the track at all? That's impressive. Very, very impressive indeed. On the go, nonetheless. That car is certainly on the right tyres. I think that anyone that isn't on wet tyres was making a gamble that's very badly not paid off, because they'll be losing so much time at this point. Oh, that tail still wanting to let go on the 18 car. You just seen how nervous it was coming through the bends. Oh, yellow flag for Peter Vagapov. He's had a spin somewhere in the 17 Unison car. Oh, trouble for them. It's time they can't afford to lose because Nakib Aslan is back on the case now. So yeah, one of the quickest times out there. Oh, Liam Rance again. The 164 Satellite Racing LMP2, but that was very quick yellow flag, so it's probably just a wide. Oh, replay of the Vagapov spin. Let's have a look. Turn one. Yeah, was exceedingly wide going into the corner, so that was a case of please stop, please stop, please stop, and it finally did. That's again, it highlights how wet it is out there, and the rainfall is still getting heavy. It's now 25 mil an hour, as you can see at the top of the screen. That is quite heavy. Well, I mean, if nothing else, is epitomised by how much these cars are sliding around. Simicic again. This just makes everybody very, very nervous, or it certainly makes them very alert, if nothing else. Who's he catching up to? That is the MTM car of our own Kusti. Will very much be minding his own business. Look at all those tiny little steering adjustments that Simicic has to do to just keep the car pointing in the right direction. And there's the Teleforingen. Why is it so hard for us English people to say? Teleforingen car to say, out of the shot. There he goes. And a disconnection for the 33. Roman Signor, Team Adrenaline has disconnected from the session. Do we have our second DPI victim? Well, that's a couple of times that team has disconnected. Sebastian Deville had a connection issue of some description, or had a technical fault of some kind when he was in the car previously. But it is now Roman Signor that's had trouble. Look at the amount of steering going on for Jone Simicic. Truth alive. And this is a car, bearing in mind, that Jesper Pedersen was saying was set up for the wet. So, wow. And that's how hard it is with the amount of water that's out there. Yellow again for Liam Rance and 164. Not meaning to pick on you, Liam. It's just that's the yellow flags I'm spotting. So, yeah, it's going well. it's great for us. But even still, that number 18 car is very clearly well set up for the wet conditions. It is quite considerably quicker than the rest of the DPI class. The only car that's anywhere near it lap time wise is Jimmy Nusala in the 64 Miranda's E-Stars car. It's just shy of a lap behind Simicic at the moment. What's the time difference between the two? 10 seconds on the road, I think. Maybe a little bit more than that. About 20 seconds down the road is where Jone Simicic would actually find Jimmy Nusala. So, oh no, that's Henrik Hoyer taking a slightly alternate route. It's not going to be any grippier out there, I promise you. You can probably confirm that there's no grippier out there. And still no reconnection from the 33. Yellow flag from Damien Scoffron this time for the 94 Burst Esports car, going for a bit of a wander. There is Nakib Aslan. Oh, I mentioned the 33 car, they've just reappeared. Roman Signal now back on track for Team Adrenaline. There is the number 94 driver. I beg your pardon, the number 11 driver. Right team wrong car. Yeah, number 11, so that's Nakib Aslan, that is doing what they can to recover from those two penalties that they had to serve. They're less than 9 seconds behind Peter Vagapov in the 17 Unison car now, so they are pressing on quite nicely. They're getting some decent times out there. They're in the kind of 208s, which in these conditions is really, really difficult to maintain that kind of pace. I mean, so much so that Peter Vagapov is actually in the 213s, or has been for the last few laps. So, again, are they on the wrong tyres? I'd be surprised considering, again, how heavy the rain is falling. So, and the fact they haven't hit the wall yet. They have had a few spins, as we've seen. But the 18 car is still in the 207s. As mentioned, so is Nakib Aslan, actually. So, great setup that is working well in the wet. But previously, Nakib Aslan was really, really strong in that number 11 car. They were doing really, really well. There you go. You can see the rain for yourself. Into a hairpin. Working the way through very, very slippery corners. Yellow sector 3. Who's that? Not sure who that is. That might be above 50. No, he's still running. So not sure who the yellow flag is. Sometimes the yellow is caused by someone getting out of someone's way, so it's not necessarily a problem. It's just they've slowed down enough for the yellow flag to be shown, but what they're actually doing is just letting someone pass them, so they haven't fallen off the road as such.
To all teams, because of very heavy rain, please be extra cautious on overtaking. Extra cautious on overtaking.
A message from race control, so just a reminder to the teams to be extra cautious with overtaking due to the heavy rainfall. It is actually starting to relent a bit now, so it's not desperately heavy, it's now just quite heavy. It's now down to about 18 millimeters an hour, which won't make the track feel any different, but it just will prevent it getting much worse. Although, whilst I've been saying those words, the rainfall has increased again, and I suspect it's going to fluctuate a little bit more before the night is done. We will see. Who else is going to keep it on the straight and narrow? I think trying to speak to anybody now is going to be fairly useless. So we still look at Nakib Aslan. How far? He's now 4 points. It was less than that, less than 4 seconds now behind Peter Vagapov in the 17 car. Oh, nicely avoided. Oh, that must have felt really, really close. That was the MCM car, Alvaro Custi, doing well to stay out of the way. But also Nakib Aslan doing well to not slam into the side of the Corvette, or the Aston Martin, beg your pardon. Who else shall we look at? The reason why we're staying with him is because of the rate of knots that Nakib Aslan is closing in on Peter Vagabond. I think even if Peter had the inclination to try and defend that third position, I just do not think he's going to have any opportunity to keep that charging number 11 behind him. So he's not really going to have a choice. Like it or not, here I come. Oh, very deep though. Very, very deep. There's grip out there somewhere. He managed to keep it on the road though. It's yeah, looking at Nakib's camera, nothing seems to faze him. He might have the kind of what's called a swan analogy in the UK, calm and serene on the top, but feet flurrying, really working heavily under the water. So could be that he's working hard to keep the car under control, just not showing it. We will see as the race continues. Charging towards the top of another hour here in Sebring. Here's Nakib Aslan on that back straight, and as you can see, I'm right behind Nakib Aslan. Just saw, I didn't quite see which one of the LMP cars that was. No, it would be. I thought it might have been the 33 car, but no, he's slightly further down the road. But still pressing on. 3.5 seconds now separates him and his prey. Peter Vagapov is picking up the pace a little bit now into the 210s. So he might have a bit of defence to offer, but again, there's just such a big pace difference that I really doubt it. Although if Nakib keeps throwing it off the road like that, he's going to find any kind of attack really, really difficult to mount. So we'll see what he's able to do. Tail getting lively again. Still pressing on, keeping everything under control. That's a pair of marshals. The Orange Army doing their job to keep motorsport going even in these horrendous conditions. Must be pretty cold. Although air temperature is 28 degrees even in evening time. But yeah, the bright orange marshal uniforms can't be fun if they're really, very wet. Rainfall has almost stopped at. So there's as much as that spiced up the action for this part of the race, it could well be that storm has finally relented. But of course, it will take a little while for the track to dry out. And then we're going to see another flurry of pit stops to get rid of those wet tyres. And whoever is set up for the dry, momentum will shift back to them. Now, like we said, we did think that this storm phase wasn't going to last too long, but with how suddenly it appeared, that doesn't mean we won't have another one before the checkered flag falls in 3 and a bit hours' time. Hakim Aslan taking his time to work his way through or past the DIS car with another, I think that's one of the DPI cars right behind him. Can't tell quite who that is. That looks like the burst car. Therefore, it's not the DPI one, it's Damien Scobron in the 94 car. Oh, there's the CKR car going for a bit of a Peter. Well held, sir. That was a definite brown trouser moment going on for the adrenaline car. For the Unison car, rather, as we now switch to the adrenaline car that's going for an exploratory route, but I think he was just getting out of the way more than anything else. You didn't see lots of wild fighting going on. Roman Senor realised that, well, he either realised he'd gone too deep into turn 1, or he was getting out of the way, or a combination of the two. Either way, he just didn't wildly fight the car. He just let it do its thing and then brought it back on quite nicely. Although there's a potential penalty to serve for that car. I don't see a reason for what that penalty would be for yet. There's right ahead of them. Oh, do we have team radio for the adrenaline car? Let's see.
Il n'y a pas besoin d'ajouter un tour. Je vais parler avec eux. Ok? Donc je me connecte à l'autre canal. Ok.
We have no idea what they said. is the long and short of that. Either way, they're still coming. I mean, fair play to the 33 car. They've had quite a lot of difficulty in this race. They are quite some distance behind the LMP field, and obviously even further behind the DPIs. But they are continuing. Although that's quite an unusual route. That's the 17 car that's taken that a wandering route. So Peter Vagapov, as we thought, he didn't really have a defence to offer to Nakib Aslan. Rain's fall starting to pick up a little bit again, so it is still raining, but the track would dry out a little bit. Peter Vagapov. Goodness sake, get rid of the tyres. Oh, that's determination. I'm riding this train to the end. Someone's coming into the pits right behind, I saw. Couldn't see who it was, I just saw someone coming in. Oh, that's the 33 car. That's Ramesino. Is he handing that one over? We will see. Or that is a penalty being served. Like I say, I saw on the timing screen that they had a penalty applied, but I haven't been given notification as to what the penalty was. So do not know on that one. So there you can see on the left, that is... Who's that stopped? Oh no, that is the 33 car. So it might be a stop-go penalty then that they're serving. Unfortunate if that is the case. And you can see a distinct, well, not a lack of rain, but certainly much less than what we had earlier. Oh, who's having the flag wave? That one don't know. Disappeared too quickly. So there's Peter Vagapov, who's been struggling to keep that car under control, much like riding a wild horse, if I can get the right words out in the right order. And the rain's picking up again. So don't flirt with the grass, Peter! He kept it out of the wall, in fairness. Unsurprisingly, there's a yellow flag out for that. Oh, that must have been really quite treacherous feeling in the car. But he did manage to keep it. That car does not want to turn. Those tyres are either wrong or they're dead. Either way, that is a very, very difficult car to do with the Unison Racing number 17. They've lost so much time on whatever strategy there is they're trying to deploy. There's the CKR car right behind them. What was the last lap for the CKR car? 2:17.2. Well, the Unison Racing car's got a bit more than that. Well, we are fast approaching the top of another hour, so we'll be heading to commercial break very shortly. Again, still determined to keep that car going. Number 17 is not wanting to come in as we look at the Satellite Racing number 164. James Zuba now in the car. Oh, yellows for Jimmy Nisula. Oh, the number 64 has had a spin. They're going again, so he was able to recover quite quickly, but he's now a lap down from the number 18 again. Hopefully we might be able to pick up a replay on that, but I saw this go into the negatives. Yellow flag for Steven Salsgaard. The Gadget Husik car has gone for a wander somewhere, which again is not really a surprise with the slippery conditions out there. But hopefully we'll catch up with what happened to Jimmy Nisula, the Marathon C-Stars car. But still maintaining a really, really impressive pace in these conditions. Oh no, give it up. No, that's James Tsuba then. It's bounced off the wall. No, didn't hit it particularly hard, so he may well be okay with that. Replay then of Jimmy Nisula. What happened to you? Let's have a look. As it's gearing up, I've been too impatient again. I'm going to be fired from the box for impatience soon. We see the Satellite Racing. That's going to Zuba then catching up to the back of Marcus Steyer, the ID Sim Sport car. Blue flag out there for Gerard Barbosa, who leads the GTE class at the moment for duties. I don't look like the rain is... as I say, the rain has slowed down, that much we know, but it does seem to be slowly picking up again. And it's not relented enough to drying out the track whatsoever, so the lap times are still struggling a little bit. Yeah, looking at the lap time for Jimmy Nisula, he lost 6-ish seconds, 5-6 seconds last time around, 2:11.3 his last time. The radar is showing that the rain should have stopped, but it does seem to still be falling ever so slightly out there. So the rain is passing along its merry way, which I'm sure the drivers will be quite pleased about. We're at the top of another hour then. 9 down, 3 to go here in Sebring. Stick with us. Still plenty of action to come.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Welcome back to the GTR24H EEWC round number 3. That's what the weather radar looks like. Yeah, the worst of this particular weather front, well, it's fairly unpredictable, to be honest. We think it's gone past, but with how the weather kind of spawns and then disappears again in Florida, it's anyone's guess as to what's going to happen. The rain is still falling a little. So it's keeping the track nice and damp. Oh, as Pedro Delgado can testify there, squeezing his way through the exit of Sunset Bend and continuing on his merry way, chasing off after the 32 car, about 12 and a bit seconds behind them, but matching each other pace for pace at the moment. Penalty applied to car number 17, the Unison Racing car. That is he's now in the hands of Denis Shenko. That will be when Peter Vagapov came into contact with this very car, the 13 of Pedro Delgado. So they have a stop-go 60, I think it is. Yes, 60-second stop-go penalty applied to number 17. We did think that would be a penalty, and that is exactly what has happened. So they'll be coming in. So they've come in to serve a driver change, but they still haven't served that penalty. I think the penalty was actually applied to the car after the driver change, in fairness. So I don't think they would have been able to serve both of them at the same time anyway, and they haven't come in this time. So still to serve them for the 17 car, as we see the burst team come past that's the lead car, the DPI car, coming past. Yellow flag for Steven Salsgaard. He's going backwards somewhere in the 777 Gadget Houston car. This is what's happened to him. Let's see. What's he done? Well, I think it's very obvious what he's done. His tail let go. Going, gone. Yeah. And into the wall. Yeah. Not particularly hard. But hard enough. Whoa, it's Jimmy Newsler going for an explore on the exit of turn 1, along with what I think is Henry Hoyer. Yep, that's Henry Hoyer in the Slam Racing Audi. Both of them going for a bit of a wander on the exit of turn 1. But it's still slippery. Now, with only 3 mil of rain falling an hour, it could be that the track could start to dry out, but it's not going to dry out in a hurry. The track temperature is not particularly high, and it's still falling. So the rain, I should say, is still falling. So it's not going to dry out in a hurry. So we'll see if the 17 has enough time to recover, because they're now quite some distance behind Jimmy Nusela, who is 10 seconds behind Naki Razlan in the Sen 9 car. The lap times do look like they are beginning to fall, so more grip is being found out there. There is Jimmy Nusela for Maradness. Now getting back into the rhythm, because we saw that wide excursion through turn 1 not that long ago. As you hear the highlights from the last hour in the picture-in-picture, top right-hand corner.
He's riding on board with Vagapond there. This will be where. Was this when he had impact with the CKR? No, that was when he was fighting with Jimmy Nisula. We now see in the main picture the car just squiggling around all over the place. Through Le Mans and on the yard. That would be when Jene Simoncic had an argument over the wall, I think. In the lead car. Yeah, he did. And he bounced off the wall and came straight into the pits as a result. You can see he headbutted the wall quite hard. And then on the way into Sunset Bend, and then came straight into the pits after that. 2 of the lap times are this time between the 11 and 64 cars. So 2:04.7 and a C53, so not particularly indicative of a great deal. But the lap times are beginning to fall, so now we're seeing 2:02s from the number 18 car. The track conditions is now starting to come back to the drivers. You can see in the picture-in-picture, Steven Sarsgaard struggling with the wet, and that's where he had a bit of an argument with the inside wall at Sunset Bend. And that car has had another spin later on in the lap, but still going though. We haven't lost any further cars since we lost the 717. Actually, now might not be too bad a time to have a look at where our positions are overall, if we can. Is the weather coming back, we're hearing from production? Could well be. Could well be. Am I getting a message from Sebastian Deville? Yes, Sebastian Deville has made a note to me that he might be available for interview. See if I can find him in... we have someone from the 585. Let's grab Alexander Sesha first of all from the 585 team. Alexander, are you with us?
Hey.
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome.
Right. Well, the Azatec squad has had quite an adventure here at Sebring, but you currently lead the way by about 30 seconds. How are you feeling coming into the last quarter of the race?
Oh, we're feeling very confident. Race pace is looking strong. We took extra care to make the practice. So.
All looking good. So is Alicio in the car at the moment? Is there going to be any more driver changes before the end of the race?
Yes, I am going to be jumping back into the car towards the end.
Are you taking the limelight? Are you taking the checkered flag, Mr. Zesha?
I am indeed, yeah.
Oh, excellent stuff. Why not? Why not? So let me just look up. Where did you go? So you were second behind the Mugen car, which we lost fairly early on. So yeah, I mean, you've had really strong pace. Your qualifying was was very, very strong indeed. You must have been really looking forward to challenging for that top spot. Did you think there was going to be any further challenges from the likes of CKR behind you?
Not really. We kind of wished we could get to actually really battle Merchant, but yeah, well, we got a crash, so that made the race a little bit more exciting.
Crash to make the race exciting. Excellent stuff. Goodness me. So, have you got any idea on what the weather's doing? Because we're trying to second guess what the weather is doing. It's falling very slightly. Do you think it's going to, the rain's going to carry on to the end, or is it going to get dry out?
I honestly haven't really looked either.
I mean, how's the car set up? I mean, did you kind of go for a more wet setup or a dry setup? I mean, you've been strong all race long, frankly. So, did you think about which weather condition you were going for when you set the car up?
To be honest, the car was made for both dry and wet. So, so when it was going through the wet, we changed the rear wing from 3 to 4, and that just to help with the stability.
Excellent stuff, excellent stuff. Right, well, we wish you the best of luck for the remainder of the race. Tolles Rennen, Dankeschön. And we will see you for the remainder of the race. Thank you very much, Alexander Secher.
Thank you.
Good race and thank you is what I said. For anybody wondering what on earth I uttered out there. So Eliseo Neto in charge of the car at the moment and is just unchallenged as far as that top spot's concerned. Henri Koya in the 404 Glam Racing Audi is 30 seconds behind, but still on the same lap as the number 585, which, considering the confidence they've had in their car and their qualifying pace, is still something to be very, very happy about. Glam Racing started 4th in the qualifying positions, and their average lap was about... Just having a look. Actually, was a bit closer than I thought to the top end of the table, but it was still about 1.2 seconds down. So that was the kind of average pace difference. So to stay 30 seconds in 9 hours into the race is a pretty good achievement for the chasers, for the 404 Glam Racing squad. So we continue to look at Jim Nisela in the 64 car. Under 7 seconds now behind Naki Aslan. So now the grip level starting to come back towards Jimmy Nisler. He's now getting into the 202s. So he's starting to really get to grips with what the car can do in these conditions. And you can see at the top, just 2 millimeters an hour that's falling now. So very, very little rain is falling. And there will start to be, not a dry line yet, we're some distance away from that, but there will definitely be less rain on the actual racing line, but this makes overtaking more treacherous because of course you've got to drive out into the wet weather. Yone Simicic, it's the drone pilot is gone very, very high with this one. In case you're wondering where his car is, it's under the graphic for his name. I had to look twice then to actually figure out where Yone was, but that is what it looks like from overhead as we work our way through the lap. And to reiterate, there's just been no challenge to the number 18 team. They've done an absolutely stunning job to maintain such a dominant grip. You know, good lap. I'd say lap and a third, not quite a lap and a half, ahead of the Sen9 Axel team. As you can see at the top now, just 1 millimeter an hour. So that's just vague drizzle that is now falling in Florida. So from what we can understand, that is probably going to stop. It lasted a bit longer than we initially thought it would. So now the track is just going to get drier and drier and quicker and quicker. It's not going to burn away very quickly because the track temperature is only 25 degrees. So comfortable if you were standing in it, but standing in the air temperature, which is 28 degrees, even in dark, that's quite comfortable. That's Pedro Delgado in the CKR car. It's not going to drive particularly quick. Actually, yeah, looking at the lap times, Pedro was the quickest of the GT3s last time around, and faster again. So again, the grip is starting to come back to the drivers. The lap times are starting to come down. So we're going to see a bit less squiggling around up until people start to try and make overtake maneuvers. Again, there's still a fair amount of water out there offline. So the drone pilots reposition the drone, and so now we've got a lovely broadside shot of the Brazilian blazing McLaren as it works its way through into sector 2 now, and on its way down towards the hairpin turn. Heavy braking and then into the right-hander. We've seen a few cars disappear down that. What is technically slightly different layout of the track, but used in this format is more of an escape road. Now Fangio chicane for Pedro Delgado. There's the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche. Cunningham corner for the McLaren. There's not anybody anywhere nearby, so as you can see, other than the Porsche encroaching behind. So yeah, 8 seconds now is the gap between Pedro Delgado and the 32 B32 squad. The 32 McLaren of the B32 squad, I should say. Pressing on does Delgado. Oh yes, we had that request for interview, didn't we, from Sebastian Deville. And he's posting a message for me to grab in the chat. So let me see if I can find Mr. DeVille in Peter, our production man, can find him. Yes, if you could bring him in. Yes, please, production, if you can bring him up to us, that'll be grand. We'll have a chat with Sebastian Deville. If he can be located in the team speak. There he is. He's muted. There he is. Sebastian, are you with us?
Yes, hello. You hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much for spending the time to come and have a chat to us. Very much appreciated.
Yes.
It's been quite a rough ride for Team Adrenaline tonight.
Yes.
It's got to be quite frustrating as well. You qualified the car quite well. Again, your qualifying was a bit of a struggle, but you still, really got the consistent laps in there. And you've been a little bit plagued by, connection issues. Talk us through it from your side.
Yeah, we have some issues, but I was also struggling with the car and the quali. It wasn't really my best lap. I didn't drive so much. I think you have seen on the quali. For me, on my side, I have so much problem with my PC, a lot of lag. I think I am driving like between 20 or 30 FPS maximum. So yeah, it's quite hard. I do my maximum. So yeah, we just give up a bit for the quali yesterday and drive the fastest we can and the best we can today. But yeah, we have some issue. I had the game factor that has crashed for me. Then it starts raining at the half of my stint. So yeah, we swap with Rama, and now Rama has also a crash. His game crashed again. So yeah, I think it's the hardest race we have from the beginning of the championship, but we are still here and still trying to battle.
You've stuck with it. You haven't given up, which is great to see. And you're also running in VR racing now. As a fellow VR user, it gets quite. Explain to some of the users that may be a little bit less familiar. We see the physicality and how difficult it is to keep these cars under control in the dry. You get a little bit sweaty in the VR helmet, don't you? It really does. It gets rather warm.
Yeah, it's really great. VR, for me now, I cannot change. If I go to a screen, I will be really slow. So VR is really cool, but yeah, it needs a good PC. And in my side, I have this problem with mine. I have only a GTX 1080, so it's an old one GPU, and it's hard to have a good quality. And then it gets warm and sweaty, so I have some fans connected to have some fresh air. So it's hard if I don't have this.
I can absolutely imagine. So Roman is out there at the moment. I guess the aim for tonight is just to keep the car on the road, bring it home, to look forward to the next round, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. So now we just our goal is to finish. We are so much lap behind the 8 and the guy in front of us, and we have a lot of lap for the guy behind us. So I think we are quite okay. The goal is just to bring the car to the finish line, and that's all for this race.
That's well done for sticking out what's been quite a challenging race for you and the team of Adrenaline. Thank you very much for your time, Sebastian, and best of luck.
Thanks to you.
For the remainder of the stint. Thank you very much, Sebastian Deville.
Thanks to you.
Merci and au revoir.
Au revoir.
That's Sebastian Deville then for Team Adrenaline, the number 33 car. As mentioned, it's been quite a rough ride with technical problems for both Sebastian and Roman that we've seen primarily in the car. Another yellow flag out there. That's that was very brief. That was Satellite Racing going for a bit of a wander. Rain has stopped, so that will be very pleasing to the drivers that no more is falling. That doesn't mean there won't be any more before the checkered flag falls. There's just no more for the time being. So the track will just continue to get quicker and quicker and better. But, of course, that means they're going to have to figure out a time to get rid of those wet tyres. We're miles away from that at the moment. Need to be considerably dry out before that is even considered. Didn't see who caused that yellow flag in Sector 1. Pedro Delgado in the CKR car. He's 5 seconds behind the 32 McLaren with the Gadget Houston car right in the middle. As we just saw actually the B32 racing car at the top of the shot there, so we just about see them. And the Gadget Houston car is not likely to cause too many issues. I saw Sebring really wrestling with his wheel there. So I wonder if the Burst squad, they had a 250 lap time last time around, so they lost a huge amount of time last time around, nearly a full minute. So I think they've had trouble somewhere that we may not necessarily be seeing. We'll see. It's another flag going out for Roman Seymour. He's blue flag by somebody. Not sure who's causing that one. Oh wow, that's a little close. That's the Burst. I think that's the DPI car coming past the CKR machine. Yes, it is. That's the race leader being followed by second place. Now, that would be great if they were both in the same lap. But unfortunately not. The 64 cars a lap behind the race leader. There's the drone pilot doing a great job keeping up with Pedro Delgado. And the CKR car, you just saw Jimmy Nisler come past. This will be what caused the flag for Roman. Yeah, that's not wanting to slow down, is it? And into the wall, going into Sunset Bend. Back to Pedro Delgado on the tail of the Gadget Houston car. I'm a little surprised the Corvette hasn't actually just jumped out of the way, but he's carrying on nonetheless, and it's not like Delgado is actually suffering as a result of the Corvette being there. There we go. He's just gone a little bit wide, allowed Pedro Delgado through, and the drone pilot perfectly avoided the bridge then. Very nicely done. But not only is the drone pilot keeping up with the car, he's keeping up with the obstacles around. Expert piloting. Well done. Into turn one. He's still keeping an eye on his prey up front, but I think he would have lost a little bit of time having to deviate from the racing line. Although saying that, no, he was still a couple of tenths quicker, actually, than the 32 car. But again, now the lap times are going to start to come back to the drivers. You can see there's less water on the road. It's not quite as shiny as it was before, but still quite a long way away from thinking about tyre changes. Although saying that, the number 11 car, Alistair Young, has now got back behind the driver. Behind the wheel. The driver has changed. Take words rearranged in correct order. So Alistair Young then in charge of the number 11 car. Potentially for the last 2.5 hours of this race. We will see if what he's able to do. Third place in the DPIs at present. DPIs, of course, still being led by the number 18. Yone Simoncic has been in there quite a while. Oh, there is Alistair Young. Is that the two Seb 9 cars together? Yep, it is. It's the DPI and LMP2 as Seb 9 axle cars. Alistair Young slightly behind Inigo Anton. Of course, Alistair Young's only just jumped in the car, in fairness. So strictly speaking, Inigo Anton's being blue flagged, but they're different classes. They're not likely to hold anybody up at this stage. So, and you saw Alistair Young have to fight the tail of that car to keep it under control. There's Pedro again. What's the gap now that he's chasing down? 3-point-something seconds. Of course, it changes with the braking zones. That is the Brazilian squad you can see on screen at the moment. And that is, of course, Pedro Delgado, Leandro Vela, Lucas Vela, and Joao Gabriel. We've seen, by this point in the race, you have likely seen all drivers that are going to take part. So Pedro comes over the line. What's the gap now? 3.9 seconds. He gained a couple of seconds on the B32 car that time around. And the 32 car could potentially be coming into the pits. So we might be seeing a flurry of pit stops. Now that's going to be interesting to see. Now, of course, some cars are going to be running very, very light on fuel if they have, run their standard pit stop strategy. But with the rain now having stopped, this could really agitate pit stop strategy in as far as people having to pit now for fuel and then having to come back in again fairly soon after for tyres again. We will see. just the nature of the beast, though, isn't it? When you've got mixed conditions in these kinds of endurance events, you're going to have to kind of roll the dice a little bit anyway. And it does look like the V32 car is starting to find a bit of pace out there as the grip's starting to come back towards those that maybe have a more dry base setup. The lap time advantage is going to go back to them rather than those with a more downforce heavy setup, which was geared towards the wet. But we will see. Pedro Delgado doing a good job keeping the number 13, which has been through the walls somewhat. Well, at one point, nearly went through the wall as it was rather unceremoniously shoved that way after an impact with the Unison racing car, which now Denis Shashenko has. Oh no! Commentator curse. There, the tail. Let's go on Pedro Delgado's car. My fault. I'll take that one. Well, Kieran McGinley can't take it. He's not here. So that one goes to me. I'll take responsibility for that one. There's a Gadget Husik car that's joined it again. It looked like for a second that Pedro Delgado was actually defending from the Gadget Husik car. They're not on the same lap. They're 4th and 5th in GT3, yes, but they're not on the same lap. So there's nothing really to defend there. Unless that's just, may have had a snap of oversteer that put him in that direction. And again, you see the tail of Pedro Delgado's car really starting to get loose. Is this an indication then that the tyres are starting to wear down? Yellow flag for Tom Kapusta, Satellite Racing number 264. That's what that yellow sector 2 was for. He's had a moment somewhere out there. Oh no, Pedro Delgado's gone deep into turn 1. I wonder if those tyres are just worn down to nothing. As the Gadget Husik car nearly unlaps itself. There is the Satellite Racing car having an argument with the ID Sim Sport number 166. Now that is 4th position. That's for fourth position in the GTEs. That's essentially wooden spoon avoidance because there's only 5 GTEs remaining. We'll see who comes out on top on that one. As mentioned, it was Tom Kapusta that caused a yellow flag just now. So very close coming in to sunset. The tail of that car is misbehaving, so it does look like, I wonder if people are overheating their wet tyres now that the dry line would have properly formed with no more rainfall anywhere to be seen. There's still plenty of water out there, so no one's coming off the racing line to keep their wet tyres cool, but it could be just they are worn out. We will see, as that's the Azatec Audi getting a bit lively right behind them. Yeah, quite a few people now seemingly get the word out correctly, are struggling, but we are now at the bottom of another half hour is done. 2.5 hours remaining. Is this going to be a swap for position for 4th before we head to the commercial break? Tom Kapusta is going to be on the outside line. Whoop, and there's a wild Sen 9 car that's appeared. That's 4th. Can he hold on to it? No! ID Sim Sports has gone, yeah, don't fancy that. Yeah, has shut the door rather unceremoniously. Oh, there's the Azatec car. That's the GTE leader. GT3 leader, excuse me. There's don't mind me coming through. Again, he's perfectly allowed to do it. As long as he doesn't impede the car he's unlapping himself from. But I think it was fairly clear that Tom Kapusta was recovering from a bit of a moment there. And the GT3 leader is not advised to stay behind a pair of warring cars. Goodness me, still plenty of action going on here at Sebring. Let's have a look at that again. So that's where they start to get a bit lively. In comes the Azatec car, just a small bounce. It's Alicio Neto that's driving that one at the moment. There wouldn't be any damage, a door-to-door bounce like that. These GT cars are fairly well built, so they won't suffer as a result of that. Commercial break then. Let's head to let's have a bit of a break then, as we are another half an hour down. 2.5 hours remaining here in Sebring. Plenty of action still to come. The weather may well have improved. There's still a fair amount of water out there, and still 2.5 hours of racing action remains.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry, NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN. Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals, and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to the GTR24H EEWC round number 3 here, 12 hours of Sebring. And we've had a few incidents to talk about. The number 21 has parked again. Inigo Anton is having some difficulties out there in the 7-9 Asser car. However, number 777 did an absolutely fantastic spin, so I'm told. So we'll get the replay queued up for that very, very shortly. Steven Salsgaard. That's Le Mans. He slide, and whee! Off he goes. Oh, wow. There's no exit there. Yeah, to quote the production, he went real estate shopping. Yep, he's off to explore the Florida countryside at that rate. That went very horribly wrong, but at least he kept it down to the wall. Fair play, Steven Salsgaard, for keeping the car in the correct shape. There's, again, very sensibly rejoining the track. So fair play to him, again, doing it properly. Observing the notifications that were given out earlier on from Race Control about overtaking and rejoining. And I am seeing another penalty for the 17 car. What have they done? I haven't had a message to say what that penalty would be for. Now, they earned that stop and go earlier on for bouncing into the CKR car, but according to the timing screen, they've earned themselves a penalty again. So Denis Sashenko has had some misdemeanors in the 17 car, it would seem. We'll see if we get a notification on what that was for as we look at... Well, that is Denis Sashenko in the number 17 car. There's the B32 car that's right ahead of them. Are they still being caught by CKR? They're behind, a long way behind CKR actually. So CKR car in third now in the class. Whilst we were looking away, the McLaren should find it. Well, Denis Sashenko taking the sensible option, staying behind the black and orange McLaren there, especially in the wet. He would have had to have come off the racing line, which is getting drier, but of course he would have to then jump onto the wet stuff to get past the McLaren. There we go. No, still reluctant to slow down. But does keep the Unison Racing DPI car under control. It's coming through Gendebi and into Le Mans and onto the Auburn Straight. But what have they done? Let's themselves a penalty. That could be a track limits penalty, so which wouldn't be surprising in the wet. Again, no disrespect meant, but it's very, very difficult to keep these cars under control in the dry. So it wouldn't, I wouldn't be at all surprised if there was a track limits violation there. There is Pedro Delgado now into the podium spots for GT3. having done a brilliant job of recovering, but they are over a lap behind Lee Russell in the 404 Glam Racing Audi. Now, it was said earlier that Lee Russell was the man to make up any remaining deficit for the 404 Glam Racing squad. They've got 30, so just shy of 40 seconds actually behind the 585 car. So Alessio Neto is still one of the quickest cars out there. Lee Russell's just got in the car, so they've done their outlap now. So we'll see if the Glam Racing Audi can close in on the Azatec Sim Sports car. I think we still have some people in chat cheering on, particularly for Glam Racing. So that's good to see. Good to see that we still have some support out there. Glad to have you along for the ride, whether you're watching live or post-event. A fresh face or a racing ace, you're welcome here at GTR24H. There is Lee Russell and the 404 Glam Racing Audi. So, to put in perspective, he's got, wow, that's actually come down already, 36 seconds just over between himself and the Azatec Sim Sports by Volanti Racing number 585, Alessio Neto in command of the lead GT3 car. There he is, heading to Sunset Corner with some company up there. There's our race leader. That's Yellow Simicic in the number 18 car. Yellow flag for Robert Pound. That's the lead LMP2 car has had trouble. So car number 15 has had a moment somewhere. Looks like it's in the first sector where that's gone wrong. For hazarding a guess, that was around about turn 2. Where that went slightly awry. That's going to drop the gap between himself and Inigo Anton. That's now under 25 seconds between the two LMP2 front runners. And still no indication on what the penalty is for the number 17 car. But it's in the pits, so it might be a drive-through penalty for them. A few blue flags popping up on my timing screen. Not sure who's the yellow one is. There is Robert Pound. I wonder what he did that caused the yellow, because he definitely had a spin of some description. Because he has lost quite a bit of time to his pursuers behind. It's certainly back into the rhythm now. The number 33 car has changed hands. The Team Adrenaline car now in the hand of the man with the full motion rig. That's Arturis Masaitis. We had a look at that yesterday during qualifying, and that's quite an impressive rig that he has at his disposal. Very impressive indeed. And Robert Pound still continuing on his merry way and into the pits for the number 15 Deuces Motorsport LMP2 car. It could be a driver change. Is Alistair Young coming out of the pit? No, that's probably his outlap, actually. He's coming up as pit out on the time screen. Actually, first, second, and third in the DPR class are really close to one another. So that could... Hopefully they won't trip over each other. Oh, no trouble for Jimmy Nisela. He's had a spin at Sunset Bend, I guess. We have a replay of what happened to the number 15 car of Robert Pawn. What happened here? Now, I thought this was turn 2, which is exactly where this is. No, slightly afterwards, actually. What's he done? Oh, tail. There he goes. Yeah. Just tiny bit too much gas on the exit of that left-hander. Heading into Gurney Bend. So, yeah, a little bit more speed than traction there. Oh, trouble for the 32. That's the spin for the B32 car. They've had an issue down at Sunset Bend. There they are, actually just recovering from it. You can see at the top of the shot there. So, a spin for them. Back up and going nonetheless. So as we are heading towards the last part of the race, tiredness and fatigue are certainly going to be kicking in The weather condition hasn't changed a great deal. More yellow flags out there. I think that's people obeying blue flags more than anything else. So no particular issue there. And there's a Damien Scovron back in charge of the 94. I think he's been in charge of it for a while. But pressing on. He's very close actually to the back of Robert Pound. There is Robert Pound. Oh, he spun. He's had an issue up there at the hairpin. Literally as we were watching him. That's not a replay, that's live. So Damien Scovron has just gone in a little bit too hot into the left-hander. He's keeping it under control though. That's cost him a good 6-ish seconds on Robert Pound, unfortunately. In the 15. The yellow? Nope, I think it's either a small excursion or a yellow flag there being obeyed. Then Scovron has got it to do now. Or he's already laying into that gap. Oh, that's a bit deep though. Confusion Debian. That would have cost him time. Yeah, that cost him a good couple of seconds. He was really starting to reel in the number 15, but that moment there cost him a good couple of seconds. There's the 15 going out of the shot. So that's what 7.3 seconds looks like in these cars. Into Sunset Bend. Now he's just got to get back into the rhythm, not push too hard. Easy for me to say from the commentary box, I grant you. He's not giving up though. I mean, wow, he's doing what he can to really close in the gap now. Again, straight back on it. The burst cars are doing really strong lap times, both in DPI and in LMP2. 58.1 now, so we're seeing sub 2 minute laps now from almost all of our DPI cars. Actually, the LMP2s aren't far from sub 2 minutes either. As we continue to watch Scovron do his best to close in on Robert Pound in the Deuces Motorsport number 15. Rain is gone now. So the drivers will hope that we don't see any more of it. The racing line will be continuing to dry, still not close to, well, not really anywhere near the, dry tyres or anything like that. Well, someone might give it a go, but I think there's still too much water out there. It's going to be difficult to kind of dissipate in a hurry, because the track temperature is not particularly high. And still pressing on though. Yeah, you can see the dry line forming, but of course they need an allowance for having to go onto the wet stuff to overtake anybody. So going onto the dry tyres now would not help. And Alistair Young has spun. That's the 1179 axle car from third in the DPIs. Oh no, and Damien Scovron spun again. Pushing too hard. There'll be frustration building up as well. We know that he's a very focused driver. That's, alas, that's fast frustration really that's building up and continually biting him. He's trying to make up for lost. Oh no, that is Alistair Young. That's the replay of his spin. Bounced off the wall, not particularly hard, but I love the way he managed to split those two GT cars. There was the CKR car and the Teleforeningen car. He managed to go right in between them and not hit either of them. That is very, very nicely done. Yellows out there for Scovron. I think I was earlier that we caused that one. The Scovron's moving at the moment. Yeah, that's in the replay where you saw that. Nico Anton leading the way in the LMP2s by about 37 seconds now from Robert Pound. Lost a little bit of time last time around, but nothing too bad. Damien Scovron potentially coming in next time around. That's our GT3 leader. That's the Azatec Audi of Alessio Neto. Minding his own business out there, 30 seconds to the good over Lee Russell in the Glam Racing Audi. There's Yannis Imijic. And that's quite tight to the inside line. Is he coming in? Nope, he's just sticking to the inside line. Might be a little bit more grip on the very, very narrow line through Sunset Bend. what's happened to Skavron. This will be one of the spins that he had down into Le Mans. There he went. Yeah, and just the tail, not wanting to believe in him. But that's just one of those things, isn't it? That's what's led to a bit more frustration. Ciccolini getting that one introduced into the barrier again. That's a very heavy hit for the GTR24H Corvette. It's carried on. It's not in the pits at the moment, but that was a hell of a thump. Gone in too hot into Sunset Bend. Another replay coming up. Alistair Young in the Sen 9 car. Having another spin down there into turn 1. Held it this time. Doing a bit of rally crossing in the DPI car. There's Zimic. We were seeing him earlier, taking that very, very tight line through Sunset Bend. Carrying on his merry way. Again, he's not really got an awful lot to worry about, but even still, he's not resting on the laurels. The number 18 car is still setting the fastest times or some of the fastest times in the DPI class. Fastest was actually Denis Sishenko in 4th. Long replay for the 32 car. So what has... No, it's not him, it's Ciccolini. So we've just seen him bounce off the wall. I suspect this is going to be a fair amount of misadventures. Well, that's very deep into turn 1. That's probably just not wanting to turn. Look at all the understeer going on there. Headbutts the wall on the exit of turn 1. He's now going to have to be very, very careful about how he rejoined. Well, I say he has to be. He had to be. This is, of course, a replay. Oh, he's tried to then jump out of the way of the Teleforeningen car. Oh, which he nearly collected. So yeah, that car is just not wanting to turn whatsoever. It is an absolute pig. It's actually spun again whilst we've been seeing this, and that's a lag moment for the replay, so he didn't actually go flying. But he's not able to keep the car under control whatsoever. Michael Ciccolini is having a devil's own job of getting that car back to the pit lane. This is almost certainly going to be relegated to the wooden spoon position. That's going to be in the pits for quite a while. In the replay, he's made it as far as the hairpin. There's still some way to go, though. He's not actually that much further post replay. Oh, a spin for the 264. Juan Amaya has had trouble in the Satellite Racing number 264. We're now live back again with the treble 7. You can see he's not actually much further than we saw him in the replay, and wandered off the road again because it just will not turn. It won't really do anything. So have they put dry tyres on already? Well, that would be why he's gone off into the wall a few times, glued himself to the inside line. 46-ish seconds back is Jan Brudegaard in the Teleforeningen car. Now that car, the number 777, is going to be in the pits for a while, so he's going to be relegated in to that last position. As production said earlier, that car is very heavily concussed, and it's now crawling through Sunset Bend, gluing itself to the inside line, and in it comes. Feeling very sorry for itself. Whether they could opt to retire the car, we will see. But fair play, they have brought that car back home. They could have just retired it out on track, but they opted not to. So that one's going to be parked for a fair while, I would think, to recover from the various bumps and scrapes that it's had. Fresh tyres and a decent fuel. Hey, yeah, full tank. Let's see where that leads for the 777 car. Great shame, but in the closing stage of the race, it was really to be expected. We now jump to the Azatec Audi. Alicio Neto with, what's he got, 28 seconds to the good over Lee Russell in the 404 Man Racing car. So that gap is ebbing and flowing as well. Oh, there's Jimmy Nusela right behind him. He'll be flying past without too much trouble, I would think. As the track continues to dry out slowly but surely. Still some distance away from dry tyres, I would have thought, but Well, it was rather proven if the 777 did indeed put dry tyres on, it's miles too early. You still see spray coming off the back of the car, so there's no way that dry tyres are going to do anything other than spit you out into the wall in these conditions. So what was that lap time from the 505? That's a 209.97. 209.977 rather. So again, that's kind of where you expect the pace to be in these conditions. Obviously their fastest lap is about 9 seconds quicker than that, but in boom dry conditions, of course. It's going to be a little while before... Actually, I was going to say it's going to be a little while before Lee Russell comes over the line. He's just about to do that. Along with the CKR car. They've come over the line together, but they're of course a lap apart. Now 2:11.7 for Lee Russell in the Glam Racing car, so not quite on the pace of the Azatec Sim Sports car. But still pressing on. Anything can still happen. We still have a couple of hours to go yet. And it's good to see Glam Racing still has a fair amount of support in chat, which is nice to see. Yellow out there in Sector 3. What's gone on there? Well, there's a few blue flags, so it could be people just slowing down to allow the blue flags to be served. No one has had a spin as far as I can see. Just over 2 hours remaining here at Sebring. And it's still Yone Simičić in the 18 car that leads the way for the DPIs. Still Inigo Anton for 79 Axel leading the LMP2s, along with Joao Barbosa in the 74 Deuces Motorsport car now, leading the GTEs, and as we said, Alicia Neto leading the GT3s. Alistair Young, who has struggled somewhat, I think it's fair to say, in that 79 Axel DPI car. Has really struggled to get to grips with it, but in the car now with at least a lap advantage over the 17 Unison car of Denis Sachenko, who, sadly that car picking up a few penalties at this stage in the race. That's going to be a bitter pill to swallow for the Unison Racing squad. Ironically, even in these slightly slippery conditions, Alistair Young, other than those few spins we've seen, is starting to get back on the pace, in fairness. Starting to see 157s creeping in for the top of the DPI tree. Again, the number 18 and 64, as far as lap times are concerned, are only separated by a few tenths of a second, but as far as track position is concerned, it is a lap and about a lap and a half, near enough, between the two cars. Can't see a lot of Alistair Young there. That's a very, very dark camera shot. Well, fair enough. Oh, wow, again, you can just see he's having to really saw the wheel, the tail trying to get away from him, but he keeps that one under control, coming through Le Mans and onto the Ullman Straight. Oh, and we just saw the Team Adrenaline car just go through the shot there. You see Alistair Young then glide the car through the Sunset Bend. Let's see what his lap time was last time over the line, and that is over the line's quite a long way down. 158.988. That's a pretty decent lap in these conditions. That's only that's what, a second and a half behind Jimmy Nuttula, so that's a pretty good lap time from Alistair Young there. So really gotten the hang of this particular car. So a few spins early on, which you would expect just jumping into the car, especially with it still being slippery out there. So, not taking anything away from Alistair Young there. He continues along his merry way. No one particularly close to anybody else as far as on-track position is concerned. So, people just going to have to fight, stave off the tiredness, get the caffeine flowing. And keep the cars, of course, out of the wall. There's just over 2 hours remaining of this session. Of this race, I should say. Still, you can see the dry line actually there. You can see, the racing line that they're following through. Even though they're still keeping up a bit of moisture, which I suspect they're going to be doing for a while, as the track is not drying out very quickly whatsoever. It is possible we might see that that damp condition for, I would say, up to the end of the race, but certainly into the final hour, with just how slowly that is draining away. So we will see. There is Anstey Young again. Still third in the DPIs. That, I believe, that's Robert Pound, the Deuce's motorable number 15, directly ahead. He's unlapped himself from the DPI car. Because the LMP2s, actually, funnily enough, Robert Pound was actually quicker than... that's James Tsuba bouncing off the wall. I was going to say, Robert Pound was one of the quickest cars out there, including the DPI cars. So the LMP2s are really doing well in these conditions as well. Unfortunately, James Tsuba bouncing off the wall a little bit there. That'll be a little bit uncomfortable. There's a 32 McLaren. So we're never sure of who is in the car at any given moment. Still pressing on. It's going to be easy for the drivers to stay out of trouble now that the track is a bit drier. Although saying that, Anstey Young's facing the wrong way. So there I was saying you were doing well and getting to grips with the car, and then we find you facing the wrong way. Another count to the Buxton commentator curse. I'll take that one. Well, we have reached the top of another hour, just over 2 of them remaining here at Sebring. We'll have a quick replay before we head to the commercial break. Oh, as you can see, as Anstey Young tried to correct the slide, just wandered a little bit too far off the road, and at some point, there he goes, the tail's just going to let go, and as he's hit the slippery rumble strip on the outside line, around he went. Respect the bumps. Copyright Kieran McGinley. Yeah, that's what happens when the replay comes to an end. It does look like they are lagging away. Is that 13? Is that the 13 current trouble? No, there was a yellow flag for them, but that's resolved itself. 2 hours remain here in Sebring for this third round of the EEWC. We'll be back with you after these messages for the tail end of the race.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN. Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to GTR24H, the EEWC. The final 2 hours are upon us here at Sebring. And, well, it looks like Mr. Buxton's chucked a bucket of water along the track and has left us to it. Absolutely chucked it down whilst I was away. And it looks dry for now, but that weather radar is not very encouraging whatsoever. We just saw a replay there of Rasmus Andreasen finding himself into the barrier, slightly clipping the grass, and Alistair Young has triggered a yellow flag. That's just quickly cleared, as this might be Alistair Young coming out of the pit lane. There you can see in the bottom left hand corner the weather radar. Yeah, all around the circuit rain is upon us, and the Alistair Young here coming out of the pit lane. That's at turn 2, turn 3, and the car just didn't want to steer in these very treacherous conditions. Fortunately for Alistair Young, he went nose first into the wall. And we're at the, so many drivers being caught out at the moment in these such tricky conditions. That was the number 27, Angel Venegas there in the MCM Motorsport car there. You can see the B32 running slightly deep there, now having to take to the grass as well, and these two are battling away. They don't need to battle away, but the fact of the matter is that it is so treacherous out there that these drivers are having to work for these positions and make sure they fight the cars to keep them on the track. I suppose we are at the top of the hour, so I guess there should be a chance to have a look at the standings as they are. Give us a... Yes, production is saying, can we hold off until the highlights? Yes, of course we can, production. Yeah, we can hold off till then. It gives me a chance to see what on earth happened. Lots of stuff. I already told that. I already guessed that with the amount of water, standing water that's still out on track, and it's not going anywhere, this water. As Chris was saying before the commercial break, there is a dry line forming, but you go a millimetre outside of it and you are aquaplaning. It is as simple as that. It is very, very treacherous out there, and it could limit overtaking opportunities somewhat, because drivers are going to be a little bit hesitant, a little bit cautious to try and move down the inside, because there's going to be so much less grip down the inside. Nevertheless, we should be in for a pretty eventful final 2 hours. We saw from that radar that there could be more rain on the way. See how everything plays out. I'm sure we will. Production pretty much walking me through the highlights, actually bringing me up to speed. I like it, I'm a fan of it. But yes, the 777 Gadget Who6 running very deep into the gravel and almost trying to find the track, almost went to Interlagos and back there. Bourne finding himself backwards there. I mean, if you even touch the grass, if you don't even near it, you are just a passenger at that point. So it wasn't difficult enough to keep yourself on your toes. Then now, coming into these final couple of hours, it's going to be even more. The ramped up pressure is going to be even more. Just having a look at close battles out on track at the moment. If I click buttons here, something's happening right now with the 585. I think that's the 79 axle car.
But Alistair Young, oh, that snapped on him there. Managed to lock it up, but then hit the wall. Wow, that's a big hit for Alistair Young then. He hits that wall with some venom as well. Does rejoin back onto the track. Gets to a point in this race now where there's not many drivers and not many teams that are on the same lap as each other. Denis Ischenko is making, or at least was making his way through turn one. That back end absolutely gone for him and lost a rear wing. Oh, that's going to be a huge lap for Denis Ischenko there. Just get that car and, well, you needed the downforce in the dry. Well, we're now needing that downforce even more so in the wet, so that's going to be even more of a lap of hell for Denis Ischenko to get his way back to the pit lane. The concentration is at an all-time high, really, at this point, trying to make sure they get these cars to end. Seeing what happens there, as there's the B32 racing machine making its way. Tiptoeing would probably be a good analogy, lighting up the rear tyres on the exit of the Sunset Corner. Curve. Just managing to keep it all under wraps for there. And we have 164. If I try and poke myself with a stick, I might be able to remember that's Satellite Racing, the LMP2 entrant. Lap 300, he's going to receive a 30-second stop-go penalty, making contact with car 33 in the rear right corner, causing 33 to spin out. So that's the Team Adrenaline car. Right now being driven by Arturas Baitis. So that's going to be at turn 16. So that is a 30-second stop-and-go penalty. Yellow flags in sector 2, but I can clearly see who's caused the yellow flag on my end. So that might have been someone just running slightly off the track, which is so easy to do in these conditions. And I did want to see some standings production. You're absolutely right. Always the virtual marshals ready and waiting with the blue flag. I mean, they've been waving it all day long, it's been fair to say. But standings have gone to sleep, unfortunately. Well, thank goodness our virtual marshals are still as alert as ever, and many blue flags have been shown over the course of today's race. But well, I can take you through the top 3 of each class. That's not a problem. I can do that. We've got the 18. Oh, okay. Production saying, no, we'll come back. He's solving the situation, our production. There's Angel Bonegas then, the 27 MCM Motorsport car. The Aston Martin making its way now down the start-finish straight onwards. Start yet another lap. We have 324 laps under our belt here. Jene Simoncic got the wheel of the number 18 Burst Esports Simplexity car. You times that by around 6. Have the standings woken up? Maybe production have given them poke with a stick. There we go. There we go. Thank you very much, production. So it's the number 18 Burst Esports Simplexity car of Jene Simoncic, who's currently leading in the hyperclass cars. At second place, Jimmy Nisela in the 64 Magnus E-Stars. Third place, the Sen 9 Axle number 11, Alistair Young at the wheel of that machine. We saw the number 17 Unison Racing lose a rear wing. Denis Ischenko's been limping that back to the pits. Looks like he's there right now. Fifth place, Arturas Baitis in the number 33 Team Adrenaline car. And Team Viducton retired from this race. But they will be classified as sixth, just not with that bonus point for finishing the race. Looking towards LMP2. And now switched over and we'll have a look at the LMP2 classes. So it's Juice's Motorsport Club leading in the 15 car. Robert Paul at the wheel there. And then we have second place 7-9 Axel Inigo Anton having that one. Third place Satellite Racing, the 164. At the wheel of that is James Ajuba. 94 of Burst Esport Good Sunglasses, Rasmus Brayson. Currently fourth place, and the fifth place car, 77 of Team Irish. We have not seen them
for about a good number of laps. In fact, it's tell us there about 300 laps since we saw them last, and even longer than that ago. GTE, Juice's Motorsport Club, are leading GTE as well. Jean Barbosa behind the wheel. In second place, the number 45 DAS Sim Racing Lab Machine, and then third place, the 27 MCN Motorsport Angel Venegas behind the wheel there. Fourth place, the ID Sim Sport car, number 166. Fifth place, the 264 Satellite Racing Machine, Juan Amaya behind the wheel. Sixth place, the 717 Unison Racing car, Alexander Zakharov behind the wheel there, although they are not currently lapping the circuit. Neither is the 54 Mustafa Pescara, number 53 Mustafa Pescara, or the number 67 Mugen Sim Racing, all of them out of this race. So Juan Amaya is the last of the runners in GTE. The GT3 have 585 Acetec Sim Sports by Volante Racing leading in GT3. Then it's Glam Racing, the 404, driven by Lee Russell in second place. And then it's CKR in the 13, Brazilian livery of McLaren, Leandro Verla behind the wheel. Fourth place, the B32 Racing McLaren. Fifth place, the 188 Telefornium, driven by Jan Brødsgaard in that BMW. Sixth place, the 777 DSR Gadget Husit, driven by Michael Ciccolini. And seventh place in class, we haven't seen them in around about 254 laps, Christopher Kianek in the 82 Mugen Sim Racing. They have since retired from the race. That pretty much catches you up as we are well and truly into hour number 11. And there is the B32 racing car, 11 seconds back from Leandro Vela at the moment. That looks to be one of the closest battles out on track. It seems to be laps between cars at the moment. So this is one of the closest battles out on track. Glam Racing is also catching up very quickly to the back of the 585 Acetec Sim Sports by Volante racing car. Actually, lap times right now. There's a car into the pit lane. It's James Zuber in the 164 Satellite Racing, presumably to serve the 30-second stop-go penalty. Locking those brakes then, and missing the pit box, has to reverse back in order to get to the pit box. There's the B32 Racing McLaren, making its way now down the start-finish straight and towards turn 1. 7.7 at the moment. Alistair Ewart in the number 11 Sem9 Axel. Looks like a very nervous car at the moment that Alistair Young is having to deal with at the moment. Going onto the grass like that in these conditions, that's not going to help. Still third place right now, up towards the final. Now he will go. Well, when it comes to weather, it's very easy to overcommit, and going through Sunset Bend, he's locked up again and into the wall again, and then having to rejoin the track. He's got to be careful. That Team Adrenaline car was trying to find a way past, but that's what happens the moment you stray from the already imprinted dry line out onto the circuit. That's what happens. You just start aquaplaning, and there's absolutely no saving it. Again, that back end is starting to misbehave through turn 1 there. Again, out of turn 2, we get an update from the weather radar. So it's the last 2 frames would be the forecast. So when it stops, that's from 10 minutes from there. There you go. So we are looking and possibly potentially having more rain in minutes' time. Maybe even sooner than that. So that could be a warning sign for the drivers as Alistair Young makes his way through once again, and again really pushing hard. The only problem with that is that leave you much room for error for trying to find that dry line out. There's the 777 Gadget Husi Corvette. Again, this is where the faster cars are having to stray from the racing line in order to get moves done, but of course away from the racing line is absolutely soaking wet. You see there the spray Alistair Young is kicking up. But then for a couple of corners, you've got that, you've got the water on the tyres, which Obviously, if you're trying to run dry tyres, which you're brave at this point if you're trying to run dry tyres, you will ultimately use a little bit of... oh, there's someone way off into the background there, who does rejoin the circuit. There's Rasmus Grierson, 94 Burst Esport Good Sunglasses car. Currently 4th place right now, and I think that's the number 17 Unison car up the inside. Oh, is that a little bit of understeer? Might have been. Andreasen runs a little bit wide and a little bit deep to compensate for that, and fair play to Rasmus. He saw that one coming and took the right action to really avoid anything else. But it could have been a lot worse a scenario than they be. So good quick thinking from Rasmus there. We head towards the closing stages of this race, and a 12-hour, of course, you'll still be subject to the same levels of fatigue as well. So you get those mistakes that can creep in. You're trying to push on, try and get those positions. James Juba has rejoined in 3rd place, but 13 seconds back is this car, Rasmus and Grierson. The Alistair Young again pushing hard, pushing on, trying to see if he can get himself onto the same lap at Jimmy Nisala, and again onto the grass on the left-hand side, and it's going to put him straight on again. Alistair Young, he's got to try and get into more of a rhythm here, because there's just a couple of mistakes that are creeping in, and there's the other Sem 9 axle machine. That's the LMP2 entrant. So there'll be, no doubt there'll be a bit of communication there. Maybe Alistair Young might have to yield that position just so they both get through without any issues. Young here, his way in towards the last couple of corners. Again, that back end is so... It's trying to snap on him. So too is it the LMP2 car behind him as well, trying to snap on him. The other Sem 19 car, Inigo Anton, trying to also push on and press on here. And then in the background, you've also got, I think that is Jimmy Nisala in the background as well, in the Maradnius E-Stars car. So you've got that dynamic to play with as well, which... Oh, that was Inigo Anton getting a little bit sideways coming out of the final corner through Sunset Bend. Managing to gather it all up here. On board then with Lee Russell. Well, I remember about 2 hours ago, a driver in this car was calling for Lee Russell to jump in, reduce the deficit. Well, Lee Russell's in the car now, 15.5 seconds behind. Ahead being the Acetec Simsports car. Alicio Neto is currently behind the wheel there. But you've got to try and press on and push on in these wet weather conditions. It's not very easy to do at all. You've got as well the LMP2 cars to deal with as well, as we get a little bit of background radio as well from 4014 having a chat and going through this race. We are expecting a little bit more rain. That's going to be a concern for drivers as well, because they might have to change their strategies and their outlook, but the track is not drying very quickly at all. This is the problem now. We get to a point where dry line forms, then everyone sticks to the dry line, and then everywhere outside of the circuit doesn't actually get treated at all. So no cars are displacing that water, so you're relying on the water evaporating from the track surface, but there's no sun present, which means you're not evaporating the track that way. That means the only way you can evaporate the track, get the water off the track, is the track temperature, and that's 25 degrees, and that's not going to shift much water. If that made any sense to anybody, send a postcard. Went all science for a minute. Long story short, there's no sun, and it's not hot enough to get rid of this water quickly. Lee Russell here with the back end, stepping out, managing to gather it up, and well, Lee Russell's just making it look effortless right now. I can tell you it is much more difficult than that, as he now makes his way now through Gendebian Bend. Then wrestling the Audi all the way through, but is closing on Eliseo Neto up ahead through Le Mans Curve on towards the Ullman Straight. The windscreen wipers have started to turn on, which might mean one thing. It's starting to just rain out on the circuit. Maybe Lee Russell's done that to... It is starting to rain out there. It really is. Here we go again. I don't think we're going to get the same severity as we got last time around. Nevertheless, there is rain falling on the circuit at the moment. Lee Russell overtakes Aztec Simsport because they are currently in the pit lane. Glam Racing will take the lead for now, and I assume this means once Lee Russell's in the car, that's him staying in the car till the end of this race. I can only assume that's what's going to be the case. Not like the teams would tell us anyway. They don't want to give away their strategy, and rightfully so. They're cheering the rain on apparently, so that's they want this. Lee Russell loves this. He just looks under control at the moment. Rain's getting heavier as well around the circuit. Yellow flags simultaneously in sector 1 and 3, and simultaneously they cleared. As Inigo Anton currently second place in class, as he now makes his way through in towards turn 1, just saw the top of the 188, leaving the pit lane. Anton then just trying to make sure everything is under wraps right now. Where is Juices? How far away are they? About 2.8 according to my timing screen. We should see them up the road. In fact, there they are. There you go. A battle for the lead. These two cars are on the same lap, and Inigo Anton here will be trying to close in. Getting to a point where the lap times were just dipping under the 153s, and now they're going to climb again with the rain falling. Riding on board then with Inigo Anton. Now makes his way in towards Collier Curve. Yellow flags in sector 1, which have been very quickly cleared. Oh, that's a car off up ahead. Oh, didn't quite see who that was. I think it was the 32 production saying that was off the road, which is a fantastic spot if it was 32. Production say they have absolutely no doubt it was the B32 Racing McLaren, and there it is, there's the proof. We'll seat that back and give you a replay of what happened to the B32, but there they are, live. Here we go then, this replay will tell all. Let's see what happened. So they've got the Juices Motorsport Club car behind them. Juices up the inside, there's a bit of contact which then puts them onto the grass, and we've seen how wet this track is, let alone how wet the grass is, and actually, in fairness, they did a really good job there of keeping that away from any walls. Didn't really panic there, didn't look like anyway. So fair play to them for keeping that cool, but yeah, there was just that little bit of contact there with Juices that put them onto the grass. Inigo Anton then, now within 2 seconds of Juices up ahead. Robert Poln leading LMP2. Rain is, believe it or not, it's getting lighter, the rain. Just this sort of light rain at the moment. But, again, this is Florida, and that's obviously going to be a huge factor when it comes to having the rain here. Looks like we've just got away with that short, sharp shower. You can call it a short, sharp shower. It was short, it wasn't sharp, though. Not a lot to goes through, but there's Inigo Anton who's trying to go around the outside. Then he realizes there's grass there and has to back out of it, and then yeah, there's absolutely no grip there, Inigo, and that's why Juices was really patient in trying to get the lap on CKR, because they know there's just absolutely no grip out there, and Inigo found out the hard way. It's just zero grip. Once you leave that dry line, you cannot grip onto anything. And CKR then the next car ahead of them. They are in the GT3. They are currently still in third place. We get another replay here of just how little grip there is out there, and again Inigo managing to just about keep that under wrap. Did well to keep it within a bit of grass collected, but I mean, if that's the worst thing to happen to Inigo, he can definitely count that as a good thing. 2.5 seconds as well, so not the end of the world in terms of trying to catch lap times either. But we have just over 90 minutes left of this race. Yellow flags in Sector 3, and that's Alexander Secher into the wall, challenging for the GT3 lead. Asatek into the wall, losing the rear wing, and we've seen that before, how long it takes to come back to the pits to get yourself a new rear wing on. It is a nightmare of a lap. That's absolutely the last thing Asatek wanted. It's the last thing they needed, challenging for the lead. And I think Glam Racing here will be, they lost the lead because they pitted in, and that is going to be, well, they're not in the pits yet, but they did, remember production, pit in just 2-3 laps ago. There they do go into the pit lane, so their challenge for the lead has taken a serious blow with that loss of rear wing, and Glam Racing will be looking at that with watchful eyes. And they just missed that pit box as well, to the pit box, making it a little bit difficult, but they are now repairing that car, and whilst they're repairing that car, we're going to go to a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we're into the last 90 minutes of the 12 hours of Sebring. Is there more rain on the way? We'll find out together.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals, and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
There's a storm a-brewing. Yep, this is the weather radar over Sebring. My goodness, to the west of the circuit, you've got that little blotch then, heavy rain bordering storm, west of the circuit. Well, how many teams will be blessing that one and how many teams will be cursing their luck? I do wonder. Well, it's just not far away at all. It has started raining again during the commercial break, and so is the track getting a little bit wetter? Not just yet. It's not wet enough to really change what's already on the circuit right now. But if that storm has anything to say to the west of the circuit, it might change things very quickly. It might flip things on its head. Inigo Anton then trying to challenge away with Robert Polm. This is the battle for the LMP2s. Oh, that was an LMP2 going very much sideways, going through in towards the first couple of turns there. I think that was the LMP... Sorry, was that the Sun 9 axle hypercar there? I think it is. Possibly. From the same, but anyway, Inigo Anton trying to find his way through. No, it was the Goodar Sunglasses LMP2 that's getting all sorts of sideways through some of these corners. But Anton then trying to now find his way past to put a lap on and try and find his way through. Again, onto the southern side of the track, but does get the move done. Moves ahead. Put a lap now on Rasmus Andreasen. And start to try and chase down again the lead of this race. Less than 90 minutes to go. Still making his way through. Bill Anton knows this is a good chance to try and grab the race lead in these closing stages. None of these teams will be. And they've been doing the rain dance for the last 10 and a half hours, and they might get their wishes answered, their dances answered the next few minutes. And it's still raining out there with 86 minutes on the clock. Anton making his way through the final corner onto the start-finish straight, and just having a look at battles up and down the field, all of the hypercars all on different laps at the moment. 2 laps separating leader. It's further 3 laps to third place. Denis Shchenko. Oh, it's actually once 10-9 Axel have left the pit lane. There's a battle for third place brewing. The thing is, that's 78 seconds between them at the moment, so still on the same lap. But this is our closest battle out on track. The battle for the LMP2 class lead between Robert Powell of the Producers Motorsports Club and Inigo Anton of Sem 9 Axel. In towards the hairpin turn they go. Riding on the bumper then of Anton. Make our way through. Onwards and upwards towards Cunningham Curve. Cunningham corner now. Inigo Anton really closing in now. Through in towards Collier Curve. Towards Tower Turn. It's almost 90-degree right-hander here. It's bumpy on the entry, bumpy on the exit, and bumpy in between. It really does test the suspension through here. There we get away towards these last couple of corners as we're heading towards Gendevian Bend, towards Le Mans Curve. Before we make our way then once again on towards the Almond Straight. Sunset Bend awaits. Then the final corner of that bend approaches. Again, battle for LMP2 really underway now, as Inigo Anton will try and get the power down early. Might see him have to take a slightly wetter line, but a line that might help further on. Towards turn 1 we go. And Inigo Anton running slightly deep, then he's going to have to yield some time there. Meanwhile, Robert Polm can just grab a couple of lapped positions there as well. So, not great for Inigo Anton, but still, we still have a lot of this race still to cover. 80 or so minutes left of this race. The rain is still falling over the circuit. It's only light rain for now, but threatening to get worse and worse over the next 10-20 minutes. That as well is Robert Pole, and I think that's the Adrenaline car up ahead. It could actually be the Unison car, but gut says Adrenaline. It doesn't normally say Adrenaline, why I say in the commentary box, but I think that is the Unison car. 17 or 5? It might not even be Unison at all. I might be just telling porkies the whole time, but it is Unison. See, I didn't quite see the number on the side, but it's 4th in class at the moment, so that would make sense. But yeah, Inigo Anton, it's costing time here, being behind the Unison car towards Debian Bend and then towards Le Mans Curve. Costing even more time because then he's got the Azatec car up ahead as well into the slipstream. Yeah, with that straight line speed of the hypercar, able to try and pull away. So the only place Anton could try and make it that time up is through the corners, but with the corners being slightly damp, and there's the flash of the lights there for Inigo Anton to just say, just let this one go, Unison, for me, do it for me. As Maradna's E-Stars are in the pits, they're in the garage. The 64 Maradna's E-Stars are in the garage. Wow, that is a huge moment in this race. They'll be looking to try and get themselves back into there. It was Henri Silic who was last in the car, and we'll see if that was I'm assuming it's a disconnect of some sort, but we'll have to wait and see. In the meantime, this is going to be valuable time to make up for Semyon Axel and for Unison Racing. Denis Eschenko and Nakib Aslan. Their ears have perked up, their eyes are on stalks in the 64 car, and they're gaining a huge amount of time. There's James Juba then in the 164 satellite car, trying to redeem themselves a podium. They have had a really tough time of it today. Love nothing more than to end it to try and get themselves onto one of the steps of the podium. Inigo Anton then 2.8 behind Juices. Robert Pole driving this car. There are only 4 LMP2 cars in the running. I think the Henry Silic car has disappeared slightly. Now, loaded back in, so that's normally a good sign. Is it going to be still Henri Silic in the car? We do have a replay. It is a disconnect for Henri Silic, and this is where and how it happened. Just past the Azatec car, coming up towards turn 1. Turns. Yeah, that's it straight away. So not even any hesitation from R-Factor 2 to bring it straight back. They are so reconnecting, because they'll have to inform race control that they are coming back in, and there they go, rolling down the pit lane. Henri Silic is rejoining this race from the garages. How much time did he lose? Well, he's on the same lap now as Nakib Aslan. The exact same lap. And it is 20 seconds still play around with. 20 seconds is nothing when it comes to the last 80 minutes of the race. So we're watching Juba then, who's trying to close in on the Burst Esports Gooder sunglasses outfit as they make their way through the hairpin turn. Onwards then, go through the Fangio chicane, and Juba here wants nothing more and nothing less than this podium all over the back of the Gooder sunglasses. Burst Esport entry, but again onto the wet stuff. Absolutely zero grip out there, and he has to concede defeat for now. Once again, the rain has stopped falling on the track. It's slightly dampened it even more, but the rain has stopped again. And this weather is so unpredictable. You see there, James Juba flashing the lights there. He's not happy. He is not happy with Rasmus Andreasen. Because you do have Henry Cynic has got some yellow flags on him again. Coming around in sector 2, but he's cleared those, so he's got himself back up and running again. And Juba here looking for a move down the inside, perhaps. Andreasen blocking the inside line. It means Juba has to go the long way round, then in through the final corner, which he does. He really committed to that move there. And up in the top right hand corner, you see Henry Cynic there, just absolutely running out of grip over the grass. He's not stopping that one. That was the cause of the yellow flags. Got himself back going again. But James Juba then moves the team, moves Satellite Racing up towards third place, but not without a little bit of a heart-in-mouth moment there. Meanwhile, Rasmus Andreasen going full attack in towards those couple of turns, trying to find his way through, but it's not enough. Juba then brings Satellite Racing back up to the podium places. It's been a rough and tough time for 164 Satellite Racing, and there is Henry Cynic then, who by our timing sheets now is running in 4th place for Madness E-Stars. Oh, there was another one that just caught my eye, and there's Rasmus Andreasen spinning the car around, so too the DIS Sim Racing Lab around as well. I wonder if that was in sympathy or whether something else had happened behind, but Rasmus Andreasen losing the back end out of the hairpin turn. DIS Sim Racing also getting themselves back underway. That was Andreasen spinning on his own. And then what happened to the DIS Sim Racing Lab? Yeah, also spun on his own as well. And the B32 car says, well, okay, I'll just saunter on through. That's no problem at all. Andreasen then trying to keep the cool and keep the composure here. Much needed towards the end of this race. I've got one eye really on the weather forecast, on the weather radar, seeing and keeping myself posted on how everything is planning out in terms of the weather. Again, not raining right now. But let's have a look here. So this is James Juba then, trying to find his way past the Gooder Sunglasses car, and yeah, there was that bit of contact there, and that's what James Juba would have been unhappy about. He flashed his lights later on in the lap. That's what he wouldn't have liked from Rasmus Andreasen, but he did make the move stick in the end. Got the move past. You'll see him flash the lights. There you go, flashing the lights there. Of course, oh, that's Inigo Anton trying to make sure he gathers it all up. Closing laps. You do not want to be going off the circuit at this point. You've got this far. Keep it together. Keep it together. Easier said than done, and that's why I'm up here. 75 minutes left on the clock as we're watching Inigo Anton make his way through the final quarter onto the start-finish line to complete yet another lap. 24.5 seconds behind Robert Pole. Now, who's that in the top right-hand corner? It's Rasmus Andreasen, who's into the pits. We have a black and white warning flag on the timing sheet for number 64 Henry Cynic. Now, I only assume that's going to be related to rejoining the session. You have to inform race control that you're planning to rejoin the circuit, and if you don't, penalty. Those are sort of paraphrasing the rules and very much oversimplifying them for the sake of explaining them. But if it's going to be anything, it's going to be that. No rain falling on the circuit at the moment, and Team Adrenaline have put, of course, the yellow flag somewhere out in Sector 1. Puris Titus got going again, cleared the yellow flag. I think that's Glam Racing in the pits, just in the top right-hand corner. It is Lee Russell. What might be the final stop for Glam Racing. These GT cars, they might need a splash, say, production. Yeah, that might be a fair point. These cars can run over an hour. Maybe they can make it in the wet because you use less fuel. That's a very fair point, production. Whatever the case, this could be the last stop. Don't be surprised if it's not. That's what we're saying. But I suppose they have that extra pit stop in hand now with what's going on behind them. They can afford to make another stop if they want to, so long as everything is staying pieced together. Fresh tyres on the car, and really they could go fresh tyres both stops if they really wanted to, really play everything safe. They don't have to push on, they don't have to push hard, they just have to make sure that car makes it to the end. That's all they need to do. And at the moment, Lee Russell's behind that car. Aztec Sim Sports 106 seconds back, so they've got time in their pockets right now. It's not be-all and end-all time in the pocket, but they do have time in the pocket. There looks to be the number 64 in the pit lane to serve a penalty. We see Michi Hoyer is now behind the wheel of the Burst Esports Simplexity car, leading away. He did say much earlier on that he's probably going to get back in the car just before 1 o'clock, and well, 1 o'clock CEST it is. He's back in the car. But how's that for strategy? That's how you know things are going really well for Burst Esports Simplexity. They can name you a time that the driver's going to be in the car, and they're probably going to be in the car at that time. So Richie Hoyer is going to be the driver to take this one to the checkered flag. Juan Amaya, currently there in the 264 satellite racing car, about 90 seconds back from ID Sim Sport, but plenty of buffer over Unison Racing because we are out of this race. So again, is it a case of they just want to make it to the checkered flag, just make sure they get those points over their rivals, or do they try and just have one last roll of the dice with 17 minutes left? 17 minutes is not a lot of time to make up 90 seconds, it really isn't. Hoyer then trying to extend the gap. Robert Polm then in the Juices Motorsport Club car in the 15. We're riding out on board with James Juba, and that right ahead of him is the Maradness E-Stars car and the number 64. It's Henri Cynic behind the wheel. Oh, Henri Cynic losing that back end, and James Juba, quick reactions there. Well played, James. Wow, that needed a lot of reaction there because that looked like a never-ending spin that was happening for poor Henri Cynic then. Let's have another look at that on board with James Juba, and Michi Hoyer's come into the pits, and using that one, Michi Hoyer, is he in the garage? He says he's still out there, but it could well be wrong. It could well be wrong. He is out there. Ooh, production scared us all then. If you can't tell already, James Juba, the windscreen wipers are on, and it is starting to rain again out on the circuit. Juba trying to launch it up the inside. Oh, and again the back end has gone on Maradness E-Stars. And James Juba again gets his way past. It is absolutely hectic out there. Who knew a splash of water could change things so dramatically? I say that as a bit of a sort of a redundant statement, I know, but still, this little bit of water out on track, that rain has really changed a lot in this race. 70 minutes to go. We're riding on board with James Juba then, who's got 106 seconds to make up behind Inigo Anton. Bottom left-hand side of your screen is the weather radar, the last 2 frames being the forecast from 10 minutes from now. And yeah, again, looking like really on and off rain, possibly the rain getting heavier as more and more time passes. I mean, that is going to be a huge talking point. I mean, the rain has been on and off throughout it so far. In the time I've been here in this stint, the rain has been on and off. It can't decide what it wants to do at the moment, which for the drivers isn't really that helpful. They'd rather one way or the other, not just on and off. But Juba up into 3rd place and looking to try and push on, press on, and see how far into that 105-second gap he can go before the end of this race. There's Michi Hoyer leading. 3-lap lead he's got, and his team have got over Semnine Axel, Nakib Aslan at the wheel of that car right now. And once we get to the top of the hour, I'm sure we'll give you a run through of how everything looks across all 4 classes, but that's for the top of the hour. Right now, we're watching drivers, seeing how they go through these wet conditions. Tony Jansen in the Juices Motorsport car keeping the yellows for a brief moment in Sector 3, but got back going again. What's the sort of lead they have? They have about a 2-lap lead over the car behind, so they can afford to take it easy for a bit. But for some of these drivers, take it easy, all three of those words together, it's not viable. It's not a sentence that's possible. Bonjour then. Way up towards turn 2. Back onto the power. Oh, taking a bit of a rallycross version of Sebring there. Whatever works, James. Just managed to keep that car under control, which was the main objective there. He knew he was going to run wide. So easy to just stay full throttle over the grass and not realise that the grass is absolutely soaking wet. It's not got the same treatment as tarmac. No one's going through it and drying it as they go. That is absolutely soaking wet. You put one wheel on that, it's like ice at the moment. It's really that low grip. Robert Poleman in the Juices Motorsports Club number 15 LMP2 car, 70-second lead over the team behind. There's Michi Hoyer once again, trying to make his way through, and as he makes his way towards the line, will complete another lap here of Sebring, and I believe that's going to be 346 laps complete here at Sebring. Either that or we're on lap 346, but I think it's 346 down. Is a phenomenal amount of kilometres. I mean, someone better at maths than me could try and work that out. In fact, let's have a look and see. We have a rough average, rough guess at how many kilometres we've covered so far. We've covered just over 2,000 kilometres so far here at Sebring, and even with the wet weather, still roughly 2,040 kilometres so far, and that's maths. Get it miles. We do have some preliminary, as it stands, for Hypercar and for LMP2, so we're only 66 minutes away from that checkered flag, and if it were to finish like this, here's how the championship standings would look. Burst Esports Simplexity would grab win number 3 in a row and puts them a further gap ahead. Morandis Esports would be second with Unison Racing third, Sam9 Axel 4th with Team Adrenaline in 5th, and separated there by countback of Sam9 Axel's podium that have got here so far. Team Viducton 6th place in the table, and looking at the LMP2 as it stands, if we were to finish like this in 65 minutes time, it would be Sam9 Axel walking away from Sebring with a 3-point lead over Burst Esports, Gooder Sunglasses. Juices Motorsport would be third with a win under their belt ahead of Satellite Racing in the 164. Then it would be Team Iris getting some points, but they will not be getting that bonus point for finishing the race. Cyberlinks Racing and Team Iris, the number 7, were non-starters, so they will get no points whatsoever. So that's what it looks like in the hypercars and in the LMP2 classes. I'm sure production will be busy working away, seeing if they can get us the GTE and GT3 as it stands. But there's Robert Pole. And Nakib Aslan. I assume this is going to be a replay of some sort. It's buffering. It's buffering. Give it a chance. Give it a chance. Turn it off and turn it off again if you need to. Trying to get this replay. So this is down at turn 1. Whoa, there we go. And a hard hit into the wall as well. Again, lack of grip, catching so many drivers out. It's so easy to do. There's only one dry line. You stray from it, there's absolutely no grip. And again, it is still raining out there. Very light rain, but it is still raining out there. And that's not going to help the track to dry at all. In fact, it's I look at it now, and it's the heaviest rain I have seen in a stint. It has been heavier than this, but this is the heaviest rain I've seen. So it's been all the way up to 23 millimeters per hour, I'm told by production. So that's
it was very squishy.
It was very, very wet out there. Chris Buxton. Welcome.
Hello, Kieran McGinley.
Hello, Chris Buxton. I didn't expect you to be speaking before the outbreak. Whoa, there's a Burst Esports Gooder Sunglasses car that's had a little bit of a spin there. Did he get back going again? Hopefully he did, because the yellow flags are still out in Sector 2. But yeah, a little bit of rain, still raining now, Chris. And as we approach the final hour, I mean, it's all about making sure you keep your cool.
Now go away for just an hour and the rain has appeared again, and you have the audacity to blame me for it upon your return last time around here, McGinney. I know we Brits are known for rain. I know it is something that we are known for, but come on. At least the rain that I was subject to was actually decent rain, not this pitiful sprinkling that's going on at the moment. Although the drivers may well feel very differently. Damien Scovron would certainly feel that it's slipperier than he would like, as a couple of times that he was spun round. Final hour then.
Yeah, final hour is upon us. Robert Paul crosses the line to start yet another lap, 67 seconds in the lead. The gap is coming down, but not at a rate that's going to alarm Robert Paul, and he'll be absolutely happy with that gap coming down at the rate it is, because it means he's in that safety zone of just making sure he gets it to the line. A little bit of snap under braking, that's not going to help keep that rear wing on. It just about stays intact. Wow, Robert Paul, a very, very, very lucky boy to get away with that one.
That will be a bit of a tense moment there for the 15 Deuces Motorsport team. Let's see what happened with Robert Pound. It's more enthusiasm than grip, I think, from judging how that went. See, I turned up for 5 minutes and cars fall off the track. I am cursed. I'll be exiled from the box, demanded exit from the frog marched out by the drivers.
Most important thing, though, is that these drivers ignore those curses as far as possible and try and get themselves to this checkered flag, which is only 1 hour away. And when we come back, it's the final hour. Join us after this commercial break for the last 60 minutes of the 12 hours of Sebring here in the EEWC.
2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN. Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals, and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to the final hour of the GTR24H EEWC round number 3. The 12 hours of Sebring is drawing to a close within the next 60 minutes. We started this race in 1 month. It's going to finish in another. That's quite an interesting boost to make. It's not been that long. It's just that's the way that it's gone. So then, even in the last hour when I was having a break, it's changed quite a bit. Other than the top of the DPIs, Mitty Hoyer back in the car for the final stint. He's going to be picking up the honours for the 18 best Esports Simplexity squad, assuming that no major incidents befall them. There is Tony Janssen for Deuces and Motorsport Club. The number 74 car has been the top of the GTE tree for quite a while. DIS Sim Racing Lab up into second for them, with MCM now up into third. We've had any more? We had a disconnect, but no more retirements since a little while. Oh, yellow flag. That's the 166 car. Michael Peterson in the ID Sim Sport car has had a bit of a moment, but is back up and running again. LMP2 still, well, that's forever changing. That's been forever changing hands all race long. Robert Pound in the Deuces Motorsport number 15 is leading the way in that class now, with Inigo Anton for 79 Axel in second. And for GT3s, it is now the 404 Glam Racing car of Lee Russell. See, I made the point that Azatec were comfortably in the lead. I should have known better than to make a statement before then going on a break.
I mean, we'll never learn our lessons, wisdom. Anyway, by the way, pinch punch first of the month.
Yes, indeed. It is now the first of May. And Robert Pound is in. Oh, it's really going for it now. It's back. The rain is made a second visit. Now, we did say earlier in the broadcast that it was no guarantee that rain wouldn't reappear, and that's exactly what it has done. Is that going to cause reshuffling in the order? Well, Inigo Anton for 79 Axel has taken the LMP2 lead. That's changed hands so often in this race. Whoa! One Amaya for the 264 Satellite Racing squad, really sliding the car around the corners, doing well to keep that one on the track. They still remain, what are they, about 8.5 seconds behind Michael Peterson following their recent spin. Oh, yellow sector 1. I think that's blue flags more than it's a yellow one. Yes, people obeying blue flags more than anything else. Fair enough. Nicely done. There is Robert Powell. Oh, nearly slamming into the back of the CKR car. Now up into podium spot for, well, it's now back in the hand of Leandro Rivera, I should say. They've been in that podium position for a while. Alicio Neto still in the helm of the 585 car. But 404 Lee Russell, they did say, didn't they, Kieran, that Lee Russell was the man to do the job for the 404 squad, and that would seem to be the case.
Seems to be the case indeed, and I mean, they were jumping for joy as soon as the rain is falling. I wonder how they'll be feeling now, because looking at the radar, this rain is here to stay for quite some time. Almost the entirety of Florida is under rain right now, which is a good sign if you're Glam Racing, because you've been wanting this rain, you've been wishing this rain, you've been absolutely dancing for this rain for the past 11 hours. It's finally here, and it looks like it's going to be here to stay. Robert Pollman in the number 15 Juices Motorsports Club car, only 6.2 behind Inigo Anton, which possibly means that Anton is due a pit stop in the near future. And I just wonder, even with a little bit of water on the track, obviously you do get less fuel when you're running in the wet, but is that going to be enough to run 3.5 minutes for Robert Pound to get himself to the checkered flag?
Robert Pound has not long been in the pits, remember, so we will see. It's going to be the after that. Well, I have seen endurance races lost in the closing stages due to a splash and dash, so we will see. I mean, that would be absolutely devastating if the lead changed in either direction in the closing stages. Trouble has befallen the 166, the ID Sim Sport car. Michael Peterson. It's a disconnect there. That car is in the garage.
has another GTE car. That was almost half the GTE squad. In fact, there would be half of the GTE contingent to have fallen by the wayside if that has disconnected without return. That's a great shame for them if that is the case, but that means Juan Amaya for Satellite is back up into fourth. Let's have a summary of who is where. So this is the championship standings as they would stand if the race ended now, with Deuces Motorsport extending their lead rather comprehensively up top. But look at that, DIS Sim Racing Lab would jump up into second. Look at that. So by 1 point over Mugen Sim Racing, who so we lost early on, who are 1 point ahead of MPE Mustafa Pescara, who we lost earlier on, who are 1 point ahead of EMCM Motorsport, who are still going in this race, and they would come home in third. Then Satellite Racing 264 and bring home 12 points, would be in sixth position. Then Unison would be level on 28 points, heading towards Interlagos. IB Simsport, well, are they reappearing? That's the thing. I mean, literally, just as I mentioned those words, they actually, it lives. It's back into life. They have returned to the circuit. So yes, they will stay on course for that fifth position. In GT3s, it's the Azatec Simsport car by a very narrow margin, as you can see. But it's still between Volante and CKR, but a 3-point deficit to the Audi's favour. If the race, of course, ended now, still time for that to change if that is the case. CKR in second with Glam Racing, if they take the win, will be just 2 points behind and then 1 point ahead of B32 and Mugen Sim Racing. As we lost the Mugen 82 car very, very early. It was indeed the first car to retire when Ronan Souks sadly parked the car. But they would still, because they took part and they actually did some laps, they would still come home with those 6 points, with Gadget Husit in sixth position and Teleforeningen getting home a decent haul, but still at the bottom of the tree for GT3. 50 minutes remain and the rain is getting heavier. That's not what the drivers would have wanted to see.
Not what they wanted to see, getting heavier and heavier. It's this day pretty much for the rest of the race now. This is it for the drivers, and looking at it, we'll have to wait and see how everything down. I mean, we've seen rain heavier than this. You've seen rain heavier than this during this race. Oh, that's a bit of a nervous back end then from the DIS Sim Racing Lab. You do not want to be visiting the wall this late on. You've got second place at the moment under your boots. Not want to be making those sorts of moves, as Robert Pole watching on ahead as other drivers try and find their way through, as that's Inigo Anton, and that is a change for the lead of LMP2, and Inigo Anton is going to be straight back on it, trying to go down the inside, heading towards turn one, still got the inside line. Pole will have to go the long way round if he wants that position. He doesn't go the long way round, stays right behind him there, and briefly Juices were back into the lead of this race, but Inigo Anton had very much other ideas.
I was seeing that gap. I was noticing it was very, very short. Robert Pound has had quite a big pace advantage over the 79 Axel squad for a few laps, but Inigo Anton quite clearly not content to just let that lead change hands, and absolutely, why should he? That's been a very hotly contested category all race long, and is still remaining to be the case. They have the MCM car right in the way, Angel Benegas in control of the 27 car at the moment, but they easily dispatch of that. That's given Inigo a tiny bit of breathing space at only about 0.8 of a second, which, if Robert Pound continues his merry way, will close back down pretty quickly. So we are looking strong to have a real dash to the line for the lead of the LMP2 class. There's third in LMP2, James DeZuba for Satellite Racing, the 164 car. Is a bit of a distance back from the top two, but does have about 50-second gap between himself and Damien Scavron. There is Michael Peterson, who sadly had that disconnect earlier on, so that puts them quite conclusively in the wooden spoon position for the GTE class, as they are a few laps behind their main competitors, which will be Juan Amaya and the Satellite Racing car. There's Lee Russell that leads the GT3s, now by a lap in hand over Azatec Simsports, as you can see on the tower, due to the 585 car having that disconnect earlier on. But pressing on nonetheless, everything can still change. 3/4 of an hour remains, and still it's not a done deal realistically for any of our categories.
No, not at all. And I mean, what a victory this could be for Glam Racing. They are bottom of the table on going into the GT3 Championship tonight, but they have a chance to put 25 points under their name with the 82 car not finishing this race. That is going to shake up this table tenfold in GT3. We're watching on Robert Bowman, and they now make their way through the curve and up towards the hairpin turn, and they make their way towards the end of the lap. Again, Robert Bowman has done this once before, try and make his way past, and he'll be looking and angling to try and do it again, trying to get his way past Inigo Anton. But they've got, that's the Glam Racing car, they know they're not going to take any risks here to try, or maybe they are going to take a risk or two. And there we go, Lee Russell's clearly had a change of heart going towards that corner. Okay, fair enough, Lee, you've proved me wrong there. But
I suspect that was Robert Pound being a little more cautious than Lee Russell was actually expecting there, as we've got the Satellite Racing GTE phasing out of existence. There he is, doing a bit of lag motion there, which is a little bit disconcerting when you're the one following it. Robert Pound seems to have lost his... Oh, no, that's not ideal. I wonder whether that Deuces Motorsport car has a more slimline design, or wing setup for the dry conditions, and the 7-9 car is more downforce heavy, which suits the wet weather conditions. Because whilst Robert Pound has obviously tripped over those two GTEs, get round, and which he does. Yeah, he has managed to keep that one under control. I wonder whether the 15 car is more, has got the skinnier wings, which better suit the dry, which was enabled him to close in. Oh, blown engine. Was that blown engine in the 33?
There's smoke coming out of the back of the car there for Sebastian Deville. And, well, did they make it back to the pits? Are they still running out there? They are still out there.
They are
at the moment. Production say there was a lot of smoke out of the back of the car. It looks okay for now. Maybe still a worrying sign for the team there. But Robert Pole trying to find his way back through. 7 seconds separates himself and Inigo Anton. Moment, still 3/4 of an hour to go. 3/4 of an hour of the 12 hours of Sebring. After that, Chris Buxton, we'll be halfway through the Endurance E-Racing World Championship. It's absolutely flown by.
Hasn't it just?
It's just been the two of us in the commentary box. We've had our fantastic production team behind us in Peter and Niels. They have been just pretty much on it the whole time. We've had the luxury of breaks, Chris. They haven't had a lot of breaks today. They've had to be straight on it.
Indeed. We literally couldn't do it without you. So huge special thanks to our production crew for dealing with us bonkers Englishmen for a start. But just going through the whole, and that's not just what the stream is seeing. It's all the setup and getting all the technical issues ironed out before we even went live. And they haven't stopped whatsoever. As you say, Kieran, we have had the luxury of a break here and there. But our wonderful production crew have stayed with it throughout. So huge appreciation to you guys. Oh, that's a slide for James D'Zuba. I love that slow motion. That's a great. He was. Oh, that's rather put a nail in the coffin for the 164. At least he didn't have far to go to limp the car home. That was painful.
Yeah, that was painful. I did want to say that you said technical issues before we started the stream. Are you sure you're not referring to us, that the production crew realised that we were on the comms tonight and they thought, oh no, not those issues.
Who picked them?
But no, I mean, 12 hours for a two-person commentary team. I mean, the great adrenaline of an endurance race keeps the drivers going, it keeps us going as well. And it's been great to chat to a couple of drivers, a few drivers actually, throughout the race. So we want to just say a big thank you to the drivers. Although it's not mandatory, we do love having a chat to you, seeing how it's going. And yeah, we get some characters. We love a couple of characters up here. We really, really do. Yellow flags out in Sector 3, which have been quickly cleared. So maybe just a slight off-track excursion. Robert Poln is back ahead of Inigo Anton and James Zuba here. But is he still in the pit lane? I don't think he is anymore. I think it was because he was so close to the